Abyss Domination Chapter 724 to Chapter 794. The Feather of a Fallen Angel. As a true god, Soren could tell at a glance where the feather came from. It seemed that this time it was not only the Helpheimer, but also other senior demons of the Botwar Inferno. Soren pondered for a moment and murmured, "Fallen angel? Did he go to the Botwar Inferno to find some helpers?" The identity of the Helpheimer was not simple. It was said that he was the chosen of the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus. If he really found helpers from the Botwar Inferno, Soren was afraid that it would be a bit of a headache. Tracking, divinity. With the power of the divinity activated, any clues related to this feather were included in the range of Soren's perception. A trace of a door appeared in the void. The Helpheimer did this a bit flawless. After harvesting the souls, he directly opened the portal and left the material plane. Although the power of the tracking divinity was very strong, it consumed too much power in terms of crossing planes. If Soren was in the form of a god, there would be no problem, but if he was in the form of a saint, it would be difficult to track everything outside the material plane. Moreover, after harvesting this batch of souls, the Helpheimer would have to hide for a while, right? This guy is still a problem if we don't get rid of him. Soren's eyes were very murderous. In the battle at the beginning, the Helpheimer used soul manipulation to take away the soul of the demigod vampire. The soul of a false god had amazing value, and Soren didn't know how much benefit he got. "Clean up here," Soren calmly ordered and said in a deep voice, "I will send a priest to the Windspear Hills at the right time. You need to be careful of the demon's movements." Behind him was a red-haired female pirate dressed as a noble lady. In order to perfectly play the role of a noble and elegant lady, Adele Isabella had put in a lot of hard work. Now, her aristocratic aura had become more and more obvious. Even those who were familiar with her would find it difficult to connect her with the wild red-haired female pirate from before. Although everything in the Windspear Hills was controlled by Soren, on the surface, Adele Isabella was still the lord of this place. There were many things that she had to deal with personally. With the help of Mordor City, she still had a good reputation among the lower-class civilians. "Yes, my lord," Adele Isabella said respectfully, "I'll arrange for people to prepare now." After she finished speaking, she seemed to be avoiding his gaze. Soren was slightly startled when he heard this, and he couldn't help but take another look at her. Nightfall. In a luxurious manner, Soren was sitting in his study room, reading books. He had recently been supplementing his knowledge about alchemy. Although gods learned very quickly, it was impossible for them to master everything in one go. If they wanted to improve their alchemy ability, they still needed to spend time accumulating knowledge bit by bit. His reading speed was extremely fast. It only took him about half an hour to finish reading an alchemy book. Then, he closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Then, he opened the second book. There were already several books beside it that he had read. Due to the sudden appearance of the Helpheimer, Soren needed to stay here for 2 days to make some follow-up arrangements. There was a soft knock on the door. For the gods, everything around them was within their range of perception. Soren didn't even need to look to know that it was Adele Isabella who came from outside. It was about 1 o'clock in the morning. There must be a special meaning for her to come at this time, and she was a little hesitant when she knocked on the door. It seemed that she was a little uneasy. "Come in." Soren put down the book in his hand and shook his head with a smile. He already knew the purpose of the other party coming in the middle of the night. Creak. The door was carefully pushed open. Adele Isabella was wearing a thin dress. Her silky, long hair was draped over her shoulders. Her expression was a little uneasy. After entering the room, she immediately closed the door subconsciously. "You're not wearing anything under your clothes." Soren already knew everything. He looked at the nervous Adele Isabella in front of him and said, "What's the matter?" Adele Isabella was nervous. But soon she took a deep breath and calmed down, but her voice was still trembling. She knelt down on one knee in front of Soren and said softly, "My lord. Your servant is here to serve." She was nervous, with a trace of panic, with a trace of uneasiness, but there was also a trace of expectation. Perhaps in the whole material plane, only Soren could make the once powerful pirate leader like this. She was now like a concubine waiting for the emperor in the harem. There was both desire and fear in her heart. Although Soren gave her a lot of important tasks, she had been away from the power center of Mordor for too long. As a special woman, she felt uneasy in her heart, so she longed to have a closer relationship with Soren to ensure her power and status. Maybe it was like this. Or maybe it was because of something else. After all, Sir Soren was a miracle she witnessed with her own eyes. My lord, Soren's short silence made Adele Isabella more and more uneasy. She gently raised her hand and unbuttoned a button on her chest with trembling hands. After revealing her white and deep cleavage, a special emblem also appeared in front of Soren's eyes. Above the right chest. The emblem of the half-elf church, Soren's emblem, she directly imprinted it on her body. Soren sighed slowly. As early as during the day, he found out the problem. Although Soren was the god of half-elves and rogues, his identity in the mortal world was the pirate king of the material plane and the ruler of Mordor. Many pirate kings called Soren Your Excellency, which could also be used on gods. He did not force pirates to believe in him and join the half-elf church. So at present, most pirate leaders called him Your Excellency. It was not easy to change one's faith, and Soren's clergy was special. Many pirate leaders had their own gods that they had believed in for a long time. Adele Isabella chose to serve him. The meaning of this was very profound, because it meant that the woman in front of him was not only his follower when she was alive, but her soul would also enter Soren's kingdom and become his petitioner after death. It was hard to refuse. Soren's slightly careless actions could hurt the faith of the woman in front of him. He might even lose a fanatic, an excellent soul with the ability to become a high-grade oracle. Adele Isabella hoped that she could completely stand by Soren's side. She dedicated her loyalty to Soren, not only in life, but also in death. This should be the most important thing in the multiverse. Even if she had followed Soren for a long time, this kind of bargaining chip with her soul was enough for Soren to bring her into the core of power. Come here. Soren did not hesitate. As a god, he could not refuse the following and dedication of a fanatic. She was still very pure. This purity would allow her to achieve a pure sublimation after entering the kingdom of God in the future. Gods did not rely on themselves to manage the kingdom of God. In the kingdom of God, they also needed the help of many excellent oracles. Her soul was very pure. Adele Isabella trembled a little as she came in front of Soren. Soren motioned her to stand in front of the desk, then stroked her long hair with his hand, and motioned her to slowly kneel down. Adele Isabella quickly understood what Soren meant. She knelt at Soren's feet with trembling hands and untied his robe. Then she stretched out her white fingers and gently held it, and then slowly opened her mouth. The lights in the room flickered. Soren frowned slightly, and Adele Isabella's panicked apologies immediately came from under his feet. She was not skilled, and it could even be said that she had no experience. Walala. Soren raised his hand and picked up a book to read. After a while, as if to reward Adele Isabella for her efforts, he gently snapped his fingers and cast a spell. Shadow tentacles. Time passed quickly. After staying in the Wind Spear Hills for 3 days and arranging for a high-ranking archbishop to be stationed there, Soren immediately set off for the Eastern Kingdom. At this time, it was almost February. The first wave of demons from the bottomless abyss was almost over. The other creatures of the material plane had won a precious and short respite, because by the middle of February, the second wave of demons would be coming, and this time, there would be even more demons. The second wave of demons was the real attack, because this time there was a regular demon army that had participated in the Abyss Blood War. After the first test, many demon lords in the Abyss could already confirm that the barrier of the material plane was really weakened. They were eager to try, eager for the rich soul reserves of the material plane. Many demon lords were even ready to come to the material plane in person. In the second wave of attacks, demon lords had already come to the mortal world. And this time the scale of the battle would be greatly increased, because at the same time when the demon lords came to the mortal world, those good gods who fell to the mortal world because of the Avatar crisis finally could not sit idly by and watch their believers in the mortal world being slaughtered. Some saints began to appear in the eyes of the world, and while fighting against the demon army, they cultivated a group of more fanatical fanatics. The regular demon army had arrived. Even the gods could not avoid it. They had to protect their believers, at least those who were devout. Even the gods of the evil camp had to show up at this time to temporarily fight against the demons, because they could not sit by and watch the demon army attack their church members. If all the believers of the church were dead, even if they succeeded in surviving the Avatar crisis, so what? Only the foundation of the material plane could support everything in the kingdom of God. Everything in the Wind Spear Hills was just a small episode. But Soren now realized that he really needed to think about the future. That was everything about the divine kingdom. The original god of half-elves and rogues fell. According to the normal trend of the Avatar crisis, his divine kingdom should gradually fall, and even eventually turn into a meteor and fall into the mortal world to form a broken half-bit-wall kingdom. But Soren took over the clergy and temporarily changed this. He succeeded in inheriting the clergy of the god of half-elves and rogues. At the same time, he had a connection with the original divine kingdom, temporarily stopping the fall of the divine kingdom, and even gradually stabilizing the structure of the divine kingdom. But, one thing he must pay attention to was that the original divine kingdom had been run by the god of half-elves and rogues for hundreds of years. The death of a god would lead to the fall of most of the zealots and petitioners in the divine kingdom, and there would be a violent shock inside the divine kingdom. Some of the petitioners might still be alive, but the number would definitely not be too many. The process of the divine kingdom falling was similar to the catastrophe of the end of the world in 2012. It could be said that the whole divine kingdom was collapsing violently. It would be good if 1/10 of the creatures in the divine kingdom could survive. This meant that even if the Avatar crisis was over, Soren intended to inherit the original divine kingdom, his foundation would be quite unstable. Soren needed a group of zealots. And they must be zealots whose souls were pure enough, and whose strength and talent were good. Because the divine kingdom had a unique system, if Soren lived to the end of the Avatar crisis, then he must have his own oracles, servants, high-grade angels, high-grade demons, chanters, soul petitioners, and so on. The management of the divine kingdom was a big process. If Soren did not have enough devout zealots, he was afraid that in the future, when other believers died, he would not even have a messenger responsible for receiving the souls. And these often required other gods to spend hundreds or even thousands of years to accumulate. The original god of half-elves and rogues should have left some servants in the divine kingdom. But it was obviously not a good thing for Soren to take over the divine kingdom to use the servants of the previous god, so he must replace all these people with souls devoutly serving him in the future. Looks like we have to consider putting the construction of schools on the agenda. There was no hesitation in accepting Adele Isabella. She hoped to further strengthen her position through her relationship with Soren. She even hoped that the ownership of her soul after death would be guaranteed. As for Soren, she also had a lot of uses. For a female believer who had the potential to become a legendary, Soren had to pay enough attention to her because she was the foundation of a god. A divine kingdom was a competition of soul reserves. Even in the period when there was no Avatar crisis, when some excellent legendary professionals died, their souls could make the incarnation of the gods come in person to guide them to the divine kingdom. If there was a legendary class holder who was willing to return to Soren's kingdom before their death, not to mention sending one of his avatars to receive them, he could even send his main body to receive them. This was because he would need many more such believers in the future. At the very least, the number of oracles from the other world would reach double digits. This was not an easy task. This was because only legendary souls could be transformed into otherworldly oracles. The horror of a great divine power was not only reflected in their own divine power, but also in the foundation they had accumulated over a long period of time. Soren's foundation was really thin. Perhaps he still had some foundation in the material plane, but in the divine kingdom, he had nothing at all. This was because he had never entered the divine kingdom. These things could not be left alone. If he waited until the last moment to consider it, he would have lost the opportunity. It took time for people to die, and he could not let his believers die directly. Therefore, the layout in this area may need to be considered many years in advance. The half-elf church still had a group of old enough bishops, but these were not enough to support the framework of the divine kingdom. In the blink of an eye, Soren reached the forest area near the Eastern Kingdom. Going through here was the Gobi Desert, and then across the Desert of Death to enter the Eastern Kingdom. The sea route was too time-consuming, and the danger of the Desert of Death was not enough to affect a true god like Soren. However, Just as he was about to move on, suddenly there was a feeling from the sky. This was a very special feeling, belonging to the level of the gods. A true god had fallen. Because it was still daytime, the stars were almost impossible to see with the naked eye. Therefore, Soren could only sense the true gods who were close to him. The elven god system. In a flash, Soren sensed the identity of the fallen one because there was a mark of the elven god system on him. Someone had killed a true god of the elven god system. Soren had almost no interaction with the elven god system. So far, he had not met any true gods of the elves. Therefore, it seemed that there was only one true god who could make him feel and have a close relationship with him. Soren guessed the identity of the fallen one. Erfin Erazel, the elven god of dexterity and thieves, a true god who was in charge of thieves, pranks, and transformations. He had the domains of chaos, elves, luck, and trickery. The reason Soren could sense the fall of the fallen one was very simple. It was because he also had the divine title of rogue. Divine title sensing. Soren had always had a certain connection with the gods who had the same divine title. If there were other gods who had the same divine title falling, Soren would be able to feel it no matter what the situation was. If the gods who had other divine titles fell, Soren would not feel anything. Who killed the elven god of thieves? In a flash, Soren's figure was stunned. He then fell into deep thought and murmured, "The Shadow Lord? The Lady of the Night? Or the Queen of Spiders? The Shadow Lord and the Queen of Spiders are the most likely. But considering the revenge of the elven god system, I'm afraid that only the Queen of Spiders would dare to do this. Has she already started to act?" A true god had fallen. The saints who had fallen into the mortal world did not notice much. Perhaps only the gods who held the same divine title could sense it. The elven god system should know all about it. If a member of the elven god system fell, the enraged elven god system would probably launch a crazy revenge. The elven god of thieves was not very powerful. There were many existences who could kill him, but the one with the strongest motive was probably the Queen of Spiders. Moreover, the elven god of thieves had the realm of chaos, luck, and crafty. These three realms were very useful to the Queen of Spiders. She might not be able to master the luck realm, but the chaos realm and crafty realm were the core strength of the Queen of Spiders. Killing the elven god of thieves could further strengthen her realms. Soren's high priest had not fully recovered his strength because he was hit by the Queen of Spiders' crafty realm. There was dead silence. Although Soren sensed the fall of a true god, he could not determine the location of the fall. However, the thief priesthood of the elves should be empty. A true god had fallen. A part of a god's domain could be easily absorbed by the enemy, but a god's priesthood could not be easily integrated. This was because the priesthoods were labeled. Soren was the god of rogues for the half-elves, and Erfin Herasil was the god of thieves for the elves. If Soren killed Erfin Herasil, then he could integrate the priesthood of thief to strengthen his own priesthood, but it would be difficult to expand his priesthood to the elves. This was because he had to consider the elven god's attitude towards him, which was why many priesthoods were scattered among many races. However, Erfin Herasil had been killed. The priesthood of thief was currently in a state of limbo, and any god who had the related priesthood could compete for the power of this priesthood. Whether it was the Shadow Lord or Soren, as long as they found the right point, they could try to integrate the power of this priesthood. Should I interfere with the priesthood of thief? This was what Soren was thinking about now. For Soren, who had the priesthood of rogue, integrating the priesthood of thief was almost no difficulty. But the more troublesome thing was that if he did so, he might be involved in the war between a god and the elven gods, and this god was very likely to be the very terrible Queen of Spiders, greater divine power. For a priesthood that could be integrated, he would be involved in the war between the Queen of Spiders and the elven gods. Was it really worth it? Soren could not help but fall into deep thought, and for a moment, he was a little uncertain. In terms of strength, Erfin Herasil, the elven god of thieves and dexterity, should be a little stronger than Soren, because she had a very powerful dexterity attached to her priesthood. She had died in such an inexplicable way. Soren was really hesitant about whether he could participate in this level of event. Moreover, the elven gods would definitely go crazy for revenge. When a main member of a god system was killed, no main god of a god system would be indifferent. Forget it. Let's wait and see. Countless thoughts flashed through Soren's mind, but in the end, he chose to give up. I don't think anyone will be able to fuse with the thief divinity in a short period of time. The elven god system should be burning with rage right now. It's best not to get involved in this. The benefits were not proportional to the danger. In this period of time when the Avatar crisis had just begun, it was not a good thing to expose yourself too much, because you may become the target of other gods at any time. The competition for the god of thieves was also fierce. From halflings, dwarves, orcs, and other races, there were many gods who had similar priesthoods. Perhaps they had also sensed it, since Soren had already decided to let it go. It was better for him to focus on his own matters. Moreover, the Queen of Spiders seemed to have started to act. If this was the case, then the battle between the surface elves and the drows would probably break out soon. The scope of the war would probably affect the entire material plane. Although he had decided to wait and see, Soren was still a little worried. He directly sent a message back to the city of Moder through magic, asking Gloria to secretly send people to pay attention to the movements of the Elven Kingdom and pay attention to the next changes in the situation. The god of thieves of the elves was not the god of hunting, Malor. The latter was almost alone, but the former was the main member of the elven god system. Next, the other elven gods would probably take action. They were really going to fight, with 2 greater divine power gods and many intermediate divine power gods. The elven god system was not afraid of anyone. The elven god system dared to fight with any god of the other gods. Note, the elven god system has 2 greater divine power gods, 8 intermediate divine power gods, and 1 lesser divine power, and 1 minor divine power god followers. Yellow sand filled the sky. Because of the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, the chaotic energy had begun to affect the material plane. The Desert of Death was originally just a sandstorm. But now Soren had just entered the range of the Desert of Death, and he felt the abnormality of the climate, followed by a huge tornado gradually coming from afar. No wonder there were almost no caravans going to and from the Eastern Kingdom now. It was almost impossible to trade in such a harsh environment. He was afraid that this trade route had been completely cut off. Violent power. The Desert of Death was the core area of the Arcane Empire, and it was still shrouded in violent magic power. There were Dead Magic Area and Magic Chaos Area here. Even if Soren was a god, he could feel that casting spells here had greatly affected his performance. He must have enough concentration to cast spells. The relatively weak radiation power was still affecting here. The radiation on the surface of the sand was relatively weak, but there was still a huge radiation source deep underground. This radiation source was very similar to the sea near the Treasure Island, because there was also a floating city that fell into the deep sea. At present, no ships dared to pass through because there were too many deep-sea monsters in that sea. Radiation was a kind of energy. The powerful radiation created some terrible mutated creatures, but it also bound them in place. The Nell beetles stayed in place for thousands of years because of the radiation in the underground ruins. The deep-sea monsters would not leave easily because of this. As long as they left the source of the radiation, their power would gradually be affected. There were many extremely dangerous creatures in the Desert of Death, but as long as they were not provoked, they would not be a big problem because they almost never left the range of the Desert of Death. The strong radiation here was their important food, and it was difficult for them to find a place with such strong radiation if they left here. Through the endless Desert of Death. Soren's vision suddenly opened up, no longer covered by the wind and sand. He could even see man-made oases in the distance. If there was an oasis, there would be a town. In the Eastern Kingdom, any oasis was a very precious resource because there were very few lands in the Eastern Kingdom that were relatively rich. In the town, Soren saw some professionals in strange clothes. Oriental dancers, ronin, puppet masters, and necromancers in special robes. These were the names in the Eastern Kingdom. They were actually the advanced professions of warlocks. Earth, water, wind, and fire. Because of the chaotic magic energy, wizards were rarely seen in the Eastern Kingdom, so most of the spellcasters were of the warlock bloodline. Necromancers were an advanced branch of the warlock bloodline. They were more focused on the elemental power of the evocation system. It was a very different world. Whether it was food, clothing, housing, transportation, culture, religion, or various professions, it was very different from the southern part of the continent. Soren finally came to the Eastern Kingdom after so long. The population in the town wasn't small. The clothes of the people here were a bit similar to the Persian period, and the Oriental dancer's dress was 70 to 80% similar to that of the Huji. The language used was similar to Qixing, and the common language was not very popular here. If a profession with insufficient knowledge came to the Eastern Kingdom, there would often be a situation where communication was not possible, and there were more dialects in the Eastern Kingdom. Monks should be one of the most common professions in the Eastern Kingdom. There were monks guarding the gate of the city. These monks had short hair, wore cloth clothes, leggings, wrist guards, and were dressed in a capable and experienced manner. These were low-level monks. There were no commandments, nor did they have to make a poverty oath. Their lives were similar to ordinary adventurers. There were a lot of brothels in the Eastern Kingdom. Basically, you could see taverns opened by dancers in any town in the Eastern Kingdom. The roundabout dance of the Oriental dancer was a beautiful scene that couldn't be missed when traveling in the Eastern Kingdom. There were almost no wizards here, but occasionally you could see professions dressed as warlocks. The customs of the Eastern Kingdom were not the same in the north and south. Near the desert, women would wear veils, but after leaving the desert, the atmosphere would be much more open. The closer to the sea, the more open the atmosphere. The territory of the Eastern wanderers was full of lewdness and decadence. Most of the monasteries stationed in the desert belonged to the good camp, while most of the monasteries outside the desert and in the rich land belonged to the neutral and evil camp. The Eastern monks who had been cooperating with Soren were the standard evil camp. Because the trade with the East had almost been cut off, there were not many caravans with large camels in the town. However, there were still a lot of professions active in the vicinity. For the adventurers of the Eastern Kingdom, exploring the underground ruins in the desert was just a daily task. Even, you could see professions on the streets selling some handicrafts from the Arcane Empire. Some exquisite statues that had been preserved for thousands of years, some rusty metal parts, some parts of alchemy puppets, stone slabs with recorded words, and so on. There were a lot of underground ruins in the Eastern Kingdom. Here, activities like treasure hunting were very popular. Many adventurers who went to explore the underground ruins would bring back something that seemed valuable, and then sell it to others at a high price. As for whether these things were valuable or useful, it was a test of personal vision. Because many things were brought out from the surface of the underground ruins, it was possible that they were purely decorations and waste. Basically, most cities and towns had a small trading area or shop for Taba. Soren walked around the town. He also took a look at Taba's black market, but there was nothing that interested him. There were a few items that glowed faintly, but to a god, extraordinary equipment could no longer attract his attention. As for the other items, they were worthless. The truly valuable Taba could only be found in a city called the Pearl of the East. There would regularly be a batch of items brought out by legendary adventurers from the Eastern Kingdom who went deep into the underground ruins. The probability of finding legendary equipment was very high, and there was also the possibility of finding lost ancient artifacts. Across the street was the Dancer Tavern. There was a crowd of onlookers on the side of the street. Soren stopped and glanced around. He saw a young man performing a puppet show. There were a few palm-sized puppets. There were a few extremely thin threads connected to it. Under the young man's control, the threads moved nimbly, holding the wooden weapon and fighting in a ball. "All right. Let's do it again." The onlookers cheered from time to time. If someone thought it was not bad, they would throw a few copper coins. Puppeteer. A group of people who specialized in alchemy in the Eastern Kingdom. Most of them were bards, warlocks, and Oriental dancers. They inherited some of the knowledge from the Arcane Empire and improved the process of making golem puppets. They simplified the process of making golem puppets and turned it into a wooden puppet that was easier to get started. These puppets were actually all living things. They were blessed with the lowest level of activated construct life. If they needed to fight, they could be directly replaced with real swords. Because of the influence of the monks, the puppets of the Eastern Kingdom were more delicate and more flexible in battle. Some puppeteers could even make puppets with special abilities. Wasn't this very similar to the golem puppets with special abilities? A very low-level puppeteer. Soren lost interest after a few glances. This kind of puppeteer who performed on the street was similar to the bards. They were a very common kind of people in the Eastern Kingdom. In front of him was the tavern. The tavern of the Eastern Kingdom had an additional sound of music. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a dancer wearing a gorgeous corset dress. It was best not to make trouble in the tavern of the Eastern Kingdom. Because of the Eastern Princess, the dancers controlled a large number of gray areas in this land. They were a big force second only to many monasteries. Soren just entered the door and took a look, and he found at least 3 Oriental dancers with good strength. Huji Tavern. Soren seemed to think of something. He chuckled and shook his head. Then he waved his hand and called a maid. After a moment, a middle-aged dancer came down from the attic. She looked at Soren with surprise and chuckled, "Sir, are you from the south?" Soren nodded silently. His dress was noticed by people along the way because the dress of the south coast was very different from that of the Eastern Kingdom. It's not easy to cross the desert recently. The beautiful dancer in front of him smiled and gently approached Soren's side. A faint fragrance came. She seemed to be a little teasing. "What service do you want?" Since it was a place of romance, there was naturally a sex business. The Oriental dancers provided assassination, intelligence, espionage, sex, and other transactions. They were somewhat similar to bards, but they were powerful generalists. The formally trained Oriental dancers needed to master at least 3 of the various skills such as disguise, poison, medicine, charm, hypnosis, illusion, investigation, stealth, and so on. In the Eastern Kingdom, the dancers took over a lot of businesses that belonged to the Thieves' Association. Moreover, the Eastern Princess controlled a very powerful Thieves' Association. She was the largest intelligence dealer in the Eastern Kingdom. Map. Soren didn't care about the provocation of the dancer in front of him. As the ruler of Motor City, the true god served by the half-elves, if he really pursued beauty, there were countless beautiful half-elven girls waiting for him to choose. He simply ignored the little charm that the other party secretly used and slowly said, "I need a map. The bigger and more detailed, the better. Money is not a problem." Soren was not very familiar with the Eastern Kingdom. He used to spend most of his time in the Underdark. Although he also traveled to the Eastern Kingdom, it was just a quick glance, and one of the missions he received was to assassinate the Eastern Princess. Soren should be one of the few professions who had fought with the Eastern Princess, so he knew a little about the strength of the Eastern Princess. Now his identity was very different. Naturally, there was no need to be hostile to the Eastern Princess for a little reward. If possible, it was best to win her over. Map? Hearing Soren's words, the dancer in front of him immediately looked a little uninterested. She smiled and said, "Then, please wait for me." After that, she swayed her slender waist and went upstairs. About a few minutes later, the Oriental dancer came out again. She raised her hand and put a parchment map in front of Soren. She said lazily, "I don't know if this guest is satisfied?" A map. The entire terrain of the Eastern Kingdom was marked, including almost all the oases and cities. Even the routes were clearly marked. However, Soren frowned after reading it and said slowly, "I don't want this kind of garbage." This was just a topographic map. Ordinary Eastern adventurers could get it. The marks on it were just very common things. What Soren wanted to know was not at all. He looked up at the Oriental dancer in front of him, released a little bit of the aura of a legendary profession, and said slowly, "I want a map that records all the underground relics and secret realms that have been discovered in the Eastern Kingdom. This kind of garbage is of no use to me." She didn't know if it was an illusion. The Oriental dancer in front of him suddenly felt that Soren was different. At first, she just felt that he was a good adventurer, but now she felt that Soren was like a wild beast. His gaze swept gently on her neck, and the Oriental dancer felt that her neck might be broken by him at any time. It was like wiping away a little inconspicuous dust. All of a sudden, she broke out in a cold sweat. It seemed that she had met a master. This might be a legendary, sir. Your Excellency. The Oriental dancer suddenly changed the way she addressed him, and her tone was a little trembling. She said carefully, I am not qualified to complete a transaction of this level. If you need, you can come back tomorrow. Ruins map. This was beyond the scope of a normal adventurer's trade, and it was not within her authority. At the very least, she needed to be at Butterfly's level to be able to make the trade that Soren needed. Tomorrow, Soren frowned again and said, okay. Arrange a room for me. I've been waiting for you all day. Having a map and not having one were two different things. As a god, Soren was not omniscient, so waiting for one more day was not a big deal. Sir. Please follow me. Perhaps she had guessed that Soren was a legendary professional, so the Oriental dancer's expression was much more respectful. She whispered, your room is here. Lady Alice should be back tomorrow. Alice, he should be the person in charge here. Soren didn't care very much. After the Oriental dancer arranged a room for him, he quietly read a book. A day passed quickly. The next day, a maid invited him to go to the third floor. It seemed that the person in charge here had returned. Please come in. A soft female voice came from the room, and it seemed that she was not very old. Soren pushed the door and entered the room. He immediately saw a girl wearing a delicate blue and white floral dress, with beautiful short blonde hair and a red headband on her head. The girl's face was delicate and pleasant. She did not look very old, about 16 or 17 years old. Her face was more inclined to the southern people of the continent, not like the indigenous people of the eastern countries. She was sitting at the desk, reading a very thick book. Next to her were several delicate girl dolls the size of a palm working. They were sorting out information, and one of them was lying on another thick book and sleeping. Puppet master? Soren looked at the other party with surprise. Most of the puppet masters in the eastern countries specialized in alchemy. They were experts in making golem puppets. However, the girl in front of him was very different from the puppets he saw yesterday. They were not at the same level at all. These girl puppets were not only flexible, but also had rich facial expressions. They were uniformly wearing a gray-white maid dress, and their skin looked very white. He didn't know what material they were made of. What a delicate puppet doll. Soren had never seen such a high-level puppet doll. In the application of some alchemy techniques, he was afraid that it was comparable to the one that Soren's demon incarnation encountered in the bottomless abyss. Is it a high-level alchemy life? If it was really a high-level alchemy life, then the girl in front of him should be a legendary puppet master. Lilith. The girl who was reading a book looked up at Soren and whispered, please have some tea. As soon as she finished her words, one of the girl puppets who was sorting out the book stood up. She used her slender little hand to tidy up her maid dress, and then her slender figure rose into the air. Her white hand, which was only the size of an adult's finger, picked up the teacup beside her and poured a pot of tea. She brought it to Soren. She flew over. This was simply unbelievable. Soren had never seen such a strange alchemy life. These girls were enchanted with at least 10 different spells. Whether it was strength, speed, or intelligence, they were far superior to other golem puppets. It was as if they were living creatures with intelligence. Is it really a high-level alchemy life? Soren's pupils shrank. He could roughly guess what was going on. These girls were all living creatures, and they had their souls injected with special spells. Please enjoy. The girl puppet named Lilith floated in front of Soren. She gently twirled the corner of her dress with her fingers and performed a ladle-like salute. She spoke with a cold mechanical voice, my name is Lilith, Master's head maid. Unbelievable, Soren felt that the girl puppet in front of him had completely surpassed the level of ordinary golem puppets. Ordinary golem puppets only had a certain level of intelligence and could act according to their master's orders. But the girl puppet in front of him had a very high level of intelligence. Even the expression on her face was so vivid. Her level of intelligence had probably reached the level of failing. At this time, the girl who was reading closed her book and looked up at Soren. She slowly said, do you want a high-level map? It's not that cheap. This girl must have some kind of advanced technology from the Arcane Empire. Soren had never seen a golem puppet like this in his adventuring career. Because of the complicated runes needed to be engraved on it, the bigger the golem, the easier it was to make it. Even an ordinary clay golem weighed more than 1,000 pounds and was more than 2 meters tall. It looked like a mini giant. As for the other golem puppets, they must be even bigger. To shrink a golem to the size of a palm, the alchemy skills needed were quite amazing. At the very least, the engraving skills needed to reach a terrifying level when engraving runes. The ratio of the runes inside the golem was the same, and this kind of shrinkage was hundreds of times more demanding on the materials used to make the golem puppet. Soren's eyes lit up. As the core area of the Arcane Empire, the Eastern Kingdom had never given up on the exploration of the underground ruins for thousands of years. It was impossible for the Arcane Empire to not leave anything behind after its destruction. More or less, there would be some discoveries. The girl in front of Soren must have mastered the golem craftsmanship from the Arcane Empire, and this kind of golem craftsmanship was very valuable to him. Customer? Seeing that Soren did not immediately reply, the girl frowned. She did not seem to be very patient. Maybe it was because Soren came at the right time to disturb her reading, so her attitude gradually became colder. If you don't need it, you can leave now. She was a difficult girl to deal with. Soren made this judgment in a very short time. He glanced at the golem puppet next to him. The strange silver-white metal was a bit similar to the golem puppet he met in the abyss. At least the materials were very similar. He was even more certain of his judgment. He slowly asked, "How much?" The girl glanced at Soren and said, 12,000 Kindler. What? This time even Soren was shocked. He said in surprise, "So expensive?" "It's just a map." 12,000 Kindlers. This price was enough to buy 1 or 2 battleships, and a large number of extraordinary grade equipment. Normal maps only cost 10 Kindler coins. The girl didn't seem to mind. She curled her lips and said, "But the map you want is a high-level map of all the underground ruins. In order to discover and explore these ruins, we paid a great price." "This price is not expensive." Soren fell into deep thought, then slowly said, "Deal. Can I trade with gems?" The price was indeed a little too high, but there weren't many forces in the Eastern Kingdom that could take out such a map. Although it was just a small town, it was the first stop on the Eastern trade route and also the city closest to the Desert of Death. Usually, only the core members under the Eastern Empress would be sent to guard this place. If it wasn't for the uniqueness of this place, it would be impossible for a legendary puppet master to stay here. "Sure." The girl casually picked up a thick book and lightly said, "Take out the gem and let me have a look. I'll appraise it for you." Soren definitely didn't have that many gold coins on him. He casually took out a handful of gems, half of which were diamonds, and directly placed them on the table. "Okay. The price is 12,000 Kindler coins." The girl's eyes slightly lit up when she glanced at the pile of gems, then calmly said, "Chris, go to the back and take out the map on the 3rd floor." The gems were worth far more than 12,000 Kindler coins. According to Soren's estimation, it should be around 15,000 Kindler coins. This was just a small test. Soren wanted to use this method to determine the girl's character. First of all, she definitely wasn't someone from the good faction. Someone who could do something like this was at most from the neutral faction. He could deal with her. The girl in front of him waved her hand, and the gems disappeared. Then, the head maid, Lilith, flew to the table and lifted one of the puppets that was sleeping on top of a book. "Chris, don't sleep in anymore. Hurry up and get the things." The head maid seemed a little angry. She looked at the puppet girl who was sleeping on top of the book and said, "You've been sleeping for a whole day." Unbelievable. If they didn't have special settings when they were created, then they really did know how to think like intelligent creatures. To make an alchemical life form like this, only a legendary level living construct spell could do that. Oh. The doll girl who had been sleeping on top of the spellbook finally opened her eyes. She had a sleepy expression as she rubbed her eyes with her slender arms, revealing a very human-like sleepy look. "Why am I the one who has to get it again?" she whispered. "I'm so sleepy. Why don't you let me sleep a little longer?" The light of a spell appeared. The puppet girl named Chris floated in the air. She tilted her head and glanced at Soren. Then her eyes lit up and said, "You smell so good. I like you." Hearing the puppet girl's words, Alice, who had been indifferent all this time, suddenly raised her head and looked at Soren in surprise. She knew how special her puppet girl was. She rarely paid attention to outsiders, so when she suddenly said that she liked Soren, it meant something very special. Soren's expression was also very shocked. This was because he actually saw the brilliance of divinity in this little doll girl. How was this possible? As her master, Soren didn't feel a trace of divinity on Alice, but on the puppet girl she made, Soren felt a weak divinity. There wasn't much divinity. When converted into a specific value, it was about 2 to 3 points. But even if it was only a little bit of divinity, it was enough to completely change the doll girl in front of him, making her completely different from the other doll girls. How is this possible? How can an alchemical life form have divinity? Soren was also very surprised. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. He thought to himself, it can't be given by someone. It can't be absorbed by an enemy. Could it be? The puppet master in front of me used divinity when making this puppet girl? This was very likely. Although there weren't many things in the material plane that contained divinity, there were more or less some, such as parts of divine artifacts, special ritual tools in temples, and special metals that were divinity-stained, and so on. If the puppet girl was made with divinity, then it was possible that she had divinity on her. The girl stared at Soren for a while. Only then did she remember that she had yet to complete the task that her master had given her. She immediately flew towards the back of the room. She didn't know if it was because she hadn't woken up or because she was too distracted, but she actually bumped into the door frame, leaving a small human-shaped dent in it. She then stumbled into the bookshelf. About a minute or two later, she wobbled out with a parchment map in her arms and carefully placed it in front of Soren. There were still magic imprints on the parchment map, but Soren wiped them away with a wave of his hand. "Thank you." Soren nodded slightly and opened the parchment map in front of him. He still needed to verify if it was real or fake. "You're welcome." The girl flew around Soren twice before landing on his shoulder. Soren was a little surprised when he turned around to look at her, but he saw her take a deep breath in satisfaction. She then laid on Soren's shoulder with a sleepy look and murmured, "So comfortable. I want to sleep on you." Divine sense. The girl's divinity seemed to be related to Soren's divinity. She was weak and couldn't completely fuse with the divinity, so Soren's divinity had an effect on her. Death? Or slaughter? Soren slightly activated his divinity and immediately felt a trace of divinity. It shouldn't be the domain of slaughter, but it definitely had something to do with the divinity of death. It was located on the girl's chest, and the divinity was fused with the materials that made her. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk Soren spread out the parchment map and looked at it. This high-level map was directly engraved with magic. Not only did it mark all the cities in the Eastern Kingdoms, but it also marked out the locations of various underground ruins in large blank areas, as well as dangerous creatures and ancient monsters that might be sealed in them. This was the map that Soren really needed, and it was even more detailed than the one he got from the Holy Avenger. There were over 100 locations of underground ruins marked on the map. Some places even indicated the degree of danger. These were all information gathered by risking human lives. Ordinary adventurers would not mark anything on a map like this. No problem. Soren put away the map in his hand. He took a look at it and immediately found a few places that he was interested in. One was the temple discovered by the demon incarnation. It was labeled as Death God's Ruins, and a row of small words recorded that it was the temple of a fallen death god. It seemed to be occupied by a lich. The second one was the magic ruins. During the destruction of the Arcane Empire, the floating city that fell to the ground but did not explode was still intact. Unfortunately, it had been occupied by many magic sunflowers, and so far, no one had been able to go deep into the core area. The last one was the ruins of the Amaska Empire. The Amaskas were even more ancient than the Arcane Empire. The Amaskas opened the door to another world, passing through the barriers of the multiverse and attracting the gods of other worlds, which eventually led to the destruction of the entire empire. During this period, there was also an invasion of the orcs, which eventually led to the outbreak of the War of the Orcs. The gods fought in a way that was not inferior to the Avatar crisis. The impact of this war had not been eliminated yet. Some of the gods that were served in the desert were the beliefs that were spread when they stayed in the material plane at that time. In addition, there were relatively few ruins that were worth exploring and useful to Soren. The ruins left by the Mind Stealer Empire were also marked on it. Although Soren knew that there were a lot of good things in it, he had no plans to explore it for the time being. Because the ruins went directly deep into the Underdark, and there were 11 elders of the Mind Stealer. There was a divine-level mind control crystal and a special blood pool under this ruin. It was not until the end of the Avatar crisis that a team of high-grade legendary adventurers brought it out. With this map, basically all the ruins that had been discovered in the Eastern Kingdom could be found. Soren put away the parchment map. When he turned his head, the puppet girl named Chris had fallen asleep on his shoulder. This was the aftereffect of divinity fusion. Vivian fell into a deep sleep for a long time because she could not completely integrate the power of divinity. Now this puppet girl was the same as Vivian, and her spirit was weaker than Vivian's. The soul of the artificial construct life was not strong enough, and it would take a long time to digest this divinity. Alice had been looking at Soren all the time. Especially when she saw her most special puppet girl, Chris, sleeping on Soren's shoulder, her expression showed a trace of surprise. Chris was the most willful and intelligent puppet girl she had ever made. She would hardly get close to any outsiders, and her attitude towards ordinary people could even be said to be a little arrogant. Sometimes she would even say something like "stupid mortals," but now she was lying on Soren's shoulder with a look of longing. This was a bit unbelievable. Eh? Soren looked at the sleeping puppet girl lying on his shoulder, and his expression suddenly became a little awkward. Now that the deal had been completed, he could neither stay nor leave. Chris. As the master of the puppet girl, Alice had absolute control. She slightly raised her eyebrows and said lightly, "The guest is leaving. Now get down and go back to sleep." She could naturally see that Soren was not an ordinary person, or she would not be so polite. Oh. The puppet girl lazily got up, and seemed a little reluctant. She stood up shakily, and then said in Soren's ear, "Chris likes you very much. It's very comfortable to stay on your body. When will you come next time?" Divinity was a domain unknown to ordinary people. Perhaps even the legendary puppeteer girl in front of him did not realize the changes that were happening to the puppets that she had created. The transformation was in progress. When the transformation was complete, the puppet girl would become a real life with a complete soul, and evolve into a divine creature. Unfortunately, even her master did not seem to know about this. Next time? It shouldn't be too long. Soren pondered for a moment, and some divine constructs that he saw in the Nirvana Clockwork's mechanical mirror flashed in his mind. This kind of life form was very special. He stared at the palm-sized puppet girl in a blue and white maid outfit and smiled. "You look a little uncomfortable. Come. Let me give you a hand." After saying that, a golden light appeared on Soren's fingertip, and then he stretched out his finger and lightly touched the puppet girl's forehead. There was a golden glow. As Soren reached out his finger and gently touched the girl's forehead, an invisible energy wave began to ripple in the room. The place where Soren stretched out his hand and pointed was like a finger falling into a lake. The irresistible energy even affected this narrow space. All of a sudden, everything in the room seemed to be isolated from the material plane. The figure of the girl flying in front of Soren shook, and so did Alice, who was standing behind the desk with a surprised look on her face. A mental connection? No wonder he can control it so well. Low-grade puppeteers would have a string connected to their puppets, but once they reached a higher grade, they would no longer need this string. Puppeteers would then use their minds to control their puppets. However, a higher level of control was not just using one's mind, but directly creating a mental connection with the puppets. The puppets were like another body, and as the owner, she could feel what the construct life form could feel. Vast, this was what Alice felt. When Soren gently touched the girl's forehead, she also felt as if a finger was gently touching her forehead, and then she felt a vast power that was like the starry sky. A power that was above all things. Soren only touched the girl's forehead lightly and then withdrew his finger. Compared to his 76 divinity, the girl in front of him was still too weak. He was afraid that if he accidentally released too much divinity, it would destroy her consciousness. All right. Soren slowly got up and looked at the construct girl in front of him. He also glanced at her master, Alice, and said slowly, I should leave now. You'll be more energetic for a while, so you should train your will when you have time. I'll come back to see you in a few days. Soren's finger lightly touched the girl's forehead, and the sleepy Chris, who looked as if she could not get enough sleep, suddenly became much more energetic. As a construct life form, she did not really need to rest. The reason she was so sleepy was that her soul, will, and spirit could not bear the power of divinity. It was like a robot needing to sleep to recover its spirit. It was completely suppressed by divinity. Oh. Chris is feeling much better. I don't feel so tired anymore. He wouldn't feel dizzy either. Ah. Thank you so much. The doll girl jumped in front of Soren and kissed him on the cheek. She then said happily, this feels so good. It seemed like Chris had come back to life. The palm-sized doll girl danced around Soren like a bee, and from time to time, she would let out a cheerful laughter. On the other hand, Alice's expression turned solemn. As a legendary-level puppeteer, she was also a powerful warlock. A puppeteer itself required a certain amount of spellcasting ability. Basically, a profession that couldn't use spells couldn't become a puppeteer even if they had mastered a high level of alchemy. If Soren remembered correctly, the requirement to become a puppeteer was 180 points in alchemy and at least 1 circle in spellcasting. This class with the ability to cast spells included wizards, warlocks, necromancers, bards, oriental dancers, and so on. Alice's second-class advancement was Witch. One of the variants of warlocks in the Eastern Kingdom. For example, necromancers were warlocks who were proficient in evocation spells, while witches were a group of warlocks who were proficient in incantation spells. In the southern part of the continent, many wizards would choose a school of expertise to improve their spellcasting ability. This process may require the ability to oppose another school of expertise, but it could greatly improve their mastery of the chosen school of expertise and obtain some additional spells, increased spell slots of the school of expertise. The Eastern Kingdom was shrouded in a chaotic magical energy. Therefore, there were very few wizards here. Warlocks had always been the mainstream spellcasters in the Eastern Kingdom. They relied on the power of the bloodline to strengthen their spellcasting ability through learning. With the evolution of time, the warlocks in the Eastern Kingdom began to change factions. Gradually, there were necromancers who were proficient in evocation spells and witches who were proficient in incantation spells. For some unknown reason, the warlocks who were proficient in incantation spells were basically female. This was an incomprehensible reason. For example, in the thousands of years of Arendel's life, only female members of the royal family could awaken the ice ability, while none of the other male members of the royal family could. Perhaps it was because of genetic reasons, or the genetic sequence was more suitable for females. Name, Alice of Anus. Race, human, Norman. Attributes, Strength 14, Agility 19, Vitality 12, Intelligence 21, Wisdom 16, Charm 30. Alignment, Lawful Neutral Class, Level 5 Warlock, Level 10 Witch, Incantation User, Max, Level 7 Golem Master, Grade 5, Others? Abilities? Skills? As a legendary Golem Master, Alice's spellcasting ability was far inferior to that of a wizard of the same level. However, the perception of a legendary spellcaster was still the same. In the power that Soren displayed at that moment, she vaguely saw the light of divinity. She knew that the man in front of her was not as simple as a legendary profession. Therefore, the moment Soren was about to leave, she immediately took out the gemstone that she had put away at the beginning and said, "Your Excellency. Please wait. Your Excellency." The way she addressed Soren changed immediately, and Alice began to address him respectfully. "There's no need." Soren turned around and glanced at the gemstones on the table. He seemed to understand what she meant. However, he used the common language at the beginning to speak, but then he spoke in another language. "I may have something to trouble you with in 2 days. Consider these gemstones as an advance payment." Soren's light touch earlier had already far exceeded the value of a high-level map to Alice. Obviously. Soren's second sentence was spoken in another language. Alice understood it, so she subconsciously stopped. At this moment, Soren suddenly spoke. Again, slowly saying, "You really are a Norman. I was wondering why there was a pure-blooded human like you in the eastern countries. If you are a Norman, then it makes sense. I heard that there aren't many humans left in your group. All right. I should leave. If there's a chance, I'll visit you again." At first, Sauron wanted to say something more, but he seemed to have remembered something and immediately stopped. He just chose to leave directly. The Normans. As mentioned before, they were a group of people with a lifespan even greater than the half-elves. They belonged to a branch of the human race that possessed a special affinity for magic. The origin of the Normans could no longer be verified. Some said that they were already born during the Age of Thorium, while others said that they were a race that only appeared during the Arcane Empire. The Normans were pure-blooded humans and were considered to be a higher class of humans by some ancient scholars. Their birth was inseparable from the pursuit of immortality by the Arcanists. A large part of the legends believed that the pursuit of immortality by the Arcanists led to the birth of the Normans. The lifespan of the Normans was up to 300 years. That was their natural lifespan and did not require any additional power. If they were able to become professionals, the lifespan of the Normans could be greatly extended. Sometimes, they could even live longer than the High Elves. There were no longer any Normans in the southern part of the continent. Most of the ancient people had already disappeared. Only the Eastern Kingdom still had a few of them. However, they did not have a good time in the Eastern Kingdom, mainly because the long lifespan of the Normans brought them disaster. There was once a tyrant in the Eastern Kingdom. When the tyrant was about to reach the end of his lifespan, he did everything he could to extend his lifespan. There were many ways to extend one's lifespan in the material plane. However, most of them were in the hands of the spellcasters. Unfortunately, the tyrant was only a warrior. The ways to extend one's lifespan that he had access to were extremely limited. In the end, after trying several methods to no avail, the tyrant turned his attention to the Normans of the Eastern Kingdom. The blood of the Normans. He used an evil method to extract a potion from the blood of the Normans to extend his lifespan. The entire story could be guessed. At that time, the Normans, who were already very few in number, suffered heavy casualties. Although the tyrant succeeded in extending his lifespan, he also angered the Normans. Thus, the last kingdom of the Eastern Kingdom was destroyed in the chaos of war. From that time until now, no other kingdom had appeared in the Eastern Kingdom. Even now, the Eastern Kingdom maintained a relatively loose city-state system. The monastery also took the opportunity to become the most powerful force in the Eastern Kingdom. Soren obviously should not have mentioned the disaster that befell the Normans. Therefore, he took back the words he was about to say and simply turned around to leave. He had already planted a tracking mark on the girl named Alice. If necessary, Soren could use tracking to locate her at any time. Although he was very interested in the black technology of the Arcane Empire that she had mastered, Soren still decided to wait. After all, it was the first time they had met, and he still had a strong sense of vigilance in his heart. It was better to wait until they met a few times before considering cooperation. Furthermore, running away after acting tough, how exciting, yellow sand filled the sky. After leaving the town, Soren headed towards the west of the Eastern Kingdom. The location of the Reaper's ruins was about 300 kilometers away from here. It was located in the quicksand area near the northwest of the Death Desert. Before leaving, Soren sent a magic message to Gloria. He briefly described the encounter with the girl named Alice and described in detail the girl doll that she made. Soren was not very familiar with the black technology of alchemy, so Gloria should know more about it. She should know more about the level of this black technology and whether it was worth Soren's precious time and energy. About an hour later, Gloria's magic message came back. Her words were very simple, and the general idea was, "You'd better bring that girl back to me at all costs. It would be best if you can kidnap her back, but if you can't, then force her back. In the worst-case scenario, you have to kill her and bring back her doll and related things." Finally, Gloria told Soren that the girl named Alice might have the best alchemy knowledge from the Arcane Empire. It could be used to inject expertise into golems. The alchemy technology that she had might be more valuable than what Soren brought back from the Battle of the Golems, even. After a while, Gloria also mentioned this matter to the Fallen Witch. The Fallen Witch also sent a magic message, which meant that if there was no other way, she would temporarily put aside what she was doing and help Soren kill the girl named Alice. Finally, she confirmed that Alice still had the best rune engraving knowledge in her hands. Without this kind of top-level knowledge, the golems couldn't have shrunk to the size of a palm and retained so many powerful abilities. Even. The Fallen Witch also suspected that Alice had another application of the levitation ring, because according to Soren's description, these dolls could directly fly off the ground and didn't need to cast any spells. Fly freely. This wasn't something that could be done with alchemy's levitation device alone. In short, the two legendary witches both believed that the girl named Alice had a lot of black technology from the Arcane Empire. Alright. Maybe it was because they had been with Soren for a long time, the two legendary witches had also become decisive. Now that he had determined the value of this legendary golem master through Gloria, Soren naturally knew what to do next. Killing was definitely not a good way, not to mention that Alice had the more powerful Eastern princess behind her, so it was not suitable to be hostile to her at this time. So Soren could only find a way to get close to her first. It would be best if he could take her back to Mordor City. Mordor City also had black technology, whether it was the war chest half-bit wall or the wizard tower in the Shadow Plane, or the recently acquired elemental furnace, or even Soren's identity as a true god. For this kind of special advanced golem master, there were always one or two things in Mordor City that could attract her attention. Many legendary spellcasters were academic maniacs. As long as he took her back to Mordor City, Gloria should have a way to get something useful from her mouth. Soren had already foreseen that the golem technology in Mordor City would advance by leaps and bounds. He flew for more than 300 kilometers. There were too many areas of magic chaos in the Eastern Kingdom. During this time, Soren had to walk for a while, but fortunately, he successfully found the place. He even found the location where the demon avatar first fought. The location of the Reaper's ruins was in this area. Because of the wind and sand here, he still needed to look for a little bit. However, relying on his god-level perception, Soren still determined the location through the fluctuation of magic energy. The Reaper's ruins. Soren was very curious about the ruins left by the Reaper. Yes. I've started writing the epilogue of this book. The storyline of the Succubus Queen, which was cut off for some reason, will be updated regularly on the public WeChat account. The epilogue will overlap with the main storyline, and a small part of the future plot will jump a lot, but the content will appear in the epilogue. The first epilogue will be updated this Wednesday, and the storyline of the Succubus Queen and the Fallen Witch will have a separate volume. You can see it if you follow the public WeChat account. The wind howled. The closer he got to the Death God's ruins, the more Soren felt the chaotic energy in the air. In the Eastern Kingdom, casting spells required a high concentration, and if one's concentration wasn't enough, there was a possibility of the spell backfiring. The part of the Reaper's ruins exposed to the surface appeared in Soren's sight. Before he got close to the entrance of the Reaper's ruins, he had already felt a chaotic magic energy emerging from the depths of the ground. According to the markings on the map, this place was already occupied by a powerful lich. It studied chaotic magic here, and the inside of the Death God's ruins was always shrouded in magical energy. A lich. This kind of monster that stood at the top of the undead was very difficult to deal with. Under normal circumstances, almost no adventurers would be willing to face them, because even if they killed the lich, if they didn't destroy their phylactery, these terrible undead would resurrect within 10 days. Even a powerful god wouldn't have an easy time facing a lich, and many prophecies couldn't find the location of the phylactery. Unless it was a god with a special power, it was very difficult to directly kill a lich. Soren was a god with a special power. This was because he had a very powerful domain, Slaughter Domain. Any god with a domain related to death could directly destroy the lich's soul when killing them, and then turn their life-saving phylactery into a useless piece of trash. Because of this, a part of the lich would serve a god with a domain related to death, and almost no lich would take the initiative to provoke a god with a domain related to death. The lich sought the mystery of death. Although they had a huge power that mortals couldn't imagine, in fact, there was still a big gap between a lich and a god. There were many demigod lich in history, but there was only one who could successfully become a god. That was the god of liches, Bish-Sharon, weak divine power. This lucky lich god was originally a member of the ancient Red Robe sorcerers. Later, he received guidance from the Lord of Storms during his research and relied on his powerful divine power to become a god. However, at that time, the Lord of Storms only intended to establish a divine system, and he needed a divine servant that he could manipulate. For this reason, the god of liches was forced to seek cooperation from the god of mages and form an alliance. Thus, the god of lich successfully established a relationship with the goddess of magic and used this to escape the Lord of Storms' revenge. This guy was a fence-sitter among the gods. On one hand, he was using the relationship with the god of mages to get close to the goddess of magic. On the other hand, he was trying to please the Lord of Storms to get his forgiveness. Then, he was secretly trying to please the Lady of the Night in exchange for more life-saving chips. Until now, he was still worried that the Lord of Storms would take back the power he had bestowed upon him. Note, the god of mages had been assisting the goddess of magic for a long time. He was originally the most powerful mortal mage, and in a battle that lasted for several years, he defeated the god of prophecy and imprisoned this god and his staff. Later, he served the goddess of magic and was promoted to a god by the second generation of the goddess of magic. As one of the important gods of the goddess of magic, the relationship between the god of lich and most of the gods of death was very tense. Many of the gods of death saw him as a potential enemy that could touch the god of death. Buzz. A strange vibration came from the depths of the ground, and then it gradually calmed down. A powerful lich stayed in the god of death's ruins. Soren didn't need to guess to know that it was definitely related to the death domain. It had stayed here for decades. If it didn't find something, it wouldn't have stayed here for so long in the death desert shrouded in chaotic energy. The environment here wasn't suitable for magic experiments. If the failure rate of magic experiments in other places was 50%, then it was at least 90% here. The chaotic energy outside had affected everything. The violent radiation in the death desert had formed a local tidal wave. The death domain. As one of the gods who controlled the death domain, Soren was almost determined to get this power. Shadow hide. Soren's figure disappeared into the darkness. He was now facing the top undead creature, the lich. So even though Soren was a god, he didn't dare to be careless. Besides, this lich had been here for decades. If there was really the power left by the god of death here, the enemy would not be a simple lich. Soren suspected that the other party might have evolved into a demigod lich. Disarm the trap. The entrance to the god of death's ruins was under the sand dune. Before Soren got close, he found a security trap on the periphery. As the god of rogues and half-elves, such a trap was not difficult for Soren. He easily disarmed the 3 trigger traps on the periphery. Shadow leap. The crossplane phase shift helped Soren avoid the first trap inside. This kind of trap was too troublesome to touch. It was necessary to destroy the surface structure of the wall, which could easily alarm the lich deep underground. So it was easier to travel through the shadow plane. Dimension shift. After entering the god of death's ruins, it was dark. The undead didn't need light, and the lich didn't set up any lighting tools here. On the contrary. Over the past few decades, it had set up hundreds of traps outside for no reason. Almost every 3 steps, there would be a trap that would be triggered. Soren glanced around and found at least 5 traps that were set with Finger of Death and Disintegrate. Damn it. This lich is really ruthless. Soren stopped a little at the corner and murmured, if it was a team of legendary adventurers, maybe a few of them would have died. All of them are instant death spells. If you don't resist a little, even a legendary profession will die in an instant. Instant death traps. Even legendary rogues would be afraid of this kind of trap because rogues didn't have enough immunity. If they failed to remove the trap, they could be killed in an instant. After passing through the death passage set up by the lich, the number of traps began to decrease significantly. However, there were more high-level warning devices. If it weren't for Soren being a god, he wouldn't have known when he triggered the device and alarmed the lich below. No wonder no one wanted to crusade against it for so long. There were probably not many professions in the Eastern Kingdom who could pass the first half of the journey. This is? After Soren passed through the passage, his eyes suddenly opened up. This was a very wide hall, surrounded by broken marble pillars. Part of the hall had collapsed, and there was a lot of quicksand piled up there. There were many reliefs on the wall near the right side, carved with some hideous undead creatures. It looked like a war in the underworld, and a servant of death with a huge scythe. It really is the Temple of Death. It looks like the death of the evil alignment. There were very few death gods in the good alignment. The current King of the Dead was only in the neutral alignment. When he was still immortal, he was a good warrior. After taking over as a god, he was forced to change to the neutral alignment. Although the doctrine of the King of the Dead was a little biased towards good, he still maintained the neutral nature of the death realm. The death of the evil alignment? It seems that there are only a few of them, right? The reliefs on the wall provided clues for Soren. As for which death god this temple belonged to, the scope suddenly narrowed a lot. Is it the temple of the King of Bones? Soren carefully looked around and murmured, the scale of this temple should belong to the giant god temple. The gods who have the ability to build such a large temple are at least mid-level gods. If that's the case, there are very few qualified candidates. King of Bones, God of Murder, God of Death, Naruto, God of Slaughter, God of Tyranny, the God of Murder can be ruled out. After he fell into madness and was sealed, the churches basically disappeared, and the temples were almost destroyed. After all, his main enemy was the King of the Dead. The God of Death, Hell, is still alive. If this is his temple, it is impossible for it to be abandoned. We can basically rule it out. The God of Slaughter is out of the question. He has too many enemies. It's hard to leave such a large temple. Then the biggest possibilities are the King of Bones and the God of Tyranny. The King of Bones was Mirko, the second generation of the God of Death. After he fell, Klemvox took over the death godhood. The God of Tyranny was the predecessor of the Dread Lord. After he was replaced by the Dread Lord, he disappeared in history. This temple had the most to do with the two of them. Soren went through the passage on the first floor. Following the short flight of stairs, little lights began to appear in front of him. Some strange puppets appeared in Soren's sight. They wore black metal armor and stood still in the corner. Skeletal guards? Soren glanced and saw the skeletons under the armor. These were skeletal guards with a challenge rating of 12. They were life forms made by high-grade undead. Most of them were powerful warriors when they were alive. Looks like the King of Bones' temple. Soren went around from the side. After entering the second floor of the God of Death's ruins, some undead guards began to appear in front of him. At the same time, there was a strange cauldron at a certain distance. The cauldron was full of dark green liquid. From time to time, translucent rays would emerge from it. The Death Cauldron? Is someone extracting the essence of souls here? Soren had seen this strange cauldron before in the God of Death, Naruto's temple. It could be used to extract the essence of souls in a simple way. It was similar to the method of raising poisonous insects. A bunch of low-quality souls would be placed in the cauldron to cook. In the end, one could obtain a high-quality soul or a soul fragment that could be purified. Refining souls could only be done in the God of Death's temple. There were a total of 13 cauldrons. There were undead guards nearby. The passage on the side was filled with bones. Some souls would enter the pile of bones. After a while, a skeleton warrior would crawl out. Damn. This place has become a production line for the undead. Soren saw a portal through the mist in front of him. A strong death energy was emitted from it. This place was connected to a certain place in the underworld. This temple had already established a passage to the underworld. So many souls? Could it be that there is a soul furnace below? At this moment, Soren seemed to think of something. His face changed slightly. He murmured, could this be the place where the adventurers found the 1,000 Souls head, after the end of the Avatar crisis? In an instant, a little memory that had been sealed for a long time flashed through Soren's mind. It was about 3 months after the end of the Avatar crisis. A team of legendary adventurers explored the Desert of Death in the Eastern Kingdom. They swept through 3 underground ruins in the Desert of Death in a row. The most difficult battle was in the second Death Ruin. In this Death Ruin, they encountered the Demigod Lich and the Thousand Souls Head. In the end, they found the Soul Furnace, left by a fallen god of death. Of course, the real discovery was probably more than that. However, what they released was definitely the most basic information. As for how much benefit they had obtained, they basically wouldn't tell others everything. If it's really here, I'm afraid I have to be careful next. It seems that I need to do some preparation work. Soren stopped. In his memory, the average profession level of this team of adventurers was about level 22. They were the top veterans who had experienced high-intensity battles during the Avatar crisis. When they swept through this place, 3 of them died. In the end, they killed the Demigod Lich and the Thousand Souls Head. Although Soren now had the combat strength of a deity, he did not have much advantage over a team of legendary adventurers. If they didn't treat it seriously, they might really fail miserably in the gutter. Demigod Lich. The challenge level is level 21. He has mastered the legendary spell, Time Stop. This can deal with other legendary professions, but it has no effect on me. In addition, there are legendary spells such as Wishing, Gate Between Worlds, and Wail of the Banshee. It seems that I need to summon my demon incarnation to help in the battle. The Thousand Souls Head. The challenge level is level 20. He has mastered Aura of Fear, Necromancy, Domination, and so on. He is a half-spirit creature composed of a large number of distorted souls. He is a monster that is very difficult to kill. This is a bit troublesome. Soren frowned. His figure stopped in a corner and fell into deep thought. 2 legendary monsters with the challenge level. Even from the point of view of a deity, they are very troublesome enemies. P.S. 2 in 1 chapter. The smell of death became stronger. The underground part of the ruins of the God of Death was relatively intact. It seemed that the underground space had been reserved for other purposes when it was first built. Most of the temples of the giant gods were the same. Soren's half-elf temple also had the same layout. The temple above the surface was just the tip of the iceberg. There were 3 larger floors below, each of which was reserved for certain purposes. For example, the interrogation room, the detention room, the prayer room, the confinement room, and so on. Many high-level spies from other forces who came to Mordor to wreak havoc were taken directly to the basement of the temple to be tortured by the Nightwalkers. Nightwalkers. The elite rogue order in the half-elf temple. There were only 16 members in total. All of them were above the high grade and had the ability to advance to the legendary level. They were all fanatics who were blessed by Soren. The gods had their own top force groups in their churches. The god of suffering had the broken monks, the god of mages had the council of mystics, the lady of night had the black moon monks, and the goddess of magic controlled the mysterious fire knights, the star hunters, the sons of Star Feather, and so on. Basically, most of the gods had their own top force groups inside their churches. Soren's foundation as a god was not very strong, so he had only formed a small group of Nightwalkers. This should be the interrogation room. After passing through the side corridor, it suddenly opened up a lot. There was an iron gate dug out nearby, which seemed to have been recently repaired. Soren saw some strange creatures. They were not like creatures on the surface, but more like monsters in the Underdark. There were trolls in the past, but he didn't know what terrible experiments the Lich had done here. Even the trolls, who could regenerate their heads after being cut off, were half dead. There was a trace of demonic breath in the room where the trolls were held. Soren glanced and saw a scarred berserk demon. The Lich was also close to the top undead in the multiverse. It seemed that it had also caught some demons from the bottomless abyss as experimental materials. The power of the berserk demon was amazing. Ordinary iron gates could not contain it at all, so there was an energy seal on the outer layer to imprison the demon. Further ahead was a large row of iron shelves, on which hung all kinds of torture instruments. There were dissected corpses on the table, ranging from humans, dwarves, and gnolls. Some of them were even preserved in huge glass bottles. This place looked similar to the cave Soren had entered for the first time in Amber City. There were even mummies nearby. Moving forward, there was another passageway. This was where the strong chaos mana came from. It seemed like the lich Soren was looking for was down there. I have an idea. Soren quickly came up with an idea. He quietly retreated to his original position and drew his weapon. Then, he saw that the energy seal that imprisoned the berserk demon had been removed. Perhaps because he had been imprisoned and tortured for too long, the berserk demon didn't realize that he was free. A moment later, it hesitantly stretched out its palm and slammed it. Roar! After being tortured for a long time, the berserk demon couldn't get rid of its chaotic nature. It rushed out of the iron gate and broke through it along with the wall. Rumble! A violent muffled sound was heard. The nearby undead guards immediately took action and quickly rushed over. The berserk demon had been imprisoned for so long and was already burning with anger. It directly crashed into an undead guard and turned it into a pile of bones on the spot. Demons were naturally very challenging, and their attributes were far superior to other creatures. These undead guardians couldn't stop it at all. At the same time, in the lower level of the ruins, in front of a huge experiment table, the lich who was conducting some kind of experiment raised its head. The lich's expression was a little confused. As a high-level undead creature, the lich had recently repaired its body. It was completely made up of bones, and it attached a layer of flesh to it. Although it was only for decoration and would break in a few years, it was still a piece of flesh. It put down some kind of black crystal in its hand, looked up, and murmured, "Did the demon escape? Is there a problem with the demon's seal?" A berserk demon was nothing to a lich of its level, but if it was allowed to go crazy, it could definitely mess up its laboratory. Therefore, it had to go up and deal with it now. Because there was still a trace of doubt in its heart, the lich was very cautious. First, it blessed itself with a spell, and then walked towards the passage on the upper floor. It suspected that someone had sneaked into its lair. Rumble! There was another dull noise, and the figure of the lich appeared on the upper floor of the laboratory. It didn't find any abnormalities, except for the berserk demon that ran out of nowhere. Bone prison! With a simple undead spell, the bones on the ground immediately flew up automatically and turned into a cage, trapping the berserk demon in place. Dominate demon! Another spell appeared, and the lich in front of it planned to control it first and then lock it up again. It still needed to continue the experiment on this berserk demon. But, at this moment, a strange light suddenly appeared, followed by a figure that rushed out from the side of it. Enemy! As a lich that had just advanced to the level of a demigod, Trimdrick's reaction speed was also very fast. It almost didn't think about it and cast one of its most powerful spells. Time stop! As a high-level lich that was close to immortality, it would not let down its guard against any enemy. A lich of its level would usually start with the legendary spell Time Stop, and many of them were directly triggered spells. High-grade wizards could master Powerful Accident, which could automatically activate spells that they had memorized when certain conditions were met. If he advanced to the legendary realm and mastered special supreme magic skills, he could also master the legendary level Greater Accident spell, which could instantly trigger spells of higher level and even legendary spells. Trimdrick's spell trigger condition was when he was attacked by the enemy. The faster his consciousness was, the faster the spell would be triggered. As a lich with a long lifespan, Trimdrick's spell ability was far beyond other legendary spellcasters. And this level of supreme magic skill could be said that even Gloria and the Fallen Witch combined couldn't compare to this demigod lich in front of him. Because as a demigod lich, he could already include Time Stop in the scope of Greater Accident, back then. Who knew how many legendary adventurer teams had been annihilated by this ability? No surprise. The enemy who was about to sneak attack him was also stopped by Time Stop in an instant. At this time, Trimdrick slowly began to prepare the next spell. The duration of Time Stop was enough for him to throw out a lot of spells and kill the enemy in front of him. Time Stop. This incomparably powerful legendary spell was the trump card of top-level wizards. For any ordinary creature, the legendary wizard who had the upper hand was almost guaranteed to win. During the time when Time Stop was in effect, it was enough for a legendary wizard who had mastered casting skills to throw out a large number of spells. For a demigod lich like Trimdrick, spells below the fourth circle were almost instantaneous. If he wanted to, he could throw out dozens of spells in one go to blow the enemy into pieces. Soren was frozen in place. At least in the eyes of the demigod lich in front of him, the legendary wanderer who had overestimated himself and tried to challenge him had somehow found his way into the death god's ruins had been fixed in place by his spell. And this time was enough for him to cast several instant death spells. With the rogue's poor immunity, Trimdrick didn't believe that the opponent could pass his instant death spell. As a powerful demigod lich, Trimdrick's wizard level had reached 26. Even level 30 legendaries would find it difficult to escape from his instant death spells, let alone rogues. However, his long-term caution gave him an extra layer of insurance. He decided to use the spell Banshee's Howl to deal with the enemy in front of him. Legendary rogues were still able to dodge other spells. Soren was acting. After a long period of battle experience, he had finally stepped into the realm of acting, even though he only had a little bit of acting ability in the past. At this moment, not only did he really show the state of being affected by time stop, but his face and eyes also showed a lifelike panic. It looked like he really didn't expect to be hit by the demigod lich's time stop spell. At this moment, he was in a state of panic. What a joke! As a true god who had mastered the divine title of a half-elf and a rogue, how could Soren be affected by the effect of time stop? Most of the demigods could be immune to the effect of time stop, let alone him. At this moment, it was all about acting. For a powerful enemy like the demigod lich, Soren didn't make much of a difference if he attacked first or second because the opponent had too many spells to trigger. To deal with this kind of enemy, he could only catch them off guard. Banshee's Howl. Sound wave spells were the most difficult to successfully avoid, and Banshee's Howl was one of the most dangerous ones. The demigod lich in front of him obviously wanted to get rid of Soren once and for all, so he directly used his killer spell. However, what he didn't expect was that just when he thought that the legendary rogue in front of him had been frozen by him and could easily cast spells to kill him, a murderous intent suddenly appeared in Soren's eyes, followed by a little golden divine light. Soren's figure suddenly rushed in front of the demigod lich, and then a cold light slashed toward his head. Dang dang dang, the sudden attack forcibly interrupted the demigod lich's spell and caused his own magic to have a crazy backlash. As an advanced berserker and a demigod lich who mastered chaos magic, although Trimdrick always buffed himself with the spell Chaos Shield, at this moment, he felt that he could no longer control his magic. Fortunately, all the protective spells that he had memorized with accident were triggered, and he forcibly opened an energy shield to protect himself. The storm-like attack came, and the energy shield only lasted for less than half a second. In an instant, Trimdrick realized that his enemy was not an ordinary person at all because ordinary people couldn't be immune to time stop, let alone break his energy shield so easily. The curved sword made a metallic sound on the demigod lich's body. A row of data appeared in front of Soren's eyes. Activated Shadow Strike. You've caused 12 damage to the target. You've caused 3 shadow damage to the target. Activated Shadow Strike. You've caused 9 damage to the target. You've caused 3 shadow damage to the target. An unimaginably tough nut to crack. It was mentioned before that liches were high undead creatures, and they had incredible resistance to physical attacks. The demigod lich was even immune to 95% of physical attacks. Soren was now in a state of full power. Not only did he activate all his buffs, even the weapon in his hand was imbued with divine power. Even so, he could only deal around 10 points of damage. It was not hard to imagine that other legendary professions would only deal single-digit damage. The demigod lich's resistance to physical attacks was even higher than most deities. Moreover, the demigod lich's resistance to shadow energy was also very high. Soren's Shadow Strike could deal 18 points of additional damage, but now it only dealt 3 points of shadow damage. It was too horrible to look at. Facing Soren's storm-like attacks, the demigod lich had almost no chance of dodging. His agility and reaction speed couldn't be compared to a rogue like Soren, so he decisively chose the most effective tactic. Teleport away. The demigod lich immediately began to cast a short-distance teleportation spell at a speed that was close to instant casting. As long as there was enough distance, he had more than 100 ways to kill the enemy in front of him. However, the teleportation spell didn't work. Dimensional Lock, Divine Power Conversion. When facing an enemy like the demigod Lich, how could Soren be reluctant to use his divine power? When he launched the attack, he had already used his divine power to activate the dimensional lock, directly blocking all teleportation spells within a 20-meter radius. Slaughter transformation. Facing Soren's storm-like attacks, the demigod Lich did not even show any signs of being heavily injured. At this time, Soren could only reveal his trump card and enter the Slaughterer form that he had not used for a long time. Crackle, Soren's bones cracked. Since he succeeded in becoming a god, the number of times Soren entered the Slaughter form could be counted on one hand. When he entered the Slaughter form, his appearance was completely different from that of a human. He looked like an evil god. The pressure of a god emerged. The demigod Lich's face finally changed because at this time, he realized that the enemy he was facing was a true god. However, he had now missed the opportunity. Soren would never give the enemy any chance in battle. Divine Power Shockwave. Since it had already come to this point, Soren simply didn't hold back at all. At the moment when he transformed into the Slaughter form, the surging divine power value directly rushed out like a tide and turned into a terrible shockwave that hit the demigod Lich in front of him. Divine Power Impact. This was holy damage that could ignore any resistance. P.S. From tomorrow onwards, the side story of the Queen of Succubus will be updated on the public account. The initial insertion point is the demon incarnation branch that was forced to be cut because it couldn't write more than holding hands. The side story will be updated one after another outside of the main story to make up for some missing parts of the plot, as well as part of the side story of the Queen of Succubus and the Fallen Witch. You can see it tomorrow on the public account. The outcome of the battle had been decided. For a saint who was the incarnation of a god, a little chance was enough for Soren to erase any possibility of the enemy turning the tables. He would never give the demigod Lich any chance to escape. Therefore, when the divine power shockwave exploded, Soren launched a second wave of attacks. This time, he activated his epic divine power ability, and every attack he launched was imbued with his own divine power. This was the difference between a true god and a false god. Soren's divine power was able to completely suppress the demigod Lich's power. The power of the law of divinity was able to ignore all immunity tests, and it was able to inflict real damage on the demigod Lich's soul. Ah! The demigod Lich's soul screamed. As a high undead with powerful immunity, the Lich could no longer resist Soren's attack. With the rapid consumption of divine power, its body gradually shattered and collapsed, which meant that the body of the demigod Lich was completely dying. However, this alone wasn't enough. The demigod Lich kept his soul and a trace of life in his phylactery. Even if he was killed by a powerful enemy, he could still be restored through the phylactery. In this case, he would only be weakened for a short period of time before being revived. The demigod Lich was dead. However, Soren did not receive any Slaughter EXP, which meant that the enemy was not completely dead. Slaughter Domain. A powerful domain was activated, and Soren's sight passed through the barrier of the spiritual realm. He then slashed at a distorted soul with his curved sword. Killing the body was not enough to kill the demigod Lich. Only by killing the soul could the enemy be completely defeated. No. The demigod Lich's soul was torn apart by Soren's sword. The power of divinity shrouded everything nearby, and the Slaughter domain suppressed its soul, completely eliminating any possibility of it escaping. At the same time, as the demigod Lich's soul was killed by Soren, a crack suddenly appeared in an inconspicuous metal floating object in the astral plane, and then it instantly shattered. An intelligent and crazy demigod Lich, it threw its phylactery into the sea of the astral world. If it wasn't for Soren's Slaughter domain, who would be able to find its phylactery in the vast astral world and kill it, I'm afraid. The only possibility was that there was a 1 in a billion chance in the astral world that some special situation would destroy this palm-sized phylactery that was extremely sturdy and enchanted with countless spells. Without a domain related to death, even if a deity wanted to kill a Lich, he would have to seal the space and completely destroy the soul. And to do so, one would need at least the strength of a mid-tier god. The Lich was completely dead. At this moment, a series of data appeared in front of Soren's eyes. Following that, countless soul fragments entered his body, and the divine light was gradually absorbed by Soren. A very small part of it was integrated into the divine artifact machete in his hand. It was not complete yet, but it still had the possibility of further growth. Kill Demigod Lich. Extracting target's soul energy. You've gained 819,000 slaughter EXP. The target possesses divine power. Extracting target's divine power. You've gained 5 divine points. The target possesses divine power. Extracting target's divine power. You've gained 2 divine points. The first row of data continued to appear. However, it did not stop there. New data continued to appear below. The target possesses Aura of Fear. Extracting target's Aura of Fear. You've gained part of the information of the Terror domain. You've mastered a new ability, Aura of Fear. The target possesses Death Divinity. Divinity compatibility 81%. Extracting target's remaining Death Divinity. You've gained part of the information of the Terror domain. The real reward was yet to come. Soren could obtain the divinity and divine points provided by the Demigod Lich through other channels. However, a legendary level aura and a one-time information notification of the Terror domain were not something that could be provided by other enemies. There really is the remaining power of the God of Death here. Soren instantly understood many things. He also knew why the Demigod Lich stayed here for decades. He must be trying to find a way to integrate the Death Divinity here. Ordinary creatures could not integrate with the Death Divinity. Undead creatures had a natural advantage in this aspect. Otherwise, only people like Soren who had mastered the Terror domain related to death could do so. Killing itself originated from death. Aura of Fear, Deity's domain, you have mastered the power of fear. When activating the Terror domain, all nearby enemies must go through a compulsory test of immunity. Otherwise, they will fall into all negative states caused by fear, such as panic, escape, tremble, surrender, and so on. The difficulty of the aura of immunity is determined by your profession level. Divinity can reduce or increase the chances of enemies passing the test of immunity. Aura of Fear. This was a power that many powerful evil gods, demons, and devils could master. Almost every archdemon had the ability of Aura of Fear. They used fear to enslave their servants. Soren's Aura of Fear was obviously more powerful because he had a trace of the divinity of fear. After acquiring this powerful Aura of Fear, Soren's gaze of fear, divinity, seemed to have disappeared. The power of this Aura of Fear had been integrated into the Aura of Fear. The second Aura of Fear. Soren now had the evil aura and the Aura of Fear. Both of them had an area of effect and did not consume any energy. It was similar to the dragon aura of a high-level dragon. The Aura of Fear could only be activated when the saint form was activated. However, the Aura of Fear did not have any requirements. One is the evil aura, and the other is the Aura of Fear. Soren looked at the corpse of the Demigod Lich and touched his chin. He murmured, "It seems that I have mastered the 2 auras of an evil god. I'm going further and further on the path of an evil god." The battle was over. Soren quickly cleaned up the battlefield. He did not have time to identify the things he found on the corpse of the Demigod Lich. He then followed the passage to the lower level of the ruins. If he remembered correctly, there was a very powerful 1,000 Souls leader here. He had to kill the 1,000 Souls leader to completely clean up the ancient ruins. He was also very curious about what the Demigod Lich was doing down there. Soren cleaned up the battlefield quickly. The Demigod Lich didn't have a lot of good stuff on him, only 3 legendary equipment. A tattered robe, a magic staff that increased spellcasting speed, and a somewhat familiar ring. Soren had no use for the first 2, so he could only bring them back to Gloria to see if they could repair them. The reason why the last ring looked familiar was that it looked similar to the Lich ring that Soren had obtained before, but the magic aura on it was stronger. The Demigod Lich must have enchanted it with multiple spells. Other than that, there were only a few other things left. However, these weren't the only things that were valuable to Soren. He quickly entered the underground ruins and found himself in a huge laboratory. There were all kinds of glass bottles that contained many biological organs that would make one's scalp tingle. On the left was a large alchemy table, and on the right was a huge bookshelf. There were no signs of enemies, and the head of 1,000 souls didn't seem to be down there. It might be somewhere else in the underground ruins. Since he was already here, Soren naturally had to take the valuable things away. He only took a look at the table and lost interest. He only took a few valuable materials, such as mithril, and mithril. Damn, the demigod lich must have gone to the Underdark to rob, because Soren found a fist-sized mithril on his table. This was half a year's worth of mithril in the Underdark. There were many other things, such as adamantine, gems, and dragon blood. Soren stuffed them all into his storage space. He would bring them back and let Gloria sort them out. Then, it was a mess of organs. Soren looked around and felt a little disgusted, so he only took a glass bottle that seemed to contain the Elder's Eye, legendary beholder. The most important thing was at the bookshelf. The demigod lich wouldn't collect too many treasures. To him, power and knowledge were the most important things. Soren found a lot of spellbooks. There was even a spellbook that made Soren tremble a few times. He couldn't help but show a look of surprise on his face. Legendary book. This was a spellbook that recorded several legendary spells. Whoosh. Soren quickly turned a page. He glanced at the table of contents and saw the spell label. Time stop. Banshee's Hell. Wish. Greater accident. Sword of Destruction. Xenomorph. There were a total of 6 legendary spells in this book, which were all top-level spells that couldn't be mastered through conventional means in the current material plane. Some of them were not seen by Gloria and some of them were not even the demigod lich. Which meant that he couldn't master these legendary spells. Have the ability to use right now. These legendary spells have spells cess lich. Time stop. Soren was very happy. He murmured, if I bring it back, Gloria can also learn this legendary spell, right? Speaking of time stop, Soren remembered a joke. There was an adventurer who said that if he could master time stop, the beautiful girls on the street wouldn't even know how they got pregnant. As soon as he finished speaking, his adventurer companion next to him looked at him with a strange, mournful look. The guy didn't seem to react. At this time, a witch in the team whispered, time stop lasts at most 30 seconds. Pada. When Soren picked up the legendary book, a book with a rather delicate cover fell next to it. Soren raised his hand and the book fell into his palm. After flipping it open and glancing at it, his face suddenly changed again. He even looked a little ecstatic and murmured, the Book of Arcana. This wasn't a magic book. It was written in a row of characters from the Arcane Empire. It was more like a profound thesis. If one could understand it, they would be able to master some special supreme magic skills. How to memorize legendary spells with greater accident, how to chain memory with accident, how to control the trigger conditions of accident. There were only 3 titles on the book, each with a chapter and a prologue. This wasn't a magic book, but the personal notes of a grand arcanist. Why were the spellcasters of the Arcane Empire so powerful? A large part of this was because they had mastered some special supreme magical techniques. The arcanists were also far more proficient in the application of unexpected spells than anyone could imagine in this era. Chain accident. This was one of the supreme magic skills of the arcanists. They would set special conditions to trigger the chain accident, which would eventually form a chain reaction. When encountering a powerful enemy, all the preparation work would be completed in an instant. In short, one would automatically cast a large number of protective spells when encountering an enemy, while the other would need to slowly cast spells after discovering the enemy. That was the difference. The value of the arcane book in front of him might be more amazing than the legendary book, of course. This was for the legendary spellcasters. Anything else? After discovering so many valuable things in a row, Soren simply turned the entire bookshelf upside down. Who knew how much precious knowledge this lich had collected in his long life? Soren simply took it all away after reading the last few pages. In the future, Mordor would definitely need to build a large library, and these books would be used to fill the library. After going through it so carefully, Soren really found some good things. There were a little too many necromancy books, but he didn't want to release them because many of them were too evil. But there were also some very special spells. Soren actually found the long-lost Bigby chain palms in the demigod lich's library. It was not the famous Bigby 5 consecutive palms mentioned before, but an earlier version of a low-level spell. The lowest level of Bigby 5 consecutive palms was Bigby Palms, which was a level 5 spell, and the mastery requirement was still very high. What Soren found was another set of low-level palms for battle mages. They were Bigby's Assistant's Palm, level 1 spell, Bigby's Tripping Palm, level 1 spell, Bigby's Assault Fist, level 2 spell, Bigby's Guardian Palm, level 2 spell, and Bigby's Interference Palm, level 3 spell. Unbelievable. Even Soren didn't expect that the demigod Lich would have such a long-lost spell book. Why were there no battle mages now? It was because these low-level battle spells had all been lost. The entry level for battle mages was Bigby Palms of Protection. If you could use level 5 spells, why would you still want to be a battle mage? First become a level 5 mage, then advance to a battle mage, and learn close-range casting skills from the beginning. It was too stupid. P.S. The first chapter of the extra volume will be updated on the public account today. The plot starts from the disappearance of the succubus queen. It will be updated around 8 or 9 o'clock. The extra volume is about 100,000 to 150,000 words. Mordor City, Port Area. A melodious bell suddenly came from the lighthouse, and then the bell gradually became faster. Then someone ran over from the dock and said excitedly, "Fish. Fish migration. This year's fish migration has begun. It's less than 50 kilometers away from Mordor City." This sound seemed to ignite the entire port area. Immediately, many people rushed over from all directions. After a few questions, a person dressed as a captain immediately shouted, "Call for help. Hurry up and get those drunkards out of the tavern for me. Prepare a big net. Gather people. I'm going to the sea temple now. We're going out to sea right away." The port area suddenly became lively. Even the city hall of Mordor City was busy. Many officials came to the port area. Even the navy stationed in Mordor City was mobilized. Battleships were replaced with giant nets, and then they began to gather sailors to go out to sea. Fish migration. This was one of the most spectacular scenes in Mordor City. It was also a harvest feast for coastal cities like Mordor City. The scale of overseas fish migration was simply incredible. Basically, it had reached the point where a fishing net could be thrown down and it would be too full to be dragged. In the face of the arrival of the fish migration, the sea temple moved very quickly. The priest in charge of the temple immediately realized that this was an opportunity to expand their faith. The Naga sirens rarely appeared in front of the mortals and temporarily built a small altar in the dock area. The sea goddess blessed the city and promised that there would be a good harvest for 3 years, so this time the scale of the fish migration was even larger. This even alarmed Gloria, who had just finished an experiment. With the skyrocketing population of Mordor City, the food rationing was naturally a little tight. Now was the spring planting season, which was a time of shortage. The price of food on the mainland soared. Although Mordor City had stocked up a lot of food, it was not suitable to buy from other places. "Fly." Gloria waved her hand, signaling the officials who came to report to leave and let them handle this matter. Then, she flew into the air and flew towards the sea. The outer islands were dangerous. Even something like the migration of fishes required some powerhouses to oversee it. This was because a school of fish represented an abundance of food. This food was very likely to attract the deep-sea beasts to feast on it. This was a feast to be shared. If they were careless and provoked, these deep-sea beasts might attack the fleet. Ships set sail one after another. The navy of Mordor City was also moving quickly, while a group of officials in the city hall were biting their pens and thinking about how to formulate taxes. The rich catch was a blessing from the goddess of the ocean. This was a gift unique to the city of Mordor. It was certain that the fishing boats that went out to sea this time had a big harvest, but these harvests could not be given to those people. They had to pay the corresponding taxes. There had to be a certain level of taxation, or else it would cause dissatisfaction among the lower class. This was a test of their ability. Soren's philosophy was not to collect more taxes, but to exploit and oppress. There had to be some leftovers for the lower class. They had to come up with a tax plan that others could accept. The boundless sea. Gloria's figure quickly flew into the depths of the sea. Behind her were thousands of ships. Even some small boats were going out to sea, ready to make a fortune. Farther away, even the sky was covered with silver-white scales. These scales stretched for more than 10 kilometers. At this moment, they were gradually approaching the port of Mordor. This was not the length of the school of fish. What Gloria saw was only the width of the school of fish. When she flew higher, she immediately saw the endless silver-white scales spreading on the sea. Countless fish leaped out of the sea, reflecting brilliant light under the sun. This was a scene filled with shock and magnificence. Even Gloria could not help but be shocked. She had never seen such a spectacular scene. Waves were flying. Outside the school of fish were groups of sharks. They swam around endlessly. They could easily catch prey with a casual attack. These sharks would migrate with the school of fish. When this huge school of fish dispersed, they would stop this feast. Huge tentacles appeared in the sea on the right side. Giant octopuses lurked at the bottom of the sea and devoured fish crazily. This was the most relaxing time of the year for them. They could eat until they couldn't eat anymore. There are at least 5 deep-sea giant beasts. Gloria glanced around, and her expression gradually became serious. The deep-sea giant beasts would not move with the school of fish. They would ambush and eat where the school of fish passed by. As long as they were careful to avoid them, the sharks would not threaten the fleet of Mordor. Closer. Closer and closer. When the fleet saw the first batch of approaching fish, many sailors could not help but open their mouths in surprise. This was only the front part. On both sides of the ship, there were schools of fish swimming. From time to time, there were fish leaping out of the water. Nearby were dolphins that were eating their fill. They carefully distanced themselves from the ship. Farther away, some tiger sharks appeared. The lookout took a look with a monocular and shouted, "Sharkman! There are traces of Sharkman over there." The captain also looked at it, and then his expression gradually calmed down and said, "Don't panic. They are also here to hunt fish. These guys drive some prey from the school of fish to their territory every year." Hundreds of tiger sharks emerged from the sea. The Sharkman cautiously kept a sufficient distance from the city of Mordor, and then avoided the deep-sea giant beasts. They used the unique way of their race to separate apart from the left side of the school of fish, and then drove the school of fish away under the leadership of the priest. They used a special sound wave to guide the school of fish and directly took away tens of millions of fish. This kind of thing will continue to happen on the way of the migration of fish. Sharkman, dark-scaled naga, tidal fishmen, Amazon warriors, and so on. Every race near the overseas area will enjoy a feast during the migration of fish. Cast the net. Cast the net. Idiot. Wait a minute. The silver-scaled fish behind are more valuable. Wait for their school to come over and cast the net. Angry roars rose one after another. Large nets were cast one after another, and the hold of the ship was almost emptied. Some small fishing boats had only cast the net 3 times, and they were completely full. They could only rush to the port, planning to unload the fish and come back a few more times. There were too many fish. Some of the half-grown boys could reach into the water and catch a stingray that weighed 3 to 5 pounds. It stretched for hundreds of miles. No one knew if it was because of the blessing of the sea goddess, but this year's fish migration could be said to be spectacular to the epic level. A net that was cast down would catch over 100 caddies of fish. In less than half an hour, many ships were completely unable to carry the fish. In the end, a large number of ships began to frantically return. The port area had already been cleared and a large amount of space had been opened up. The first ships to return directly used wooden buckets to carry the fish and threw them at the dock. The clerks of the port of Mordor were so happy that they couldn't close their mouths. They took pens and recorded quickly. Now there was no time to count what fish they had caught, so they could only carry it in piles. Suddenly, a clerk looked up at the sky over the city of Mordor, and then he opened his mouth wide with a shocked expression. He didn't even notice that the quill pen fell to the ground. A high-pitched dragon's roar sounded. A shadow dragon that had just reached adulthood rose into the air from somewhere in Motor City, then it flapped its huge dragon wings and flew high. The dragon's roar was mixed with a cheerful aura. It rushed towards the fish in the distance like crazy. It dived directly into the bottom of the sea, and then rushed out from the bottom of the sea. A gust of wind whistled. The figures of the Quetzalcoatlus also rose into the air. This was a feast for everyone. The dragon knights of Mordor City also released their mounts to let them have a good meal. The harvest ceremony was still going on. In less than half a day, the port of Mordor City was full. All the oak barrels that could be collected had been used up, and they could only be piled up in the open space of the dock. The officials of Mordor City now had a headache about how to preserve these catches. In the end, they had no choice but to ask the priests and wizards of the temple to set up a magic circle to preserve them at a relatively low temperature. Later, there was no other way. They could only let the catch pile up and send people to mobilize salt to get a batch of salted fish first. There was a fishy smell over the entire port of Mordor. Now everyone could only endure the pain and happiness. After all, such a harvest opportunity only came once or twice a year. The Sea Temple was the big winner of this fish migration. For a long time, the Sea Temple had been suppressed by the Temple of Wealth in the competition of Port Mordor because their opponents were really much richer than them. But today, the situation was really reversed. The number of people sacrificed in the Sea Temple had skyrocketed. Many people ran to donate and pray to thank the sea goddess for her gift. Now thinking about the pale face of Priest Jean, the Naga Siren priest who was in charge of the Sea Temple couldn't help laughing out loud. She was now ambitious. She was ready to take advantage of this opportunity to completely suppress the Temple of Wealth. Everything was still busy. However, after the huge school of fish passed about 10 kilometers outside the port of Mordor, it began to quietly change a little. The school of fish began to diverge. This time, the fish migration was not the same as in previous years. Most of the fish migrating in previous years were of a single species, and there would not be too many species of fish occasionally showing signs of convergence. But this time, there were almost all kinds of fish. It seemed that all the fish that would migrate during this period of time had passed through the city of Mordor. But, after passing through the city of Mordor, these fish began to change. The fish at the front were divided into 3 groups. One group continued to migrate in the direction of the Amazon rainforest, another group moved towards the southern sea, and the last group continued to migrate in a straight line. All this seemed to be controlled by a great force, forcing them to pass by the city of Mordor. Then, these fish migrated according to their original route. Desert of Death, underground ruins. What happened in Mordor City was not enough for Gloria to send a magic message. What he was busy with now was to plunder the treasures of the demigod Lich. All the books had to be taken away. Take away all the valuable experimental tools, but leave behind the strange organs used for undead experiments. These things were too disgusting. It took Soren more than an hour to finish cleaning up. By then, more than half of the laboratory was empty. Where's the head of 1,000 souls? Soren stood in front of the experiment table and frowned. He muttered, "Is this thing not nearby?" Under normal circumstances, a legendary monster that was formed from a large number of twisted souls had a trace of divinity, and Soren would never complain about having too much divinity. Finding and killing the head of 1,000 souls was a very meaningful task. After Soren made sure that there was no head of 1,000 souls here, he decided to return to the next floor. In front of him was a strange soul boiler. Soren thought for a moment and used his divine power to seal the soul within. Then, he brought a sample back. This thing was often used by the evil gods to extract souls and then make powerful servants. He could take it back and study it a little. Many gods of death who were not strong enough would use this kind of boiler to extract excellent souls and finally turn these souls into their own servants because there were not enough powerful professionals in the church that served them. It was basically impossible for the gods of death to do everything by themselves. In the eyes of mortals, those who held huge scythes were the servants of death. Soren walked around the underground ruins and cleaned up a few skeletal undead along the way. Finally, he found a clue in a dark tunnel because he could faintly hear the mournful wailing of souls. It should be here. Soren carefully cast a spell on himself and then went into stealth. It was an empty hall. There were piles of bones in front of him, and there was a huge furnace in front of him. Or rather, it was a fireplace. There was no fuel in it, and there was only a pile of bones under it. Blue flames danced in it, and he could faintly hear the wails of countless undead. There was a large ceiling circle around the wall and a 9-pointed star circle on the ground. These should have been left by the demigod Lich. Soul furnace? Soren took a look and determined what the thing in front of him was. This should be the legendary soul furnace. The head of 1,000 souls was inside. Soren could feel a strong undead aura. The demigod lich had sealed the soul furnace in some way and then constantly extracted the divine energy in it. This power may have come from the head of 1,000 souls, or it may have come from the soul furnace itself. I must break the seal first. Soren slashed the wall with his sword. As the sealing circle was destroyed by the divine power, an ear-piercing scream sounded in an instant. Black gas filled the air. Countless ghostly flames ignited on the bones around and finally gathered in front of the soul furnace, turning into a twisted mass of countless undead with a vague humanoid outline. Head of 1,000 souls. When the head of 1,000 souls gathered, a row of data appeared crazily affected by fear aura. Test of will passed. You are immune to the negative effects of this aura. Affected by chaotic aura. Test of immunity failed. Within the range of this aura, all your tests of immunity are reduced by 2 points. Head of 1,000 souls. As the name suggested, it was a monster formed by more than 1,000 souls. This kind of thing often had an extremely chaotic will. Even if there was a strong consciousness leading the body, it would also be affected by other souls. 2 aura realms. Soren's expression was a lot more dignified. In an instant, he activated his Shadow Realm and Slaughter Realm, and then mobilized his Divine Power Points to slash at it. Divine Power Points must not be saved. Soren had planned to temporarily use up all his Divine Power Points because the head of 1,000 souls was a creature between incorporeal and corporeal. In the face of any physical attack, there was a 50% chance of phase evasion. Any physical attack only had a 50% chance of hitting it. But this was not the most disgusting thing. What was more disgusting was that the head of 1,000 souls, as a collection of high-level wraiths, had extremely high resistance and immunity to any magic attack. It belonged to the kind of monster that had a very rare foundation of double resistance. Against this kind of monster, both physical attacks and magic attacks were not very effective. Only the power of a deity could cause real damage. Sizzle, sizzle. 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 The moment Soren and the head of 1,000 souls clashed, something unprecedented happened. Time had to stop here. First of all, after encountering the head of 1,000 souls, Soren first slashed at it, but because of the particularity of the head of 1,000 souls, its body directly transformed from a solid to a virtual body, and then it dodged. Then, Soren realized that this monster could not be defeated easily with normal physical attacks. This was because when he activated the slaughter domain, he added some divine power to his weapon and used it to attack the enemy. This time, the head of 1,000 souls could not dodge the attack with its half-spirit body. It screamed in pain as it was struck by Soren's sword. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Soren's sword landed on the head of 1,000 souls' body. While dealing damage to the enemy, a row of data appeared in front of his eyes. Target hit. You've dealt 36, plus 24 divine power, / damage to the target. Extracting soul energy from the target. You've received 3,600 slaughter EXP. Target hit. You've dealt 39, plus 24 divine power, / damage to the target. Extracting soul energy from the target. You've received 3,900 slaughter EXP. It was very strange. This was the first time Soren gained slaughter EXP by attacking without killing the enemy. Every time he struck, he would tear a part of the head of 1,000 souls' soul. This was because it was originally a monster formed from thousands of twisted souls. Soren's current situation was that he had not killed it yet, but every time he attacked it, he would gain some slaughter EXP, and then the death aura of the enemy would weaken a little. After slashing the target more than 10 times in a row, the aura of the 1,000 souls chieftain was not only getting weaker and weaker, but Soren also directly gained more than 30,000 slaughter EXP. What's going on? At this moment, even Soren himself did not understand. He thought to himself, is it because of the information I just received from the death domain? Domain ability. Although he hadn't fully grasped the power of the domain of death, some powerful domains could also increase his strength after obtaining the information once, resulting in some inconspicuous effects. This should be related to the information in the death domain, or maybe it was related to the slaughter domain. The battle was still going on. This unexpected discovery was not enough to make Soren panic. After activating his own ability, Soren relied on the powerful crushing power of the gods to not give the Thousand Souls chieftain any chance. He planned to use his divine power to get rid of this dangerous enemy. The head of a Thousand Souls aura became stronger. When Soren's final slash, the Thousand Souls' body of 1,000 souls wailed suddenly. And many souls rushed out of the head's body of 1,000 souls, twisted body, souls after souls body soul of 1,000 souls. Then, A's. Heads. Heads. A list. A. Head killed head. Head of 1,000 souls was killed. Extracting target's soul energy. You've received 75,000 slaughter EXP. Target has divine power. Extracting target's divine power. You've received 4 divine points. Target has divine power. Extracting target's divine power. You've received 2 divine points. The head of 1,000 souls last slash did not give much slaughter EXP. Maybe it had already absorbed part of the souls. However, the notifications didn't stop there. New notifications continued to appear below. Target has Spirit of Fear. Extracting target's Spirit of Fear. You've received part of the information in the Fear domain. Your new ability, Spirit of Fear, has been improved. Ability Breakthrough. You've mastered a new domain, Fear. Target has Divine Power of Death. Divine Power Compatibility 86%. Extracting target's remaining Divine Power of Death. You've received part of the information in the Death domain. Discovered Divine Power of Death. Divine Power Compatibility 89%. Extracting Divine Power of Death from the Soul Furnace. You've received part of the information in the Death domain. Ability Breakthrough. You've mastered a new domain, Death. Divine Power Awakened. Because you've mastered the Death domain, you've automatically mastered the Divine Power, Hand of Death. A series of densely packed notifications appeared. Soren's improvement from the head of 1,000 souls was much greater than the demigod Lich. He had absorbed part of the divine power of the Son of Fear. It could even be said that the Son of Fear was his first stepping stone. Now, from the demigod Lich and the head of 1,000 souls, these two monsters with Spirit of Fear, Soren had obtained the information in the Fear domain twice. Therefore, he directly mastered a new domain ability, Fear, of course. This was not a big deal. What was more amazing was the information in the Death domain from the demigod Lich, and the other two from the head of 1,000 souls and the Soul Furnace. These 3 information notifications directly fulfilled the prerequisite to master the Death domain. Although it was only a basic mastery, for a god like Soren, it was enough to extend his Death domain with a type of divine power, Hand of Death. In simple words, this was a weakened version of the Life and Death domain. It could wipe out any mortal with strength below the legendary level, any mortal. No matter if it was an elf, dwarf, human, demon, devil, or any other life form, as long as their strength did not exceed the legendary level, as long as they were still mortal, Soren could directly wipe out their lives. There was no immunity test. There was no need to trigger any immunity test. Even if the target's vitality was as tenacious as a giant dragon, Soren could wipe them out with just a thought. This was the terrifying part of the Death domain, of course. These were some of the most basic abilities. The domain was only the starting point of mastering the divine power. Soren's understanding of the Death domain was probably not as good as the weakest Death servant. This was because many Death servants also had the Death domain. The domain was only an extension of the legendary level. There was still a big gap between it and the real divine power. With the death of the head of 1,000 souls, the energy on the Soul Furnace became mixed. The remaining energy was not needed by Soren. Because there were too many souls, his consciousness was too messy. This was an extremely impure energy. Perhaps it was very attractive to the demons of the chaotic camp, but to Soren, it was almost like poison. The divine energy had been completely devoured by him. The slaughter domain was so thirsty for the power of the gods that there was almost no possibility of leaving any behind. The ghostly flames that were burning around gradually extinguished. As the last bit of power left by the gods was absorbed by Soren, this place was really abandoned. An inconspicuous statue appeared in front of him. Soren glanced at it and confirmed its identity. This was indeed the temple of the King of Bones. Of course. If it was according to the old name, it should be one of the three gods of death, the former, King of the Dead, Weep Devil. The three gods of death were the god of murder, Baal, the king of the dead, Weep Devil, and the god of strife, Bannon. This was their name when they were still alive. After their death, their clergy was taken over by others, and their names became the god of slaughter, the king of bones, and the god of tyranny. This was mainly to distinguish the new gods who took over their clergy later. For example, the king of the dead, Klemvox, and the god of murder who was sealed and had gone crazy. A long time ago, there were three incomparably powerful humans. They were Bar, Devil Weep, and Bannon. These three humans had challenged countless experts and climbed out of the gates of hell time and time again. They had even killed one of the 7 lost ancient gods, and each of them obtained a portion of the divine power. Finally, these mortals attracted the attention of a very powerful existence. It was the god of death, Jurgil, who was most likely to have the greater divine power. This ancient god of death was tired of his position. He divided his divine power into 3 parts and gave it to the 3 mortals who found him at that time, which later became the 3 gods of death. The most powerful axis of the gods of the evil camp, it was impossible to estimate how powerful the god of death, Jurgil, was because he was affected by the Avatar crisis. He was a little beyond the 3 realms and not in the 5 elements. He divided his priesthood and divine power into 3 parts, directly creating 3 incomparably powerful evil gods. Then, Jurgil retained his own divinity and helped the 3 gods of death to adapt to their own divinity and divine power. Later on, he even assisted the current King of the Dead, Klemvox. Even if death god Jurgil wasn't a greater divine power, Soren guessed that he wasn't far from it. Right now, the 3 gods of death had fallen one after another, and Jurgil seemed to have retired for some time. After all, the King of the Dead had gradually grasped his own divinity and work. However, the power he left behind did not disappear. The core power of massacre was still in the sealed body of the murder god, and the power of death was controlled by the King of the Dead. Although the Dread Lord had died, most of his power was still in the Dread Throne of the Bottomless Abyss. Interesting. The 2 previous Avatar crises, as the core that stirred the multiverse, were both related to the powerful forces left behind by death god Jurgil. His power was enough to create 3 great divine power gods, death god Jurgil. There were very few legends about him, but many adventurers believed in a conspiracy theory that the Grim Reaper had given up his power not because he was tired of it, but because he was guarding against an even more terrifying existence. For example, another greater divine power god. There were very few ancient gods among the existing gods. Even Mother Earth and Father Oak were gods that were born in the material plane. In other words, there were only ancient gods of their level in the material plane. Before that, there were more ancient gods in the multiverse. There were still many empty places in the pantheon, such as the gods who created the material plane, the gods who fought against the first generation of demons, and the gods who created the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus. Note, creating a plane is the standard to measure a greater divine power. The multiverse was huge. Wandering in the astral world was too time-consuming for the gods, and there were many mysteries that even the gods were exploring. The 3 gods of death. Soren silently looked at the statue in front of him. To be honest, his relationship with the 3 gods of death was too deep, and it could even be said that they were tied together. He definitely inherited a trace of the bloodline of the god of massacre, and Vivian was the child of the Dread Lord. Now Soren gathered the domains of massacre, death, and fear. These 3 powers were the core domains of the 3 gods of death. Because of Vivian, Soren and the Dread Lord were irreconcilable enemies. Because of the bloodline of massacre, Soren and the god of massacre could not get along well. Now, among the successors of the 3 gods of death, only the King of the Dead, who was relatively easy to get along with, had no hostile relationship with Soren for the time being. However, if he knew that Soren had close contact with the goddess of magic, his attitude would not be so good. Death, massacre, fear. Soren seemed to see the road ahead and the key to how to completely defeat the Dread Lord. He might even end the Avatar crisis, or at least greatly reduce the damage caused by the Avatar crisis. The Avatar crisis broke out. The power of the three gods of death would fall to the mortal world. The king of the dead fell in the middle of the Avatar crisis. Although the Dread Lord died, the throne of fear left in the bottomless abyss would not move. The time when the god of murder fell to the mortal world was uncertain, but it would not be much later than the other gods. As a result, Soren really had the opportunity to combine the three gods of death into one, of course. It was impossible to do this with his own strength. It could even be said that there was not even a 1 in 10,000 chance. Soren needed more allies, more help, and more trump cards. He might need a divine system as a backing to be able to fight against those powerful opponents who had mastered the three gods of death. Massacre, death, fear, evil, rule, pirates, shadow, plants. Soren silently looked at the realms he had mastered now. Except for the pirate realm and the plant realm, which were not very useful at the moment, all the other realms complemented each other. This was the foundation of his future promotion to a great divine power. But even if he was promoted to a great divine power, he would only have the same power as his opponent. Soren had to rely on the power of other great divine powers to defeat his opponent. He needed allies. At least strong allies with mid-level divine powers. Their relationship must be better than the current goddess of sea and the goddess of wealth, because these two goddesses could not help Soren against other gods at the moment. The goddess of magic may be able to help, but the premise was that she could survive this crisis of death. The battle was basically over. Soren had obtained more than 1,300,000 slaughter EXP from this exploration of the ruins. Together with the slaughter EXP he had accumulated before, he now had a total of 1,600,000 slaughter EXP. There was nothing to think about. Soren's priority was still to level up as an arcanist because he had to reach level 17 as soon as possible. This way, he could use the power of the goddess of magic to resolve the conflict between arcanists and wizards. Once he reached level 17, he would be able to master the first level 9 spell slot. Since the destruction of the Arcane Empire, the boundary between level 9 spells and legendary spells had been blurred a lot. Although many spells were only level 9 spells, according to the standards of the material plane, they were called legendary spells. Soren was blessed by the goddess of magic, so after reaching level 17, he could use not only one level 9 spell slot, but two. This was a huge improvement. Naturally, Soren had one more level 9 spell slot than others. The total number of spell slots that Soren had surpassed many wizards who were level 20 and above. A row of data appeared in front of his eyes. Arcanist profession increased to level 6. Received 34, INT 26 plus, INT 26 to 10, asterisk 0. 5. Skill points, HP increased by 12, profession HP 4 plus, con 26 to 10, asterisk 0. 5. Received 1 free attribute point. 1 more level. Soren silently looked at his attribute page. He still had 500,000 slaughter EXP left, but he needed 1,300,000 slaughter EXP to level up. Now that he was about to enter the ranks of advanced legendary professions, he would need more and more slaughter EXP in the future. If he wanted to fight against a greater god, he would need to reach level 35 and above. This was a huge amount of slaughter EXP. Conservatively speaking, he would need more than 30 million slaughter EXP. I'll be able to master level 9 spells soon. For a wizard, level 9 spells were a watershed. After mastering level 9 spells, one's combat power would be greatly increased. Moreover, level 9 spells such as Banshee's Howl and Meteor Burst could greatly make up for Soren's lack of AoE damage. Otherwise, if he were to rely on himself to kill his enemies one by one, he would be at a disadvantage if he were to encounter a large number of monsters, such as a sea of insects. Divine power points could be used for AoE attacks, but it wasn't easy to accumulate them. The priests who believed in Soren could not reduce the divine spells bestowed upon them, and the power of the kingdom of God could not be mobilized. Soren had to be very careful when it came to divine power. Furthermore, if it wasn't for his divine power points, Soren wouldn't have been able to win this battle so easily. Only those with divine power points could be considered gods. Without divine power, a god in the form of a saint would only be a slightly more powerful legendary figure. There was no need to think about the free attribute points. Soren directly allocated it to his dexterity. Now that his dexterity had reached an astonishing 35 points, if he could increase it to 40 points, his highest attribute would be enough to be on par with many mid-level divine power gods. As for increasing it to more than 45 points, it was impossible for him to think about it for the time being, because only greater divine power gods would have a main attribute as high as 45 points. Moreover, most of these gods relied on the power of divinity and the power of divinity. My divinity is now 85 points. My divinity is now 35 points. My divinity is close to mid-level divinity, but my divinity is now completely insufficient. There are many creatures with divinity, but there are still too few with divinity. I'm afraid that in the future, I'll have to kill gods to increase my divinity. How do those gods who have been sealed as gods for a long time increase their divinity? Soren's divinity was seriously insufficient. He didn't know if other gods were like this, but their divinity was far higher than their divinity. The chances of obtaining divinity in battle were relatively high, but the chances of obtaining divinity were very low. Usually, only special enemies could obtain divinity. The other gods had been sealed as gods for a long time, and with the help of time and the power of divinity, they had slowly made up for the shortcoming of divinity. However, Soren had only been sealed as a god for a short period of time, and now his divinity was almost twice as high as his divinity. With the death of the demigod Lich, the underground ruins were completely out of control. The skeletons that were under his control had now become wild monsters, and basically, they would take the initiative to attack any living thing they saw. Since Soren was already here, he planned to harvest these skeletons, which would at least give him tens of thousands of slaughter exp. Soren didn't know if it was an illusion or not. He felt that after killing these skeletons, the slaughter exp he obtained had increased by about 10% compared to when he first started. This increase wasn't very obvious. However, according to Soren's own calculations and his long-term experience, the slaughter exp he obtained from killing skeletons had indeed increased, and the increase should be between 5% and 10%. Could it be because of the death domain? Soren couldn't help but fall into deep thought, and murmured, according to past inferences, as long as it's related to the soul, the slaughter exp obtained can be increased. This is equivalent to increasing the ratio of absorbing soul energy, and it's said that under certain circumstances, the slaughter exp obtained can be increased by an additional 20%. Without a doubt, the slaughter exp obtained had indeed increased. Perhaps it would only increase by a few hundred points each time, but a little makes a mickle, and it shouldn't be underestimated. Soon, the monsters in the underground ruins were almost all cleared out by Soren. After killing all the skeletons, Soren did a little calculation, and was surprised to find that he had obtained about 100,000 slaughter exp. If he had the chance to farm some more, it wouldn't take long for him to be able to learn a level 9 spell. Basically, there were no more monsters. Soren walked around the underground ruins, and finally confirmed that he had killed all the monsters. Then, he collected a little bit of gold and silver, and planned to leave the ruins of the God of Death. There were many ruins in the Eastern Kingdom. Although it was very dangerous, and some of them could even kill the gods, there were still many that could make Soren challenge them. He was going to go back and take a rest. Then, he would make his presence known to the girl named Alice. It would be best if he could gain some favorability and find a way to trick her back to Motor City. Then, Gloria would get the core knowledge about the Arcane Empire from her. He couldn't give up the Golem Legion. During the Arcane Empire, the mortals could challenge the gods because of the huge Golem Legion. Its scale could even be compared to the petitioners in the Kingdom of God. The great arcanists could challenge the Kingdom of God during the Avatar crisis because of the huge energy of the elemental fusion in the floating city and the large-scale Golem Legion. It was precisely because the energy of the floating city was comparable to a small Kingdom of God that the gods were very afraid of the great arcanists. Soren quickly returned to the town. What made him feel a little regretful was that the girl named Alice, who he wanted to make her presence known, seemed to have left this place. This girl's status was very high. She probably only stayed in this place and wouldn't stay here on a regular basis. Moreover, this was just a very ordinary town. For a legendary-level golem master, it wasn't very attractive. However, surprisingly, Soren managed to get some interesting information from the tavern dancer. It seemed that a divine artifact had appeared in the Eastern Kingdom. The flail. A legendary flail that was rumored to have the power to easily destroy other legendary-level weapons. Currently, the entire Eastern Kingdom was in turmoil. Many forces were looking for and fighting for this divine artifact. However, no one knew where the divine artifact was. The only thing that could be confirmed was that a very powerful divine artifact had appeared. The flail? Soren couldn't help but be startled when he heard the news. This was because there were very few divine artifacts like the flail. The first thing that came to his mind was the broken part of the divine artifact that he had. Could it be the flail of time? The more Soren thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. This was because the flail of time was one of the most powerful divine artifacts in the material plane. It was also famous for its high armor penetration. It had a shocking destructive effect on any equipment below the divine artifact level. It was because the flail of time was too powerful that it was taken apart again and scattered all over the world. It wasn't strange for the flail of time to appear in the Eastern Kingdom. This was because the Eastern Kingdom used to be the core of the civilization. It can't really be the flail of time, right? Do you want to fight for it yourself? Soren couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The flail of time wasn't any weaker than the Holy Avenger. However, this weapon wasn't very suitable for Soren. Although he could use the flail of time with the help of omnipotent hands, it wasn't a suitable weapon for him. However, the flail of time was too powerful. It would be a pity to just give it up. Moreover, Soren already had a part of it. As long as the 3 parts of the flail of time were gathered, its combat power would surpass most ordinary divine artifacts. One shackled head was an elemental attack. Once the 3 parts of the chains of time were gathered, they would be able to attack with 3 different elements at the same time. Even a god couldn't defend against all of them. This godly item was famous for its amazing ability to break through defenses. If the attributes of all 5 heads were gathered, then the final age flail would be able to attack the enemy with 5 different attributes at the same time. Even against a legendary profession, the damage would be close to crushing. Soren had the tracking divinity. In theory, as long as he found traces related to the flail of time, he would be able to use the power of his priesthood to locate his target. During the Avatar crisis, divine artifacts were born one after another. If Soren had 2 shackled heads in his possession, he would only need to find one more to obtain a divine artifact of at least tier 3. This was a divine artifact. Even if it wasn't suitable for him, it would be a pity to give it up. She seemed to be unwilling to give up. After giving it some thought, Soren decided to pay attention to this matter first. The temporal flail was shockingly powerful, and it was the only divine weapon he had ever seen that was comparable to the Holy Avenger. If possible, it was better to think of a way to snatch it. Since Alice had left this place, Soren didn't need to stay here any longer. He could travel around the Eastern Kingdom to see if he could find any valuable relics that weren't life-threatening. At the same time, he also needed to pay attention to the news about the temporal flail. With so many people fighting for this divine artifact, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Since there was still time, Soren also identified the ring on the demigod lich's body. It was very surprising. It was also a divine artifact, but it was only the lowest tier 1 divine artifact. Item type, Gus ring, +1, item grade, tier 1 divine artifact, item description. This is a ring made by a famous demigod lich. Later on, it was enchanted by other liches. It is engraved with an extremely complex magic array. It can make the user immune to all poisons and diseases. At the same time, it can make the user immune to most charm spells and mind control spells. A special alchemy technique was used on this ring. It could strengthen the spellcaster's ability and increase their casting speed by 1 second when casting any spell. Requirements, none. Equipment effect 1, poison immunity. This ring has a special power. It can make the wearer immune to any poison attack. No matter if it's an alchemy poison, a natural poison, or a poison attack caused by magic, the wearer will be completely immune to the damage caused by them, as well as other negative statuses such as paralysis, rigidity, and so on. Equipment Effect 2, Disease Immunity. This ring has a special power. It can make the wearer immune to any disease attack. No matter if it's a disease caused by magic or a disease infected by oneself, the wearer will not be affected in any way. Even the most terrible plague can't threaten the wearer of this ring. Any disease spells will be ineffective against the wearer. Equipment Effect 3, Immune to most charm and mind control spells. Equipment Effect 4, Increase casting speed by 1 point. Equipment Effect 5, 1 additional level 6 spell slot, 1 additional level 7 spell slot, and 1 additional level 8 spell slot. Equipment Effect 6, Greater Haste can be used twice a day. Equipment Effect 7, Increase magic resistance by 10 points. Equipment Effect 8, Increase regenerative ability. Base HP recovery rate per hour +1. Equipment Effect 9, Defense level +2. Damn, after looking at the attributes of the Gus ring, Soren's expression suddenly became a little awkward. Most of the Lich rings in this world were similar. In simple terms, the Lich ring was a kind of enchantment alchemy process. There would be a big difference depending on the strength of the Lich who made it. However, most of the basic abilities were similar. The +5 Lich ring that Soren obtained before had a curse effect. It had a lot of similar abilities as the Gus ring. However, the Gus ring was more powerful. It didn't have a curse effect, nor would it reduce constitution. It also increased the number of times he could use Greater Haste and had an additional level 8 spell slot. Other than that, there weren't any other differences. This was basically the +5 version of the Lich ring. Because of the power of divinity, the effect was much better. Forget it. It increased my casting speed by 1 point, as well as a level 6 spell slot, a level 7 spell slot, and a level 8 spell slot. If I add the blessing of the Goddess of Magic, my spell slots should be more than a legendary wizard, right? The effect was quite good. Soren directly equipped the ring. As a divine artifact that provided additional spell slots, the overlapping effect of the ring was ineffective. This was because it was an energy deflection force field. It couldn't be stacked on two at the same time. Poison, disease, charm, and other abilities were also useless. Soren wasn't afraid of these things at all. Fortunately, the additional spell casting speed and magic resistance were useful. If he had better equipment in the future, he would consider giving it to Gloria and the others. Report. 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 The sound of hurried footsteps could be heard. Then, a young boy rushed into the room in a panic, scaring the ugly monkey who was learning the common language. He looked up at the boy in front of him and glared at him angrily. Because the boy's father had helped him before, Ugly Monkey was too embarrassed to scold him too much. He could only scold him, "Why are you in such a hurry? What about your usual training? Are you going to be like this in the future? You don't have any professional qualities of a rogue." Among the professions, being a rogue tested one's psychological quality the most, because good rogues were active in the front line, reconnaissance, assassination, exploration, and were born with short weapons in close combat. The professional characteristics of a rogue determined that they would encounter more dangerous things than other professions. A long time had passed in the blink of an eye. After Ugly Monkey graduated from the training camp of the Temple of Light, he began to lead a few disciples to teach the skills of a rogue. Although he was less than 20 years old today, Ugly Monkey spoke like an old man. He had high prestige among the younger generation of Mordor City. He was a rogue who was very likely to enter the realm of legends in Mordor City. Even the absolute ruler of Mordor City, His Excellency Soren, knew his name. Ugly Monkey scolded a few words, and the young man in front of him blushed. After all, he was only 16 or 17 years old, and his psychological quality was not good enough. Ugly Monkey looked at him and sighed, then closed the book in his hand and said slowly, "What happened? Why are you in such a hurry?" After that, his face did not look very good, but it was not all because of the disciple in front of him. The disciple he taught was not good. At most, he would be laughed at by opponents of the same level. He could also say that the disciple's aptitude was not good. However, the higher-ups of Mordor City seemed to have lost their minds recently. They actually ordered all the leaders to start learning how to read and write. This was simply asking for his life. Now many old people in the management of Mordor City were complaining, especially those pirate leaders who could not read. They were so mad that they wanted to pull out their swords and cut people. But this was ordered by the mistress of Mordor City, Her Excellency Gloria. They had no choice but to memorize it because soon, the officials of the city hall would be responsible for assessing them. Although Ugly Monkey was very talented as a rogue, learning how to read was a little difficult. He did not have much talent in this area. When he thought about how he might fail the next exam, his face turned pale. Mordor City was ready to screen out better management. The most basic prerequisite for all of this was that these managers who might be promoted had to at least be able to read and write the common language. The reform of Mordor City was comprehensive. Now, many managers were under a lot of pressure. Many people felt that they could not keep up with the development of Mordor City. The current situation was that even the giant, who hated reading and writing, was forced to hire a teacher to teach him how to read and write. That was because Her Excellency Gloria's request for him was to at least learn how to write his own name, as well as understand commonly used sentences. However, these were all orders from Sir Soren. Because Sir Soren himself was the most powerful rogue in the material plane, the requirements for rogues in the city of Mordor were higher. In addition to learning to read, the Ugly Monkey also had to learn arithmetic. Go ahead. Ugly Monkey threw the book aside and said slowly, "What happened?" The young boy was still a little nervous, but he was much better. He quickly searched his body and handed over a small note that was sent back from the front. He stammered, "Fight. They're fighting. The surface elves and the drows are fighting." Ugly Monkey's gaze froze when he heard this. Although he was young, his hands were stained with blood. Recently, he had begun to take charge of the secret organization in the Windspear Hills. He had a powerful aura around him. Instantly, the young man in front of him was so scared that he did not even dare to breathe loudly. Ugly Monkey quickly glanced at the note, then said in a deep voice, "Send someone to the temple immediately. Pass down my order. Send a team to the Spider Forest to collect more detailed information." "Forget it. It's a big deal. I'll go to the temple to see the Archbishop myself. Also, you go and inform Lady Adele Isabella. The war between the drows and the surface elves will definitely affect a lot of places. Let her be prepared in advance." The movements of the elves were personally ordered by Sir Soren to pay attention to. Ugly Monkey did not dare to be careless about this kind of thing. He rushed directly to the temple area and prepared to send the news back to Mordor through the temple. During this time, the movements of the elves had been strange. Although the outside world was not very clear about the reason, many people had noticed this. The news was sent back overnight. Just the afternoon before yesterday, there was a big battle near the Spider Forest. For thousands of years, the struggle between the surface elves and the drows had not stopped, but most of them were small-scale battles. Maybe the surface elves intended to clean up the drows, or maybe the drows were going to capture some surface elves to please the Queen of Spiders. Such things were very common. But, the scale this time was a little scary. According to the information sent back from the outside, the army of the drows this time had reached more than 3,000 people. 3,000 people, that was the army of the Underdark, not the motley crew of the surface world. This was almost equivalent to the main army of an underground city in the Underdark. Even a large drow family could not put together such a large army. It would take at least several drows working together to form such a large army. Moreover, according to the information sent back by the spies, even the petrifying lizard knights were dispatched in this battle, leaving a lot of broken human-shaped stones in the place where they fought. Only the petrifying lizards of the Underdark could leave such traces. A fight broke out. It was not a small-scale conflict, but a real war. The spies of Mordor could not enter the Underdark, and it was too dangerous under the Underdark. The drows retreated to the underground world after the battle, and there was no winner between the two sides. The drows did not seem to be at a disadvantage. Judging from the traces, they seemed to have the upper hand. The news must be sent back to Mordor immediately. The surface elves and the drows fought head-on. This was already a large-scale war that affected both races. Even an idiot could realize that this matter would have a profound impact on the whole world. The army of the Underdark was famous for its excellent equipment. If it wasn't for the fact that the metal of the Underdark couldn't be exposed to the sun, the Drows had an absolute advantage in equipment. The news was quickly sent to the city of Mordor through special channels. When the news was sent to Sorin by magic, it was already noon the next day. At this time, Sorin had already left the first town and arrived at a large city near the Gobi. This city was very old. Although it had been destroyed many times in history, it was finally rebuilt by the monks. Because this was an important stronghold for the monks, it was also one of the few places in the material plane where one could learn the sun flame style by conventional means. In the past, many adventurers who advanced to the monk level went here to practice, so that they could master the sun flame style and moon style after advancing to the legendary level. Sorin's purpose here was to learn the expeditious steps. It was a special combat skill. After mastering it, one could get the additional ability of attack +2 and dodge +1. The eastern countries had a unique culture. On the other side of the continent, although the ability attack first could be trained, the actual combat effect was not as good as the footwork of the eastern countries. Sorin definitely could not learn the sun flame style and the moon style, unless he planned to advance to the monk level and upgrade to the legendary level. However, some of the unique training methods of the monks could be mastered. The expeditious steps was also one of the special abilities. Other than that, in the eastern countries, one could also train additional abilities such as rapid strike, sword draw, swift movement and so on. This city was spoken in an Oriental language, and its name could be translated as the Boat of the Desert. This was the gathering place of the good and neutral monks of the order. They had been guarding the underground ruins where ancient evil creatures were sealed for generations. Because the teachings of the monks were quite special, there were many ascetic monks who had made a poverty oath here. They could almost be said to have no desire for material things. They were completely in pursuit of spiritual detachment. The population of this city was only about 50,000. Most of the cities in the eastern countries did not have a large population. Only near the fertile areas, there would be cities with more than 100,000 people. There were 3 monasteries in the Ship of the Desert. As soon as Sorin arrived, he saw a group of dwarves. It was rare to see a bearded dwarf in the eastern kingdoms. Because the monk group of the desert boat accepted dwarves as monks, there was a special group of dwarven monks here. The dwarven monks with thick skin specialized in the diamond body. In the eastern kingdom, they were the best meat shields. In the south of the city, there was a smithy called Broken Sword. This was one of the reasons why Sorin was here, as there were many good things in this smithy. Opposite the blacksmith shop was a tavern. Standing at the door, one could see lazy dancers lying on the counter. This city didn't allow the establishment of brothels. Even the Eastern Empress wouldn't touch that bad luck. This was because the martial monks here were very strict. Many of them were the kind that didn't leave overnight wealth. If they brazenly opened a brothel here, it would be a slap in the face. As for whether there were any sexual activities going on in the dark corners, the martial monks' conclave wouldn't ask too much. After all, they couldn't ask ordinary people to strictly follow the teachings like the monks. The owner of the Broken Sword smithy was not eye-catching. He was just an ordinary middle-aged man. He looked quite strong. Usually, he would just forge and drink. There were a few blacksmith apprentices under him. If Sorin hadn't seen him in action before, he wouldn't have believed that this ordinary-looking middle-aged man was a high-level sword saint. "Sir, what would you like to order?" The middle-aged man in the smithy glanced at Sorin and seemed to be uninterested. He said lazily, "We have all kinds of weapons here. If you need a different kind of weapon, you can customize it. But the price is more expensive." There were many different kinds of weapons in the Eastern Kingdom. Some monks even used scythes as weapons. They looked a little like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Many monks chose to fight with their bare hands, so the business of the smithy wasn't very good. Sorin couldn't stay in the Eastern Kingdom for too long because the second wave of the Abyss demons would soon arrive. So he went straight to the point and said, "I heard that you have some underground relics here. Do you want to sell them?" "I want to pick a few." The middle-aged man couldn't help but squint. He looked at Sorin up and down and said, "Follow me." Creak. The middle-aged man walked into the room and opened a door. Then, the entrance to the basement appeared in front of them. Soren quickly followed him. The basement was very spacious. On the left side were rows of weapon racks. On the right side, it looked more like a garbage dump because there were all kinds of strange things. He was a sword saint from the lawful evil faction. His secret identity was the leader of a great organization. Their organization often went against the rules to find treasures in underground relics that weren't allowed to enter. So it was possible to find some rare and good things here. Many underground relics had terrifying monsters sealed. The monks didn't like adventurers to disturb places where ancient evil creatures were sealed. However, many places where evil creatures were found were ruins of the arcane empire. There were a lot of valuable things in those places. So, some organizations would secretly explore those places. The monks couldn't do anything about it. Sometimes, they had to clean up the mess for them. For example, recently, some bastard opened the seal of the relics and several magic sunflowers came out of the underground relics. Soren glanced at the items and started to look for something. With the advantage of foresight, Soren could find some good things in advance. However, with his current identity as a god, it was difficult to attract Soren's attention unless it was valuable enough. Soon, Soren found a broken mask from the garbage. The mask was made of bone and looked a little bit ferocious. The surface was severely damaged, but there was still some magic light left. How much is this? Soren picked up the mask and weighed it in his hand. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and looked at it carefully. Then, he said in a deep voice, 3,000 kindler. What a ridiculous price. In the middle-aged man's mind, the mask was naturally not worth so much money. However, Soren didn't care. He directly took it, paid the bill, and left. He came here for this mask. Now that the mask was in his hand, Soren directly left the blacksmith shop. He was going to buy the book to learn expeditious steps from the black market. This mask was a legendary item. However, now that it was seriously damaged, it was quite troublesome to repair. A legendary item was not enough to make Soren come here in person. What was more valuable was the spell imprinted on the mask. Simulacrum, level 8 spell. Of course. If it was called simulacrum, it didn't sound like much. If it was called a temporary version of Avatar, it would be much more cool. Soren only stayed here for half a day. After he got the item, he immediately began to track down the news of the birth of the artifact. He wanted to see if the artifact was the legendary Flail of Time. He could study the books about expeditious steps back in Mordor. However, Soren carefully observed the special mask for a long time because the spell engraved on it was really important. Wizards had an avatar-type spell. This spell was called Projection. It was a level 7 spell. After using it, a temporary avatar could be created. Depending on the mastery of the spell, the avatar could have about 50% to 60% of the power of the original body. In the case of using the projection spell, the original body could hardly move, and the consciousness would be transferred to controlling the avatar. Therefore, wizards rarely used this spell. Only when they were exploring some other planes would they send their avatars there. This spell had a lot of drawbacks, so wizards didn't use it much. However, this type of spell also had a black technology, which was a more advanced version of simulacrum. It could create an avatar that was exactly the same as the original body, retaining about 70% of the power of the original body. Moreover, this avatar could use some of the low-level spells in his memory. Soren's purpose was to obtain the simulacrum spell engraved on it. It was a spell that was almost lost, and it was the most powerful level 8 spell so far. Simulacrum had no casting restrictions. After creating a temporary avatar, the original body could also freely walk and cast spells, but the consciousness had to control both bodies at the same time. In other words, one had to do two things at once. This spell was very difficult to learn. At least wizards who didn't have enough brain power couldn't master this spell at all. Simulacrum was used on a large scale during the Iroquois Empire. Because the great arcanists had too many things to deal with, their original body couldn't spare time. Therefore, they began to study simulacrum in depth and applied it in many aspects, including some temporary projection spells. This was actually the domain of the gods, because the avatars of the gods had similar abilities. They also retained part of the original body's power and could use the original body's spells. During the Arcane Empire, the great arcanists who focused on research basically used simulacrum to deal with many things. You might see a great arcanist temporarily teaching a class in the academy, but in fact, his original body was still working in a laboratory. Those who could become arcanists were all people with outstanding intelligence. At the very least, they had the potential to become excellent scientists. The calculation and processing ability of the brain was amazing, and the speed of mental calculation was faster than other people using computers. This was the key to whether one could master simulacrum or not. If the calculation ability of the brain, controlling both the original body and the avatar, things would become messy. Soren definitely had the ability to create avatars. But to use this kind of ability from the perspective of a god, the price to pay was too high. The avatar was already, unlike the avatar created by Soren, the avatar created by simulacrum was temporary, which meant that it would only take effect for the duration of the spell. When the spell's duration was up, the avatar would automatically disappear. The avatar crisis broke out. The things that Soren needed to deal with also increased on a large scale. Simulacrum was not only an advantage for him in battle, but it could also help him solve a lot of problems. Some of them were not so important that he needed to deal with them personally, but he couldn't completely ignore them. At this time, simulacrum was much easier. Soren directly cast a spell to create an avatar to deal with the problem. After dealing with the problem, the avatar would automatically disappear. Simulacrum created a temporary body, and the control was still the responsibility of the original body's consciousness. Note, the avatar created by simulacrum has the strength equivalent to 50% of the original body's slaughter EXP. That is to say, the avatar created by simulacrum has the same level as the original body's slaughter EXP. The higher the level of a wizard, the more slaughter EXP they need, and the more slaughter EXP they will have with simulacrum. If a wizard above level 30 uses simulacrum, then 50% of the slaughter EXP would be enough to create an avatar with the level of a wizard close to level 20. Under the night sky. Soren sat by the campfire and carefully interpreted the bone mask in front of him. There were countless extremely small spell circuits engraved on it. This was a supreme magic skill that was very difficult to master in this era. To enchant a level 8 spell on a piece of equipment, the number of basic skills needed to do this was a little too high. The spell circuits formed by simulacrum were more complicated than any spell that Soren had seen so far. Even legendary spells didn't have so many spell circuits. If simply using the amount of data, the number of spell circuits needed to form a level 8 simulacrum spell was about twice that of a legendary spell. However, Soren also had his own advantages, that was, he was a god. This not only meant that his ability to understand was far beyond the understanding of mortals, but it also meant that he had mastered and used avatars. The avatar of a god was a natural ability. Under normal circumstances, Soren could automatically master the avatar ability in his divine form. When he needed to deal with material matters in his divine kingdom, he could create an avatar that had about 80% of his original power. If he finished dealing with the matter, the avatar could directly disappear. Soren was now trying to use his natural ability to decipher the simulacrum spell in front of him. The great arcanists had always been studying the power of gods, and because of this, they were feared by the gods. Although Soren hadn't fully understood the structure of simulacrum, he could feel that this spell already involved the realm of gods, even. The purpose of this spell was to simulate the avatar ability of gods. To simulate the power of gods from a mortal's point of view, Soren studied it for a whole night. The more he studied, the more he was amazed by the wisdom of the great arcanists. It was like an ordinary scientist looking up to a scientist at the level of Einstein. The wisdom of these great arcanists was simply amazing. Even from the perspective of gods, Soren couldn't deny that these great arcanists were even better than gods in some areas. Looks like I still need Gloria's help. The sky was already bright. Soren put away the mask in his hand. There were too many complicated spell circuits on it, and it was impossible for him to decipher it in a short period of time by himself. Gloria and the Fallen Witch had to work together to help. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take Soren to decipher this spell? Futu caught a cold. The extra chapter will be updated the day after tomorrow. Passing through a barren Gobi area. The land in front of them had a trace of green, and the soil here began to become fertile. Along the way, there were also some figures of droll. They were the high-ranking droll who pursued the way of nature. Because the father of the oak chose to sacrifice himself to save the natural environment at the cost of his own great divine power, every year there would be some droll who were about to enter the realm of legends coming to the Eastern Kingdom to travel. The Eastern Kingdom was deeply influenced by the way of nature, so many times you would meet some legendary professions in the Eastern Kingdom who pursued the ancient unity of nature. Among these legendary professions, some were ordinary people who were inspired by the divine power left behind by the father of the oak. They pursued the balance between nature and humans. Many people with lofty ideals tried to save the land affected and destroyed by the desert of death, to gradually restore the damaged natural environment of the Eastern Kingdom. The collision of civilizations formed a new extension. On the other side of the continent, the droll order did not see eye to eye with many organizations, thinking that they were endlessly plundering natural resources, destroying the environment and balance of nature. However, in the Eastern Kingdom where the natural environment had been severely damaged, the relationship between the droll and the monks was quite harmonious. The way of nature pursued by the droll and the unity of nature pursued by the monks were very similar. Both belonged to professions that pursued the spiritual over the material. Passing through the Gobi area was a stretch of oak forest that stretched for dozens of miles. Every tree here was artificially planted. They were trees that were cultivated with magic, and were also a line of defense to prevent the chaotic energy of the desert of death from eroding the outside world. A long time ago. After the great destruction of the arcane empire, the droll who came out from the damaged material plane began to travel the world. These droll left footprints all over the world, trying their best to repair and eliminate the damage to the material plane caused by the fall of the arcane empire. At that time, it had been hundreds of years since the destruction of the arcane empire. This period of time was a dark period for all races in the material plane, because the sky of the material plane was gray for decades. It wasn't until Father Oak's divine power rose into the sky that the dust that covered the sky all year round finally disappeared. This part was recorded in Droll's canon. Father Oak exhausted all of his power and sought help from the four main elemental gods and the god of light. Finally, after a long time, the entire sky returned to light. Note, Nature Canon, Volume 6. Back then, the first legendary droll to travel to the Eastern Kingdoms had passed through the Desert of Death. At that time, the Gobi region had yet to take shape. The Gobi that Soren had passed through was still a violent desert of death. The legendary droll established a relationship with the remaining humans and civilizations of the Eastern Kingdom for the first time after the great destruction brought about by the Arcane Empire. Then, he settled down in the Eastern Kingdom. That was when the relationship between the monks and the droll began. The legendary droll was determined to restore the natural environment of the Eastern Kingdom. At that time, he had a very high reputation in the Eastern Kingdom. There were even many monks who followed him to train. The nearby monasteries called the White Cloud Sect and the Nature Sect were the monasteries that were passed down by the monks. They pursued the highest level of the ethereal body. Simply put, it was an ability that was similar to the unity of man and nature. It was also at that time. The droll who came from the other side of the continent planted an oak tree for the first time. At that time, there was no way to grow plants on this land. The oak tree planted by the droll had to be maintained with his own mana. That was the beginning of the oak forest. From then on, droll and other professions began to come to the Eastern Kingdom. Wizards had also explored the Eastern Kingdom before. However, after discovering that the chaotic energy here greatly affected their spellcasting abilities, and that they couldn't even cast spells in some places, the wizards rarely set foot on this land. Some traditions began to appear in the Eastern Kingdom. For example, the oak forest in front of them. Every high-grade droll who reached the Eastern Kingdom would plant an oak tree here. They would travel in this land for a long time, looking for a balance between nature and human beings from the monks and others. They would use this to trace the footsteps of the droll ancestors, hoping to understand their thoughts at that time and enter the realm of the legendary droll. Since then, there were more and more oak trees here, and finally, it became the oak forest of today. It became a barrier in the Eastern Kingdom, blocking the sand and chaotic energy from the desert of death. Therefore, the land in front was gradually transformed to be suitable for human habitation. Therefore, this oak forest in the Eastern Kingdom was equivalent to a sacred place for the droll. As for why many droll liked to travel to the Eastern Kingdom, there were some small secrets that were revealed by some adventurers. After all, the legendary droll could advance anywhere. There was no need to go to the Eastern Kingdom. On the other side of the continent, there were many droll who had not been to the Eastern Kingdom but had advanced to legendary. This reason was the droll who had advanced to legendary in the Eastern Kingdom. It was possible that when they reached a certain threshold, their spirit would come into contact with a supreme existence and will. Then, this will would reward them with a glimpse of the most real secrets of nature, and from there, they would comprehend the powerful nature domain. That's right, it was the nature domain. A domain that was a godly buff for the droll. A legendary droll who had just comprehended the nature domain could easily defeat an advanced legendary droll who was more than 5 levels higher than himself. Soren suspected that this was the father of the oak. Because other than the father of the oak, who else could give the droll such a powerful nature domain? He was the embodiment of nature. Soren guessed that the father of the oak did not completely die after exhausting all of its divine power. Instead, it merged with nature in another way. In layman's terms, the father of the oak had already merged with the physical body. It gave up the self-consciousness of a god and became a subconscious existence of nature. Moreover, the supreme will that the druid spoke of could be sensed by the warrior monks of certain factions in the Eastern Kingdom. After reaching a state similar to the unity of man and nature, the warrior monks in the Eastern Kingdom could have simple contact with this supreme will. Some of the warrior monks could evolve their ethereal body into the powerful, vitreous body. There was a wide road outside the oak forest. There were some simple huts along the way, and some plants with magic power were planted nearby. These were the droll who lived in seclusion nearby. Many of the droll who traveled to the Eastern Kingdom would choose to live in this oak forest for a while. Through his god-level perception, Soren could sense a powerful aura faintly shrouding this place. There was at least one high-grade legendary tree shepherd living here. However, he should be living in seclusion in the depths of the oak forest. A force full of vitality came from the ground. The figure of an eagle appeared. The eagle circled in the sky and landed, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into an elven droll wearing an animal skin coat. Not far from the forest, there was a strong figure leaping out, followed by a few more figures. They stepped lightly on the tree trunk and jumped more than 10 meters away. This was a martial monk's lightness technique. It was similar to the legendary martial monk who could walk on water. These monks were protecting one of them. When they saw Soren passing by, they couldn't help but stare at him. After making sure that he was just a passing professional, they carefully protected the person behind them and entered the droll's house. The one in the middle of the monks was a young boy. He was holding a light golden box in his arms, and he looked a little nervous. The box was light golden. It was a wooden box, and the outside was not painted. The light golden color was the original color of the wood that made the box. Soren frowned slightly and murmured, "Golden oak?" In this world, the wood with a golden color was not ordinary. Most of them were tainted with a trace of divinity. The golden oak was a sacred object to the droll, and it was a tree that contained great power. These monks had leaf-like emblems on their bodies. They were practitioners of the nature sect. The origin of the nature sect was difficult to trace, but this sect of monks was very influential in the Eastern Kingdom. There were rumors that they were the monks of the Church of the Father of the Oak. Many gods and churches would train monks internally because they could take on more important tasks than other professions and worlds. They had a natural tenacity, which made them suitable for some time-consuming tasks. Soren knew that the box made of golden oak was definitely something special, but he didn't want to pry too much into it. He was only here to travel, so it was better not to get involved. About a few minutes later, 3 tall elf droll walked out. They were different from the droll who had turned into an eagle in the sky. These droll were all wearing clothes woven from leaves. Their hair was very exuberant, looking like the roots of trees. They glanced at Soren and frowned. Then, they walked into Droll's room. This was a tree shepherd. Droll, who had undergone a special class advancement, could control all the plants in nature. In the forest domain, no one of the same class could defeat them. The tree shepherds were born with the plant domain. So many droll and monks have gathered. Something must have happened. Soren thought, but he still continued to move forward. According to the information he received, the latest news about the divine artifact was in a valley in front of him. There was a big scuffle there, and the person who took the divine artifact was nowhere to be found. Passing through the lush oak forest, Soren quickly approached the location of the valley. Before he got close to the valley, he found many traces of fighting with his superb tracking ability. There were hundreds of people fighting for the divine artifact. But it was not surprising. After all, it was a divine artifact. Even if he couldn't use it himself, he could still sell it for a fortune. The further he went, the more traces of fighting there were. Gradually, blood began to appear on the ground. The inside of the valley was not big, and there was a small artificial lake in the middle. Soren just arrived here and found that there were other people nearby. It seemed that they were also fighting for or looking for clues about the divine artifact. Tracking domain. Soren found a secluded corner and activated his tracking domain. As his divine power was consumed, some incomplete images began to appear in front of his eyes. They were all images formed by the traces in the valley. Gods had the ability to trace back time. If someone said the name of a god in their peak state, the god could use their divine power to know what happened in the past 24 hours. The power of the Grim Reaper was even stronger. As long as it was a place where someone died, they could see the scene of death. Not sure if it was part of the power of the death domain, Soren found that his tracking domain had been strengthened. What he saw was not just the traces left behind by fighting. All the traces related to death were combined by the tracking domain. What Soren saw in front of his eyes were the blurry images of many people before they died. For example, the traces on the left side were formed by a human whose chest was completely caved in. He was hit by something with great force, and his armor was instantly shattered. His whole body flew upside down and dragged a 3-meter-long trace on the ground. The images that Soren saw were all similar images. When all the images were combined together, it was someone holding a divine artifact and killing everyone. From Soren's point of view, the end of anyone who saw it was death. The traces that could form after images were all of the dead people. I didn't expect that the tracking domain could be combined with other domain powers. I really know too little about the gods. For the first time, Soren found that the domain could be used in this way. No wonder the other gods liked to improve their domain powers. All the traces pointed to the other end. The guy with the divine artifact should be a legendary profession. He was surrounded by hundreds of people, rushed out from the north of the valley, and then disappeared. However, for Soren, who had the tracking domain, this was not a problem at all because he had already locked onto the target's traces. With the tracking domain, Soren could determine the direction of the target's escape. It was only a matter of time before Soren caught up with the guy who took the divine artifact. It should be this way. Soren immediately set off for the north, but at this time, the demon avatar suddenly saw some pictures. Soren immediately tried his best to transfer to the demon avatar's side, and then found that the pugilist girl who signed a contract with his demon avatar last time was actually nearby. Her position was in the north, and at this moment, she was moving with a group of monks. She was also moving in the direction that Soren was tracking. It was a soul contract without reservation. Although the fist master girl named Cicada received part of the demon incarnation's power and was immune to fire damage, her body and mind were already under Soren's control. When necessary, he could even observe the outside world from her perspective. This kind of treatment was similar to that of a god's chosen one. The only difference was that Soren did not give her the power of divinity. The surrounding scenery flew by quickly. Soren hurried along the traces of the clergy. Along the way, he encountered several places where battles had taken place, and he also saw some broken remnants. After such exploration, Soren also had a general understanding of the ability of his clergy after fusion. This should be a clergy ability similar to Death Replay. The god of death could directly notice any traces of death, but Soren could not do such a thing. The death he saw had to be judged with the assistance of the tracking clergy. The tracking clergy combined with a part of the power of the death domain, so he could see the moment before death through the combination of traces. Is this the ability of a god? I have been a god for so long, and now I have really touched the threshold of a god. The half-elf and rogue clergies were passive clergies. Neither of them actively increased Soren's ability by much. The tracking clergy he obtained from the god of the hunt, Maler, could barely be considered a combat clergy. Because of the changes brought by the death domain, Soren was full of curiosity about the powerful death clergy. On the other side, hundreds of kilometers away from Soren, there was a team of people moving. The leader was a legendary monk. There were many members in this team, but most of them were dressed like monks. There were only a necromancer and a puppeteer. Unlike the puppeteer Soren had seen before, this puppeteer controlled a large wooden puppet, and its strength seemed to be relatively ordinary. Next to him was the young girl Cicada, who was dressed in a tight suit. At this moment, the puppeteer looked like he wanted to please her, as if he wanted to gain the girl's favor. However, Cicada did not have a good impression of the puppeteer who was constantly trying to please her. From her frown from time to time, it could be seen that her patience was reaching its limit. Since the last adventure, Cicada's relationship with her original teammates had become a lot estranged. And after that incident, it was not suitable for Cicada to act with them anymore. So, with the idea of training herself, Cicada began to travel to the eastern countries to improve her strength. Originally, she thought that after signing a contract with a powerful demon, her future would be very bleak. She had thought that she would encounter something very shameful, but she never expected that nothing would happen. There were no depraved and evil rituals, no shameful incidents. It was as if she had been forgotten by that terrifying demon. Her life had not changed much, but her strength had increased even more rapidly. It was an indescribable feeling. Cicada realized that its understanding of combat techniques was becoming more and more astonishing, and it was no longer afraid of any flames. At least for now, the demon had only brought her benefits. Finally, the girl's patience was completely exhausted. She turned her head to glare at the puppet master beside her and snorted coldly. "Shut up. The enemy we're facing this time is very dangerous. You should focus more on how to deal with the upcoming battle." The puppet master was speechless. He had originally planned to take out a few gadgets to please the girl, but he also quietly put them away. Behind him, his companion snickered. Because of her beautiful face and tall figure, Cicada had received a lot of attention when she first joined the team. The puppet master also wished that he could stick to her side all the time. However, this girl who had advanced into a fist master did not seem to be easy to get along with. Her attitude towards others was also very cold. This operation was arranged by the White Cloud sect. The appearance of the divine artifact had caused a lot of trouble, so the White Cloud sect had sent people to seal this divine artifact. Monks rarely used weapons, and it was not the first time that the White Cloud sect had sealed a divine artifact. The famous divine artifact Exile of the Eastern countries had been sealed by the White Cloud sect. According to the White Cloud sect, this divine artifact that had appeared was very evil. It had a murderous aura, and ordinary people would be easily affected if they held it. Such a divine artifact should not be carried around by people, and should be sealed by them directly. However, all fist masters maintained a close relationship with the monastic sect. As an advanced fist master, Cicada was an orphan born in the monastic sect. Although she did not have as many commandments as the monks, she still had a lot of connections with the White Cloud sect. Some of the fist master's abilities had been trained by the White Cloud sect. The other reason why Cicada decided to help was that she wanted to master the legendary Moon Overcast style. The White Cloud sect was one of the strongest monastic sects in the eastern countries. Within the White Cloud sect, there were special techniques to cultivate the Moon Overcast style, Hard to See, and Shadow Trace. The martial monk sect was nothing more than skillful and fierce. As an advanced fist master, Cicada could not cultivate the diamond body as a woman, so she walked the path of the ethereal body. This way, she could only choose between the Sun Overcast style and the Moon Overcast style. Unless she had a fortuitous encounter that allowed her to advance by leaps and bounds, only those with extraordinary talent could master the Sun Overcast style and Moon Overcast style at the same time. Cicada's goal was to build a good relationship with the White Cloud sect in hopes of entering the White Cloud sect to cultivate more deeply. Actually, the best place to cultivate the ethereal body was the nature sect. However, the martial monks of this sect only had a good relationship with the droll. Their relationship with the outside world was similar to the droll cult on the other side of the continent. It was hard to deal with. The group moved forward very quickly. This group already had people secretly following the guy with the divine weapon. They only needed to follow the traces left behind. However, for some reason, Cicada felt like she was being spied on. Moreover, this feeling was getting stronger and stronger. She had a feeling that something was about to happen. It was harder for martial monks to cultivate than other professions. This was because martial monks needed a lot of strength to use the penetrating force and the penetrating shock palm. They also needed enough agility to master the shadow step and the lightness technique. If one's physique was not enough, it would be very difficult to cultivate the ethereal body and diamond body. However, the most important attribute of a martial monk was the ability to sense. This was the key to determining whether a martial monk was strong enough. Instinctive dodging in battle was the core of a martial monk's ability to survive without wearing armor. The stronger the perception, the more amazing the martial monk's instinctive dodging would be. It would be better than other professions who mastered instinctive dodging. Cicada was the kind of girl who was born with outstanding perception. If she did not have the sixth sense, she would not have been able to advance to a fist master as an orphan. It was because the main attribute was perception that martial monks had a good relationship with the droll and the priest. The priest sensed the gods, the droll sensed nature, and the martial monk's perception was more used to understand their own body. The main attribute of these three professions was perception. Cicada was the kind of girl who was born with sixth sense. Otherwise, she would not have been able to cultivate to her current strength. It was because of the perception of the martial monk's own body that they could cultivate all kinds of supernatural abilities that were not spells. For example, covert force, penetrating force, lightness technique, and so on. The greatest difference between a warrior and a monk was the ability to sense the potential within one's own body, even though they were both training and cultivating the body. The combination of the two. The cultivation method of the Sword Saint was born. Note, the martial monk's main attribute is perception. Other important attributes include strength, agility, and physique. Like the paladins, they belong to the ranks of professions with high requirements. The practice of the Eastern Kingdom had a profound influence on the melee professions. Not to mention the advanced profession, Blade Master, which was most influenced by the Eastern Kingdom. Many skills mastered by rogues were influenced by the Eastern Kingdom. For example, the training of instinctive dodging, the mastery of flexible movements, and the legendary rogue's top skill, Shadow Step. This ability was very similar to the monk's Shadow Step. When the legendary monk used Shadow Step, he could also jump through the shadows. The effect was roughly equivalent to the wizard's short-distance blink spell. If a melee profession could blink and teleport, the effect would be quite terrifying. Not to mention that the monk was famous for being good at super close combat. The profession's specialty was rapid strike. Once the distance was closed enough, even the rogue's reaction speed could not keep up. Night fell. The team that had been on the road for a day stopped temporarily. The traces left behind were suddenly cut off here. The leading monk had just sent the rangers out to look for traces. Forest patrollers were actually rangers. There were some differences in the names of professions in different places. In the southern part of the continent, rangers were more followers who served the gods. The Eastern Kingdom did not have much belief in gods. The rangers here were more like droll. Most of them were close to animals, nature, and helping lost travelers. The rangers would determine whether it was possible to comprehend magic according to their own perception ability. They were a group of people who were good at tracking. In the wilderness, only they could easily follow all kinds of clues. Cicada found a clean stone and sat cross-legged. The puppet master wanted to come over and chat with her again, but he immediately retreated after being glared at by the girl. The people in the team were busy, and soon a bonfire was raised. Two warriors were itching to fight by the bonfire. Cicada lost interest after a few glances. For a master of boxing like her, the training skills of the warriors were too crude. They were completely focused on the control of the body and did not pay attention to their inner and spiritual strength at all. The vitality of the warriors was very tenacious. Their daily physical training made them all rough and thick, and their vitality was more than 2 or 3 times that of other professions. Cicada began to breathe, adjusting her state of mind with her heartbeat, and then sank into her inner perception. This was a type of meditation technique. The difference was that wizards used meditation to improve their spirit. Priests used meditation to feel the glory of the gods, droll used meditation to feel the nature of the outside world, and monks used meditation to feel their inner self. Meditation required a foundation. Either intelligence or wisdom was sufficient, and it was very difficult for attributes below 12 points to enter the range of meditation. The outcome of the battle between the two warriors was quickly decided. The one who won seemed to be unsatisfied. He could not help but cast his gaze to the side of Cicada. There was a young man who was also sitting cross-legged. The only difference was that he was holding a straight blade in his hand. He was a sword saint. Sword saints rarely made a move because their attacks were too fierce. They didn't wear armor because they learned their fighting style from the monks, so their attacks were very similar to the monks who practiced the diamond body. The young man opened his eyes as if he had sensed the other party's gaze. Sword saints also needed to meditate, but they were more focused on the energy called chi, or in the ancient language, ki. Do you want to spar with me? The young sword saint slowly opened his eyes. After seeing the other party nod, he slowly stood up. Generally, those who could advance to sword saint had a strong will to fight. However, they also needed to learn self-restraint like the monks. Meditation like this was almost a daily routine for monks, sword saints, and fist masters. Cicada opened her eyes. This sword saint was an outsider like her. He was a traveler who assisted the White Cloud sect. She had not seen this sword saint in action, so she was quite curious about his strength. Even in the eastern countries, the proportion of people who could advance to sword saint was not many. As the young man slowly stood up, the warrior on the opposite side nervously gripped his weapon. The sword saint's attacks were notoriously ferocious, and the reason why he challenged him was because he wanted to understand this kind of power. For many warriors who encountered a bottleneck, the best way to advance to sword saint was to find a way to advance. Please. The young sword saint casually gripped his straight blade tightly and gestured to the nervous warrior in front of him. Sword saints were born with a certain aura. This aura was mostly due to the fact that they did not wear armor at all. When they fought, it was like dancing on the tip of a blade, unlike other melee professions who relied on armor to avoid damage. Clang, the expected exciting battle did not happen. The warrior on the opposite side only lasted for a few seconds before losing. There were a total of 3 moves. Horizontal slash. Horizontal slash. Chi slash, the sword saint probed with the first 2 moves. After the third move, he found that the opponent was not his opponent at all. The chi slash directly knocked the warrior's weapon away. A professional who was preparing to enter the legendary realm like herself. Cicada quickly realized that this was a sword saint who was preparing to enter the legendary realm. He was probably working for the White Cloud sect to obtain some cultivation methods. Sword saints focused on the cultivation of chi. For monks, chi was their most basic thing. It was also the product of their internal self-perception. The young sword saint turned his gaze to Cicada. The people around clearly felt a fighting spirit. Perhaps for this sword saint, besides the leader of the legendary monks, only Cicada was worthy of fighting with him. So, Cicada stood up. As a girl who looked tall and slender, Cicada was much more dangerous than her appearance suggested. Please. Cicada put her hands together and made a gesture of invitation. She had been trained as a monk since she was a child. Fistmaster was originally an extension of the monk's profession. The young sword saint narrowed his eyes slightly. In an instant, the sharp blade slashed directly at Cicada in front of him. The speed was faster than before. The sword saint did not use his full strength just now. Sword saints were known for their fast attack speed. Monks were the fastest when it came to bare-handed attacks. When it came to weapons, no one could be faster than a sword saint. In the face of the Sword Saint's fierce attack, Cicada dodged sideways as if she had expected it. With a low shout, she slapped out with her palm. Piercing shock palm. Clang. The Sword Saint, who did not wear armor, did not dare to take Cicada's attack head-on. In an instant, he blocked the opponent with the back of his sword. This palm clearly hit the back of the sword, but the young Sword Saint's body shook, and a trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Hidden power? Penetrating power? There was a burst of exclamation all around. This kind of skill could only be mastered by high-level monks. There were a large number of monks in the eastern countries, but many monks were not talented enough and were similar to ordinary warriors. They cultivated the skills of fast strikes and barehanded attacks. Only those with better talent could learn the diamond body and ethereal body. The Sword Saint's eyes were obviously dignified. Cicada's barehanded attack actually made the sound of metal colliding with the weapon. This ability was called Chi Strike. Cicada's hands were at least equivalent to Grade 1 rare weapons. In other words, the girl in front of him, who looked weak, could already catch the attack of a rare weapon with her bare hands. Pugilist was more focused on the training of barehanded attacks. Ordinary monks needed to be level 10 to be able to train their hands into rare weapons, and level 13 to be able to strengthen them into +2 rare weapons. However, Pugilist had the ability to increase one level every 2 professional levels. As a high-level professional, Cicada's hands were at least equivalent to +3 rare weapons. Unbelievable. A pair of white and slender girl's hands were actually similar to +3 rare weapons. Cicada did not stop attacking. After a short fight, her storm-like continuous skills had been launched, and the Sword Saint was almost instantly suppressed by the crazy attack frequency. This was because Cicada's ethereal body was not practiced to perfection. The real ethereal body was level 19, compared to diamond body, which required level was only 17. The Sword Saint began to retreat. Cicada did not give him any chance at all. It was a completely one-sided suppression. However, just after the Sword Saint was forced back 7 or 8 steps in a row, his eyes suddenly burst with a glimmer of light, and then he shouted to the girl in front of him, "Be careful." It was at this moment, the situation instantly reversed. The Sword Saint's attack suddenly became incomparably ferocious. His straight blade had already turned into an afterimage. When he brandished his war blade, it even formed an invisible blade wind. The surrounding people who were too close to the Sword Saint felt the blade wind cutting them. Some people even had red marks on their skin. At that moment, outside the forest very close to them, Soren, who was hiding in the shadows and casually watching, also narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Whirlwind attack." It was the prerequisite battle technique of the whirlwind. Soren could also use this attack, and the Sword Saint in front of him could also use it. In terms of data, it meant that he had at least received a hint of the whirlwind. This Sword Saint had something up his sleeve. Soren suspected that the Sword Saint had received guidance from a legendary professional who had mastered the whirlwind, or that he himself had mastered the whirlwind technique. Soren had already received a hint of the whirlwind. If he had a proper training method, it was only a matter of time before he mastered the whirlwind technique. On the other side, after being forced back by the Sword Saint's attack, Cicada immediately retreated and said slowly, "I lost." The Sword Saint had obviously held back. Otherwise, the whirlwind attack would have been enough to kill her in an instant. It was simply too fast. She had misjudged. Not only did the Sword Saint want to enter the legendary realm, he had already touched the threshold of the legendary realm. A fist master against a Sword Saint. She had already lost when she lost the initiative. There was no need to continue fighting. Her companions looked at the Sword Saint with shock and admiration. Some even wanted to get close to him and see if they could learn some of the Sword Saint's techniques. At that moment, Cicada couldn't help but turn her head and look at the forest in the distance. She kept feeling that someone was spying on her. Night fell. The others were resting while waiting for the forest patrollers to return. Cicada also meditated again, but she still maintained her perception of the outside world. She looked like she was only 16 or 17 years old. But her real age was already 21 years old. Monks had a level 17 ability called Ageless Body. Usually, when a monk cultivated this ability, their body would stop aging. Although this wouldn't extend the monk's life, before they died of old age, they could ensure that their body wouldn't continue to age. Cicada's appearance was because of this ability. She walked the path of the ethereal body, so she came into contact with the ageless body early. Therefore, she had stopped aging when she was 16 or 17 years old. Although she still grew a lot taller, her face didn't change much. If she could go one step further, she could use the ageless body's ability to keep herself at her peak. Her body state would be maintained at around 20 years old until the day she died of old age. On the other side, Soren couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The technique that the Sword Saint used just now obviously used the energy of Ki. As a rogue, Soren didn't have this ability unless he was also a level 1 monk or Sword Saint. With Soren's current conditions, it was also possible for him to be a Sword Saint, but it would be very difficult to bear the slaughter EXP penalty. Because he was a wizard, Soren could also simulate a similar combat ability with the help of greater haste and divine power. Divine power was far beyond the power of ordinary things. If he could figure out the key, perhaps he could try to use other methods to master it. However, there was a more troublesome problem here. That was, Soren didn't know how to use the aura slash at all. Even from a layman's point of view, it could be seen that the Sword Saint's explosion was completely done by relying on the aura slash. He needed to communicate with the Sword Saint. Moreover, Soren himself had also received information from the whirlwind, so perhaps both sides could gain something. The night was getting darker. Just as Soren was thinking about how to approach this group of people, there was a sudden disturbance in the distance. Immediately after, the legendary monk stood up, shouted at the others, and quickly rushed over. The others also set off to chase after him. It seemed that the scattered rangers had found something. Soren also quickly caught up. After passing through a forest, the monk immediately found a corpse. He took a look at it and suddenly frowned. Nulls. The one who died was the ranger he sent out. There were 2 high-level monks accompanying this ranger, but there were no corpses nearby. The chest of the deceased was torn open by a great force. It was a clear claw mark, and there were still gray hairs on the weapon of the deceased. It didn't look like a trace of a human. Let's go. I'm afraid our spies have been discovered. They are in danger now. The legendary monk took the lead and rushed out, followed by Cicada and the young Sword Saint. Soren also caught up a few minutes later. He looked at the traces around, frowned, and said, Abyss Nulls. The king of Nulls, Xianxia, this powerful lord of the abyss had been looking for the artifact, Flail of Time. Although he already had a +3 artifact flail, he had never given up looking for a more powerful artifact, Flail of Time, for hundreds of years. The corpse was stained with the aura of the abyss. Ordinary people might not be able to feel it, but as a god, Soren could feel more. It was the Nulls from the abyss who did it. Moreover, it was a very dangerous high-level Null assassin. It might have been directly teleported from the bottomless abyss. P.S. 2-in-1. This volume is about to end. With the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, the plane barrier had become weaker and weaker. Xianxia, the king of Nulls, must have some way to track the traces of the Flail of Time. Otherwise, his followers would not appear twice. The last time Autumnfall was attacked, it was related to the Flail of Time. This time, there were traces of the Nulls from the abyss. He didn't know how many parts of the Flail of Time the King of Nulls had gotten, and whether there were any special guys among his followers this time. Soren fell behind and followed after him. He didn't dare to get too close, because the legendary monk's perception was also good. Soren was not afraid of being detected by conventional means, but by the sixth sense. This was the most unreasonable anti-detection method, and the only way Soren could not avoid it. The sixth sense was a supernatural domain. Sometimes, even the gods couldn't do anything if they sensed something purely with their sixth sense. Awoo! Suddenly, there was a wolf howl in the quiet night, followed by continuous traces of fighting in front of him. There were also faint screams of people. Ah! Accompanied by a scream of horror, a middle-aged man dressed as a monk was directly torn in half. The fight was only a matter of a moment. When this group of people found out, they had already fallen into the enemy's encirclement. Null assassins, all of them had dark hair, and their physique was taller than the Nulls in the material plane, but their movements were unusually agile. When these monks fell into their encirclement, they were surprised to find that the number of enemies was far more than they had imagined. These gnolls exuded a terrifying aura, which was definitely not something that creatures from the material plane could possess. Only the demon blood in the abyss could exude such a dangerous aura. It's the Gnoll King's personal guard. Soren noticed the difference between these tall gnolls at a glance. They had a special emblem on them. This emblem came from the ancient city of Yinagu, which was the central city on the 422nd floor of the abyss. The gnolls in front of him seemed to be called wild trackers. They were usually responsible for capturing slaves escaping from the abyss, including middle and high-grade demon slaves. They would only be dispatched for very important missions in Yinagu, and these gnolls' profession levels were all above level 18. In other words, they were all quasi-legendary level monsters. These annoying fellows. Kill them all. In the center of the group of gnoll assassins, there was a burly gnoll leader that was more than 3 meters tall. It held a 3-headed flail in its right hand and a flail that emitted cold air in its left hand. It was the same model. With just a glance, Soren could tell that it was one of the parts of the flail of time. However, it wasn't the poison head that Soren obtained. Instead, it was the ice head. Awoo, the gnoll assassins from all directions instantly pounced on them. Streaks of dark, cold light appeared, and poisoned short swords attacked the pursuing monks from all angles. These gnolls were incredibly fast. Almost all of them had agility above 25. This meant that they were the direct descendants of the King of Gnolls, and it was not ruled out that some of them had his blood. For the Demon Lord, their descendants were also important subordinates. These descendants were far stronger than other demons. Sun Flame Form. Facing the attack of the high-grade gnoll assassins, the leading legendary monk finally couldn't do anything. He took a few steps back and used his ultimate skill. With a rumbling explosion, the terrible flames directly blew away the nearby high-grade gnoll assassins. Although the people he brought with him were strong, almost all of them were weaker than these high-grade gnoll assassins. In the whole team, only Cicada and Blademaster had reached profession level 18. Most of the others were between profession level 15 and 16. They were professions that had just advanced. In the battle, these people were obviously suppressed. If their casualties were too high, they would fall into the siege of these high-agility enemies. Even the monk was not sure if he could escape. After using Sun Flame Form to blow away the nearby enemies, the legendary monk instantly rushed to the gnoll leader in front of him. The gap between the two sides was too big. He could only fight now. Capture the gnoll leader first. There might be a turning point if he took down the gnoll leader. You don't know what's good for you. Facing the sudden attack of the legendary monk, the gnoll leader's mouth showed a contemptuous smile. He directly roared and waved his 3-headed flail. Bull's Strength. Evil Shadow Strike. Berserk. 3 spells appeared in a row. While swinging his 3-headed flail at the legendary monk in front of him, the gnoll leader still had the strength to point forward and directly threw a spell into the crowd. Law Command, Ah. In an instant, several people in the crowd stood still in a daze. The nearby high-level Jack Allen assassins instantly pounced on them and chopped off their heads with one slash. Not good. This is the chosen of the King of Gnoll. In the darkness, Soren's eyes narrowed. He had realized that the legendary monk was probably dead. Although the King of Gnoll, Yinagu, was a demon lord, he also had part of the Gnoll race's priesthood. However, he had not really become a god. He was a demon lord at the level of a false god. Most of his chosen were his direct descendants. These chosen were given a part of his divine power. When necessary, they could become his incarnation. There was no doubt, these abilities were not something that an ordinary gnoll could perform. Yinagu might have incarnated into him. Shadow Hide. Shadow Leap. Soren was ready to attack in an instant, but when he was about to deal with the gnoll leader in front of him, the nearby high-grade gnolls had already killed several monks. 3 of them realized the danger of Cicada and rushed over to kill her first. At this time, Soren was faced with a dilemma. If he wanted to save the legendary monk, he could not save Cicada. If he saved Cicada, the legendary monk would not know that the enemy was Yinagu's incarnation. He might be killed in a round of attacks. The hesitation was only for a moment. Soren's figure appeared behind Cicada in an instant, then he picked her up with one hand and threw her back. Sword form, spinning strike. With the strange silver-white sword light all over the sky, the high-grade gnolls who rushed in front of Soren froze in place. The next moment, the 3 high-grade gnolls were directly cut into pieces. Behind him was Cicada, who was shocked. It seemed that she still did not know where Soren came from. Cicada was saved. However, just as Soren was rescuing Cicada, there was an accident on the legendary monk's side. Shadow step. Just at the moment of the fight, the legendary monk noticed that something was wrong. The strength and agility of the opponent were too amazing. This was not a power that a mortal could have at all. The legendary monk tried to use Shadow Step to open the distance, but at this moment, the gnoll leader waved his hand and released a spell. Dimensional Lock. The surrounding space was blocked, and the next moment, the figure of the legendary monk flew out. Poochie! With blood gushing out, the legendary monk was directly killed in one move. His whole chest had caved in, and perhaps even his heart had been smashed. In this case, it was impossible to survive. You don't know what's good for you. Xianxia's avatar took back the 3-headed flail in his hand, but then his eyes turned to the other side of the battlefield, where a figure suddenly appeared, and he noticed the disturbing breath of the gods on that figure. Back off. Soren glanced at the shocked Cicada behind him and said slowly, "This level of battle is not something you can intervene in." Inexplicably. As soon as Soren's voice fell, Cicada involuntarily stepped back. Even she did not understand why she trusted the person she had just met so much. She did not doubt his orders at all. It felt like she trusted the person in front of her so much that she could not disobey his orders. Xianxia's avatar. A smile appeared at the corner of Soren's mouth, and he said to himself, "It seems that my luck is not bad. The avatar of a demon lord should have a lot of divinity, right?" The situation of the battlefield was reversed in an instant. The protagonist who decided the outcome was Soren and Xianxia's avatar in front of him. If Soren won, the others would naturally survive. If Soren lost, the others would not survive. The god of half-elves and rogues. A glimmer of divinity appeared in the eyes of Xianxia's avatar, and then his expression became a little fearful. Although he had never seen Soren, he could still tell who Soren was by relying on the light of divinity. Soren did not have the domain of mystery, craftiness, concealment, and so on. In the face of Xianxia's avatar, he could not completely hide his priesthood, especially in a battle. Xianxia's avatar could guess Soren's identity, but he couldn't see through Soren's strength. She didn't know that Soren was also a wizard, but since Soren was the god of rogues, she guessed that Soren's strength was mostly in the rogue side. Shadow hide. Soren's figure disappeared, and Xianxia's avatar looked around nervously. He could not see through Soren's invisibility. But he also had his own way, which was the gnoll's sense of smell. Xianxia's sense of smell was far beyond that of ordinary creatures. In an instant, he detected a trace and roared, "Found you! Die!" The 3-headed flail directly smashed into the darkness on the right side. Xianxia was confident enough to suppress the enemy in strength. As long as the enemy was injured and bleeding, he could completely rely on the smell of blood to locate the target. Boom! A sharp sound rang out. The 3-headed flail did not come to a physical body. The next moment, Xianxia's avatar felt something was wrong and instantly smashed the flail, ice, in his left hand behind him. It still felt like he hit the air. Soren's chuckle came as if he was mocking Xianxia's incompetence. "Damn you! Don't hide. Come out and fight with me." Xianxia's avatar was so angry that his eyes were red, but there was no way to locate Soren's figure at all. However, he was an old demon lord after all, and he was not too deeply affected by the will of chaos. In an instant, his eyes turned to Cicada not far away. He had just seen Soren save this human girl, so this human girl should be very important to Soren. So, Xianxia's avatar roared and rushed to Cicada not far away. "Since I can't find you, I'll find a way to force you out. If you don't come out, the girl I just saved will die." The avatar of the King of Gnolls thought very well. But he underestimated one thing. That was, although Soren was a wandering god, he was not without the ability to fight head-on. Although he could be called a rogue, he was basically a berserker when it came to fighting. Greater haste. Stone to mud. The avatar of the King of Gnolls was just about to rush to Cicada not far away. Suddenly, he found that the ground under his feet became very soft. With his huge body, he almost instantly sank down. Even if he reacted quickly and jumped out, his movements could not help but slow down by half a beat. Turning his head, the ground within 10 meters around him had become soft mud. Soren used magic to turn it into a mud pit to temporarily stop him. Although it only delayed the target for about a second, it was more than enough for him. Shadow Leap. Isaac's Missile Storm. Secondary Missile Storm. Melf's Acid Arrow. A storm of spells rained down on Soren, almost forming a terrifying barrage. The spells in Soren's memory were mainly those with short casting times. After obtaining the Lich Ring, which increased the casting speed of spells, the spells in his memory were mostly those that could be cast instantly. Hundreds of arcane missiles came wildly. There were also other second and third circle spells mixed in. Yennega's avatar was not in the form of a saint, so it was impossible for him to be immune to low-level spells. Under the massive attack frequency, his whole body was almost drowned. Shadow Tentacles, Spell Enhancement. More than a dozen tentacles made of energy appeared and entangled the feet of Yennega's avatar in an instant. Although the enemy soon succeeded in breaking free, it still slowed down the next movement. Soren's sword came. With a strange silver light, the curved sword cut directly to the vital part of the King of Gnolls. Abyss Legion. The Shadow of Death made Yennega's avatar use his most powerful ability without hesitation. His avatar could have a part of his own power, but his most powerful ability was to summon the demons of the abyss. A portal opened. The breath of a high-grade demon appeared, and there was a faint stench of ghouls. Elemental Legion. Demon Avatar. Since the enemy had already used their ultimate skills, Soren naturally could not fight against all of them. Yennega's avatar had thick skin. As the avatar of a demon lord, he was almost immune to instant death. He needed some helpers to clean up the demon army summoned by the enemy. Moreover, in terms of the ability to summon minions, Soren was confident that he would not lose to any demon lord. A raging fire appeared. When a giant earth elemental came out, a Balrog with flames all over its body also appeared. Let the flames purify everything. After the Balrog appeared, he raised his hand and threw out a fireball the size of a basin. When he saw the appearance of the Balrog, Cicada, who was not far away, was instantly stunned. At this moment, everyone's mood was complicated. Yennega's avatar originally planned to use the unique Abyss Legion summon to turn the tables and kill Soren, but he did not expect the enemy to start summoning support. Those giant elementals that appeared in the material world through the elemental gate were easier to deal with, but the Balor that came out and shouted, "Let the flames purify everything," and at the same time, there was a trace of the demon lord's aura. The Balor was almost at the same level as a demigod. Challenge rating 22+, even a demon lord like him might not be able to command more than a few, but the enemy in front of him could summon one at will, and it seemed like it did not cost much. Rumble. When the Balor appeared, it was a fireball the size of a washbasin, and then the surrounding temperature rose sharply. This Balor, who seemed to have the aura of a demon lord, directly rushed into the position where the Abyss Legion descended. It swung its huge beheading sword and launched a whirlwind strike. Yennega's demon subordinates didn't even have a chance to react. As soon as they walked out of the portal, they fell into a sea of fire, and then the huge beheading sword whistled. The power of the demon avatar was much higher than Soren's body, and the giant ghoul summoned was cut in half. Yennega's avatar was affected by a strong sense of crisis. On the other side, the other people's mood was quite complicated at the moment. At the moment when the legendary monk died, they suddenly realized that the enemy's strength was far beyond their imagination. Many people already had the feeling that they were going to die here. But then an unfathomable rogue suddenly appeared. The two sides fought for a while, and the enemy began to summon the Abyss Legion. The rogue suddenly became more capable of summoning than the spellcasters. Not only did he summon the Balor, but he also made a lot of elementals. Now the situation was about to become a war between demons. Cicada's mood should be the most complicated. As a human who signed a soul contract with the demon avatar, she had a strong feeling when Sauron came to the material plane. However, she had imagined countless ways to meet Sauron again, but she did not expect that the demon she had signed a contract with would be summoned by someone else in such a situation. Furthermore, it seemed to be a summon without any cost, because there was no delay when Sauron summoned his demon incarnation. Through the spiritual thread of the soul contract, Cicada could sense that it maintained a weak connection with Sauron. Slave contract. This was the biggest possibility the girl could think of. She couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. In her opinion, the powerful Balrog Sauron had bound her with an enslavement contract, and Sauron's control over his demon incarnation was similar to an enslavement contract. Who could enslave a powerful Baelor? Thinking of this, Cicada's eyes lit up again. Although she did not understand the abyssal demon language of Yenagu, she guessed that Sauron might be a god. If Sauron was a true god, she began to understand the reason behind the strange changes that had been happening to her body recently. The battle was still going on. However, the situation of Yenagu's incarnation was getting worse and worse. If it weren't for the fact that he was a close combat demon lord, Sauron would have already killed him. Even if he summoned the abyssal army, it was just a dying struggle. Sauron's demon incarnation had recently increased his strength. Because he was somewhat anxious, his demon incarnation was integrating with the power of the law of the abyss. That was to say, as a lord of the abyss, he could master a trace of the virtual divinity bestowed by the abyss. This was a special starting point, which was important for Sauron's future plans. It was precisely because of this opportunity that the demon incarnation had reached the critical point of evolving into a Baelor. Note, for details, please see Chapter 2 of the outer volume. Damn it! The god of half-elves and rogues. I will definitely take revenge. Yenagu's incarnation was finally close to death under Sauron's attack. After all, the incarnation was not as good as the main body. Yenagu's main body had the domain of chaos, demonic, evil, and berserk, but the incarnation only inherited one of them, berserk. The main body's summoning of ghouls was a level 7 spell, the summoning of Tanar'ri was a level 9 spell, the summoning of gnolls was a level 9 spell, and the summoning of the demon army was a legendary spell. However, the incarnation only had one summoning spell, and it was only a level 9 spell. This caused the huge army of the demon lord to completely lose its effect. When a real demon lord came, even if he did not open the abyss portal, it was enough to summon an army of demons within a day. Failure was inevitable. Yenagu's incarnation was now thinking about how to let the main body's consciousness retreat, abandon the body now, and ensure the return of a trace of the main body's soul was the most important thing for him. But Sauron would never let the divinity in his hands fly away. Summon higher dryads. Yenagu's incarnation may have realized that failure was inevitable. He actually commanded the demons summoned by the Abyss Legion to rush towards Sauron frantically, and then prepared to take advantage of the time to let the divinity of the main body withdraw from this body. The Balrog Sauron might be able to kill all the demons, but it was impossible to stop a large number of demons from rushing to Sauron's death. At most, he could only trap the most powerful soul judgment demon with the flame whip, and then the other demons had already rushed to Sauron's front. However, at this moment, an emerald green aura came from Sauron's wrist, and then a beautiful woman in an emerald green dress appeared beside him. This woman looked like an elf, but her breath had the power of nature. She was the leader of the dryads in the misty forest, Karina. Plant, domain. The power of a domain was activated, but it was not Sauron who activated it, but Karina who was standing beside him with a smile. The leader of the dryads seemed to be more powerful than when they first met. She was also one of the hosts of the ceremony, and she might have gained more benefits than other dryads. Now Karina had a trace of divinity on her body. She raised her hand and waved gently, and the plants around her grew wildly. The fragile green grass became tough vines. Not only did they ignore the flames of the demon incarnation, but they also trapped all the enemies in place. Nature's heal. A light full of vitality emerged. Under the emerald green magic aura, the leader of the dryads waved her hand and healed Sauron and the others. She had advanced. It seemed that she had mastered the ability of a nature priest. As a dryad, she was actually a droll and a priest at the same time. Sure enough, she was the darling of nature. It was the same, plant, domain, but Soren's effect was completely incomparable to Karina's ability. All the demons were trapped in place by the vines, and the nearby trees also came to life to trap the enemies with their branches. Soren had rushed to the front of Yenaga's incarnation in an instant, and his curved sword was accompanied by cold light all over the sky, directly slashing at the enemy's vital parts. Slaughter domain. Pucci. Blood gushed out from the wound. Just at the moment when Soren killed Yenaga's incarnation, a soul invisible to the naked eye emerged. This was the soul power from the Null King's body, and the divine power that Soren needed most at the moment. Die. The slaughter domain directly blocked the nearby space, and then Soren tried to activate a trace of the power of the death domain, and then in an instant, divine power surged wildly, directly targeting the Null King's soul projection as the target. No. A shrill scream sounded, and the soul projection of the King of Nulls was instantly cut into pieces. Not only did the scream come from the material plane, but even in the magnificent palace on the 422nd floor of the abyss, there was a roar full of anger and fear. Part of his soul was killed. If the incarnation of the demon lord was killed, it would affect its strength a little, and if even the soul projection did not come back, the problem would not be a reduction of strength. It would be a drop in level. At this time, a row of data appeared in front of Soren's eyes, killed the incarnation of the Null King, Yenagu. Extracting the target's soul energy. You've gained 279,000 slaughter EXP. The target has the power of divinity. Extracting the target's power of divinity. You've gained 5 divinity. The target has the power of divinity. Extracting the target's power of divinity. You've gained 1 point of divinity. The incarnation of the demon lord did not have much slaughter EXP. The biggest gain from killing him was the 5 divinity points and the precious 1 point of divinity. Only by killing Yenaga's body could one obtain a huge amount of slaughter EXP. But the data did not stop, and new data prompts continued to appear below. The target has the aura of fear. Extracting target's fearsome spirit. Your ability, Spirit of Fear, has been strengthened. Obtained a trace of divinity of fear. Yenagu also has the divinity of fear? Could it be that after the death of the Dread Lord, he also seeped a trace of his domain into it? However, Null seemed to be creatures that spread slaughter and fear to many races. It seemed that Yenagu's ambition was not small. There was a row of data prompts at the back. The target has Berserk Divinity. Divinity compatibility 31%. The compatibility with the main body was too low. Demon incarnation compatibility, 78%. Divine power conversion. Extract and transform the target's remaining violent divine power. The demon incarnation has mastered the Berserk domain. Domain power. With the death of Yenaga's avatar, a divine power that was rejected by Soren's body emerged. However, he couldn't absorb this power himself, but the demon incarnation had a good fusion ability. With a trace of divine light, the demon incarnation actually grasped the first domain ability. Berserk domain, the battle was over. The demons summoned by Yenagu were cleaned up, and Soren also cancelled the summoning of the demon incarnation. Now there was only the leader of the Dryads, Karina, by his side. He glanced at the other survivors, and then his eyes fell on the girl, Cicada, and the young Blade Master. After a moment of silence, Soren said slowly, "Let's get out of here first." The mage's hand. The artifact flail on the corpse of Yenagu's avatar fell into the palm of Soren. He quickly walked out, and the others looked at each other and followed. The movement here may have alarmed a lot of people, so it was better to leave here first. The artifact was in his hand. Soren had just gotten the flail of time, ice, and noticed a familiar divine power. It was the power of the massacre god. The flail of time used to be the most notorious weapon of the massacre god. When this weapon had 5 heads, it even killed the chief priest who had inherited most of the divine power of the massacre god. When it first got 3 heads, the flail of time had ended countless powerful enemies in the hands of the massacre god. Item type, Flail of Time, Ice, incomplete. Item grade, Grade 1 artifact. Item description, this is a part of a legendary artifact. Because the power of the other 4 parts is incomplete, the power it can exert is not as good as a legendary equipment. However, its potential is amazing. As one of the most powerful artifacts in the entire material plane, if anyone can gather all 5 heads of the Flail of Time, he can have the terrible power to kill gods and demons. The massacre god once used this weapon and killed the last enemy of the War of Gods with it. This weapon has been stained with God's blood, and there is a residual murderous aura on it. Note, this artifact still has the power of the massacre god. Requirements: Strength 14 or above, Strength requirement +2. Effects: Artifact characteristic, God's blood, frost damage, armor break, cripple, +3 sharpness, +5 toughness, +10 armor break, +5 bone break. Weapon effect, artifact characteristic. This weapon is a legendary artifact. It cannot be destroyed by normal means and is also immune to disintegration. Only legendary disintegration has a 1% chance of destroying this artifact, but the one who destroys it must also suffer the backlash of the divine power. Weapon effect, God's blood. This weapon has been soaked in the blood of countless high-level demons, demigods, false gods, and even real gods. Some powerful beings who once coveted the massacre god's title also died in its hands. Even if this is only a part of the artifact, the flail of time is still soaked in the power of the god's blood. Weapon effect, frost damage. This is the ice head among the 5 heads of the flail of time. As only 1/5 of the parts have been repaired, this weapon can only exert a weak power. When it comes into contact with any enemy, it will cause an additional 5 frost damage to the target and affect the enemy's movement to a certain extent. Weapon effect, armor break. As a 5-headed flail of time, the flail of time has a terrible armor-breaking ability. Even if only one of the heads is equipped, it can easily break through most armor. Age Flail could ignore all armors below the Transcendence level, including full-body armors that couldn't block its attack. When the 5 heads of the Flail of Time are fully assembled, its armor-breaking ability will be further enhanced. Even legendary-level armor will not be able to protect it from damage. Weapon effect, cripple. The Flail of Time has a terrible lethality. When attacking the enemy, there is a certain chance of crippling the target directly. When the target is attacked by the Flail of Time, the target must undergo a compulsory test of toughness. Otherwise, the movement speed and attack speed will be reduced because of the cripple. The number of the heads of the Flail of Time determines the power of the ability. A familiar power. It was the power left behind by the massacre bloodline on this divine weapon. The Flail of Time was in the era when the massacre deity was active, and its wielder had killed many other massacre deities. That was why Soren felt a trace of divine power from the massacre domain on this weapon, Ice Head. Poison Head. Soren had now collected 2 parts of the Flail of Time. If he fused them together, the Flail of Time could become a grade 2 divine weapon. Flail of Time, Ice, Poison. If he could get another head of the Flail of Time, then the grade 3 divine weapon Flail of Time would surpass all the divine weapons in Soren's hands. The Holy Avenger's level was higher than the Flail of Time. However, if the Flail of Time with 5 heads was assembled, no other weapon would be able to deal more damage than it, and the damage would be more stable. This was because Soren remembered the effect of the Flail of Time with 5 heads. Each attack deals an additional 10 points of ice damage, 10 points of poison damage, 10 points of lightning damage, 10 points of fire damage, and 10 points of strong acid damage. Regardless of whether the user's strength was high or low, as long as the Flail of Time took a hit, the user would have to endure 50 points of additional attribute damage first. Mordor City. It was a relatively busy and fulfilling day. Apart from the faint salted fish smell floating in the air above the city, there wasn't anything too troublesome. During this time, everyone was full. The price of fresh fish in the tavern had fallen to 1/3 of the original price. Basically, every household in the city of Mordor had stored some fresh fish, and the rest was urgently made into salted fish and air-dried fish. Soren could still make fish floss with some effort, but a god should not put his energy into it at all. Therefore, Mordor's way of dealing with fish floss was to make dried salted fish. This was the easiest way, and there was no need to worry about table salt in the coastal areas. Some of the low-grade wizard apprentices in the city of Mordor had already begun to study alchemy. For alchemy, purifying table salt was only the most basic thing. However, at present, the difficulty of purification was still relatively high. It was not a problem to make white table salt on a small scale. On a large scale, it was still slightly bitter sea salt. The high-level core of the city of Mordor did not have the energy and time to spend on such trivial matters. Maybe in the future, they would consider the application of high-end alchemy to the people's livelihood. This should be the best time for the slaves and laborers in the city of Mordor. Every day after work, they could eat enough. Not only could they eat fish for every meal, but they could also find a variety of fresh seafood from the big pot. At this time, people did not like to eat this stuff. Many of them were given to slaves as junk food. The days passed by like this. Counting with his fingers, it was getting closer and closer to the second wave of the abyss demons that Soren secretly told them. On this day, something happened in the city of Mordor. It was noon. Suddenly, a strange light appeared in the sky, and then this light crossed the sky like a meteor and fell directly to a row of buildings on the left side of the city of Mordor. Huh! In the half-elf temple in the center of the city of Mordor, the figure of the chief priest appeared out of thin air. She looked up at the sky with confusion and murmured, "Divinity from the sky." The pale golden light was not very conspicuous during the day. This light fell directly into a tall building, and then all the light disappeared as if everything just now was an illusion. Teleportation spell. The chief priestess, who was dressed in a white robe, instantly teleported to the spot where the divine light landed. Then she glanced at the Jian clan in front of her and murmured, "Saruman?" The location where the light of divinity fell was the second largest laboratory in Mordor City. This was a forbidden area for ordinary people because there were many dangerous plants growing here. The light of divinity fell on the sky above Saruman's laboratory. With the strength of the chief priest, he could clearly see the pale golden light inside through the magic light. The radiance of divinity. At the same time, a ray of light also rose from the central mansion of Mordor City, and then Gloria's figure also appeared next to the chief priest. What happened? Gloria's expression seemed a little confused. She had always been in charge of the defense circle of Mordor City, so the energy fluctuation just now could not escape her eyes. The chief priest's expression was rather solemn as he slowly said, "Saruman seems to have obtained some incredible opportunity." Gloria was startled when she heard this. She immediately sensed the changes in the laboratory. Alchemy laboratory. Saruman's expression at the moment was sluggish. Everything that just happened was completely instantaneous. Even he himself had not figured out what was going on until now. He only felt a trace of golden light falling into his body, and then his whole mind underwent an amazing change. It was as if his brain was suddenly enlightened. Many things that he did not understand before could now be understood clearly, and inexplicably, he had an extra spell. Heavenly spell. This was not a high-level spell, but it was not invented by Saruman. It was a spell given to him by God or the power of law. This. Saruman looked at his hands in surprise, and then his eyes fell on the test bench in front of him. This was a result of his recent research. A simpler and more efficient fertilizer. Because of the purification of alchemy, it seemed to have a hint of pale gold. These small particles were the crystallization of Saruman's third experiment. The yield and effect were much higher than the original simple fertilizer. Of course, these alchemy fertilizers were not for crops. As an ambitious wizard, how could Saruman be willing to be a farmer? He purified this fertilizer to further cultivate mutated plants. In short, this was a fertilizer with a trace of magic to improve one's combat power. But something unexpected happened. When this alchemy result was completed, he was directly reflected by a spell from the world, and at the same time, he faintly discovered that there was an extra trace of divinity in his body. Incredible, although Saruman's strength improved rapidly after the research, divinity was still something that he yearned for. There was a trace of expectation in his heart. Saruman slowly pushed the door of the laboratory open. In front of him appeared the figure of the chief priest and Gloria. Even if he had just obtained a heavenly spell and a trace of divinity, Saruman still knew that he needed to remain humble at this moment. So he bowed slightly to the two legendary women in front of him and said, "Your Excellency Gloria." "Your Excellency Chief Priest." "Did the situation just now disturb you?" The chief priest saw more than Gloria. She smiled and said, "Congratulations. It seems that you have gone further than us." Saruman maintained his humility, but there was a hint of a smile on his face. He knew very well that even if he had obtained a trace of divinity, he was still an insignificant figure to the supreme ruler of Motor City, Soren. He had just obtained a new starting point, and he was still far away from the future. Let's see what ability you have obtained. The chief priest smiled and turned her gaze to Gloria, who was a little confused, indicating that she would understand what happened next. Saruman nodded and said, yes. I also just realized something. Maybe the two of you can give me some pointers. Some small pale golden particles appeared in Saruman's palm. This was the result of his research. It was a more efficient fertilizer for cultivating magic plants, and it was also a casting material for a new spell he had just obtained. Incredible, the new spell was actually cast with this result as the core material. Fertility. A faint magic aura emerged. With the magic aura emerging from Saruman's body, the pale golden particles dissipated with the wind, and then turned into a little light and fell into the soil in front of him. There was no change. At least it seemed that there was no change, but the people present were not ordinary people. The chief priest's expression suddenly became serious, and then she smiled and said, "Congratulations." This was the second time she said congratulations. The ground did not seem to have changed much, but in fact it had changed. The land had become more fertile. It wasn't an offensive spell. The effect of the spell was to use the experimental results that Saruman had just completed as materials to cast an effect similar to fertility, making the barren land more fertile. It did not look good. But the meaning of this was very deep. Because this belonged to the realm of the gods, Saruman's research had begun to feed back to the material plane. The Temple of Agriculture had taken away the first batch of fertilizers he had developed and had begun to promote them in many places. The field and clergy of the goddess of agriculture included fertility. On the other hand, the core of Saruman's god-given spell was a vague fertility. This was an ability that belonged to the fertile domain, but it was more of an unnatural domain. It was a result of human effort. This was the feedback of the laws and mortals. It seemed that the first batch of fertilizers that Saruman made had begun to give him some information that belonged to the realm of the gods. As the high priest who was in charge of the temple for Soren, the chief priest saw more things. What Saruman got was not just a spell and a little divinity, but a ladder that might allow him to become a god. Fertility, field, this seemed to be a new field. If Saruman could further affect reality and gain a little faith for himself, then he might be able to master the fertility clergy. It was a priesthood that could affect all farming races. Maybe it was not strong enough. But for a mortal, it was already a great opportunity. Note, Saruman gained 1 point of divinity and the spell fertility. The material plane had its own rules. Just like the droll, who was active in the desert of death all year round, they might be able to become tree shepherds through natural feedback and master the plant field. What happened to Saruman now was a kind of feedback from the material plane. It was a seemingly insignificant feedback. However, it was the ladder that Saruman used to become a god. This was the orthodox way for the natives of the material plane to ascend to godhood. After gaining this point of divinity, Saruman had the possibility to become a demigod. By influencing the entire material plane little by little, he could gradually accumulate the original divinity and then slowly transform into a demigod. Without the help of other gods, this process might take up to 100 years. After becoming a demigod, Saruman would need to establish a small church of his own or an organization that would serve and follow him. This way, he would slowly cultivate the power of divinity, and after 100 years, he would step into the realm of a false god. At this time, if he publicly announced that he was a god, he would be attacked by other churches as a false god. But if he continued to develop slowly and continued to spend hundreds of years accumulating his own strength and faith, when his existence had been known and accepted by more and more mortals and gods, Saruman, whose strength had reached the critical point, could ascend to godhood, master the fertility, field and clergy, and finally become a minor divine power, god. Of course, the premise of all this was that he could live, his divinity and field would not be plundered by other gods, and he would not die in the hands of powerful legendary adventurers. The time spent during this period could be as long as hundreds of years. In the long history of the material plane, there were also some mortals who became divine creatures through this opportunity, and then slowly entered the realm of gods. Some of the minor divine power gods in the Pantheon Temple appeared in this way. However, these minor divine power gods were very weak. After becoming a true god, they often needed to serve and follow some powerful gods so that they could ensure their own safety and not be killed by other gods who coveted their power and clergy. If there was no avatar crisis, Saruman might have been absorbed by the gods with the fertility clergy as their servant or subordinate god, just like the minor divine goddesses who were sheltered by the goddess of agriculture. One of them was the spiritual incarnation of nature, a minor divine goddess who was promoted from a divine water spirit hundreds of years ago. However, it was now the time of the Avatar crisis, a period of great danger but also full of opportunities. If Saruman could get the help of other gods, then the time for him to accumulate divinity and clergy would be greatly reduced. For some powerful gods, hundreds of years of accumulation was just a matter of spending a little power to promote. People like him who had the seat of divinity were far easier to become gods than other mortals, and the cost of promoting him was much smaller. Saruman had a very high starting point. But the foundation of this starting point was not stable. He must first master the power of the fertility realm before it was possible to further touch the realm of gods. As a wizard, Saruman was still a little weak. Although his strength had improved rapidly during this period, his wizard profession level was only about level 17, and there was still a long way to go before he could reach the realm of the legendary realm. Without touching the threshold of the legendary realm, it was difficult for him to become a real divine creature. Even with today's opportunity, he needed to make a lot of effort to enter the legendary realm, and then it was possible to peek at the threshold of the demigod realm. There was no doubt. Saruman was very lucky because it was the pantheon of agriculture who was responsible for promoting the fertilizer he made. The operation of a church was a bit special in itself, and it was naturally completely different for those mortals who were affected by the fertilizer. If these things were handed over to a chamber of commerce to operate, then the mortals who received the fertilizer would not have some belief changes that were biased towards the realm of gods. Saruman would not have been able to get the divinity that he had today, let alone peek into the realm of gods so easily. No matter what. He was indeed standing on a new level now. As a mortal who had the potential to become a god, the city of Moder would definitely give him more attention and resources in the future. P.S. 2 in 1 chapter. The extras have been updated. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. It had been some time since he killed the incarnation of Yinagu, the king of gnolls. Although Soren saved the girl who signed a contract with the demon incarnation, he did not stay with her for too long. After spending a day talking to the young sword saint about the whirlwind, Soren was ready to deal with other things and return to Mordor as soon as possible. The flail of time, ice, naturally needed to be taken away. It was impossible for him to give this artifact to the monastery. As for the arrangement of Cicada, Soren naturally had a corresponding way. It could be regarded as planting his own line in the Eastern Kingdom. Mastering some of the sword saint's skills was not enough for Soren to get the information of the whirlwind again, but he had faintly touched the threshold. Perhaps it would not take long for him to understand it. The reason why Soren was in a hurry to go back was because of Saruman's opportunity. Gloria immediately sent a magic message to Soren, and Soren immediately realized that this was an opportunity. An opportunity to cultivate a god. The power that Saruman mastered should be related to the fertile domain. This domain ability could be compatible with most of the divine systems. Soren himself had the half-elf divine title. That was to say, the ability of farming could be planned within the scope of Soren's divine title. If Saruman had the potential to be cultivated, Soren intended to make him his own god. In other words, Soren would give him divinity and divinity to promote him to a minor divine power. In this way, Saruman's power came from Soren, and Soren could even take back this power when he paid a price. This kind of control was not very serious, but it was a win-win for both sides. After obtaining a new god, Soren was no longer alone. It was equivalent to establishing a divine system. A divine system. Perhaps it was still very far away for Soren now, but it was definitely not completely unimaginable. Soren's current divinity value was 90 points. Because he gave a part of the divinity to Vivian, he only had 36 points. His divinity value was very close to intermediate divinity. Although there was still a long way to go, it was not impossible to accumulate divinity after the outbreak of the Avatar crisis. In this way, Soren could enter the range of intermediate divine power during the Avatar crisis. Intermediate divine power. which was almost the standard of a small divine system. When the goddess of ocean was still a medium divine power, she had already begun to cultivate her own gods and followers. One or two more reliable, weak divine power helpers were also very important for the struggle between the gods. Vivian was definitely going to become a god. At present, the little girl was trying her best to absorb the power of the divinity given by Soren. After all, the natives were still not comparable to him. Even if Vivian's talent was far beyond the level of the Son of God, it was still a bit difficult for her to integrate the power of the divinity and shorten the hundreds of years for others to a few months. At present, Vivian's integration progress was not fast. She was now between demigod and false god. If she wanted to really become a god, she had to jump out of the framework brought by the talent of the Son of Fear. Divinity was far more difficult to absorb than divinity. In the past, Vivian was forced to go into a deep sleep to absorb divinity. Although her power was much stronger now, it was a bit difficult to complete the integration of the divinity this year. From a demigod to a true god in a year, if it was someone else, it would definitely be a frightening speed, but it was still too slow for Soren. In a short time, Soren could only rely on his own strength to deal with changes. The seeds must be planted in advance to be able to harvest the rich fruits. Soren valued Saruman's potential. Perhaps it was not an ability in the field of battle, but his potential was very useful in the long run. Although there was a lot of land in the outer islands, it could not be compared to the mainland, and the land was not as fertile as the mainland. With the help of Saruman's power, he might be able to change a lot of the situation. The world was always changing. If Saruman had the potential to be cultivated, Soren would not be stingy with a little divinity to promote him. Since he planned to rush back to the outer islands, the trip to the eastern countries should be over for the time being. However, Soren still had an important task, and that was to find a way to kidnap the legendary puppeteer girl back. There was less than half a month left before the second wave of the Abyss demons. Soren decided to use a simpler and more violent method. That was to reveal his identity. He was going to send an invitation to the legendary puppeteer girl as a true god, asking her to travel to Mordor City, and then decide whether to further cooperate with Soren. If she was still unwilling to cooperate after going to Mordor City, he could only consider whether he needed to use force in the end. For now, the most important thing was to kidnap her back first. He was very lucky. When Soren returned to the first town again, the legendary puppeteer girl had already returned. This time, Soren did not hide his power, but directly came to her in the form of a saint, and told her the gap in strength and status in the most intuitive way. Your Excellency? When the two met again, the legendary puppeteer Alice finally understood the gap between the two. Although she had guessed Soren's identity and even went to see the Eastern Princess some time ago, when Soren's real identity appeared in front of her, Alice's face still couldn't hide her surprise. Damn, this was a true god. If it weren't for the outbreak of the Avatar, it would be unlikely for mortals to see the avatar of a god in their lifetime. What do you think of my proposal? Soren ignored the girl's surprised expression, but went straight to the point. Some of the knowledge you have is very important to me. And there is also a lot of knowledge in Mordor City that I think will be very useful to you. We found a wizard tower in the Shadow Plane, which is a relatively well-preserved wizard tower from the Arcane Empire. We also found a strange half-plane in the lock of the wizard tower. Recently, I also found an underground relic during one of my travels and brought out an elemental furnace that can function normally. I believe that as a puppeteer who has studied the knowledge of the Arcane Empire, you should know what I mean. This is a sincere invitation. If you feel that it is of no help to you after arriving at Mordor City, I can guarantee that you can leave at any time. In the name of the gods. In order to abduct this girl to Mordor City, Soren had spent a lot of money, and he even used the name of the gods as a guarantee. He was a god of the lawful alignment. Although he was inclined to the evil realm, if he didn't do this kind of thing, it would cause his own divine alignment to deviate. The gods couldn't deny themselves. The best result now was that the legendary puppeteer in front of him was very satisfied after arriving at Mordor City. Otherwise, if he forced her to stay in Mordor City, Soren might be in a dilemma. However, he still had a little confidence in this. After all, there was a lot of black technology stored in Mordor City. Lock. Wizard Tower. War chest plane. Elemental furnace. Soren didn't believe that none of these things could attract the puppeteer girl in front of him. She had the black technology of the Arcane Empire in her hands, so she must know the power that this knowledge represented. Similarly, she would also be interested in other black technologies of the Arcane Empire. The mana power armor in the Wizard Tower was much more powerful than the girls' dolls she made. These girls' dolls were at most level 16, but the mana power armor was above level 21, and there was also a mana combat thaling above level 25. After listening to Soren's words, Alice was obviously lost in thought. Soren didn't lie to her. At least the spell to detect lies told her that Soren had just told the truth. So after learning that there were so many good things in Mordor City, she was quite tempted. However, leaving a familiar place and going to a more distant overseas area rashly. It wasn't that easy either. It was difficult for her to make a decision in a short time, and the attitude of the Eastern Princess was also uncertain, but Soren seemed to be in a hurry. The girl was a little hesitant for a while. So, she turned her eyes to the head maid, Lilith, who was listening carefully, and whispered, "Lilith, what do you think?" Unbelievable. She actually asked for the opinion of the girl doll she made for such an important thing. The head maid's expression was very serious. The strange silver-white metal was very soft and tough, which allowed her to show a very human-like expression. The head maid bowed slightly and said seriously, "If this mister can guarantee the safety of the master, maybe we can go to the place called Mordor City to have a look. Lilith also wants to see other high-level creatures, including the legendary Thaling." Thaling. This was an alchemy creature that could only be made by high-level legendary wizards. They were very powerful and smart high-level creatures. Thaling creatures could be seen in the south of the continent, and Thaling creatures were even rarer in the Eastern Kingdom, which was full of chaotic magic energy. Although the alchemy dolls made by the puppeteer were very delicate and powerful, they were still a lot worse than Thaling. Thaling was at least a legendary alchemy creature, and its ability was much stronger than these girl dolls. Alice couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After a while, she turned her eyes to Soren again, but not at Soren, but at another girl doll sleeping on his shoulder. She said seriously, "Chris, don't sleep in anymore. What do you think of Mr. Soren's proposal?" The divine doll named Chris slowly opened her eyes. She raised her silver-white little hand and rubbed her eyes as if she hadn't woken up yet. Then she muttered, "It's boring to stay in one place all the time. Maybe it's good to go out and have a look. Alice, I remember you said last time that you wanted to travel to the astral plane. There are even places in the material plane that you haven't been to. Why don't you travel to the material plane first, and then consider going to the astral plane?" Unbelievable. The golem master girl named Alice had actually asked for the opinions of the golem dolls she had created. Moreover, these female dolls had even given her an answer with a straight face. At this moment, Soren was really curious about how she made these girls' dolls. Okay then. After listening to the two girls, Alice couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then she said seriously, "Mr. Soren, I'm willing to go to the outer islands with you. I hope it won't disappoint me." As soon as she said that, the head maid standing on the desk next to her, Lilith, moved and said with a serious expression, "Molly's Tilth. Linus. Get ready to pack up. And you, Chris. Don't be lazy. Since you've decided to go on a long journey, then pack up your own things." The other female dolls immediately started moving. They seemed to be a little lively at this moment. Not only did they pack up all kinds of things, but they also said with a slightly fluctuating voice, "Are we going on a trip? Can we see the sea? Molly's You should go pack up our things. Leave this to me." The group of girls happily busied themselves. The divine doll girl, Chrissy, who had been lying lazily on Soren's shoulder, also got up. She flew to the cabinet on the right side of the wall very seriously, then opened a small drawer, and then took out a set of clothes and shoes from it. They were all very small clothes, only the size of 2 or 3 fingers, but they were so lifelike. The workmanship was exquisite, and it was unknown which top tailor made them. Chris had a total of 3 sets of clothes, all of which were made uniforms, but the color was slightly different. The girl carefully folded these pocket-sized clothes and put them in a box that was half the size of Soren's palm. Then she flew back to the desk with one hand and cheerfully said, "It's done. I've finished packing my things." On the other side, the girl named Lilith also flew over. She struggled to carry a few small boxes and put them on the desk. Then she made a very anthropomorphic expression of wiping sweat with her hand. Although she was an alchemy life form, she did not sweat at all. This was the result of their learning from the outside world. They imitated the words and actions of humans, and gradually formed their own personal characteristics. It was said that alchemy life forms who stayed with humans for a long time were more likely to develop emotional characteristics, and they would not be as cold as machines. Soren was dumbfounded by what he saw. With the help of the group of girls, the luggage was quickly packed up. Alice put a thick book under her arm, then took out a heavy suitcase with one hand. First, she put many of her own books in it, then carefully put the small boxes that contained the girls' luggage on the side. Then she looked up at Soren and smiled gently. "It's done. We're ready. Let's go. P.S. This volume is finished. I'll start writing a new volume tomorrow." The Frost Kingdom, Arendelle. As February approached, the spring of the Frost Kingdom was about to arrive. The snow on the roads had begun to melt, and as the temperature rose, the floating ice became less and less. People began to appear in the fields to get busy. Because of regional reasons, the crops in the Frost Kingdom were all in one season. They started sowing in February and March, and harvested in July and August. The remaining months of the year were used to plant other things. The royal family of Arendelle had ruled this land for a long time. If it had not been affected by the Avatar crisis, the tradition here would have lasted for a long time. On this day, the weather should be pretty good, but the weather could change as quickly as a woman's mood. It was the end of January. It was less than 4 or 5 days before the arrival of February. On this day, there seemed to be no change in Arendelle, but in the afternoon, there was a sudden exclamation from the people at the entrance of the market. Then many people looked up at the tower at the top of the palace, where a silver-white beam of light had risen. The light went straight into the sky for a while, and then slowly disappeared from everyone's eyes. What happened at the palace? People were puzzled. Many people were also alarmed by this phenomenon and inquired about the news inside the palace. About half an hour later, suddenly, a little girl's voice sounded at the entrance of the market, seemingly cheerful. "It's snowing." Pieces of snowflakes fell from the sky. At this time, the weather in the Frost Kingdom had warmed up. It was unexpected that there would be snow so close to the arrival of spring. Looking at the scale of the snowflakes falling, the snow would probably be quite heavy. "It's snowing. It's really snowing." The residents of Arendelle had long been accustomed to winter. They were not surprised by the arrival of the heavy snow, but they postponed their scheduled work for a few days. Nothing seemed to be out of the ordinary, at the same time. At Port Tylon, the first stop on the way to the outer islands, Soren's figure had appeared at the port with a girl in a wide cloak. Half of the girl's face was covered, and only her fair and beautiful chin could be seen. She had a thick book under her arm, and a lifelike girl doll sat on her shoulder. Similar to the female puppeteer in front of him, the delicate female doll also looked at Port Tylon in front of her with curious eyes. From time to time, she would move a few times under the hood of the cloak, and then a small head popped out to look around, and then retracted under the command of the serious head maid. "Is this the Southern Sea region?" Alice looked at the bustling port with surprise. She whispered, "It is indeed much more prosperous than the Eastern kingdoms." The girl didn't let all the dolls come out. The one lying on her shoulder was Chris. It seemed that this divine girl could always get more indulgence and preferential treatment. Although the head maid was Lilith, Soren only recently found out that Chris was Alice's first doll. However, even Alice herself didn't expect her first product to be such a funny one. Since then, Chris had always been the most special one among all the female dolls. Port Tylon was indeed much more prosperous than before. But compared to Port Mordor, there was still a big gap. Soren just smiled slightly when he heard this. He didn't compare the two. Anyway, when Alice arrived at the city of Mordor, she would naturally feel the difference there. Soren still had great confidence in this city that he had spent countless efforts to build. Although the city of Mordor had only been established for a short period of time, relying on the huge infusion of resources, it had long been comparable to those cities that had been established for hundreds of years, and the vitality of the city was incomparable to other places. Wow! It's snowing! Come out and see! It's snowing! Chris looked around on Alice's shoulder. Suddenly, she looked up at the sky, and then flew up into the air. She happily circled around Soren and Alice, and said excitedly, "It's snowing! It's snowing! Lilith, come out quickly!" The climate of the eastern kingdoms was similar to that of subtropical regions. The severe desertification made many places in the eastern kingdoms unable to see snow for decades. Alice also seemed to be in a good mood. The girl reached out and took off the hood on her cloak, then spread out her white palms to catch the falling snowflakes. Girl dolls and maid costumes flew out one by one. They were like flower fairies dancing in the snow quite happily. Even Lilith, who had always been strict, opened her palms to catch the snowflakes, and then looked at the distant sea with a very human-like expression. Is this the sea? These girl dolls had their own personalities, and Soren even felt that they had their own independent thoughts. However, at this time, Soren's attention was not here. When he realized that it was snowing, he could not help but extend his spirit to the sky, and then he found a fluctuation of divine power coming from the distant north. The Frost Kingdom. Arendelle, the palace. This fluctuation of power came from the Princess Royal. Soren had always remembered the unique fluctuation of power of the Princess Royal. The city of Moder. Gloria's figure came out of the laboratory. She looked up at the sky in confusion and murmured, "It's snowing? Why is it snowing all of a sudden?" The city of wizards. At the top of the towering tower, an old man with a snow-white beard came out. He reached out to catch the falling snowflakes, then stood on the astrology platform. After a while, he murmured, "What an unexpected snow." The Eastern Kingdom. In a large city called the Eastern Capital, in a magnificent palace, a charming woman lying lazily on a pure golden throne suddenly stood up. She was wearing an exquisite silk dress, which vaguely looked like an oriental dancer. This gorgeous woman with a beautiful face stepped barefoot in the air and appeared outside the hall in the blink of an eye. She looked up at the sky and spread her white palms to catch the falling snowflakes in the air. She frowned slightly and said, "The goddess of snow? Even the Eastern Kingdom has been affected?" It was a very peaceful day. There was almost no earth-shattering event, but on this day, it snowed in the entire material plane. White snow. Dark red blood. Fate seemed to have begun everything with poetry. The Frost Kingdom, Arendelle, the palace. Although the beam of light that rose in the sky only lasted for a short time, it still attracted the attention of many people. Princess Anna, who had begun to deal with the government affairs of Arendelle in the main hall of the palace, quickly noticed the abnormality. She realized that the beam of light was rising from the tower where her sister was staying, so she immediately put down the documents in her hand and walked towards the tower with a little worry. As the scope of the Avatar crisis was getting larger and larger, even ordinary people were aware of the abnormality. Now Princess Anna understood why Soren was worried about the future. Perhaps her beloved man had already foreseen the arrival of the Avatar crisis. From the moment the demons appeared, Princess Anna had officially taken over the government affairs of Arendelle. At present, most of the government affairs were handled by her. Princess Royal began to retreat after assisting Soren to kill the god of the hunt, Malor. After the demons appeared, she handed over most of the government affairs to her sister and devoted herself to the control of power. She had foreseen something. The Frost Kingdom was facing a huge challenge, and this challenge required her to have enough power to deal with it. "Sister." Princess Anna came to the door of the tower. She knocked gently on the door and then retracted her finger in surprise. The door was very cold, and the frozen ice could be seen through the crack of the door. At this moment, in the room of the tower, everything had been frozen. The figure of Princess Royal was standing in the center. As if she heard the sound outside the door, she opened her eyes and said slowly, "Anna? I'm fine. I'll be out in a while." Princess Royal waved her hand gently, and the ice in the room dissipated with the wind. This was caused by her overflowing divine power. After a while, Princess Royal slowly opened the door and smiled. It's okay. It was just a small problem. Now that it's solved, we shouldn't encounter such problems in the future. Princess Anna relaxed a lot when she heard this, but her expression was still a little worried. She reached out and hugged her sister, and whispered, "What happened?" Princess Royal did not answer, but gently reached out and stroked Princess Anna's forehead. She gently shook her head and said, "It's okay. Let's go down for a walk." He did not know why. At this moment, Princess Royal felt much more amiable. She didn't give people the illusion of distance and rejection like before. Since the mysterious disappearance of Princess Royal, Princess Anna felt that her sister had become much more difficult to approach than before. She even had an inexplicable sense of crisis. Although she firmly believed that her elder sister would never hurt her, that feeling lingered. Now, Princess Royal no longer had that feeling. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. Her elder sister was still the same elder sister. A kind, peaceful, and warm aura. At this moment, the eldest princess let out a sigh of relief. After paying a certain price, she had finally resolved the crisis on her body. Ever since he mysteriously disappeared and returned, the power in her body was getting stronger and stronger, and in the end, she even showed signs of losing control. To put it simply, the amount of divine power she possessed had already exceeded the limits of what she could handle. For example, Princess Royal's divinity could not contain that much divine power. Soren's divine power could not keep up with the progress of the divinity's capacity. Princess Royal's divine power exceeded the upper limit of the divinity's capacity, so sometimes she could not control her own power. With her divinity's capacity, she could hold at most 200 or 300 points of divine power, but the divine power she possessed had reached more than 2 or 3 times. If it weren't for the fact that her profession level was above level 30 and she was a powerful warlock, Princess Royal's power would have been in trouble long ago. However, after killing Mailer, the god of the hunt, Princess Royal had been supplemented by the power of the divinity. After completing the fusion, she had also increased the capacity of her divinity's capacity. But this was still not enough. After completely erasing the residual consciousness of the divinity, Princess Royal chose a more direct way to balance her divine power. That was to disperse the excess power. The pillar of light that had just risen was Princess Royal's excess divine power. If this divine power were to erupt directly, it would probably be able to freeze the whole of Arendelle. With Princess Royal's ability, it was not an exaggeration to say that she could freeze 1,000 miles. The royal family of Arendelle had always been regarded as the descendants of the ice goddess. They often awakened great power across generations. Princess Royal was one of the best, and the power she inherited was at the top of the material plane. In order to avoid the raging divine power from causing a devastating disaster to Arendelle. After completing a certain degree of divinity fusion, Princess Royal decided to disperse the excess divine power. She raised her divine power to the sky and turned it into ice and snow that covered a large area. This prevented her dissipating divine power from directly freezing Arendelle. It also solved the situation where she had too much divine power and could not control it. Sometimes, more power was not better. Only the power within one's control could one exert the greatest combat power. Moreover, these divine power did not belong to Princess Royal at all, but the divine power of ice and snow brought about by a fortuitous encounter. The ice in the room was the result of the dissipation of power. Princess Royal had been very careful to control her power, fearing that she would accidentally freeze the palace. Now she had finally dispersed the excess divine power. Although she felt quite tired, her expression seemed very relaxed. Now her combat power had not decreased but increased. The application of her own power had begun to move towards the realm of the gods. If she was willing to become a god, she might be able to directly advance to minor divine power. But Princess Royal's ambition was definitely not limited to this. She did not intend to become a god with minor divine power. It was not easy to advance blindly after becoming a god. Soren was a special case. She needed to accumulate enough power and then become a god above the level of minor divine power, or even directly become a god with intermediate divine power. Although the divine power that Princess Royal dispersed temporarily affected the climate of the material plane, there was no direct damage. However, it didn't cause any direct damage, which was undoubtedly the best outcome. What she needed to do next was to continue increasing the power of her quintessence. This was similar to Soren. The divine power that Princess Royal inherited was quite amazing, but the divine power was far from the requirements of her strength. However, Princess Royal had more obvious advantages than Soren. She had a clear enemy, Winter Maiden. This enemy's divine power could be completely absorbed by her because they were very compatible. As long as she defeated Winter Maiden, Princess Royal could reach the level of minor divine power at any time. The heavy snow only lasted for one day. The next day was a big sunny day. This abnormal climate was called ice and snow mutation. Many people temporarily turned their attention to Arendelle, secretly inquiring whether the sudden heavy snow that affected the entire material plane had anything to do with the legendary Princess Royal. Soren didn't pay much attention to this, because he knew that this was caused by the Princess Royal. It seemed to be related to her huge divine power value. With the ability of the Princess Royal, the situation yesterday should have solved the crisis. Soren wanted to win over the legendary puppeteer girl, so he didn't mind stopping for a while to show his strength. In terms of the power of the material plane, Soren was confident that he would not be much worse than the Eastern Princess, so he needed to show his worth in front of Alice and try to win her over to his side as much as possible. If he had her help, the speed of studying the alchemy technology of the Arcane Empire would be much faster. The third day, Soren arrived at the city of Mordor. Alice was undoubtedly very shocked by the city of Mordor, which was more prosperous than Port Tylon. And when she learned that the city had just been built, the girl's expression was even more incredible. This was a special city. As soon as she arrived here, Alice felt the unique atmosphere of the city. It was full of vitality. Even the eyes of the lower-class civilians were full of hope for the future, unlike the numb eyes in other places. Well, the city was also shrouded in a strong fishy smell. Soren was also stunned when he came back. Although he didn't want to admit it, in fact, he still had a little bit of mysophobia. Otherwise, the planning of the city of Mordor wouldn't have been so much beyond this era. Many of the useless plans in the eyes of the indigenous people were to improve the environment of the city of Mordor. But now his city was shrouded in a strong fishy smell. Gloria didn't inform him of such a small thing as the migration of fish, so when Soren came back, he saw the whole port was hung up with dried fish. That sour expression, all right then. These trivial matters could be ignored. Since Soren had brought Alice back, the rest of the matters would naturally be left to Gloria and the fallen witch. They were the masters who had mastered the knowledge of the Arcane Empire. Whether or not he could keep Alice here would depend on the performance of these two legendary witches. Also, he had to hand over the mask he had obtained, which was engraved with the simulacrum spell, to them so that Gloria could analyze the spell much faster than Soren. The first meeting between the two sides was very friendly. Gloria was obviously very surprised by the small girl doll made by Alice. There was even a glimmer of light in her eyes. Such a cute and small girl doll was indeed very attractive. The first time he saw the laboratory in Motor City, the sorcerer's tower in the shadow plane, and the elemental furnace that was being rebuilt. Alice also had a shocked expression on her face, as if this trip had not been in vain. Soren was supposed to help settle and persuade Alice, and find ways to get the core knowledge she had mastered or trade it. But on the first day he returned to Motor City, an important thing happened. This matter was so important that he had to put aside other things, including Saruman's adventure and so on, and concentrate on dealing with this important matter first. His men were dead. The one who died was an elite of the pirates in Motor City, a half-elf pirate at the level of a small leader. The moment this loyal pirate died, it alarmed Soren. Not only because he had a high status in Motor City, but also because he was a fanatic of Soren. He was the first fanatic of Soren to die. Since Soren became a god, he had absorbed a lot of believers, but there were not many who could be called fanatics. There was no doubt, any fanatic was an important wealth for the gods. Even if the soul of this fanatic was not pure enough, the gods would not be stingy to promote a fanatic. The dead pirate's name was Mano. An inconspicuous name. He had participated in the Battle of the White Dragon and followed Soren to the Treasure Island. He was not strong. His profession level was only about 12. He had always been a middle-level officer in Motor City. This time, he was sent to the Wind Spear Hills to accept a mission. At the moment of his death, Soren had a strong feeling. The next moment, he passed the matter to Gloria with his mind, and then directly teleported to the center of the great temple. The gods had their own obligations. Soren's figure appeared in the temple. He looked at his own statue in front of him, then activated the holy form, and used a little divine power to infuse his spirit into the statue. Then, a hazy figure rose. It was Soren's shadow, and it also represented the incarnation of his soul. To guide the souls of believers. The Avatar crisis had officially begun, and the role of the kingdom of God had been greatly weakened. If ordinary believers died, Soren would not care too much, because these souls might be guided to the kingdom of God by themselves, or they might fall to other lower planes because their faith was not pure enough. The more souls in the kingdom of God, the better. The scope of a God's kingdom was limited, and the resources were also limited. Only the greater the power of the God, the more resources there would be in the kingdom of God. Therefore, devout believers and fanatics were always the priority. The soul of a fanatic could not be left to fate. When Soren realized that one of his fanatics had died, he immediately separated a trace of the God's incarnation to guide the soul of this believer. This was not a real incarnation, but a temporary incarnation of energy. Mortals could not see it with the naked eye. If it was not the time of the Avatar crisis, the soul of such a fanatic would generally be guided by the God's servant from another world. But now, because the situation inside the kingdom of God was unclear, the gods were basically disconnected from the kingdom of God, and there was almost no way to contact the God's servant from another world. In this case, Soren could only guide the believers himself. And it was also troublesome to find a place for the soul of a fanatic. Since the connection to the kingdom of God was disconnected, Soren could not easily send the soul of a fanatic into the kingdom of God for reincarnation, and the soul could not maintain its form for a long time. But no matter what should be done next, Soren could not let the soul of his fanatic go without a home. A sacred light appeared, Soren's projection disappeared from the temple in an instant, and the next moment, his figure appeared in the Wind Spear Hills. In front of him were more than 10 demon corpses, and 3 of them were obviously soldiers of the Mordor city. One of them was already dying and could die at any time. His pupils had been dilated, but when Soren's projection appeared, his dim eyes burst into an amazing brilliance. His lips moved slightly, but he had no strength to make any sound. The last 2 words he said were, "My lord. Am I going to die?" Mano felt that the power in his body was losing little by little with the blood. His consciousness gradually began to fade, and breathing became more and more difficult. The approaching death made the pain in his body gradually fade. He had begun to lose consciousness, but the power of faith made his spirit condense. He felt that a huge force was calling him. That was the glory of divinity. This was a very ordinary battle. Since the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, the battle between humans and demons had begun. As an officer in charge of the defense of the Wind Spear Hill, it was not the first time Mano fought with demons, but this time he did not expect the number of enemies to be so large, and they had no time to retreat and ask for help. They won. This seemed to be a matter of course because the city of Mordor had never failed. They had their own pride, which belonged to the powerful force of Mordor. Even if the opponent was far more numerous and powerful than them, they still won in the end. Yes. They won. Just like when they followed His Excellency Soren to kill the White Dragon, followed His Excellency Soren to defeat the other pirate kings, and followed His Excellency Soren to Treasure Island. The army of Mordor was invincible. Mano felt that the vitality of life was leaving his body. His injuries were very serious. Breathing became so difficult. He tried to open his mouth to comfort his sad comrades, but in the end, he could not make a sound. These were all comrades who fought side by side with him. He did not expect that he would have to go to see his old brothers who had died in battle so soon. As a fierce pirate, Mano was not afraid of death. He just had a little regret in his heart because he had not witnessed the rise of Mordor to stand at the top of the world. He firmly believed that Mordor would become the greatest city in the material plane. It was full of hope and future. They had killed all the demons, but they also paid a heavy price. Only 3 people from a team of 12 finally rushed out of the encirclement. Relying on excellent equipment and tactics, they killed more than a dozen demons that chased them out. The comrades around him were already scarred. Death was getting closer and closer to Mano. He was so weak that he could not breathe, and his consciousness was gradually fading. This kind of injury was almost incurable. Unless there was a high-grade priest who could cast Restore on the spot, but it was almost impossible now. He simply couldn't hold on until then. The arrival of death made his spirit sublimate. His faith gathered the power of his soul. The moment his consciousness completely dissipated, he saw a golden light descending from the sky. A great golden figure appeared in front of him, smiling as he extended his hand. "My lord." Mano used the last of his strength to move his lips, but no sound came out. Then, he slowly closed his eyes. Death was coming. However, this was not the end for him, but a new beginning. Soren's figure floated in the air. His expression didn't change much, and he wasn't sad because of the death of a fanatic. To him, this was just a new beginning. Manua's mortal life had come to an end. However, what he was about to welcome was a new life, a new beginning. Mortals were unable to see him at this moment. The warrior in front of him who was holding Mano's cold body let out an angry roar. Then, he madly slashed the demon's body with his weapon, as if he was venting his anger. Another person slowly closed Mano's eyes, and then dragged his tired body towards the forest in front of him. Their fallen comrade was still in the forest. Soren silently watched all of this. When Mano's life force completely dissipated, he slowly extended his hand, and then gently waved his hand. A hazy soul rose from the body and floated into his palm. Little bits of golden light appeared. This hazy soul gradually sublimated under Soren's divine light, and the gray traces on the soul gradually faded away. Gradually, it emitted a faint golden light. As a fanatic, he was qualified to receive the power bestowed by Soren. Soren's figure rose into the air. He waved his hand towards the forest in front of him, and then 9 other hazy souls fell into his palm. These souls also began to change after falling into Soren's palm. Little bits of gray traces disappeared, and traces of blood-red light faded away. It didn't matter if they were good or evil when they were alive. After their death, the light on their souls was wiped away by Soren. All of this karma was borne by Soren. This way, they could offset the pull of these souls from the lower planes. There were only 2 places for evil. One was the lower planes that contained the Bottor Inferno and the bottomless abyss. The other was the kingdom of the god they believed in. Soren was bearing their karma. Only by bearing the divine light that represented karma as a god could he allow these souls to be reincarnated into his kingdom. Little bits of white light appeared. Unlike Mano's soul, the other souls turned white when they came into contact with Soren's divine light. Their good and evil deeds were wiped away, and they were now neutral souls. The lower planes would not be able to guide their souls, and Soren could freely arrange where they would go. These souls were not fanatics. They were Soren's followers. They were loyal, but not devout enough. If Soren did not appear, these souls would have been led to the underworld and distributed by the servants of death. If Soren's kingdom was functioning normally, the god's emissaries would periodically take a portion of the souls from the god of death and lead them to the god's kingdom. Only the souls of fanatics and legendary professions could directly alert the god's emissaries and the god himself. These souls could only be personally led to the god's emissaries without going through the hands of the servants of death. This was because the devils could steal souls. Through the evil and loophole-filled contracts, the devils had been trying to steal the high-quality souls that the gods had not noticed over the long years. Even the gods had fought with the devils because of this. The gods of death were not as qualified as imagined, because there were too many souls that they needed to deal with. There were always some souls that were ignored, or it could be because of the secret deals with the devils. The gods' emissaries of death would always miss some souls, and then they would be taken away by the devils and devils. Because of the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, the gods' kingdom had now been disconnected. Now no one knew whether the gods' kingdom was still functioning normally, or whether the order of the underworld was still maintained. Soren was not ready to leave everything to the servants of death. Since he was already here, he might as well take these souls away himself. These souls were all brave warriors. They did not retreat until the moment they died. They were a group of excellent seeds. A ray of light appeared. Soren's figure disappeared, and the next moment, he appeared in the temple. In his palm were 10 souls whose memories had faded. Death would gradually erase the memories of mortals. Only the most unforgettable memories could be left behind after reincarnation. Under normal circumstances, a mortal could only retain 1% of their memories after death. My lord. The figure of the high priestess appeared outside the temple. She bowed slightly to Soren. Soren turned his head and looked at her, then nodded gently. He spread out his hand and raised these souls, and then merged them into the light of the temple. The god's kingdom was not stable. In this case, Soren was not suitable to send these souls into the god's kingdom. So he planned to use his divine power to open up a small space in the temple, and then temporarily settle these souls in it. Relying on the power of faith gathered by the temple, these souls would gradually change. If their faith was firm, these souls would transform into the accompanying petitioners of the temple. They would attach themselves to the temple in the form of spirits until Soren found a place to settle them again. As for Mano's soul, he would merge with the light of the temple and transform into a higher level, heroic spirit. If he could merge with Soren's divine power, then this soul would gradually evolve into a holy spirit. In the future, it would be possible for him to become the god's emissary to receive souls for Soren. Half-Elven Temple. When the 10 souls had been cleansed by the power of faith in the temple, Soren began to extract the accumulated power of the temple. With a wave of his hand, he opened a crack between the spiritual realm and the material realm. After all, the souls of the believers were not real-life forms. Soren could not directly turn them into petitioners in the material realm, so he kept the characteristics of the souls and did not create a new body for them. The creation of petitioners was very similar to the blood pool reincarnation in the bottomless abyss. Many gods used similar tools to convert the souls of their believers into new life forms. The quality of the other 9 souls was not good enough. However, as a fanatic of Soren, Mano's soul was quite pure. He was the kind of person who had a firm belief. If he did not die in the hands of the demons, then it was possible for him to become a high-grade profession or even become a legendary profession in the future. Considering that most of his current fanatics were still alive, and this was the first follower who had died and returned to his side in the form of a soul, Soren finally thought about it and stretched out his finger to tap on Mano's soul. 1 point of divinity was injected into the pale golden soul. My lord. As the light of divinity appeared, Mano's soul immediately changed greatly. It almost formed a physical body. However, this was only a half-physical body in the form of a heroic spirit. It was similar to a high-grade vengeful spirit. It could change between reality and illusion, but it was still a spirit in nature. The memories of the previous life had almost disappeared with the reincarnation. Currently, only a small part of Mano's memory was left. His faith began to become pure, and part of his fighting skills from the previous life would also be retained. Soren used his own divinity to turn him into a heroic spirit guardian of the temple. This kind of existence was similar to the great turmoil in the City of Wealth. At that time, the Temple of Wealth had a Saint Cardinal who was responsible for guarding it. He was also a fanatic cultivated by the Lady of Wealth. Your task from now on is to guard this place. A newborn heroic spirit needed to be relearned in a similar way to an adult with amnesia. Everything from the previous life had become a memory of the past. His task from now on was to follow Soren. If Soren were to fall, the heroic spirits that served him would fall as well. However, as long as Soren didn't die, these heroic spirits were almost immortal as well. Even if they died, Soren could find a way to revive them. This was because when Soren created him, he had already left behind the soul brand of his believer. Everything ended quickly. The high priestess watched everything silently. When Soren was done, she said, "My lord. These souls can be temporarily placed in the shrine. But if more and more believers die, I'm afraid the number of souls that the temple can hold will become quite limited. Besides, it's very difficult for the temple to support so many souls. After all, the temple was not a divine kingdom. The kingdom of God was an independent plane. It could draw elemental energy from other worlds, but the temple was completely supported by faith. Soren might have no problem placing 10 souls there. But what if there were 1,000 or 10,000 souls? The Avatar crisis was about to break out completely. Even the city of Mordor would not be able to escape this crisis. In the future, more and more believers would die. Without being able to connect to the kingdom of God, Soren could either leave these believers alone, or he couldn't find a way to settle them down. For a god, the number of souls that needed to be received was very large. If Soren left the souls of these believers alone, then he would have no foundation after the end of the Avatar crisis. So he had to find a way to settle the souls besides the kingdom of God. I know. Soren's expression gradually became dignified. As a new god, he was still imperfect in many aspects. This time, it was the death of the fanatics that alarmed him. Otherwise, for a long time if his believers died, they could only go to the underworld and wait for the emissary of the kingdom of God to receive them, or flow into the river Styx, or be reincarnated to other planes. This was an invisible waste of resources. After all, many of Soren's believers were warriors of the city of Mordor. Most of these souls were good. After reincarnation in the kingdom of God, they could be used as combat power. In the future, if there was a war with other gods, the souls of Soren's believers could directly turn into an army. Let me think about it. Settling the souls of the believers became a top priority. Soren pondered for a while and said, "You stay in the temple. I may have a way to try." After that, Soren waved his hand again and took away a soul. That was the soul of a young warrior. Because of death, his consciousness had been blurred. Many souls were led to the river Styx in this way, and in the end they couldn't remember anything. Interplane teleportation, with a magic aura, Soren's figure appeared in the bottomless abyss. As the plane barrier became weaker, it became much easier for Soren to go to the lower plane. However, the lower plane was very dangerous. A god with a high stealth ability like him was fine, but other gods were more dangerous here than in the material plane. The Abyss Blood Pool, this was Soren's goal. He had a very bold plan in mind, and this plan had been considered since the beginning. But today, he still needed to test it. A long time ago, Soren had considered descending his kingdom into the bottomless abyss. At present, his kingdom couldn't be connected, so naturally, there was no way to descend. When the Queen of Spiders descended into his kingdom, she was a mid-level god. Now, Soren had less than a 10% chance of not being attacked by others. His plan today was another one. Soren was going to use the Abyss Blood Pool to test the reincarnation of the believers. He wanted to see if he could directly turn them into demonic petitioners. This was something he had experience in. Because he had a powerful demon incarnation, his understanding of the demonic bloodline was much higher than many gods. Transforming a single soul required a lot of power. But now that he couldn't rely on his kingdom, he had to try it himself. A little white light appeared. What Soren wanted to do now was similar to a high-level demon. Some high-level demons, after obtaining high-quality souls, would not only use them to increase their power, but also turn them into their own subordinates. In short, this was a way to reshape the soul with the power of the bottomless abyss. There were two kinds of soul reincarnation. One was reincarnation through the Abyss Blood Pool, which was the most common way. The other was direct reincarnation. Some of the strong souls would not go through the Abyss Blood Pool to become demons. This required the power of the laws of the bottomless abyss. What Soren wanted to do now was to use his own power to create a petitioner. The power to create a petitioner could not rely on the laws of the bottomless abyss, so he needed to pay with his own soul energy. Or Slaughter EXP Divine Power Points, Soul Energy, Slaughter EXP. These three could be transformed. Soren could directly use Slaughter EXP to convert divine power points in his divine form, but the ratio was too large. Saint form. As the soul of the believer emerged from Soren's palm, he also entered the saint form. Then his Slaughter EXP and divine power points began to be consumed little by little. He began to create a demon body for the soul of the believer, of course. This required the help of the demon incarnation because Soren was going to directly use a trace of the bloodline power of the demon incarnation as the core to create a demon. In the past, the Tanaree demons were created by the demon Orbis in this way. As a god, Soren was also qualified to try to create a new kind of life. As long as it was not a change in life form, the gods could still do it. In the past, the great arcanists tried to create many war creatures. Note, The Origin of the War Creatures, Volume 1, Prologue. Reshaping the body with the soul was definitely easier than directly transforming the body. Because the plasticity of the soul was the highest in the material plane, many souls could reincarnate on their own after falling to the lower planes. If Soren could create a new kind of demon in the future, he could synchronize the reincarnation of all the petitioners after the kingdom of God descended to the bottomless abyss. The reincarnation of the believer's soul was not necessarily in human form. Some elves would become ents after going to the kingdom of God, and some humans would become sub-sky angels after going to the kingdom of God. Soren killed the god of the hunt, Malor. Most of the petitioners in his kingdom were intelligent beasts, and these beasts were all reincarnated from believers of other races. In the kingdom of the father of the oak, there were many droll believers who died and reincarnated into ents. Note, The Mystery of the Kingdom of God, Volume 3, The Form of the Petitioners. Galumba Arena. Because of the rise of the demon incarnation, Soren also had a foothold in the abyss. The inside of the arena was the core area that was completely controlled by the demon incarnation. As for the towns built outside, they were managed by the demons. The most important thing in the abyss was power. As long as the demon incarnation's power could suppress the demons, then there would be no problem with power or wealth. Recently, the Galumba Arena was preparing for a large-scale death battle. The contestants participating in the battle were operated by the Yugalos. Not only did it include demons, devils, demons, and so on, but there were also elders from the elemental plane and humanoid creatures from the outer plane. This time, the battle even attracted a small number of tourists from the first layer of the abyss and the Shura realm. Watching the death battle was one of the few ways to entertain in the abyss. Personally participating in the battle was undoubtedly quite dangerous, and the Galumba Arena provided high-grade and above creatures to battle. Even for a legendary demon, this was a commendable form of entertainment. There was a more important point. The winner of the arena could often gain fame and status. Soren's way of operating in the dark was like this. He used fame and status to tempt high-grade powerhouses to join the death battle. Often, the winner of each battle could quickly gain fame through the Galumba Arena. Even the spectators who came to watch could spread their fame to the circle of demons, devils, other layers of the abyss, and even some circles of the Botwar Inferno. Recently, even the powerful demon leaders nearby would come. For the winners of the arena, they didn't mind using better conditions to tempt them to become their subordinates. Fame. Profit. As long as they won in the Galumba Arena, they could immediately gain rich rewards, and their fame could easily spread out. In this way, fame and profit were satisfied. It was precisely because of this that the Garuba Arena had recently attracted demonic mercenary groups from other dimensions. They hoped to use the arena to make a name for themselves, and there were many demonic groups that had earned their own titles. Ripper, Rager, Bloodhound, such a title wasn't just for fun. To a large extent, it represented the corresponding status. Recently, there was even a newly risen soul catcher demon lord. He was a demon lord weaker than Sauron, and his territory was still far from Sauron's. In order to attract enough demons to submit to him, this legendary-level soul catcher demon lord personally participated in the death arena and recruited a group of demon subordinates and demon mercenaries. Sauron was setting the rules here. The most important thing at the moment was order. He needed to ensure that the order here would not be disturbed by any outsiders. This was also a tradition of Galumba Arena. Traditions were often very important. There was a small blood pool in the depths of the Galumba Arena. Blood pools were important reserve resources for demon lords because they could not always use their own power to transform souls after obtaining excellent souls. At this time, it was very important to use blood pools. This blood pool was very small. It was only about 5 meters in length and width. It was far smaller than the huge blood pool guarded by the Mother of Worms. The original Goblin Demon Lord used it to transform souls to enrich his army. At this moment, the demon incarnation rose from the magma and came to the side of the blood pool. Recently, the demon incarnation was preparing to break through the realm of Balor Demon. For a long time, the demon incarnation needed to stay inside the volcano next to the arena and use the power of the magma to fuse with the power of the demon lord. Finally, it would evolve into a Balor Demon. The demon lord could form a virtual divinity of a region, just like the control of a legendary wizard's virtual divinity in their own demiplane. What the demon incarnation was doing now was just like how a legendary wizard assimilated the laws of the demiplane. It was slowly assimilating the power of the laws and the territory it controlled. Let's begin. Soren slowly threw out the soul in his hand. The moment it touched the blood pool, a mysterious force full of unknown forces began to work. The soul was gradually distorted, and then it was assimilated by the blood pool and transformed into a mass of flesh and blood. The abyssal worm was taking shape. This soul was not very good, it had not reached the level of directly advancing to a middle or high demon. The abyssal worm was the basic form of all the monsters in the lower planes. It could even be said that it contained the original form of all the mutated genes of all demons, devils, and evil creatures. The abyssal worm could be used as currency in the lower planes. Whether it was demons, devils, or evil creatures, they could use the abyssal worm to hatch into their own kind. The future growth of the abyssal worm depended on the activation of the mutated tree, and then it would mutate into the basic form of demons, devils, or evil creatures. Every evolution of their own form was equivalent to starting from scratch. For example, if a level 10 Dretch evolved into a berserk demon, its level might be reduced to about level 7. However, its strength would definitely be stronger because of the difference in the basic form. The reduced part of the soul energy was used to reshape the body, and the extra power could be used to increase the level of the berserk demon. This was common to most demons, devils, and evil creatures. This was an incredible life form. The foundation of all this was because of the strong plasticity of the soul. Skip the abyssal worm form. Soren waved his hand and began to output his slaughter EXP. He directly used his divine power to help the soul of this believer break through the abyssal worm form. In the blood pool, a mass of flesh began to twist and change. Originally, it was about to become an abyssal worm, but soon the outline of a small humanoid creature appeared. The Dretch form. The starting point of all demons, the Dretch had the genetic tree to evolve into all demons. The blood pool in the bottomless abyss directly activated the basic genetic tree of demons, and other seeds were needed to activate the other forms of the genetic tree. Skip the Dretch form. The form of a low-level demon was not in Soren's consideration at all. This was the creation mode that determined the structure of his future kingdom. If he started from such a low starting point, what was the difference between directly falling into the bottomless abyss? With the quality of this believer's soul, it was too easy to reincarnate into a Dretch. If he was lucky, there would be no problem for him to become a berserk demon. He continued to output his divine power. Soren had spent more than 100,000 slaughter EXP. However, after the Dretch form, the demon genetic tree had been activated. With Soren's vision, he could see more mysteries, including the changes of the potential demon form. Unfortunately, it was a bit vague, but Soren was not helpless. Use slaughter EXP. Start data simulation operation. Record the mutated data of the demon form. Make the mutated model of the demon genetic tree. The ability of the divine level was activated. After the crazy flow of data, Soren's brain worked like a supercomputer, temporarily cutting off the connection with the temple and believers. Using the divine template as the foundation, he started to simulate the mutation of the demon genetic tree. Gods were like supercomputers most of the time, because they needed to maintain the spiritual connection of tens of thousands of believers. Although this was with the help of the faith network, inside the magic network, the foundation of the gods themselves was still very large. And this also needed to take into account the promotion of believers, the bestowment of divine spells, the feedback of faith, and so on. Every devout prayer of a priest was a connection with the divine network. Through the sublimation of spirit and faith, the priest could receive more power from the gods and master more advanced divine spells. Wizards had to rely on themselves to learn spells. Priests, on the other hand, had to learn divine spells from the gods. There was no need to learn. As long as they reached the standard of the gods, they could master several divine spells overnight. As for their learning, it was just to use and understand these divine spells more flexibly, not to analyze the structure of these divine spells in depth like the wizards. Soren was a supercomputer. Most of his computing power was used to maintain the connection with the faith network, which still relied on the mysterious data flow in his brain. Otherwise, his mind would be numb just dealing with the prayers of believers. It was also because of this that many gods would find opportunities to slack off in the long time because they were really tired of handling the prayers of their believers every day. Soren's ability was similar to a superintelligent AI network. The unimportant prayers of believers were completely handled by the data, and other important things would disturb him. For example, the death of a fanatic. The divine form could understand the power of the law. When Soren activated the divine form, it could basically be understood as temporarily separating the operation ability from the faith network and using it in other more important places. There was no other way. Sometimes maintaining the faith network was really a burden, but no god could completely throw it away. Divine form. It was impossible to create life in the form of a saint. When Soren activated the data simulation, he immediately used his divine power to cut into the divine template. His vision instantly understood the plane and space, and he also cracked the mutation of the genetic tree in the body of the Dretch. Deep Lurk mutation, activatable. Quasit mutation, activatable. Succubus mutation, repel. Berserker mutation, activatable. Vrock mutation, activatable. Sturdy mutation, activatable. Berserker demon mutation, activatable. Fire demon mutation, insufficient potential. Glabriza mutation, activatable. Soul Judgment demon mutation, activatable. Six-armed Naga mutation, activatable. Assassin mutant, activatable. With the crazy data flow, a genetic tree built on the Dretch form also took shape in Soren's sight. The most basic structure of the entire genetic tree was the Dretch form. Every time he leveled up, he would need more power. This power could come from other demons, or it could come from the slaughter EXP Soren gave him. A normal demon's advancement was promoted by the power bestowed by a superior demon, or the gradual accumulation of power in the midst of slaughter. The limit of Soren's geno tree was Assassin Demon and Naga Demon. Legendary Balers were not in the geno tree. They were probably stronger than Soren's God Spirit template, and he needed to increase his own God power to activate them. Souls had special characteristics. Some souls were very compatible with a certain demon form, and some souls were very resistant to a certain demon form. The soul compatibility of the believer in front of him was very high. Except for the succubus form, other demon forms seemed to be possible. This was a soul seed with potential. Soren could directly promote it to a higher demon with some power. However, this was not what Soren wanted. What he wanted to create was not a demon, but a petitioner for the future kingdom of God. A petitioner based on the demon geno tree. Soren would not go to the upper realm. Therefore, the angelic geno tree was not in his consideration at all. At present, there was no way to obtain the angelic, beast, and treant geno trees from the upper realm. The characteristics of the reincarnation of souls must be compatible with the laws of the realm. The petitioner must be a humanoid creature. Soren first found the first element. First of all, the residents of his kingdom of God should not be beasts, treants, monsters, constructs, or other life forms. Because the god of hunting was an intelligent beast, many of his believers were reincarnated as beasts in his kingdom. Most of the creatures in the wild were beasts. Since it was a humanoid creature, some demon forms could be ruled out. Soren's eyes finally fell on the form of the flaming demon that lacked potential. This was a good seed for power. Try to activate the flaming demon form. The demon incarnation came to the side of the blood pool, cut open his palm with his sharp nails, and injected a drop of blood essence into the flesh in front of him. The form began to change. Soren's slaughter EXP was consumed at an alarming rate, and the flesh in front of him quickly turned into a human form. At the same time, there were burning flames around the body. What I need is not the flaming demon. The flaming demon is just the basic form. I must integrate the characteristics of the petitioner. A golden light of divinity appeared in Soren's pupils. With the consumption of divine power, his whole body also floated in the air and instantly activated the power of his divinity. Change form. The flesh in front of him gradually changed. The bones, veins, and skin were all transformed under the power of the divinity. This feeling was like creating a human out of thin air. Soren used the demon incarnation as a standard to transform the reincarnation in front of him. A strong skeletal frame. It was about 2 meters tall, with a humanoid face, with a small number of demon features, dark red demonic skin, with a demon tattoo similar to that of the flaming demon. There was a powerful mutation in the demon genes. What Soren was doing now was to use his divine power to guide it in the direction he wanted as much as possible. However, some things still appeared because of the demon genes. Even if he forced it to be distorted, it would only be a bad thing. Finally, after consuming a lot of slaughter exp and divine power, a 2-meter-tall body with dark red skin, a facial outline similar to that of an elf, a demon horn on the head, and a little sarcoma on the back of the spine appeared. It looked 70 to 80% similar to the demon incarnation. The sarcoma was an unfinished demon wing. The foot was the part that Soren could not guide. It looked like the hoofs of cattle and sheep, and the other parts were very similar to the demon incarnation. It took shape. The first petitioner form that Soren created with his divine power took shape after it was compatible with the power of the law of the abyss. Now it depended on whether the soul of the believer could be integrated into it. The petitioner's new form was stabilizing. Meanwhile, Soren was deep in thought. As a god, there were many things he needed to consider. Death was an unavoidable fate for mortals. There were only 3 paths after death. The first was to have one's soul completely disappear, which was the most tragic outcome. The second was to fall into the river Styx and be washed into the depths of the source sea to be remolded. It was like a pile of scrap paper being crushed and made into a new piece of white paper. The third was to have one's soul reincarnate. Whether it was in the upper or lower realms, reincarnation was the best outcome after death because it represented a new possibility. Although it might be the beginning of a difficult life for the weak. There was also an absolute non-believer. These people were actually quite rare. It was rare to meet someone who had no faith at all. Pantheon was common in the multiverse. In the past few hundred years, there had been no non-believers who were plastered to the wall. In order to avoid such a fate, even those who hated the gods would recite a few sentences verbally. As long as they recited a few sentences, they would no longer be considered non-believers. The multiverse's laws were much more tolerant of these people. Most of them were souls that were washed into the source sea by the river Styx. Among reincarnations, entering a god's kingdom was the best. If they were reincarnated in another realm, they would be like wild beasts that had no one to protect them. Their life and death depended entirely on luck. The upper realms were slightly better, but the lower realms were completely tragic. Many people who didn't have a strong enough faith but had a clear alignment would automatically reincarnate to other realms. The evil ones would reincarnate to the Bottor Inferno or the bottomless abyss. The good ones would reincarnate to Mountain Paradise or the Paradise. Those who had a special alignment might end up in the Grey Wilderness or the Wild Wilderness. These souls who didn't have a strong enough faith were reincarnated in the wild. They would be reincarnated as wild beasts and would retain some memories based on the purity of their souls. Most reincarnated souls would retain some memories, but the proportion was relatively small. Only legendary masters could remember a little of their past life clearly after reincarnating, while holy spirits could remember most things. The soul was still the same soul. It was just that after changing its life form, it would lose part of its memories. Next. This was the most important reincarnation of the believers of the gods. This was the best place to return to. Even the followers of evil gods could have a higher starting point after reincarnation than other creatures. More importantly, they were the lambs that the gods were herding. The gods had the obligation to protect these reincarnated petitioners. They would not be killed for no reason. They had a higher starting point and could live a longer life. It was possible for them to obtain a higher status in the divine kingdom through their abilities. The divine kingdoms of the upper planes were undoubtedly very beautiful. However, very few people could enter it. Most mortals wanted to go to Mountain Paradise, but less than 1 in 10,000 people were qualified to go. Soren needed to decide on the structure of the kingdom of God. This was because his church had not yet begun to describe their God kingdom to their followers. Telling them what the inside of the God kingdom was like was a very important part of a church. Even the gods of the evil alignment would try their best to shape their divine kingdom to make it more attractive to their believers. The Queen of Spiders was cruel, wasn't she? Although there were terrible spider elves and wax demons in her divine kingdom, there were also normal drow petitioners in her divine kingdom. They occupied the ruling position in the divine kingdom, lived a better life than the mortal world, and enjoyed the joy of enslaving many creatures in the divine kingdom. Many terrible monsters were distorted because of the punishment of the Queen of Spiders. If a drow matriarch who had faithfully pleased the Queen of Spiders entered the divine kingdom after death, she might be directly given the same status as in her previous life and continue to serve the Queen of Spiders for a long time. This was the structure of the divine kingdom. Soren needed to consider this. The form of the main creatures in the divine kingdom was the most important part of the structure of the divine kingdom. In other words, Soren needed to consider what type of race would be the core of the divine kingdom in the future. Whether it was the undead, demons, angels, or treants, the divine kingdom must form an orderly pyramid structure. What he needed to do now was to divide the pyramid. The growth potential of the petitioners was far less than that of other creatures. Having a higher starting point would make the foundation of the divine kingdom more stable. Deactivate the divine form. As Soren retracted his divine power, the divine light that shrouded his body gradually disappeared. Using the power of divinity cost a lot, so it was best not to use it if possible. The reincarnation in front of him had taken shape. It had the bloodline ability of a demon, but it was integrated with Soren's divine power. This was the most basic sample. If Soren wanted to construct the life structure of the divine kingdom in the future, he would need it as a foundation. Data simulation starting. Calculating the potential data of the reincarnation. Although they were all humans, their attributes were different. The potential of the reincarnation needed to be estimated roughly. Soren had to figure out the potential of this form. A row of data appeared in front of him: species, petitioner, demon modified life, level, creature level 7. Attributes: strength 15 to 21, dexterity 18 to 25, constitution 15 to 20, intelligence 10 to 18, wisdom 12 to 18, charm 5 to 18. Natural ability: demon skin, fire resistance, otherworld life. Special ability: flame, sacrifice. Data simulation completed. Following the simulation of the divine level, the potential of the reincarnation in front of him was calculated. As the basic form of otherworld life, most petitioners had a much higher starting point than mortals. However, their growth potential was slightly lower than when they were alive. If the soul was not pure enough and the body was not strong enough, many petitioners' initial abilities would be their strongest form in the future. The higher the starting point, the better. Therefore, the basic attributes of the angelic reincarnation form in the upper realm were very strong. Strength fluctuates between 15 and 21. This should be the strengthening of the demon bloodline. It's much higher than a mortal's strength. Dexterity can reach a maximum of 25 and a minimum of 18. Although it can't be compared to the angelic form, many of its abilities can reach more than 20, its combat power should not be weak. Angelic reincarnation has high requirements for the soul. Constitution is okay. Intelligence potential is average. Perception is good. Charm is slightly lower, but it doesn't matter. The data simulation showed the highest and lowest fluctuations. Their attributes were not bad, but this was the starting point of their natural creature level 7. In other words, the moment they completed their reincarnation, they would have a natural creature level 7. This was the reincarnation done by Soren himself. If it was expanded into the kingdom in the future, their natural creature level might be lowered to around level 5, and some of their attributes might be lowered by 1 or 2 points. If that's the case, in the future, most of the petitioners in the kingdom will be able to gain around 20 points in dexterity. There were upper and lower limits to the attributes of the petitioners. For example, the range of attributes of humans was the most average among all the races. The range of all the attributes of humans fluctuated between 3 and 20 points. The lower limit was very low, but the upper limit was also very high. The advantage of the petitioners was that the lower limit was very high. There would not be any weak or mentally handicapped people. However, the upper limit of some attributes was not as high as that of humans. The highest attribute of the elves was dexterity, which fluctuated between 8 and 25 points. The highest attribute of the dwarves was constitution, which fluctuated between 10 and 25 points. The higher the attribute fluctuation, the lower the probability. A golden radiance appeared. Under Soren's power, the soul began to gradually synchronize with the body. The reincarnation that had just been completed in front of Soren was like the transformed demons in the wilderness. Its expression was quite blank, as if its self-consciousness had not been fully integrated. Many souls that were reincarnated in the abyss would wander around unconsciously for a period of time. However, as a life created by Soren, the reincarnated body in front of him recovered a trace of its memory in a short period of time. It knelt down before Soren and said, "My lord." It had forgotten many things. It could not even remember its own name. However, as a believer of Soren, it still remembered that Soren was the god it served. It also remembered the battle experience it had accumulated over a long period of time in its previous life. Rise. Soren looked at the reincarnated body in front of him. He was a special individual with the characteristics of petitioners, but he was not assimilated by the god's kingdom, so he would not be trapped in the god's kingdom and could not leave easily like the latecomers. "Let me see your innate ability," Soren said slowly. This reincarnated body used the bloodline of a demon's incarnation. It could be said that it had inherited a trace of the Balrog's power, but it was hard to say how much it could reach. "Yes. My lord." The reincarnated body obeyed Soren's orders. It pondered for a moment as if it was familiarizing itself with its body. Then, a trace of fire appeared on the demon tattoo on its body, and its entire body was enveloped in a ball of fire. Body of flames? No. Its energy is decreasing. This is not the body of flames that can be activated permanently like the Balrogs. It's more like a temporary ability. Soren did not ask it to stop. The reincarnated body kept the flames burning on its body. This process lasted for about 5 minutes, and then the flames on the reincarnated body disappeared. It looked rather tired, as if it had used up a lot of energy. It really is a temporary ability. Although it's not as effective as the Balrog, it's already very powerful as an individual. The reincarnated body's ability was similar to the halo of sacrifice. It consumed its own mana to form a ball of fire around its body. On the other hand, the flaming demon and the Balrog were permanent passive abilities. If it was necessary, the reincarnated body could be enveloped in flames. This is the initial ability. If other petitioners reincarnate in the future, what abilities and innate abilities they get will depend on the characteristics of their souls. Soren had only created a body template. The strength of the soul could bring about some other abilities, and it could also give some special abilities. These were all different from person to person. This was why the gods, demons, and devils liked the souls of the strong. Which weapon do you want to use? Although the reincarnation process was completed, the test was not over. Soren threw out many different weapons, and then said to the reincarnated body in front of him, "Try and see which one is more suitable for you." Weapon mastery. There were 2 conditions that determined this. One was the weapon he was used to in his previous life, and the other was the god's special inclination. Just like how Soren's priest was born with the curved sword. The reincarnated body's memory was still blank. He did not understand what Soren wanted to do, but he would carry out his orders loyally. He walked in front of the weapons, picked them up one by one, and finally chose a heavy curved sword. As expected, the petitioner's weapon inclination is influenced by the god's favorite weapon. The reincarnated body wasn't very flexible with other weapons, but he was abnormally comfortable with the scimitar. As though he felt that one scimitar wasn't enough, he picked up a second one and could easily use it with both hands. Could it be that he has the potential to master dual wielding? The Balrog was born with dual wielding weapons. One was a whip, and the other was a sword. The reincarnated body in front of him seemed to have inherited the potential of dual wielding, which meant that it would be easier for him to master the dual wielding ability. Follow me. You need an opponent to test your combat ability. Soren needed complete and detailed data analysis and statistics. He directly brought the reincarnated body to the outside of the Galumba arena. Then, the demon incarnation brought the reincarnated body an opponent. A monster level 6 berserk demon. The berserk demon weighed more than 1,800 pounds and had an obvious advantage in strength. After receiving the order from the demon incarnation, it immediately rushed toward the reincarnated body. Rumble, the ground trembled slightly. In the moment when they clashed, the reincarnated body awkwardly dodged the enemy's attack. He was still not used to fighting. However, his agility was very high, reaching more than 20 points. This meant that he was quite flexible. Continue. Soren's expression was cold. He was not worried that the reincarnated body would die. He had enough confidence in his modified life form. If he could not even defeat a berserk demon, it meant that the reincarnated body was a failure. Clang, rumble, facing the berserk demon's crazy attacks, the reincarnated body began to retreat. However, after dozens of exchanges, he gradually began to counterattack. He even successfully stabbed the berserk demon's neck. His combat ability from his previous life was awakening. It was as if he was born with some simple combat skills. The situation gradually changed. The reincarnated body quickly discovered his advantage and began to use his extraordinary agility to fight the enemy. The berserk demon's injuries were getting worse. When a flaw appeared in its attack, the reincarnated body roared and stabbed the enemy's heart with his curved sword. The battle ended. The reincarnated body looked very miserable. His body was covered in mud, but he was not injured at all. Looks like I succeeded. His potential is greater than I thought. Maybe I can use him as a blueprint for the future kingdom of God. Thinking of this, Soren could not help but look at the reincarnated body in front of him with satisfaction. The future. The core of the kingdom of God's army would be like this. P.S. 2-in-1. The light of dawn rose. Gloria slowly stood up, moved her slightly uncomfortable arm, then reached out and stroked her abdomen. Her expression was a little confused and dazed. After all, the physical fitness of a wizard was not comparable to that of a melee profession. Seeing Gloria get up from the heavy pile of books, Alice also stood up and moved. On the 1.5-meter-high pile of books was the divine doll Chrissy, who was sleeping. Next to her was the doll-maid group, who was busy organizing pieces of white paper full of dense characters. Sister Gloria. Have you finished your research on the magic power device? Alice stretched her waist beautifully, and the girl's beautiful curves were immediately exposed. She looked a little tired and said slowly, I have completed 1/3 of the structural analysis of Thaling. I think I can finish it in a week. It was a wise choice to come to Mordor. Alice thought so in her heart. Soren and Gloria were not difficult to get along with. Although Fallen Witch looked a little dangerous, they did not particularly reject her. The most important thing was that there were many things in Mordor that were very attractive to her. As a legendary puppeteer, all her energy was now devoted to the study of magic power devices and Thaling rune life. The two sides had some exchanges, and they felt that they had gained something after just a few days of getting along. Alice felt that she could consider making a Thaling rune life herself after completing the study of Thaling. Gloria also gained a lot. Alice mainly provided the technology of miniaturization of rune life, and how to use the abilities of the rune life. It was all knowledge that Alice found in the ruins of the Arcane Empire. Unfortunately, the library she found at that time was seriously damaged, and some of the knowledge had been lost. At present, the research work of the elemental furnace was mainly handed over to Fallen Witch. They were responsible for the advanced rune life. Soren hoped to build a powerful golem army, and the two legendary witches had put a lot of effort into this. Yes. It's almost done. Gloria withdrew her hand from her abdomen and said slowly, I'll give you the structure of part of the spell models this afternoon. With that, she walked out of the room. After walking out of the laboratory, Gloria placed her white palm on her abdomen again. She frowned slightly and murmured, Why is it that I can clearly feel the aura of a new life, but there's no movement in my stomach at all? Could it be that they aren't bred according to the lifespan of mortals? Different species. The cycle of reproduction was naturally different. Humans took 10 months to conceive, elves took 1 year and 3 months, dwarves took about 12 months, and orcs only needed 8 months. As for the other humanoid species, their reproduction speed was even faster. Gnolls only needed 6 to 7 months, while goblins needed around 3 months. Sometimes, they could give birth 3 times a year. The difference between other oviparous life forms was even greater. The lizardmen and kobolds reproduced very quickly, but they also needed time to hatch. Generally speaking, goblins and kobolds were the easiest to reproduce among intelligent creatures. They could give birth to at least 2 waves in a year. A half-elf's pregnancy cycle was 11 months. Under normal circumstances, Gloria's stomach should be bulging by now. However, there was no change in her belly at all, and her figure was still so graceful. The only explanation was that this child was not calculated according to the lifespan of a mortal. If it wasn't calculated according to the lifespan of a mortal, the time needed would be very difficult to estimate. Goddess of Agriculture. She was the goddess that Soren had an alliance with. She was the descendant of a true god. Her mother was Mother Gaia, and her father was the god of light. She was born in Mother Gaia's stomach for hundreds of years. A true god who was born with minor divine power, Gloria was a little distressed now, but also a little relieved, because the current situation was really not conducive to the birth of the child. The outbreak of the Avatar crisis was getting more and more intense, and they themselves were not in an absolutely safe environment. While there was still some time, Gloria got up and went to check on Vivian. The little princess of Mordor City had an independent courtyard, and the gate was guarded by a huge Quetzalcoatl. Lulu had recently been learning combat skills from a drow warrior. Therefore, no one usually came to this courtyard. Gloria had also specially set up a formation to prevent others from affecting Vivian's fusion with the godhead. She walked into the spacious courtyard. The Quetzalcoatl, who was in charge of guarding the door, looked up at Gloria for a moment and then very meekly lowered its head. Gloria stood outside the door and took a few glances before leaving. Fusing with divinity wasn't an easy task, and Soren had set up a protective barrier around the room. Compared to the fallen witch, who was focused on research, Gloria still needed to deal with the affairs of Mordor City regularly. She was the mistress of Mordor City. In the absence of Soren, Gloria needed to approve the documents in the council hall every week and regularly deliver Soren's plan to the officials of Mordor City. Although it was rumored that the relationship between Soren and Princess Anna was very ambiguous, the only mistress of Mordor City was Gloria. She was very popular in Mordor City. At this time, the sky had gradually brightened, and there was the sound of patrolling guards changing shifts outside. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in the northwest sky. This light was like a meteor streaking across the sky. In the process of falling, there was a violent collision. An incomparably powerful force was affecting the elements of the material plane. Even the distant sky seemed to have some traces of distortion. What is this? Gloria's figure disappeared in an instant, and the next moment, she appeared on the astrology platform. She looked at the distant sky and murmured, "It's not a meteor. This is definitely not a meteor that fell from the astral realm to the mortal world. It's a bit like a god. Could it be?" Gloria seemed to think of something, and her face changed slightly in an instant. At the same time, many beings in the material plane sensed this scene, and they all looked up at the horizon in the northwest at the same time. Then, they began to ponder with a solemn expression. The Northwest Wilderness. This was very close to the Orc tribe. Since the outbreak of the war during the Ilma's Empire, the influence of the Orc gods in the material plane had become weaker and weaker. The number of orcs in the material plane was not large, and they were not even as large as the dwarves. They just occupied a relatively barren land to reproduce. For the orcs in the material plane, they were a group of abandoned people, because the orc god's energy was in other worlds, and they did not pay much attention to this plane. There was not only one main material plane in the boundless sea of the astral realm. The gods in the Pantheon Temple had scattered their faith to many places in the multiverse. The existence of other material planes was certain, but it was not easy to get there. Especially after the Sigil City was closed. In order to maintain the control of faith in a certain plane, some gods would even seal the space to prevent others from finding it. The country of dragons was a good example. There were many small planes in the multiverse controlled by the dragons. The dragon god divided these places into private areas for dragons to reproduce. The brass dragon princess, who signed a contract with Soren, came from these planes. Note, The Legendary Dragon Kingdom, Volume 1, Dragon Island. Rumble. The light in the sky finally fell, and it directly smashed a large hole with a diameter of more than 10 miles in the northwest wilderness. The surrounding space was distorted. A large amount of energy escaped and immediately attracted many wild beasts. The terrifying energy impact caused the space to crack. In those pitch-black space cracks, one could occasionally see another world, an incomparably vast primeval forest, or an endless expanse of grassland. Awoo, the figures of a pack of wolves appeared. When the terrifying light fell, the explosive impact instantly destroyed everything in the surroundings. A pack of wolves that were active in the northwest wilderness came here. The eyes of the alpha wolf glowed with a faint green light, and it led the pack of wolves to the depths of the light. Strands of invisible energy dissipated. This energy constantly flowed into the bodies of the wild beasts, and soon, some incredible changes happened to them. Their expressions became more and more human, and their eyes became more and more lively. They even constantly communicated with each other as they moved forward. Yes. They were communicating with each other, as if they were intelligent creatures. A speck of holy silver-white light appeared. In the periphery of the northwest wilderness, the hazy incarnation of the Lady of Silvermoon appeared here, and behind her was the moon gate that was slowly closing. The god of the hunt, Malor. The Lady of Silvermoon's expression was quite dignified at the moment. She looked at the falling light in the distance and murmured, "Has his kingdom fallen? But why did it fall to the mortal world? His kingdom was not destroyed in the astral plane, but fell to the material plane. Is all of this a coincidence?" The Lady of Silvermoon fell into deep thought. While she was thinking, a powerful attraction came from the depths of the northwest wilderness, constantly attracting the wild beasts around. The closer these wild beasts were to the depths of the wilderness, the more obvious their wisdom became. In the end, even the figure of the winter wolf appeared. Intelligent beasts. This was the power of the god of the hunt, Malor, and the divine power he had accumulated over a long period of time. When Soren killed the demigod vampire, the kingdom of the original god of half-elves and rogues had begun to fall. After the death of this weak god, the kingdom was quite unstable, and it was almost on the verge of falling. At that time, Soren took over the priesthood, and soon officially became a god, which prevented the original kingdom of the half-elves from falling. Note, when officially becoming a god, Soren connected to the original kingdom of the half-elves and received divine feedback. The god of the hunt, Malor, was dead. He died in the hands of Soren, and Soren did not inherit his core priesthood. Malor was an intelligent beast, and his kingdom was also composed of personal knowledge. It was not as balanced as the kingdom of the Lady of Silvermoon. In addition to work creatures, elves, and humans, it also accepted some other forms of life. The kingdom of the god of the hunt, Malor, only accepted one form. That was, beast form. The god of the hunt, Malor, was in the form of a beast, so if the believers in his kingdom were reincarnated as intelligent beasts, almost most of the petitioners were beasts after reincarnation. His kingdom was very close to the grey wilderness plain. If a god fell, the divine kingdom would gradually collapse. The speed at which this happened could be fast or slow, mainly depending on the structure and size of the divine kingdom. There was also a moment when a plane would meet its end. If no one took over the divine kingdom of the god of the hunt, Malor, then the divine kingdom would gradually fall. It could hit some planes in the astral plane, or it could collapse and be destroyed directly in the astral plane. What happened in front of them was a very small probability. The kingdom of the god of the hunt, Malor, fell into the mortal world, and it was not completely destroyed. The remaining power of the kingdom turned the northwest wilderness into a half-bit wall structure. The kingdom became a temporary half-bit wall attached to the northwest wilderness of the main material plane. This process. It would continue until the power of the kingdom was exhausted, and then the half-bit wall formed here would gradually disappear. This kind of thing had happened before. The dimensional fortress of the wizard city suddenly came, and the great wizard who had been wandering in the astral plane for hundreds of years returned. The half-bit wall space hit the wall of the wizard city and formed an independent bit wall passage. This news even shocked Soren. A broken space. With a silver-white light, the figure of the Lady of Silvermoon appeared on a vast grassland. The earth had cracked. The ground in front of her cracked open, a crack that was hundreds of kilometers long, and flowing magma could even be seen in the depths of the crack. Everything around looked a little distorted, and the space was strangely broken. Metaphorically speaking, it was like a mirror that was broken and then put together again. The scene in front of her was like a reflection in a broken mirror. There were cracks at the edge of the space, and these cracks were gradually collapsing the whole world. Many corpses of beasts could be seen on the grassland. Wolves, tigers, leopards. There were some other beasts. They were not real beasts, but residents of the kingdom, petitioners of the god of the hunt, Malor. These were all intelligent beasts reincarnated from souls. Some were even very powerful, but under the disaster of the collapse of the kingdom, even the petitioners of the Holy Spirit level might not be able to survive. The whole kingdom was dying. The boundary of the bit wall was gradually shrinking. The Lady of Silvermoon glanced at the corpses of the beasts on the ground, and then moved into the depths of the grassland. She was not sure how long this kingdom could last. But before the kingdom was completely destroyed, she still had some things to do, because most of the wealth of the gods was kept inside the kingdom. The kingdom was an independent world. The laws of the bit wall here were not favorable to her, and there might be oracles and servants of the god of the hunt who survived. She had to hurry. Exploring the kingdom of another god, even if that god had already fallen, was no less dangerous than fighting an ancient red dragon alone. God knows what the hell was in the kingdom of the god of the hunt that had been running for thousands of years. The reincarnation was temporarily placed in the bottomless abyss. Soren now had a plan in his mind, and he was naturally more confident about the future structure of the kingdom. In fact, it was still possible to reincarnate into a demon form. At least, the human reincarnation made by Soren would not affect the friction between the opposite sex. If Soren was going to directly enter the death clergy, then the reincarnation he made would probably be in the form of an undead. In that case, there would be countless skeletons in the kingdom. Unless they mastered the domain of death and life at the same time, otherwise, the petitioners in the kingdom would not even have the opportunity to enjoy the friction between the opposite sex or the same sex. As for the petitioners who reincarnated into the form of beasts, it was really a heavy taste. Let's not talk about it in detail. When Soren went back, he decided that he would never mention Mountain Paradise to the believers. He would only mention the underworld, the grey wilderness, and the wild wilderness. Compared to these kingdoms that were either undead or beasts, Soren's kingdom in the future would definitely be very attractive. Many people wanted to go to heaven. But who could persist in doing good deeds for a lifetime? To enter the first level of Mountain Paradise, the inclination of the good alignment must be at least 50 points. This meant that ordinary good deeds needed to be done for a lifetime, and doing good deeds was just a daily routine. In the words of the Middle Earth, one must have merit to be reincarnated into Mountain Paradise. It was easy to be a good person for a while, but it was difficult to be a good person for a lifetime. Especially in the current world. The most beautiful places in the upper plane, such as Mountain Paradise, Garden of Eden, and so on, were basically the extravagant dreams of ordinary people. When Soren returned to the city of Moder, he immediately felt a trace of strangeness. Gloria was not in the laboratory, but in his residence, waiting for him to come back. As soon as the two met, Gloria said with a serious look, "A kingdom of God has fallen into the material plane. The location is in the northwest wilderness, very close to the Orc kingdom." The scouts of Moder found something unusual. Recently, many professions have gone to the northwest area, including extraordinary legendary adventurers. Many temples have also taken action. This is the information they sent back urgently. Take a look first. A report was handed to Soren. He read through it at an astonishing speed, and his expression immediately turned solemn. This is the divine kingdom of the god of the hunt, Malor. It seems like they want to obtain the wealth of the divine kingdom. Currently, not many gods had perished. Although the half-elf god was dead, Soren had taken over the position of god, so there was no problem with the kingdom of God. One of the gods of the elven god system had died recently, so the god kingdom couldn't have fallen so quickly. The most likely possibility was that Malor, the god of the hunt, had died in the hands of Soren. His kingdom was close to the grey wilderness, so the possibility of him falling into the material plane was quite high. The Avatar crisis was a mess. Even though the catastrophe had ended, there were still many problems that would affect the world, such as the fallen and destroyed divine kingdoms. But that was the end of the Avatar crisis. Soren didn't expect that because he killed the god of the hunt, even the crisis after the end of the Avatar crisis began to break out in advance. The first incident of the Divine Kingdom falling happened at the end of the Avatar crisis. Although there were gods who had fallen before, the Divine Kingdom did not fall into the material plane. Such a situation may have happened before, but it did not affect the world. This time, the Divine Kingdom of the god of the hunt, Malor, fell into the mortal world, which meant that there was another variable in the material plane. The Divine Kingdom was special. The gods spent a long time to build these kingdoms, and these kingdoms also contained the wealth they had accumulated throughout their lives. Even if it was just an ordinary god. In his Divine Kingdom, there were also huge treasures that mortals could not imagine, because the gods themselves would plunder resources from the astral world and transfer them into the Divine Kingdom. However, the interior of the Divine Kingdom was also very dangerous. The gods needed many powerful subordinates to maintain the operation of the Divine Kingdom. In addition to ordinary petitioners and residents, the gods had their own army in the Divine Kingdom to deal with the wars of other gods. They needed a group of otherworldly servants to perform various tasks, enough holy spirits to govern the residents in the Divine Kingdom, and servants to guide the souls to reincarnate and so on. If the Divine Kingdom was destroyed, it may be weakened and split into independent half-planes, just like when a mirror is broken, the remaining fragments are also mirrors. If it was completely destroyed, it would be involved in the turbulence of time and space. Because some forces could be stable or temporarily maintained, it was a broken independent half-plane. The late stage of the Avatar crisis. Many adventurers put their energy into exploring the Divine Kingdom, because many creatures in the Divine Kingdom had divinity, and they could even get a trace of the power of divinity from the fallen gods. In the process of expanding the Divine Kingdom, the gods were constantly consuming their divine power. I'm afraid I need to leave immediately. Soren held the information and pondered for a long time, then slowly said, there must be many important things inside the Divine Kingdom of the god of the hunt. This matter will affect a wide range of areas, and I need to check the situation there. Gloria nodded gently and said softly, okay. Mordor City still has me, you have to be more careful. Soren looked at the beautiful witch in front of him, hugged her tightly, and then kissed her fiercely before getting up and walking outside. The Divine Kingdom of the god of the hunt. As the god who killed Malor, Soren had to check the situation no matter what, otherwise he would be very uneasy. Before leaving, Soren went to the temple. After briefly explaining some things to the high priest, Soren directly used magic to teleport to the vicinity of Whiterun. Whiterun was still the same. The crisis of the ancient red dragon had not been resolved, but the outside world had realized that it might not be an ordinary red dragon that occupied this place. Soren was not sure if he could defeat this ancient red dragon. If he wanted to kill it, Soren must have Gloria, Fallen Witch, Vivian, Princess Royal, and others to fight together, and he did not rule out the possibility of someone dying in battle. The cost and the gain were completely unequal. In the case of the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, Soren had other ways to obtain the same benefits with less cost. When passing through Whiterun, Soren was surprised to find some combat priests in a hurry. They had a very obvious emblem on their chests. It was a red chess piece, and the pupils were star-shaped. This god was the goddess of strategy, with weak divine power. She was also a subordinate god of bloodshed land. She was a war god that was not very common but could not be ignored. This goddess had a special ability to see through schemes. Although she was only a weak divine power, she was quite difficult to deal with. She did not even reveal her real name. Only the god of war knew her real name, and it was said that if her real name was known, others might be able to control her. He did not know whether it was true or not. The believers of this goddess were not very common. Seeing her priests, Soren could not help but pay attention. After passing through the dense autumn leaf forest behind Whiterun, they gradually approached the barren wilderness. The chief of the orcs, Eugene, rose in this land. However, with the battle of the orcs attacking Autumnfall, many of the orcs had now moved elsewhere. At present, there were more races active here, such as gnolls, kobolds, and ogres. The most active race in the northwest wilderness was the wolf pack. There were a large number of wolves here, and sometimes very dangerous winter wolves could be seen. The barren land meant that there was not much output, and even the orcs were not willing to farm here. However, when Soren came here, he unexpectedly found it quite lively. He not only found traces of humans and elves, but also several orc armies. The fall of the kingdom of God had alarmed many people. Mortals were not a problem, but Soren was worried about whether other gods would follow to explore. If other gods also came, and if they met Soren, they might have a big fight. But speaking of which, the kingdom of the god of hunting should be the most attractive to Soren and the Lady of Silvermoon because their clergy had a certain degree of compatibility. The wilderness was shrouded in a field of energy. This was the overlapping phenomenon of the divine kingdom and the material plane. The divine kingdom had lost the dominance of the gods and had become a half-plane. Now, it was attached to the land of the material plane, forming a strange resonance principle. Soren followed the trail of the adventurers and soon began to find traces of battle. There were many corpses of wild beasts around. It seemed that someone had been attacked not long ago. The god of hunting, Malor. According to Soren's understanding of him, the core of this god's kingdom should be intelligent beasts. Beastmen, hunting, beasts, and so on were all extended to serve this field. The power of his divine kingdom had already changed the surroundings. Malor was a highly intelligent beast, and the energy that escaped from his divine kingdom would gradually change the nearby beasts, gradually turning them into intelligent magical creatures. It was roughly similar to the dangerous winter wolves, which could use spells and language, and were quite cunning and cruel. Ordinary wolves had an intelligence of 2, winter wolves had an intelligence of 9, and ordinary humans had an intelligence range of 9 to 11. This kind of change in intelligence was terrifying. If beasts could also think and learn like humans, it would be a disaster for the nearby humanoid races. Dozens of kilometers into the wilderness, Soren soon found something. He sensed a crack in the plain. It's here. It was already afternoon, and Soren found a narrow crack in a desolate pile of rubble. It was only about 2 meters in diameter, and it was deep darkness. There were corpses of wild beasts nearby, and some footprints of humanoid creatures. There were already adventurers who had entered the divine kingdom through this crack. Change reality. Soren's power of divinity was activated, and there was a strange distortion in the nearby space. In theory, changing reality could distort any reality, but the cost was quite large. Through the narrow crack, Soren's vision suddenly widened. In front of him was a land of about 10 square kilometers. On the left was a vast grassland, and on the right was a dense forest. With Soren's god-level vision, he could clearly see that the edges of the small plain were slowly turning into nothingness. The entire space was shrinking bit by bit. The edge of the plain was a chaotic void zone. The divine kingdom plane that had lost its support was in a state of collapse. The space here was gradually decreasing, and everything on the edge was being sucked into the distorted void. The space wasn't big. Soren's figure rose into the air and immediately calculated the scale of this place. He murmured, it should be just a part of the collapsed and fragmented kingdom of God. The demiplane of a legendary wizard can reach an area of hundreds of square kilometers. The space here is too small. Soren didn't know much about the half-bit wall, but he had been to the large half-bit wall of the Northern Witch Council. Although the half-bit wall was unusually barren, there was no trace of life. However, its size was almost comparable to the continental shelf of the outer islands. True divine kingdoms were all very large. The kingdoms of some ancient gods were even about the size of material planes, while the kingdoms of other gods were basically the size of a continent. This was just a fragment of the divine kingdom. Of course, it could not be ruled out that the collapse of the divine kingdom of the god of hunting was too severe, and most of the space had already entered the space-time turbulence. There's a battle over there. Soren soon found some traces. There were others who had entered here before him. The space of the divine kingdom fragment was rapidly shrinking. There should be no energy support here. According to the current shrinking speed, this half-bit wall would completely disappear within 3 days at most. However, since this divine kingdom fragment was not directly destroyed, there should be some internal support. Soren estimated that there was a temple built here for the god of hunting, Malor. The gods would also patrol their own kingdoms. The temple was sometimes similar to a palace and was the energy center inside the divine kingdom. If a petitioner died, their soul power would be transformed by the temple and used to expand the divine kingdom. It would consume too much to build a divine kingdom with divine power alone. If the plain couldn't be divided, it could only be made up by the souls of the petitioners. The battle took place at the edge of the forest. When Soren rushed there, it was almost over. There were many corpses on the ground, some of them were beasts, some of them were humans. There were only 3 survivors, an elf, a half-elf, and a halfling. The beasts nearby were not petitioners. They were magical creatures from the material plane. In fact, there were several winter wolves. It seemed that creatures from the material plane had also entered this divine kingdom. The weak petitioners had basically all died when the kingdom of God collapsed. At this moment, the enemy these people were facing was a strange beast that looked like a twisted giant ape. Its body was not in the form of flesh and blood, but a semi-energy form between a physical body and a spiritual body. Holy Spirit, the monster in front of them, was an apostle of the god of hunting, Malor, who was responsible for managing the divine kingdom for him. If a believer was very devout and fanatical about a god, then he could be promoted to a Holy Spirit after his death. Of course, belief alone was not enough. One's own potential and recognition of the god's teachings were also needed. Holy Spirits were basically legendary level. As Holy Spirits, they could use a trace of the god's power. Even if the god of hunting, Malor, had fallen, the beast-like Holy Spirit in front of them could still use the power of the divine kingdom. The fighting power of these adventurers was not bad. They were basically high-grade professionals, but when faced with a Holy Spirit that could use divine power, they did not have much of an advantage. There were many corpses of beasts around them that were torn apart. It seemed that the Holy Spirit's target was not only the adventurers, but also the beasts. At the back of the forest was a huge altar. As a god that spread faith in the wilderness, the divine kingdom of the god of hunting, Malor, was not like other gods that had been built into a civilized country. The entire divine kingdom was a primitive and wild environment, just like the divine kingdom of the god of conspiracy, which was full of all kinds of conspiracies. The petitioners and believers were wary of each other, and the divine kingdom of the god of war was full of constant battles. In the divine kingdom of the god of hunting, Malor, the main theme of the divine kingdom was still related to hunting. To hunt and to be hunted. Malor, a god of the evil camp, did not give preferential treatment to the petitioners at the bottom. After entering the divine kingdom, only those who were strong enough could attract his attention. And the evil gods were not very patient. If the petitioners were to die of old age, the cycle would be too long. In the case of maintaining the number of petitioners, the evil gods often used more violent means to harvest a batch of souls regularly. Of course, they would not do it themselves, but they always had a way, right? There were many treasures scattered in the direction of the altar. Judging from the traces, these adventurers should have touched the things in the altar. The gods themselves did not need too much wealth, but for their believers and churches, the gods also needed to give some rewards. Even the demons knew how to use wealth to bewitch mortals, and the evil gods naturally had to use wealth to draw in some secular forces. Every sacrifice of the god of hunting would give something back to the believers, but it was impossible to give power every time. This was too great a loss for the gods. Therefore, sometimes it was cheaper to reward the believers with some gold, silver, and jewelry. There was a huge amount of wealth accumulated in the kingdom of any god. In addition to rewarding the believers, this wealth would also be used for the internal construction of the kingdom. For example, the altar in front of them was inlaid with at least 1,000 gems around it. In addition, there were also sacrificial instruments made of gold and silver, and the altar base that looked like obsidian. This was a large-scale altar, and the wealth spent was probably not much less than the half-elven temple built by Soren. A conservative estimate, the wealth spent to build this altar reached more than 500,000 kindler in the material plane. This group of adventurers had touched those gems. Unfortunately, they did not know that in the kingdom of the gods, especially those places that kept amazing wealth, there were often holy spirits protecting them. A holy spirit directly killed almost all of them. Perhaps because the altar was destroyed, the fragment of the kingdom was shrinking faster and faster. The void was gradually approaching. Whether it was soil, rocks, water, or even air, all were involved in the void turbulence. At this time, they could not be trapped in it. Because even if the gods were involved in it, it would not be so easy to get out, and they might never be able to get out. Shadow hide. Soren was not ready to waste time. This was just a small fragment of the kingdom of the gods, and it was not worth staying for too long. Shadow jump. Shadow strike. Divine shockwave. Just as the ape-like Holy Spirit was about to end the lives of the remaining adventurers, Soren's figure suddenly appeared from the twisted shadow. His curved sword cut through the strange silver-white light, accompanied by storm-like attacks, and suddenly the body of the Holy Spirit was full of holes. Finally, with a divine shockwave, it was completely finished. KO. A legendary Holy Spirit was directly killed by Soren. With the death of the Holy Spirit, the energy that constituted its body gradually dissipated. At the same time, a gray diamond-shaped crystal was condensed in the air, and then gently fell on Soren's palm. A row of data appeared in front of him. You have killed the Holy Spirit Apostle of the God of the Hunting Mailer. Extracting the target's soul energy. You have gained 3000 slaughter EXP. The target has divine power. Extract divinity. You have gained 1 divinity. Divine power. Kill domain. You have gained 6 divinity from the Holy Spirit Apostle. Slaughter EXP was very little. However, Soren gained 1 divinity, and also a part of divine power. That's right. Divine power could be replenished in the kingdom of God, but it must be compatible with the domain and the domain. The kingdom of God itself was built by divine power. In the case of the fall of the God of the Hunting Mailer, Soren could get a trace of divine power from here to replenish himself. Slaughter EXP was very little. A legendary Holy Spirit Apostle only gave 3000 slaughter EXP, and this was mainly because of the soul fragment in Soren's hand. A legendary level soul crystal. The kingdom of God was a very special place. Many creatures here had special soul forms, so it was one of the few places in the kingdom of God that could directly drop legendary soul crystals. This thing could be directly absorbed, but it was better to use it to make a diamond golem. Leave here immediately. Soren killed the Holy Spirit Apostle in front of him in the blink of an eye. As adventurers who had most of their companions killed by the Holy Spirit Apostle, the 3 people in front of him were instantly stunned. However, before they could thank him, Soren said in a cold tone, "Don't want to leave? Or do you plan to stay here forever?" A trace of killing intent appeared. The 3 adventurers in front of him were suddenly scared pale because the person who killed the Holy Spirit Apostle and saved them seemed to be not easy to get along with. At least, he didn't seem to be in existence that they could make friends with. The 3 of them exchanged glances and looked at the large number of gems on the altar with some heartache. Then they supported each other and left with the bodies of their teammates. They were afraid that if they said anything more, Soren would impatiently kill them all. Such a powerful existence might not care about their feelings. Soren didn't have the energy to pay attention to these mortals. If he didn't appear, these people would have all died in the hands of the Holy Spirit Apostle. Exploring the kingdom of God without the strength of a legendary was almost the same as suicide. It was a very stupid thing to do. Although Soren killed the Holy Spirit Apostle in an instant, if he couldn't do that, the Holy Spirit Apostle would definitely be able to fight with Soren for a long time. This was because this was their kingdom. Inside the kingdom of God, these Holy Spirit Apostles could easily mobilize the divine power of the outside world. No matter how serious their injuries were, they could recover in a very short time. Couldn't kill them in an instant, believe it or not, they would cast a greater restoration on you in the next moment, and then immediately fight with you for 300 rounds with full health. Gods were almost invincible in their own kingdom because as long as the power of the kingdom of God wasn't exhausted, then the gods would have endless divine power to cast spells. This was also the reason why so many weak gods in history could be safe and sound. As long as they stayed inside the kingdom of God, even if the gods with great divine power came, they wouldn't be afraid at all. They could even use the power stored in the kingdom of God to exhaust the enemy. A war between kingdoms of God could even last for hundreds of years. The Holy Spirit Apostles were in a similar situation. They could mobilize the divine power of the kingdom of God, and if they couldn't be killed quickly, they could even exhaust a team of legendary adventurers to death. After killing the Holy Spirit Apostle in front of him, the divine power on the altar was also dissipating. Of course, Soren couldn't let these divine power points dissipate in the kingdom of God. so he immediately walked to the altar and pressed his hand on the fist-sized ruby in the center. The ruby's color was as red as blood, and under the influence of Soren's divine power, traces of divine power began to gather towards Soren and was finally stored in his own divine power. A total of 32 divine power points. This was the amount of divine power that Soren could absorb, and the rest of the divine power dissipated. Soren didn't inherit all of the divine power of Malor, the god of the hunt. Otherwise, he would have gained hundreds of divine power points this time. However, if Soren inherited all of the divine power, then the kingdom of God wouldn't have fallen at all, and he wouldn't have the chance to absorb the divine power points. It was simply an endless cycle. After taking away the divine power related to killing and tracking, Soren's attention began to turn to the great altar in front of him. Greater Mage's Hand. An invisible force field emerged, and the scattered gemstones around Soren all floated in the air and then disappeared in the air. Then the Greater Mage's Hand began to dismantle the altar in front of him. This fragment of the kingdom of God would disappear soon, and Soren had to take away all the valuable things first. Gemstones, all of them, gold and silver, all of them, obsidian, all of them, diamond, all of them, except for the wooden structure and ordinary metal. Soren put all the things that he could take away into his dimensional space. However, as the great altar was dismantled by Soren, the power that supported the fragment of the divine power became weaker and weaker. In the end, the speed of the void was so fast that the whole space of the kingdom of God was reduced to about 20 square kilometers. I have to leave. The void had spread to the vicinity of the forest. All the soil, rocks, and trees under the collapse of the plain were all swept away by the void turbulence. At this rate, the kingdom of God would be destroyed in half an hour at most. Change reality. Divine power. Soren stretched out his hand toward the void, and then his figure showed signs of a half-spirit. With the appearance of a plane crack, he returned to the material plane in the next moment. At this time, the fragment of the kingdom of God had shrunk to about 5 square kilometers. As if it had lost its last support, the remaining space was no longer shrinking bit by bit. Instead, it was collapsing on a large scale. This divine realm, which had become very narrow, was completely shattered. The plates of the entire continental shelf were like smashed biscuits. Then, the torrent of time and space swept in from all directions. With a large amount of matter disappearing, everything returned to nothingness. When it was on the verge of collapse and all matter was devoured, the torrent of time and space also completely shattered the space. This part of the kingdom of God had completely disappeared. The last scene was the legendary plane collapse, where the distorted void was connected to the turbulence of time and space. In this case, even the gods had no way to deal with it. There was only one creature that could safely travel through it. That was the legendary Time Dragon. Except for the legendary Time Dragon, even the gods would be in danger if they were involved in it. The flow of time inside was not equal to the outside world, and no one was sure where they would end up. However, at the moment when the plane collapsed and finally led to its destruction, it was like a singularity. A large amount of matter was distorted and reshaped together. More than 1 square kilometer of land was distorted and reshaped into a strange black stone about 5 meters in diameter. It looked similar to the demon stone that Soren got from the abyss. It was a special material born in the distorted void at the edge of the plane. The torrent of time and space swept away everything, and the black stone formed in the collapse of the plane was also swept to an unknown place in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he had returned to the material plane. As the fragments of the divine kingdom completely collapsed, the cracks in the plane in front of Soren also gradually disappeared. He was not sure how many of these cracks there were. It depended on the impact of the divine kingdom when it fell into the material plane. The divine kingdoms of the old gods were not small, and there were not many good things in these fragments. If he really wanted to find something, he had to find the main body of the divine kingdom. It was the center of the divine kingdom that the god of the hunt, Malor, had built. That was the source of his power. As he continued to move along the barren land, the traces of wild beasts became more and more frequent. Soren also found traces of the Undermoon Walker and the Orc Shaman. The treasures of the divine kingdom had attracted many people. It should be in this direction. Soren quickly found a specific location with the help of his tracking clergy. After moving forward for tens of kilometers, a huge crater appeared in front of him. It looked like a meteorite from outer space. There were several cracks scattered around the crater, and there were many energy waves coming from them. These cracks could be connected to the fragments of the Divine Kingdom, or they could be connected to the center of the Divine Kingdom. It was even possible that there were many cracks in the same plane. Several groups of people had gathered around the crater. There were humans, elves, orcs, and even dark creatures. Soren even found the followers of the god of the hunt, Malor. He did not know what they wanted to do in the Divine Kingdom. These groups were obviously stronger than the others. They did not rush into the Divine Kingdom. Instead, they were all looking around, trying to find which crack was the safest to enter. With the help of his tracking clergy, Soren also felt a familiar presence. It was the trace left by the Lady of the Silver Moon. She really came. Soren was not surprised by the Lady of the Silver Moon's arrival. The Lady of the Silver Moon held a clergy similar to that of the god of the hunt. She and Soren gained more benefits from the Divine Kingdom. There were a total of 7 cracks in the plane. Soren looked around and chose the third door from the left. The others didn't stop Soren. Because they were from different races, they didn't have much interaction with each other. However, after seeing that Soren had entered, the orcs hesitated for a moment before following him into one of the rifts. Space distorted. When Soren passed through the planar barrier, he found himself in a vast and boundless land. This piece of land was larger than the original fragment of the Divine Kingdom. In the distance, there were endless mountains. When flying high in the sky, one could see lakes, rivers, forests, and mountains. Because of the teachings of Malor, the god of the hunt, there were not many civilized buildings in the Divine Kingdom. He only wanted to increase the scope and capacity of the Divine Kingdom. He had no intention of developing civilization in the Divine Kingdom. However, this was not surprising because the belief of the god of hunting in the material plane was spread in the wilderness. He couldn't see the boundary of this plane. Soren could see a few hundred kilometers away, but he still couldn't see the boundary of the realm. He was sure that this was the main body of the realm. It was probably several times larger than the half-plane of the Northern Witch Council. Soren's figure landed on the ground. In front of him, he could find the bodies of some beasts. These beasts were not creatures of the material plane, but the natives of the Divine Kingdom. Petitioners in the form of beasts, most of the petitioners who were reincarnated in the form of beasts had died in the process of the plane falling. What Soren saw was the picture of them gradually decomposing after they died. They dissipated little by little. Just like the demigods in the form of souls that Soren killed, their bodies gradually evaporated and then turned into a trace of energy that dissipated in the Divine Kingdom. This energy was making up for the consumption of the Divine Kingdom, which was why the Divine Kingdom did not shrink rapidly. When the energy of these petitioners was exhausted, the Divine Kingdom would shrink at an alarming rate. Eventually, it would disappear completely because there was no god to support it. Where should I start? The Divine Kingdom of the god of hunting was so huge that even Soren didn't know where to start. But at this moment, there was a sudden violent explosion in the distance. Then there was a huge energy fluctuation. Then, the Divine Kingdom shook, and Soren could clearly feel the energy loss accelerating. Lady Silvermoon? Soren sensed something, and the next moment, he was sure that Lady Silvermoon was in front of him. His figure moved forward quickly, and along the way, he saw other teams that came to explore the Divine Kingdom. A team of humans was fighting with a foreign apostle. Even if the god of hunting had fallen, the foreign apostles who could not leave the Divine Kingdom were still guarding the place loyally. The petitioners' souls were very special, and they could only leave the Divine Kingdom under certain circumstances. In this situation where the god of hunting had fallen and the Divine Kingdom was gradually being destroyed, they could only stay in the Divine Kingdom and wait for the destruction. The god of hunting, Malor, must have a treasure trove. Gods would keep their treasures in different dimensions, and the safest space for them was naturally the Divine Kingdom. As long as they did not fall, they would be the masters of the Divine Kingdom, and they would not have to worry about anyone stealing their treasures. Lady Silvermoon must have found something. Looking at the battle, she was at least fighting with the divine servants in the Divine Kingdom. There were 5 levels under the gods. Follower God, Divine Servant, Holy Spirit, Heroic Spirit, and Petitioner. Under normal circumstances, A complete divine kingdom should have at least 3 follower gods, and they were at least at the level of demigod. Not only did they need to have divine power, but they also needed to have a certain level of divinity. Many of the gods with great divine power had the ability of being a subordinate god in their kingdom, but they did not have their own clergy. The follower gods were responsible for helping the gods to manage the divine kingdom. The 3 follower gods were responsible for souls, reincarnation of believers, and divine war. These 3 were the foundation, so there needed to be at least 3 follower gods. Gods who were strong enough could train more follower gods to help them manage and build the divine kingdom. Next was the divine servant from the divine realm. The gods of death that mortals saw were those who held huge scythes of death and were covered in black cloaks. They were responsible for harvesting souls and bringing souls that were not drawn by the river Styx to the underworld. Basically, they were the divine servant from the divine realm. The legendary spell of summoning the divine messenger. Most of them were also at the level of summoning, and there were not many of them. If it was mountain paradise, it would at least be at the level of an archangel, challenge rating 21. Then there were the holy spirits. Needless to say, they were the core of the divine kingdom. There was a high probability of becoming a holy spirit among the fanatics. The souls that became holy spirits directly after death were the best. Those who became holy spirits after entering the divine kingdom were much worse. Heroic spirits were the main component of the divine kingdom's army. Gods had no shortage of enemies. In order to deal with the possible outbreak of divine war, the more heroic spirits there were, the better. Finally, there were the petitioners. Believers with pan-religious beliefs had a small probability of becoming petitioners, while devout believers had a high probability of becoming petitioners. Petitioners were the cornerstone of the divine kingdom. The god of hunting, Malor, had fallen. In the process of the divine kingdom falling, most petitioners could not bear the huge impact and died. There should not be many heroic spirits who survived, challenge rating 7. At present, those who could withstand the impact of the fall in the divine kingdom were at least at the level of holy spirits. The divine servant from the divine realm and the follower gods were almost impossible to die immediately. There was a huge crack in front of them. The ground was sunken several kilometers deep. It looked like the continental shelf was about to collapse. Following the crack, there was a forest with a towering mountain in the middle. The battle came from there. As soon as Soren arrived, he felt a threatening aura. At the same time, he saw a pure lake. It was as clear as a mirror. There was a huge fluctuation of energy, but it had been interrupted and was gradually weakening. Reincarnation pool? Soren's figure landed on the edge of the lake and murmured, "This should be the reincarnation pool in the god of hunting's divine kingdom, right?" The reincarnation of souls required the use of special power. The souls that were reincarnated directly were relatively weak. In order to improve the strength of the petitioners, the gods would often build a reincarnation pool in the divine kingdom. The most famous one was the holy pool in mountain paradise. The souls inside were in the form of angels. The Bottor Inferno was the same. The Lord of Hell, Asmodeus, had a reincarnation pool that contained the power of the origin. It could directly reincarnate souls into fallen angels. It was the same even for ordinary mortals. The reincarnation pool in front of them had been cut off. The believers of the god of hunting could no longer reincarnate into the divine kingdom through it. But the power in it was still there. This reincarnation pool had been strengthened by the god of hunting for a long time. Now it was the size of a lake, and it had a power similar to the abyss blood pool. Kill. Kill. When Soren approached the reincarnation pool in front of him, a sudden sense of crisis broke out. A hazy figure suddenly appeared above the reincarnation pool. It looked like a ferocious baboon. It said to Soren, "Kill anyone who approaches the pool of souls." With a roar, the enemy in front of him immediately rushed over. The pool of souls. This was really the place where the souls of believers were reincarnated. Generally, such places were very important to the gods. The abyss blood pool was guarded by the Mother of Worms. The guards here were probably at least at the level of divine servants. Space imprisonment. A trace of the power of divinity emerged, and the space around Soren was immediately sealed. The guardian of the pool of souls in front of him was actually a follower of the god of hunting, Malor. After judging Soren's profession and level of danger, he immediately imprisoned the space to prevent Soren from using the means of plain jump. A follower? Facing the fierce attack of the enemy, Soren's eyes suddenly burst into a strange light. Instead of feeling the slightest fear, he seemed very excited. Because a follower was more valuable than any enemy, they had divinity. His follower gods were at least at the level of a demigod. Because they were in the divine kingdom, the difficulty of their challenge might not be much lower than that of a true god. Because the divine kingdom continuously restored their divine power, if the damage done to them could not exceed the speed of their recovery, then the final result would be to be exhausted to death by these god followers. Most of the god followers were enemies with rich combat experience, but fortunately, there were no spellcasters among the followers of the god of the hunt, Malor. The god followers in front of him were only melee fighters, and their spellcasting ability was completed by divine power. Dimensional lock. Divine power conversion. In the face of the fierce attack of the god followers, Soren was not afraid at all. The other side blocked his teleportation ability, so he naturally had to block the other side's teleportation ability. Slaughter, realm. Fear, realm. Shadow, realm. Death, realm. Plant, realm. Soren could not enter a war of attrition with the god followers of the god of the hunt, Malor. Otherwise, the longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. In the face of the fierce attack of the enemy in front of him, he directly opened the 5 realms he had mastered. With the power of divinity, the space around Soren gradually distorted. This was the power of the divine kingdom had collided with his realm, causing the originally collapsed plane to gradually become unstable. Arcane Missile *5. Secondary Missile Storm. Isaac's Advanced Missile Storm. Melf's Acid Arrow. Flame Arrow. Melf's Minute Meteor. A storm of spells came directly at Soren. Malor's god followers, who were rushing directly at Soren, did not seem to expect that he could cast so many spells in an instant. They were almost drowned in an instant. For a while, they did not know how many times they were hit. In the crazy barrage, they were almost invisible. 2 flames appeared in Soren's palms. In the face of the god followers, Soren did not use melee attacks because the other side's physical damage reduction was more than 80%. In other words, this thing was similar to a demigod lich. Saint form. Soren's barrage of attacks had also angered Malor's follower. As a beast-like divine servant, he could also retaliate with divine spells. Unfortunately, Soren could ignore the effects of low-level spells when he was in his saint form. Higher-level divine spells required casting time. At this time, Soren had already thrown out the Minute Meteor flame from his palm. The damage of Melf's Minute Meteor was not high. Soren's Minute Meteor flame dealt 5 points of damage, penetrating Malor's follower god's defense and causing damage that he couldn't resist. God-slaying spell, this title wasn't just for show. Even Soren's divine form couldn't withstand 5 points of damage. This attack dealt 5 points of damage. One of Soren's spells could create 20-minute meteor flames, which was equivalent to 100 points of damage. If a wizard were to throw out these 20 meteor flames, they might not even be able to hit a follower god. Just the time it would take to throw out these 20 meteor flames would be enough to kill the follower god several times over, let alone whether or not they could hit the follower god. But, Soren's attack speed was very fast. He had mastered the ability, perfect dual wielding. The minute meteor flames were condensed in the palms of both hands, which meant that he was in a dual wielding mode. In this case, Soren's attack speed was like a storm. One could only see flames streaking across the sky. The spell Melf's Minute Meteor was used up in just 1 or 2 seconds. Then he cast another instant spell, and minute meteor flames appeared in his palms again. Biu. At this time, Soren looked like an anti-aircraft machine gun. The missile storm in front had just passed, and behind it was an endless stream of minute meteor flames. This instantaneous burst of damage was probably more than 1,000 points, even if Malor's follower god was immune to some of the damage and spell effects. After 3 Melf's minute meteor flames were used up, he was almost killed by Soren. Most of the damage was caused by Melf's minute meteor flames. More than half of the low-level spells in front were immune to the enemy. However, Soren's purpose was to use low-level spells to confuse the enemy. What he really used to deal with the enemy was the ignored damage of the Godslayer spell. Greater Restoration. The excessive damage made Mailer's follower God immediately aware of the danger. With the surge of divine power, he immediately wanted to cast Greater Restoration on himself. This spell could directly heal all injuries. Even if he was killed by Soren, he could be revived with full health in an instant. However, this spell took time to cast. But the follower God was not worried about this, because the divine spell he cast was transformed by divine power, and his body was in the form of energy. This was the divine kingdom of the god of the hunt, Mailer. There were almost no enemies here who could interrupt his casting. Therefore, as long as Soren could not kill him in the 3 seconds he cast the spell, then he could directly restore all his vitality. And inside the divine kingdom of the god of the hunt, the follower god could use this advanced divine spell almost endlessly. Almost immortal, as long as the divine power in the divine kingdom was not exhausted, then the follower god could use the full health divine spell endlessly. But, how could Soren give the follower time to cast the spell? It was not the first time he explored the divine kingdom. In the past, they had failed several times because they were exhausted to death by divine spells with full HP. The entire team of legendary adventurers was unable to take down the last bit of the divine servant's HP. Then, the divine servant would continuously cast Greater Restoration. In the end, everyone in the adventurers' team had used up all their spells and items, and they had no choice but to retreat. Divine Shockwave, single target. Order, death. Facing the follower god who was about to enter a state of near death, Soren's face showed a cruel smile. He raised his hand and a divine shockwave directly caused 120 true damage. Then, the power of the realm of death was launched. Soren cast the order, death spell. At this time, Mailer's follower god, who was in a state of near death, was about to complete the Greater Restoration spell, but at this time, he did not have more than 120 HP kill, since a long time ago, Soren had gained the ability to kill enemies below 240 HP divine shockwave. Order, death. The combination of these two skills was meant to deal with enemies who had unlimited recovery. The killing effect of the 240 points of HP, the former was the true damage caused by the divine power, while the latter was the obliteration effect that ignored all resistances. No. When he realized what the last spell Soren cast was, the follower god let out a roar full of disbelief, but at this time it was all too late. What immunity? What resistance? What will? It was all bullshit. There were only 2 ways to resist the order, death. One was to have more HP than the trigger of death, and the other was to be directly immune to all instant death effects. Even Soren did not have the ability to be immune to the instant death effect, and of course, a follower god could not have it. Then, when he was in a state of near death, he must die. Under the condition of the legendary spell order, death, the follower god's life began to die directly. His remaining HP was taken away on the spot, and his whole body began to rapidly dissipate. Along with the light of divinity, traces of divine power began to flow into Soren. A row of data appeared in front of him. You have killed the follower god of the hunt, Mailer. Extracting the target's soul energy. You have received 125,000 slaughter EXP. Target has the power of divinity. Extracting the target's power of divinity. You have received 10 points of divinity. Target has the power of divinity. Extracting the target's power of divinity. You have received 5 points of divinity. Found compatible divinity. Divinity compatibility is 65%. Divinity conversion. You have extracted 72 points of divinity from the current kingdom. A pale golden soul crystal appeared. Soren waved his hand and it fell into his palm. This was the soul crystal of the follower god in front of him. It could be confirmed that he was a high-level legendary follower of the god of the hunt, Mailer. After his death, he entered the divine kingdom and was cultivated by the power of divinity. The effect of his soul crystal was far better than other creatures. It was a waste to use this soul crystal to make a golem. It could be used to directly create a Thaling, or even. It was possible to create a monster like Thaling 13, the guardian of the warship halfplane, a demigod guardian with divine power. Sure enough, the rewards inside the divine kingdom are higher. Soren looked at his own statistics and murmured, I have reached 100 points of divinity. As long as I completely integrate the divinity, I can upgrade to intermediate divinity. By then, all my attributes will be +1 again. My divinity has also reached 41 points. I don't know if I can upgrade my divinity to more than 50 points in the divine kingdom of the god of the hunt, Mailer. I hope others won't steal my follower god's prey. My divinity is currently at 213 points. The slaughter EXP is enough to upgrade my profession level. But the most important thing now is to integrate the divinity. After all my attributes are +1, I'll see which profession level is better. There was not enough time. Soren's spells were almost used up. He needed to memorize them again. After that, his divinity would also be integrated and upgraded. However, he was a little worried that the prey in the divine kingdom would be stolen by others. Soren didn't care much about the wealth and treasures. What he really cared about was the enemies guarding these treasures. This was a huge source of divinity and divinity. Fortunately, at present, only the Lady of Silvermoon entered the divine kingdom. If there were no other gods, there weren't many who could steal from Soren. At present, fusing with divinity was the most important thing. Soren cleaned up the battlefield a little, then found a relatively safe place and set up a warning circle around it. At the same time, he also used the power of the Wanderer divinity to set up a high-level legendary trigger trap. Then, he carefully began to fuse with the divinity he had just obtained. For Soren, it was not the first time he suppressed the remnant of divinity. If it was only 1 or 2 divinity points, he could now refine it in the blink of an eye. However, this time, it would take a little more time to refine 10 divinity points. This was the essential difference between a true god and a mortal. In the beginning, in order to refine 1 divinity point, Soren risked his life to complete the feat of walking barefoot for thousands of miles. The whole process was a collision of wills. There was no doubt that Soren, who had come step by step to the present, could not suppress a small follower god. So when he fused with these 10 divinity points, not much time had passed. A row of data appeared in front of his eyes. Ability upgrade. Your accumulated divinity points have reached 100. From lesser divinity to intermediate divinity. Divinity upgrade. Divinity conversion. All your attribute points +1. A huge amount of divinity emerged. After the accumulation of divinity points reached 100, it seemed to have reached a critical point of a breakthrough. Then, all the divinity exploded like a ray of light, and in an instant, the power poured into Soren's body. His flesh gradually changed, alternating between matter and energy. Vaguely, Soren's flesh and bones seemed to be stained with the golden light of divinity. When Soren's vision turned to the inside of his body, he found that his blood had completely turned golden. Finally, I've reached intermediate divinity. Soren could not wait to look at his own statistics, and soon saw the value needed to upgrade to great divinity. A total of 300 divinity points. Sure enough, it was an increase of nearly 3 times. No wonder death god Jurgel could divide his power into 3 parts, and at the same time, create 3 gods of death that were close to great divine power. So, upgrading to greater divinity requires at least 900 points of divinity? Jurgel still has some power left. If that's the case, then death god Jurgel's divinity value and divine spark value were both above 1000 during his most powerful period? This is too terrifying. As an ancient god of death, Jurgel's power was difficult to estimate. At least, none of the current active gods had the ability to fight against him. Sauron calculated the standard of greater divine power, and suddenly felt that his whole person was not good. Unless the Abyss Blood War or the War of the Gods. Otherwise, who would be able to accumulate so much divine power and godhood energy? This number was simply too shocking. However, how did the Queen of Spiders come into contact with greatness? I remember that she almost touched the edge of greatness. He looked at his own attributes. Soren quickly began to distribute the slaughter EXP. There was nothing to think about. His priority was still the wizard level, and it was best to master the ability to cast legendary spells as soon as possible. As the wizard's total profession level increased to 17, Soren also obtained a level 9 spell slot. At the same time, His own attributes also became name, Soren, saint form, lesser divine power. Race, half-elf, son of slaughter. Attributes, strength 22, +5, frost giant belt +4, agility 36, +5, constitution 27, +5, intelligence 27, +6, wisdom 20, +5, charm 25, +9. Alignment, lawful evil profession, level 8 thief, 082-6500, level 10 shadow dancer, max, level 10 wizard, 01275000, level 7 arcanist, 01555000, grade 6. Health points, 500,500, sturdy. Experience points, 755075, slaughter EXP, 17,545, profession EXP, unassigned. Skill points, none attribute points, none legend level, 150 divinity points, 100, middle divinity. Requires 300 points to upgrade, greater divinity. Divinity points, 41, lesser divinity. Requires 100 points to upgrade, middle divinity. Divine power points, 213820. To upgrade to intermediate divine power, requires 600 divine power points and mastery of spatial manipulation. The current storage limit of the divinity is 820 points. Clergy, half-elf, rogue, tracker domain, slaughter, death, fear, evil, domination, piracy, shadow, flora spiritual energy, evil spiritual energy, fear spiritual energy status, normal basic skills, sneak 415, literacy 325, steal 245, pick lock 245, trap 215, focus 210, negotiate 365, appraise 145, deceive 245, intimidate 375, taunt 245, perform 175, listen 315, dodge 215, parry 185, block 125, heal 155, search 315, detect 325, scroll copy 125, spell identify 155, survival 325, use magic equipment 155, cooking 115, alchemy 185, forge magic weapon 185. Saint form, divine transcendence, spell immunity 1-4, epic divine power. Divinity abilities, Death's Hand, reality change, form change, divine power shockwave, language proficiency, character proficiency, interplane communication, astral teleportation, plane teleportation. Legendary skills, expose weakness, perfect dual wielding, omnipotent hands, legendary evasion, legendary battle skills, epic dexterity, epic intelligence, epic constitution. Special abilities, blessing of the goddess of magic, god slayer, blessing of the misfortune goddess, blessing of the sea goddess, dragon blood baptism LV2, heart of slaughter, slayer, death walker, ascetic, erudite, blasphemy. Personal abilities, nimble left hand, eidetic memory, perseverance, encyclopedic knowledge, spellcasting proficiency, reflex evasion, intuitive evasion, roll evasion, agile movement, evade sight, dark vision, combat spellcasting, mobile spellcasting, spell control, empower spell, maximize spell, crafting magical equipment, spell penetration, minor spell resistance, minor cold resistance, medium fire resistance, minor poison resistance, minor electric resistance, robust, high regeneration. Telepathy 100 feet. Class abilities, arcane memory, arcane counterspell, arcane runes, shadow dominator, nimble mind, military weapon proficiency, curved sword legendary. Combat skills, summon shadow, shadow leap, shadow strike, shadow jump, vampiric touch, divinity, sword form, 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 sword form. Intermediate divinity, the increase in the level of divinity brought an explosive increase of all attributes +1. Which also made up for the shortcoming of perception in his attributes. At this time all of his attributes had been increased to more than 20 points. However, with the increase in strength, the effect of the Frost Giant's belt began to weaken. Soren's strength could not be increased to more than 22 points because the limit of the Frost Giant's belt was 22 points. If there was no other equipment that could increase the limit of strength, then Soren would still have a 4-point strength bottleneck. Even if it increased strength, it would only replace the effect of the frost giant's belt. There was no other way because his foundation was not strength, so his innate conditions in this area were not high. He recollected the spell again. Soren quickly returned to the vicinity of the reincarnation pool. The battle here did not seem to have alarmed anyone. During the time when the divinity was being suppressed, no one else came close. Increase the power of the divinity. The power of the divine kingdom from the god of the hunt gave Soren a lot of divine power. He had not accumulated more than 200 divine power for a long time, so after killing the god of the hunt, he decided to master a new divinity ability. Space change. As the most important divinity ability of the gods, the prerequisite for mastering space change was not high. As long as one had lesser divine power, they could master it. However, mastering it required a lot of divine power because it involved the domain of space. Often, as the power of the gods increased, they would need the power of space change to expand the scale of their divine kingdom. With the crazy consumption of divine power, the power of the divine law also gradually emerged in Soren's mind. Many divinity abilities were natural powers, and they could be mastered as long as the conditions for activation were met. Other gods needed to explore by themselves, but it was obviously much easier for Soren. Expand space. The remaining divine power was crazily consumed. After Soren mastered the divinity power of space change, the first thing he expanded was the extra-dimensional space he created. He directly expanded it to more than 1 kilometer in diameter. Then, Soren turned his eyes to the reincarnation pool in front of him. After a moment of contemplation, a crack appeared in the air, and then under the effect of divine power, the divinity power of reality change was activated. The whole reincarnation pool seemed to have formed a waterspout, and the turbulent water rushed into Soren's extra-dimensional space. That's right, he wanted to take away the entire reincarnation pool, at least all the pool water. The reincarnation pool in front of him looked similar to the abyss blood pool. This kind of thing had no effect on mortals at all. They couldn't even touch it because it was something that would erode the soul. But for gods like Soren, the reincarnation pool was a very important resource, and it would be quite useful for his divine kingdom in the future. Gold, silver, jewelry, the city of Mordor was already very rich, and the mining income from the treasure island was even more constant. Soren had no need for the wealth of mortals. What he wanted was closer to the needs of the gods. Therefore, this exploration of the divine kingdom was not for Kindler from the very beginning. He wanted something more valuable. The water in the soul pool decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was a trace of the Styx's aura in the pool, as well as the power of the godhood left behind by the god of the hunt, Malor. It was the power of the form change, godhood. When the god of the hunt created the kingdom of God, he set the form of the believer's soul reincarnation, so Soren could feel the genetic tree in the form of various beasts. This might have something to do with the believer's personality when they were alive. From jackals, wolves, tigers, leopards, apes, baboons, orangutans, and so on, the soul pool could be said to be quite rich in beast forms. This kingdom of God was originally close to the grey wilderness, and some of the power of the law was repelled by Soren. If he wanted to move the soul pool into his kingdom of God, Soren would have to change it again. He would use the power of the abyss blood pool to reshape the reincarnation form, and use the form change, godhood to solidify the believer's soul's transformation mode, changing the current genetic tree from the beast form to the genetic tree of the demon form. Finally, the original form of the petitioner would be stabilized. Among the powers of the godhood, form change, and space change, were the most commonly used abilities. Most of the miracles used the power of form change. Soren created the phenomenon of a waterspout out of thin air and took the entire soul pool, which was the ability of the godhood to change reality. This kind of ability was actually not used much in battle. Even if Soren transformed into a frost giant, it was still not as strong as his original body. If he wanted to build a kingdom of God in the future, these 3 godhood powers would be the most commonly used things. Especially when cultivating the first life in the kingdom of God, form change could help the kingdom of God form an ecosystem. The energy fluctuation from the Lady of Silvermoon had stopped. He did not know what good things she had obtained, but judging from the movement she caused, it was possible that she had encountered an enemy of the god level. After Soren took the entire soul pool, his figure once again rose into the air and headed in another direction. There was a strong energy fluctuation from the northwest, and it seemed that someone had encountered a Holy Spirit guardian. Soren did not care too much about it. A Holy Spirit guardian was only 1 or 2 divinity points to him. What he needed now was to find a target that was at least a seraph level. After passing through the mountains, he entered the forest. With his god-level senses, Soren could easily find the coordinates of several altars. He tried to find one of the altars, but the enemy he encountered was a giant werewolf. This kind of Holy Spirit was not in the form of a beast, but it was still in the form of a werewolf after coming to the Holy Kingdom. However, they were unable to transform into human form and remained as werewolves. He was a tough opponent, however, he was still no match for Soren. After expending a divine power shockwave, Soren successfully dealt with his target and obtained 2 divinity points. Then, there were some other benefits. For example, the gems and gold around the altar, as well as some statues that contained divine power. It was primitive and barren. As a god active in the wilderness, the kingdom of Malur, the god of the hunt, was not very rich. There were no villages. There were no cities. There wasn't even a proper temple. Soren felt as if he had come to a plain where wild beasts roamed freely. Everyone was living according to the habits of wild beasts. There were no traces of civilization at all, even the altars were very simple. Although many expensive materials were used, the altars of the god of the hunt, Malur, were similar to those of the aborigines of the outer islands. Perhaps it would be more accurate to describe it as the shaman altars of the African aborigines. That was right. It was such a simple and primitive thing. There were quite a few holy spirits that survived in the Holy Kingdom, but Soren had not encountered a target that was above the level of a divine servant from another world. He killed 3 holy spirits along the way and obtained a total of 5 divinity points. Then, he found nothing else in the forest that he arrived at. The number of strong people in a holy kingdom depended on the strength of the gods themselves. How many legendary souls had the god of the hunt absorbed after so many years of development? Judging from the current situation, Soren felt that the ratio was not high. At least, he had not encountered a second divine servant from another world so far. Now, his divinity points were only 105. There was still a long way to go before Soren's goal. Originally, he planned to avoid the Lady of Silvermoon and go in a different direction to see who could find something good. But now, Soren thought about it and decided to go in the direction of the Lady of Silvermoon to avoid wasting time. The Lady of Silvermoon had mastered the intelligent beast domain. With the opposition and compatibility between her and the god of the hunt, Malur, she must have a way to find the center of the Holy Kingdom. The surrounding scenery flew past quickly. Soren walked for about 100 kilometers and finally found a useful trace. A temple. It was not a simple altar, but a real temple. In the square in front of the temple, there was a huge and magnificent statue. It was the appearance of the god of the hunt, Malur. It was more than 10 meters tall and there was still a trace of divine power left on it. Someone fought here. Soren immediately found the traces of a battle after he landed. There was no breath of a guardian in the temple. It seemed that the god of another world had been killed. The temple was very spacious inside, and there were many images carved on the walls. This is? Soren carefully went in and took a look. He was stunned for a moment and murmured, "Is this a record of the war between the god of the hunt, Malur, and other gods?" Yes. The reliefs on the walls were all pictures of war. Moreover, it seemed to be a war between gods. The last relief also recorded the war between the god of the hunt and another god. If there was no avatar crisis, the war between gods would be restrained a lot. First, there would be a war between the churches in the material plane. Then, when the conflict broke out to a certain extent, there would be a war between the holy kingdoms. This kind of war between the holy kingdoms would even last for hundreds of years. Because both sides would have a constant supply of believers' souls, the war between the churches and the material plane would result in a large number of believers dying. These dead souls would enter the holy kingdom and reincarnate as petitioners and heroes to participate in the war again. What was recorded was the war between the god of the hunt, Malur, and another god. The war lasted for more than 120 years. In the end, there should not be a clear winner between the two sides, but the relief recorded that the god of the hunt had won and completely defeated the enemy's army. This was obviously unreliable. As long as the other god was not killed in the war between the holy kingdoms, it was not a real victory. The god of the hunt, Malor, probably only had a little upper hand. Then both sides had no way to deal with each other. Considering that both sides would lose if the war dragged on, it was possible that the two fighting gods gave up at the same time. War between the holy kingdoms. Soren looked at the relief above and fell into deep thought. He murmured, "If the Avatar crisis ends and I return to the interior of the Holy Kingdom, I am afraid I will have to deal with such a challenge? Damn it. But I don't even know what the Holy Kingdom is like now. The original god of the half-elves and rogues is only a weak god. Probably the interior of the Holy Kingdom is not worth looking forward to. It seems that I still have to rely on myself." It turned out that the god of the half-elves and rogues was a typical example of a god who got worse and worse. Soren could not fully expect to inherit his holy kingdom. If he survived the Avatar crisis, he still had to rely on himself to build it. Basically, the valuable things in the temple were taken away. Soren only saw traces of one person's activity here, so it must be the Silvermoon Lady. She had been here. She killed the divine servant guarding the temple and took away the spoils that contained divine power and divinity. Someone's kill-stealing. Soren walked around the temple. After confirming that there was nothing else, he immediately continued to move forward. This line should lead to the core of the Holy Kingdom. The Silvermoon Lady was already in front of Soren. He had to catch up as soon as possible to get a little more divine power. Otherwise, the Lady of Silvermoon would have killed all of them. The Moon Realm, the War Creature Realm, and the Intelligent Beast Realm. The Silvermoon Lady and the God of the Hunt were old rivals. It was absolutely impossible for her to show mercy. He continued to move forward for tens of kilometers. A towering mountain appeared in Soren's sight. The mountain was surrounded by lush trees. At the foot of the mountain was the ruins of a destroyed town. I didn't expect there to be a town in Malor's Holy Kingdom. That's right. There are hunters and werewolves among his followers. If there are other reincarnations other than beasts, it should be reasonable to build 1 or 2 towns. The town had been destroyed. When the Holy Kingdom fell, there was a big earthquake in the plain. Many of the landforms were completely changed. Naturally, the town was almost completely ruined. In front of Soren was a ruin. There were no residents. The low-level petitioners were probably dead. The only things that were intact near the town were the temples and altars. There were a total of 6 such temples and altars, and there was a very magnificent temple at the top of the mountain. This could be the core of the god of the Hunt's Holy Kingdom. Boom. There was a dull explosion. There was a faint fluctuation of divine power from the top of the towering mountain. It was obvious that it was the Silvermoon Lady. Soren was not in a hurry to get close. If this was really the core of the god of the Hunt's Holy Kingdom, there should be a large number of followers and oracles guarding this place. At the same time, the oracles who were responsible for receiving the souls of the believers were basically staying inside the great temple. Soren escaped into the shadows and then carefully approached. Sure enough, he saw the figure of the soul oracles. It was a huge werewolf that was half virtual and half real. It was shrouded in dark smoke. There were 6 of them. Their task was to regularly hand over souls to the god of death and then bring these souls to the Holy Kingdom. They had a very high status in the entire Holy Kingdom. Their strength was not weaker than other followers. P.S. Follow Futu's WeChat public account. There is a red packet activity during the new year. In the kingdom of most of the gods, the oracles who were responsible for regularly going to the underworld to deliver souls to the god of death were very special. They were basically given very special abilities by the gods, and at the same time, they also inherited a trace of the characteristics of the power of the clergy. Because in the eyes of the god of death in the underworld, the oracles responsible for regularly receiving the souls of believers in the kingdom of the gods didn't look at their appearance. They looked at the characteristics of the clergy's power and the imprint on the oracle's souls. In short, if Soren wanted to create oracles who regularly went to the underworld to deliver souls, he had to strip off a trace of his main clergy, which was the power of the half-elf clergy, and leave it on these oracles as an imprint. Only then would the servants of the god of death in the underworld recognize the identity of these oracles. Otherwise, the god of death wouldn't allow the oracles to take these souls away. They had to follow the contract with the gods to prevent the souls of some gods from being stolen by the enemy. The value of ordinary souls was naturally not high. But what if it was the soul of a legendary profession's believer? In order to get these souls, some evil gods would be willing to change form and pretend to be them. It was because of this. There was another group of oracles in the kingdom of the gods who were responsible for personally receiving the souls of legendary professions. Under normal circumstances, legendary professions who had faith and were considered devout could see the oracles of the gods they served coming to receive them at the moment of their death. If it was a Pan belief, it would be more difficult. For most of the gods, souls without strong faith were not useful even if they were strong when they were alive, unless they used the souls for other purposes like the evil gods. These 6 oracles were all at the level of demigods. At the same time, they had a trace of the power of the hunting clergy, which was quite difficult to deal with. But if they were facing an ancient god like the Lady of Silvermoon, they naturally wouldn't have the upper hand. The Lady of Night's profession level was about 45. The Lady of Silvermoon was her old rival, and her profession level should be about 45 as well. In comparison, Soren's profession level was too far apart. But this was normal because Soren was just a newly risen god, and these 2 goddesses already existed when the material plane was born. No matter who lived for so long, their profession level should be above 40. Boom, the magnificent temple shook again. Soren originally thought that the Lady of Silvermoon should have the upper hand, but what he didn't expect was that both sides were evenly matched. The oldest master god had actually fought to a draw with 6 lesser divine power oracles. This was simply too bizarre. Soren hid in the dark and observed for a while. Soon, he noticed something strange. Incarnation? The Lady of Silvermoon had not come here in her true form, but in a clone that retained about 70 to 80% of her strength. This was the most common method used by the old gods. They were often very careful. Unless it was necessary, they would use their avatars to go there. Speaking of which, Soren had never seen the Lady of Silvermoon in her true form. Every time he saw her, it was her avatar. Avatars could at most possess 80% of their strength. According to the profession level, 80% of a level 45 player's strength was around level 36. No wonder both sides were evenly matched, because the avatar could not inherit many of the abilities of the divine spark. It could only be counted as a level 36 legendary professional. Other than having more legendary spells, it could not use many domains and clergy. Oracles of the Hunt *6. Soren did a preliminary calculation. These 6 oracles probably had close to 30 points of divinity. The divine kingdom itself would cultivate divinity. After many souls entered the divine kingdom, their divinity would increase little by little. This process could take hundreds of years. Many holy spirits were gradually promoted to the level of demigod in this way. If it was the heavenly mountain plane, they would gradually advance to the form of archangels and above. The god of hunting had existed for thousands of years. Even if the dead oracles were deducted, most of the holy spirits left were still holy spirits that had existed for more than hundreds of years. These oracles of the hunt were initially given 1 point of divinity by Malor, the god of hunting, and then slowly improved over a long period of time. Do you want to grab it? Soren thought about it and soon decided to grab the kill. However, at the moment when he seized the opportunity, he shouted, "Lady of Silvermoon! Let me lend you a helping hand." Shadow Leap. Shadow Strike. Weakness Detection. Divine Shockwave. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Soren was more than 80% sure that he could kill them. His figure suddenly appeared near the oracles of the hunt that surrounded the Lady of Silvermoon. The oracles of the hunt had already been hit by a legendary spell, and now they were attacked by Soren and were directly in a state of near death. The legendary ability of weakness detection directly caused a heavy blow, and the last divine shock wave easily took away the head. Shadow Hide. Since he had decided to grab the kill, Soren did not care about his reputation anymore. A set of attacks just took away a head. Soren immediately activated the hiding ability of Shadow Dancer and directly entered sneak in front of these oracles of the hunt. Anyway, he had the cloak of anti-detection, and these enemies could not see him. "It's you." As the oracles of the hunt were killed by Soren, the pressure on the Lady of Silvermoon suddenly decreased. She raised her hand and blessed herself with a high-level energy shield, and then cast a short-distance teleportation spell. Soren's appearance was not surprising. Just like how Soren was not surprised that the Lady of Silvermoon would also enter this kingdom of God. Originally, when she saw Soren appear, she was ready to temporarily leave the battle and let Soren attract a few enemies away. However, she did not expect that Soren would go invisible after taking the head, and the idea of relieving the pressure on her suddenly fell through. She could only grit her teeth and continue to cast spells to resist. The two sides still had some friendship. But it was also undeniable that the two sides did not get along very well. The battle was still going on. However, Soren was not in a hurry. As one of the ancient gods, the Lady of Silvermoon could not be killed so easily even if she appeared in her incarnation. So, he still waited for her to beat the enemy half to death. Kill steal. Soren needed the divinity and quintessence of these otherworldly oracles. As for the Lady of Silvermoon's purpose, she probably wanted to recover her divine power because she had already recovered to the level of intermediate divine power. Both her divinity and quintessence were much higher than Soren's. In ancient times, she was very close to becoming a greater divine power. The goddess of magic, greater divine power, and the Lord of Storms, greater divine power, were born from her battle with the Lady of the Night. The divinity and quintessence of these otherworldly oracles was probably not enough for her to care about. At least, it did not have much effect on her. The Avatar's crisis deprived the Lady of Silvermoon of all her divine power when she fell. This was the kingdom of Malor, the god of the hunt, and the divine power in this kingdom of God was very compatible with her priesthood. The Lady of Silvermoon probably entered this kingdom of God to replenish her lost divine power. Now, everyone's divine power was starting from zero. If the Lady of Silvermoon could replenish hundreds or thousands of divine power from the fallen kingdom of God, then she would have a great advantage in the future when fighting against the enemy. Soren was not brainlessly stealing kills. He was certain that the Lady of Silvermoon needed the divine power points the most, so he dared to blatantly steal her kill. If worst came to worst, he could just give up the divine power stored in the temple to the Lady of Silvermoon after obtaining the divinity and quintessence. Soren also helped her. As one of the ancient goddesses, the Lady of Silvermoon could not start a war with him for divinity and quintessence, right? She just appeared as an avatar. Soren's real body was here. If they really fought, the outcome would be 50-50, Sunburst x3. This was the first time Soren saw an ancient avatar attack. It was also one of the few battles he had encountered with people above profession level 35. The Lady of Silvermoon's spellcasting ability was incredible, and she had so many spell slots that it made people's scalp tingle. She was actually able to instant cast a high-level spell like Sunburst, and there were 3 of them at once. In terms of spellcasting ability, the avatar of the Lady of Silvermoon was probably stronger than Arendelle's Princess Royal. However, this goddess was obviously leaning towards spellcasting, unlike the Lady of Night, who was also the best in close combat. Of course, it wasn't that the Lady of Silvermoon couldn't fight in close combat. In this age, even wizards knew how to wield their staffs smoothly. Naturally, the Lady of Silvermoon was also quite good at close combat. Her artifact was called the Staff of the Waning Moon. It sounded like a staff or a club, but if you really thought so, you would be wrong, and very wrong. The type of artifact was heavy hammer, that's right. These days, the goddesses were more violent than the other. The artifacts they used were either snake-headed whips or hammers, or all kinds of very dirty and violent special weapons. You, a god who used conventional weapons, were too embarrassed to say hello to these goddesses. Soon, another assassin emissary entered a state of near death. Soren appeared unexpectedly. This time, he did not take it away, but directly used his own quintessence ability. Death's Hand. The quintessence ability that was given by the Death domain, the effect was similar to Command Death, which could directly kill some targets regardless of the immunity test. In addition, Soren also had the special ability of Blasphemy. The effect was also direct obliteration, but it was only effective on enemies who were near death and had low HP. Speaking of which, Soren now realized that he had mastered a lot of kill-stealing abilities, P.S. Everyone, follow Futu's official account. We can chat together during the new year. I finally succeeded. In the laboratory of the shadow plane of Motor City, Fallen Witch looked at a huge energy furnace in front of her with excitement. This energy furnace was completely composed of silver-white metal and various strange crystals. It was surrounded by a circle of lavender light. The energy transmission crystal was connected to the hub outside, and it covered an area of nearly 1 square kilometer. The energy transmission channel led directly to the second laboratory of Motor City. At this moment, after completing the assembly of the elemental furnace, she seemed to be eager to activate the transmission node. Next, as long as the energy transmission is stable, I can activate the Golem Legion. Fallen Witch muttered to herself, but as she activated one of the energy transmission nodes, the lavender light suddenly brightened. Because a lot of knowledge had been lost, she could only guide herself in the test stage, so she transferred the energy used for the test to the magic light circuit that maintained the operation of Motor City. The next moment, all the crystal lights built in Motor City suddenly lit up, but it only lasted for a few seconds, and then the insides of these crystal lights exploded one by one. This situation extended to the lighthouse in Port Motor. Huh? Fallen Witch's expression froze for a moment, then she murmured, "The energy is overclocked?" The energy output of the elemental furnace actually exceeded the capacity limit of the magic light. She just guided a trace of energy transmission, but it blew up all the magic lights in the city of Mordor before she could do it. This was not a big loss. However, this test also told her that even if she successfully completed the assembly of the elemental furnace, she could not apply it to all aspects of Motor City for the time being. At present, the energy here could only be used to supply the Golem Legion. If they wanted to use it for people's livelihood, water conservancy, and daily life like the Arcane Empire, they must also make node crystals that could regulate the energy transmission. It was the lavender crystal node circuit in the underground ruins. This thing could control the transmission frequency of magic energy and reduce it to the level of civilian use. The energy provided by the elemental furnace could be simply understood as super high voltage. The level of civilian use had to be greatly reduced, which required a very large energy conversion node. At least, it had to be reduced to a level that the magic lamp could withstand. The research of this thing did not take too much time because there were similar crystal nodes brought back from the underground ruins. Now they just needed to understand and modify it. The light of a teleportation spell appeared. Gloria's figure soon appeared inside the laboratory. The magic circuit of the entire city of Mordor was set up by her, so she could directly sense the huge energy that just came out. She also knew that all the magic lamps in Mordor City were now broken, and it would take several days to repair and replace them. All of the lamp-wick crystals exploded. Mother? Gloria looked at the elemental furnace in front of her and asked with uncertainty, "You've succeeded?" The Fallen Witch looked back and hesitated. "You can say that. However, there are still some things that have not been completed. Currently, the energy produced by the elemental furnace can only be used to charge the magic golems. For other purposes, I'm afraid that I'll need the node crystal to adjust the energy transmission frequency." Gloria nodded when she heard that. She walked around the huge, elemental furnace, and asked, "Can this thing charge the mana crystal pulse cannon?" Fallen Witch's expression froze, and she said with uncertainty, "In theory, it should be possible. But in practice, the application needs to be tested." Gloria nodded again as if she was thinking about something important. Then she said, "Can the energy transmission be supplied to the magic golem factory?" "We have completed the construction of the magic golem factory. In terms of materials, we can also make clay golems on a large scale." The magic golem factory. This was originally in the shadow plane, but it was later moved out by them. Soren found a lot of parts in the underground ruins, and the two witches had completed the structure of the magic golem factory. However, because of the material, the magic golem factory could only make clay golems. Even golems could not be mass-produced. Magic golem factory? Fallen Witch was lost in thought. She tested it in front of a huge lavender crystal for a few minutes, and then she said, "There should be no problem. With a little adjustment, the energy needed by the magic golem factory can be stably supplied. This energy expenditure is nothing for the elemental furnace, but there are not many practical uses for clay golems. Do we really want to mass-produce them? I'm afraid the cost is not as good as making a diamond golem. Gloria nodded and said affirmatively, diamond golems can be put aside for now. Mordor City currently needs a lot of high-end labor. Although the overall ability of clay golems is poor, it can greatly shorten the construction time of Mordor City. Now we are racing against time. Hearing this, the Fallen Witch immediately said, all right. I'm going to adjust the energy nodes now, and I can probably supply the operation of the magic golem factory tomorrow. Gloria also immediately said, that's good. I'm going to allocate resources now, and tomorrow we will start producing clay golems on a large scale. According to the current operating power of the magic golem factory, we can make about 10 clay golems a day. In a month at most, Mordor City will have enough labor. The labor needed in Mordor City was not simple labor. It was not an exaggeration to say that the plan made by Soren was moving mountains and filling the sea in the later stages. It was completely transforming the landscape of the entire island. In this case, the labor needed was not something that ordinary people could provide. Unless there was a mechanical legion on the scale of his previous life, it could only be replaced by spells and magic golems. In the future, the landscape and environment of Mordor Island would definitely change dramatically. Since the energy problem has been solved. Gloria glanced around and said slowly, then I'll start to adjust the core structure of other golems and try to change their settings as soon as possible so that these golems can function normally. The golems brought back from the underground ruins had some small problems, and the two witches needed to personally adjust them. Combat golems were not the mainstream demand at present. The combat power of Mordor City itself was not weak. Now the greatest demand was for golems as labor. The current layout of Mordor City's rivers, reservoirs, and ditches were completely dependent on golems to be able to progress so fast. The two legendary witches checked around the elemental furnace again. After a while, Fallen Witch turned to look at the arcane tower not far away and said slowly, when Soren comes back, we can take down this tower. With the supply of elemental furnace, we can activate at least 6 diamond golems. It's enough to break its last line of defense. The last line of defense. Without a doubt, the final line of defense for this arcane tower would be the tower spirits responsible for guarding it. Facing the hardened steel tower spirits head-on would be quite dangerous, but with the diamond magic statues serving as cannon fodder, the chances of taking down the tower spirits without any casualties would be far, far higher. If Soren really intended to attack, he could have taken it down very early. But whether it was Gloria, Fallen Witch, or Vivian, any one of them being injured or killed was not what he wanted to see. The Shadow Plains Wizard Tower could not run away. Even if it was a little late to break it, it was much better than paying such a price. At the same time, just as Fallen Witch finished reassembling the elemental furnace, Soren's battle was almost over. Out of the 6 oracles, he got 5 heads, and the last one was directly taken away by the Lady of Silvermoon with order, death. 5 heads brought 25 divinity points to Soren, which made Soren's divinity points reach a very amazing 130, unfortunately. He only got 5 divinity points. Not more, not less. 1 oracles only gave him 1 divinity point. Divinity was not rare, and anyone related to the gods might have 1 or 2 divinity points, but divinity points were much rarer. Currently, Soren's divinity points were 46, and the difference between divinity points and divinity points was almost 3 times. What Soren needed the most now was not divinity points, but to find a way to increase his divinity points to 100. And without a doubt, the one with the most divinity points was the true god's body. The battle ended. The Lady of Silvermoon's expression did not look good, because she contributed the most in the battle, but Soren took all the heads. The two of them had some friendship. But the two of them were not on good terms. Although they did not fight after the battle ended, the Lady of Silvermoon's expression was not very friendly. Of course. This situation only lasted for a while, because Soren's suggestion made the Lady of Silvermoon smile again. These days, the goddesses were very realistic. When Soren suggested that she should take the next spoils first, and that most of the divine power stored in the temple would belong to her, the Lady of Silvermoon finally smiled and nodded at him. This change made Soren twitch his mouth. The gods in this world looked high and mighty, but when it came to their own interests, there was not much difference between them and mortals. Soren was the same now. He did not care about a little gold, silver, or one or two legendary equipment. But if it was divinity points, then he would not give it up easily. No matter what, he would fight for it. After all, the god of the hunt, Malor, was a weak god. The good things in his kingdom were not much, and he was a wild god. The construction of his kingdom could not be compared to that of the human gods, so naturally, his wealth was much less. Soren planned to make a fortune here, then go around his kingdom. If there was nothing good, he would leave first. Because the second wave of the demon army would come in 3 days at most. P.S. There will be a red envelope lottery on the 8th day of the first lunar month. Follow the Buddha's public WeChat account to participate. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. Outer Islands, Mordor City. A medium-sized merchant ship docked near the port, and then groups of sailors went ashore from the deck and swarmed towards the tavern in the port area. These men who had been drifting at sea all year round would inevitably seek pleasure as long as they reached the shore. Many people spent their life savings on taverns and prostitutes. After these sailors got off the ship, a group of people in cloaks came down about a few minutes later. The people in charge of secret surveillance in the port area of Mordor City observed for a while and quickly passed on the news. There were many rogues in Mordor City. However, there were very few theft cases in Mordor City, which was a very strange thing. Occasionally, there were foreign thieves. After committing crimes in Port Mordor, they would soon be found by some mysterious people, and then they would be taught a lesson. Some of them would disappear, and the others would become the secret sentries of Mordor City. It looks like a wizard. Report to the higher-ups so that we won't blame our poor supervision. Port Mordor was a free port, which meant that anyone could come. There were basically no restrictions, and they would not check the origin of one by one. In this case, it was inevitable that there would be a mix of good and bad people, so Mordor City needed a strong enough great power to ensure the security here. However, this freedom was limited to Port Mordor. If one left Port Mordor and went to the interior of the city, there would be more restrictions. This was to prevent others from infiltrating Mordor City and bringing some trouble to Soren. It was not surprising for wizards to visit. The Northern Witch Council had recently set up a branch in Mordor City, which was managed by a member of the council who was close to legendary level. The Outer Islands had the specialty of the Outer Islands. Many spellcasting materials and mutant plants from sea creatures could always attract some wizards. During this time, the residents of Port Mordor had seen a lot of wizards. They were already used to it, but they still had to maintain the appropriate awe. Even the most ferocious of sailors would not recklessly provoke a mysterious adept. Teacher. Is this Mordor City? It's as prosperous as the legends say. A group of people quickly walked down the deck. One of the young men looked around in surprise and whispered, although it's far from the wizard city, it's quite rare for a new city to develop to such a scale. People were coming and going at the port, and all kinds of goods were piled up in the warehouse. The merchants gathered near the Chamber of Commerce to bargain. Beside them, there was a priest trainee of the Lady of Wealth who was responsible for witnessing the transaction. Unless the transaction involved a relatively large amount of money, the priest of the Lady of Wealth would generally not be disturbed. Mordor City had to have a trade of more than 10,000 kindler before they would ask a priest to come out as a witness. The sea temple was also very lively. In front of the shrine was a huge pool filled with various copper dirils and silver dirils. Occasionally, one could see a kindler. These were thrown in by the believers who came to pray and fulfill their vows. Under the sunlight, the whole pool shone with a golden light, but even the boldest thief did not dare to steal a single copper diril from it. This was an offering to the shrine and the gods. Say no more. We are here to check the situation of Mordor City. I heard that golems have been used on a large scale here. The Wizard Alliance suspects that Mordor City has mastered some technology from the Arcane Empire. Our mission is to make sure of this. If they really have such knowledge in their hands, maybe the Wizard Alliance will consider some cooperation with Mordor City. The Wizard Alliance was high and mighty. They were more powerful than the Northern Witch Council and had inherited the core alchemy knowledge of Arcane Puppet and Arcane Guard. This was an organization similar to the City of Knowledge. It rarely got involved in the affairs of the Church of Gods and did not care about the rise and fall of many kingdoms. What they were most interested in was studying the things of the arcane empire and then doing everything they could to explore the boundless sea of the astral world. Astral world exploration. For thousands of years, most of the legendary wizards of the Wizard Alliance had put their energy into this. The wealth of the Wizard Alliance was amazing, but there was no way to estimate how much it was. Being as rich as a country was not enough to describe it because they still had the most cutting-edge alchemy technology in the material plane. The Wizard City was the only place in the entire material plane that sold legendary equipment on a regular basis, although the value may be as high as millions of Kindler. In the past few hundred years, one of the most amazing moves of the Wizard Alliance was that they found an asteroid in the sea of the astral world that was completely diamond petrified inside. It was about 3 kilometers in diameter. The top leaders of the Wizard Alliance worked together to intercept the meteor with some magical means and then send it back to the material plane. The value of this meteor was immeasurable. It was said that the diamonds inside had not been used up until now. The arcane puppet was an advanced version of the diamond golem, which required a lot of diamonds and high-purity crystals. The current research direction of the Wizard Alliance was similar to that of Mordor City. Synthetic diamonds. Refining high-purity crystals. Because this progress was relatively slow, they could only transfer many means of obtaining resources to the astral world. The wizard was always the most expensive profession. A group of people moved along the port of Mordor. They naturally had other means to avoid interrogations, and their fake identities were enough to fool the ordinary guards. Soon they set foot on the road to Mordor City. A 10-meter-wide paved road. The roads of Mordor City were accessible in all directions, and it took a lot of manpower to pave them. Cement roads had been successfully researched, but there was no way to solve the production capacity problem. After all, there was still a difference between an alchemy civilization and a technological civilization. The production problem had been exposed when studying fertilizers. I didn't expect the roads here to be so well built. Another middle-aged man sighed and said slowly, I didn't expect this city built by pirates to be so good in urban planning. The birth of Mordor City was not good. In the eyes of many old forces, Mordor City was always labeled as a city built by pirates. So even if Mordor City was rich, many old nobles and forces thought that Mordor City was a chaotic place. The city construction and planning must be messy, and it was only because of the wealth of overseas trade that it grew. Everything was just a castle in the air. If such a city lost its source of wealth, it would eventually fall. But everything they saw today completely subverted their past understanding. These people from the Wizard City realized for the first time that there was a city full of civilization in addition to the Wizard City in the entire material plane. Civilization. That's right, in the view of the Wizard City, many cities in the material plane were primitive, dirty, and ignorant. Giddy up, a few carriages carrying goods arrived, and the coachman moved forward. A bearded merchant sat by the side, and when he passed by these people, he happened to open his mouth and say, "Eh? What about the mountain in the north? When I went up to the eastern route, wasn't the mountain still there? How come the mountain is gone now?" Hearing the middle-aged businessman's words, the coachman slowed down a little, pointed to the flat land in the north, and said in awe, "That mountain was still there a few months ago. But I heard that the mountain blocked the plan of the city hall. Then they sent people down and said they wanted to flatten it. At that time, the foremen were stumped. How could a mountain be flattened? There was no way. They could only try to blow it up with gunpowder, but the speed was too slow. Later, it seemed that the city hall thought they were doing too slow, so they found a way to invite the mysterious wizard. I heard that the wizard used a spell called stone to mud to flatten the mountain. It's only been a week or so. The whole mountain has been flattened, and now it's said that a workshop is going to be built there. It's not just this mountaintop. More than a dozen mountains near Mordor City have almost been flattened now. You probably haven't been back for too long. Recently, the city hall has mobilized a lot of golems. That thing is the real deal. They can easily move things that weigh thousands of pounds. Their strength is so great that it's scary. I heard that this thing is more powerful than the guards." The coachman was talking, and the businessman next to him was also surprised. It took nearly half a year to go back and forth on the eastern route. Returning to Mordor City after half a year, everything he saw gave him amazing changes. The convoy quickly passed this group of people. However, after these businessmen left, a group of people from the Wizard Alliance looked dignified. The leader pondered for a moment and murmured, "Mordor City has such an ability? It seems that we still underestimated them too much. Moving mountains and filling seas." With the level of the material plane civilization back then, it was no laughing matter to achieve this easily. At this moment, one of the rather handsome men suddenly said, "Teacher, when I first came to Mordor City, I noticed it, but I was not sure. But after listening to them, I'm a little sure of my discovery." This man's status seemed to be not low. Hearing him speak, everyone listened carefully. The man looked around and said slowly, "Have you noticed that the energy fluctuations here are a bit special? It seems to be maintained on a strange frequency. And the flattened mountain they pointed to in front is actually a land vein node nearby." Hearing his words, the leader frowned and pondered. After a long time, he said with a dignified expression, "You mean Mordor City is setting up a big magic circle?" The handsome man smiled and shook his head. The others were puzzled when they heard this. They didn't seem to understand. "No. At this time," the man said in a serious voice, "the whole Mordor Island is a big magic circle." As soon as he said that, everyone at the scene was horrified. The elder in the lead slowly spat out two words, "Maze." Lock. P.S. You can follow Futu's public WeChat account, there will be updates in it. Labyrinth. There were only two forces in the entire material plane that had the ability to build labyrinths. One was the Northern Witch Council, and the other was the Wizard Alliance. The labyrinth of the Northern Witch Council was inherited from the ruins of Silvermoon City, while the labyrinth of the Wizard Alliance was more complete. This was because under the Wizard City, there was a mysterious anti-magic prison. This was one of the functions of an advanced magic lock. It could affect the magic network to a certain extent and within a certain range. Inside the underground prison of the Wizard City, many low-level wizards could not cast spells at all. It was not surprising that these two spellcaster forces had labyrinths. But how long had Mordor City been established? They had the ability to build a labyrinth. The shock on the faces of the group of people was difficult to suppress. Some people even opened their mouths in surprise and tried to perceive the energy fluctuations nearby. "Teacher." The handsome man who first discovered this said again, "I think we should report this matter to the council first. I'm afraid the strength of Mordor City is stronger than we thought." The leading elder pondered for a moment and nodded, "Okay. I'll send a message back today through magic." For the rise of Mordor City, many old forces had very complicated thoughts. Many forces faintly felt the threat, but there was a true god standing behind Mordor City, and there was the full support of the Northern Witch Council. The Wizard City was more cooperative than suppressing Mordor City. More members of the council advocated to win over Mordor City. After all, the distance between the two sides was quite far, and there was no direct conflict of interest at present. The morning sun emerged. The patrol guards of Mordor City were changing shifts. In the mansion further away, there were some wizard apprentices guiding the clay golems out. The intelligence level of low-level golems was very low. They could only complete relatively simple cleaning, and carrying. Therefore, when working on the clay golems, they still needed apprentice adepts to be in charge of controlling and guiding them. Generally speaking, the higher the grade of the golem, the higher the intelligence level of the golem. For example, the doll girls that Alice made, their intelligence level could already be said to be at the demonic level. Many residents passed by the central square, and when they saw the groups of clay golems walking toward the south gate, some of them could not help but stop to watch. However, most of them seemed to have gotten used to it, and after a glance, they hurried off to do their own things. As residents of Mordor City, they had long been used to accepting new things. The changes in Mordor City were even greater than those in other cities. Perhaps one day, all the patrolling guards in the city would be replaced by these golems, and they would not be surprised. Because they had seen a lot recently. During this period of time, hundreds of clay golems could be seen in Mordor City every day, and the figures of wizards were more and more frequent. There were also many beautiful witches from the Northern Witch Council. It took a day and a half to replace all the magic lamps. During this time, some strange lavender crystals appeared in Mordor City, and they were all placed in special positions. They were surrounded by things, and ordinary people could not approach them at will. These purple crystals would trigger a very strong electric current. A few days ago, a guy secretly approached and touched it. In the end, his whole body was burnt black and he couldn't be more dead. Later, other people realized that this thing must not be touched, and the crystal was also locked inside a huge iron box. It was just that whenever all the crystal lights in Mordor City were lit up, there would be a trace of electric light in this box. Time went on like this. Mordor City would not stop moving forward because of anyone. All the mountains within 10 kilometers of the city had been flattened. The dense forests with mutant man-eating plants were also burned clean by a fire, and then trees were replanted according to the plan. The lair of the Quetzalcoatlus had completely disappeared. The City Hall of Mordor City had been building rockery in the past 2 days, which made many people feel incomprehensible. Ordinary people naturally could not peek into the mystery, but people could notice that there were wizards involved in the construction of these rockery. The official members of the Northern Witch Council had recently appeared frequently at the construction site near Mordor City. Another day passed in a blink of an eye. This day was not much different from the past. The sun was still shining during the day, but today the livestock seemed a little uneasy. The cows, horses, and mules were very restless today, as if they had been frightened by something. Ordinary people were still busy step by step, but if people observed carefully, they could find that the army of Mordor City seemed to be mobilized frequently today. There were people coming in and out of the barracks all the time, and the senior officials of the city hall were also in a hurry. In the afternoon, people finally realized that something was wrong because the sky had turned dark red at this time. Look over there. What happened? Why does the sky over there look so gloomy? A melodious bell sounded, and the busy construction site gradually quieted down. Then they saw the officials of the city hall talking to the stewards, and then they hurried the others to stop what they were doing and return to the city immediately. The slaves of Mordor City were also driven back to the city. The heavy gate slowly fell, and a team of heavily armed guards appeared on the city wall. The witches, who were rarely seen, also appeared at this moment. Although others did not understand what had happened, they also knew that the city had entered a state of alert at this moment. The sky in the distance was blood red. At first glance, it made people feel very depressed. As time passed, everyone held their breath and watched nervously. Suddenly, the sky seemed to crack open, and a deep dark crack appeared in the blood-red sky. Then a dazzling fire appeared on the horizon, and then a fist-sized fireball fell from the sky like rain. Panic broke out in an instant. Even though Soren had prepared a lot for the second wave of the Avatar crisis, panic still spread throughout the city at the moment of the disaster. Fire rained from the sky, a fist-sized fireball fell one after another, and in the blink of an eye, the distance was already filled with fire. A high-pitched dragon's roar sounded. The Wyvern Knights of Mordor City rose into the air and rushed to the south at an amazing speed. That was where the battlefield was, and this place was just affected by it. Gloria and Fallen Witch also appeared in an instant. The figure of the high priest was shrouded in the glory of divinity. She silently chanted something. With the prayers of the believers, a beam of light suddenly rose from the great temple of Mordor City, and then turned into an energy shield that wrapped the whole city in it. The fire rain fell on the energy shield and exploded, but it still could not shake the energy shield at all. The accumulated power of the great temple finally played a role on this day, protecting Mordor City from all the meteor fire rain. Not good. This is the power of scorching hell. The high priest's expression was very solemn at the moment. She looked up at the fire in the distance and said to Gloria, "The plain crack open this time is not leading to the bottomless abyss." The demons of scorching hell also opened a plain crack nearby. Scorching hell. In the lower plane, there was a plain space between Baator Inferno and Grey Wilderness. Scorching hell, as the name suggested, was a lower plane filled with a sea of fire. This was a neutral, evil, and lawful plane. Most of the active creatures here were neutral evil, and a small number of devils that had escaped from the Baator Hell to survive. The scorching hell was not under the jurisdiction of the Baator Inferno. It was an independent lower plane and one of the strongholds of the demons. It was said that there was a devil that was comparable to a great divine power inside the scorching hell, but the outside world knew little about its existence. It could only be determined that it was a very ancient evil existence. There were a few lower planes. They were Azure Field, Bautor Inferno, Scorching Hell, Grey Wilderness, Bottomless Abyss, Sea of Chaos, and so on. Among them, the largest were undoubtedly Bautor Inferno and Bottomless Abyss. The other lower planes basically only had one layer, and the area was far less than these two, so the eyes of the lower planes were mainly focused on these two places. The impact of the Avatar crisis was comprehensive. Although the second wave of attack was still led by an uncountable number of demons in the bottomless abyss, the other demons and devils undoubtedly began to move after the first wave of probing contact and ascertaining that the planar barrier was gradually loosening. The Scorching Inferno was the world with the closest environment to the fire elemental plane. Normal creatures couldn't survive in it, and even demons with fire resistance found it difficult to move around. Only creatures that were completely immune to fire could move freely in the Scorching Inferno. The fire rain that fell from the sky came from the demons of the Scorching Hell. Souls were the most precious wealth of the lower planes. Whether it was demons, devils, or demons, they inevitably needed to plunder souls in the process of improving their strength. What made Soren a little surprised was that in addition to a plane crack connecting to the bottomless abyss, the island of Moder was also connected to the Scorching Hell in the lower plane. However, he had already prepared for the second wave of the Avatar crisis. Although there was an extra passage to the Scorching Hell, it was still not enough to threaten the safety of Moder City. Soon, after confirming that there was no problem with the safety of Moder City itself, the garrison began to mobilize quickly. A shadow dragon hovered over Moder City, and then followed the army in the direction of the opening of the plane crack. The second wave of the Avatar crisis was coming. P.S. At 8 o'clock tonight, there will be a public WeChat red packet lottery. You can find it by searching Buddha. Come and try your luck. The tranquil night wind blew. Kano sat on the roof and looked into the distance. He was a respected paladin. But at the moment, his expression was a little confused. His handsome side profile was reflected in the moonlight, and he seemed to have no sense of direction. The night in Lakeside Town was very quiet. Only the barking of dogs could be heard from time to time. The patrol guards would change shifts every once in a while. Since the appearance of the demons, many human towns had been heavily guarded. The moonlight today was a little dim, and there was a faint trace of blood. It looked unsettling. What's wrong? A tall figure appeared beside Kanua. At first glance, the face was very beautiful, and it was very easy for people to think that she was a woman. However, if one looked carefully, they could tell that she was a man. This was a wood elf. Wood elves lived in the forest area. They were a branch of the high elves. Their lifespan was only about 300 years. They inherited the beauty of the high elves. They were all natural marksmen. Nothing. Kano shook his head gently. As a paladin, it was actually very difficult for him to find an adventurer team willing to accept him. This was a kind of sorrow. Because there was no way for pure kindness and justice to be accepted by people, Kano once traveled alone for a long time. The other adventurers did not reject him, but they were not willing to travel with him. Because the adventurers were afraid that the paladins would cause unnecessary trouble. They were afraid of the paladins' excessive sense of justice. They might even be the people that the paladins thought were evil. Kano traveled alone for a long time. The sense of mission to uphold justice led him forward, and it also made him stronger and stronger. However, he still couldn't find his true direction. Especially with the recent changes in the world, he felt extremely lost. He was no longer young. Just like the proverb said, the eyes of older paladins always showed sadness and helplessness. Kano was a little lost. He was not sure if he could really bring change to the world. The hot-bloodedness of his youth had faded a lot. He no longer thought that light and justice were the only truth in the world. Darkness also existed. What he was doing now was to painstakingly maintain that little bit of truth, kindness, and beauty. The more powerful he was, the more he felt his own insignificance. Kano did not know how long he could hold on, because he had seen too many dark and evil things in this year. Alas! A faint sigh sounded. The elves' voices were always full of magnetism. They had the grace of nature. The wood elf sitting next to Kano shook his head and slowly said, "Are you still blaming yourself for what happened during the day?" "We've done our best." "What happened during the day?" Thinking up to here, Kanua's eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of sorrow, anger, and helplessness. The current adventurer team was the best companions he had met in so many years. They were kind and full of a sense of justice. Kano had done a lot of good things with them. When they were heading to Lakeside Town during the day, they passed by a small village and found wandering demons there. Although they had stopped everything in time, many innocent people still died. Demons were so cruel. Even 3-year-old children were not spared. Those pitiful villagers suffered heavy casualties. Thinking of the scene he saw during the day, Kanua's heart was filled with a sense of powerlessness. He had already encountered many such things along the way, but there was really not much he could do. This guy's sense of justice is too strong. The world is getting more and more chaotic. It's good enough that we're still alive. Do you know Oak Tree's team? They were all killed some time ago. They all died in the hands of the cultists. A halfling figure appeared, holding a jug of wine in his hand. He looked a little sloppy. It was the halfling Aladdin, who hadn't shown up for a long time. After the incident in the City of Wealth, no one knew where he went. This time, he just happened to show up here, and even sneaked into a very good adventurer team. Hearing Aladdin's words, the wood elf couldn't help but sigh. The world was getting worse. These days, even the adventurers' days were not so stable. The usually safe routes could now encounter such troublesome monsters as the ogres. The originally balanced biological chain of many races was now almost completely destroyed. Now, even the droll cult had a headache. Kanua couldn't help but sigh when he heard that. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Ideals and reality were wearing down his will. He felt that if he continued like this, he might not be able to hold on to those beliefs at the beginning. "Where's the wine? Where's my wine?" A loud voice unique to the dwarf sounded, followed by a burly dwarf with a floor-length beard climbing up. He was very tall. For the dwarf race to grow more than 1.7 meters, only a special bloodline could do that. This guy was probably 300 pounds. When he climbed up, the roof shook. Here you go." Aladdin threw the jug of wine over. For a moment, he didn't know how to comfort the paladin next to him. He felt that the paladin was sometimes like a woman. The life and death of others didn't matter to them. It was good enough to try their best to help. The paladin, who carried so many lofty ideals all day long, was too tired and too stupid. In the whole adventurer team, only the wood elf was very supportive of Kanua's beliefs. "Huh? Am I seeing things?" Aladdin, who had just thrown the jug of wine over, suddenly froze. Then, he pointed to the sky and muttered, "Look over there. There's a crack in the sky." He was not seeing things. The sky in the distance had unknowingly turned blood red. Then, a pitch-black gap appeared, followed by the appearance of countless figures of demons. Not druches, not quasits, but the real elite class of demons. Aladdin saw a group of succubus with open wings, a violent demon weighing more than 2,000 pounds, and even the terrible soul judgment demons and balers. These demons appeared from the crack in the sky and rushed to the lakeside town in an instant. Dang! Dang, the sharp alarm sounded, and the strange scene in the sky undoubtedly alarmed the guards. But all this happened too fast. Before the guards of the lakeside town gathered, dozens of demons had already killed their way into the town. The leader was a legendary-level baler. He laughed wildly and slaughtered the humans who dared to stop him. These humans were so weak that none of them could even withstand a blow from him. A raging fire was ignited, the ferocious and terrifying figures of the demon-hunting spiders emerged from the darkness. They easily killed one target after another. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people had died. Demons. Demon army. Aladdin could not help but swallow, and his voice seemed to tremble a little. This is an organized demon army. Only the demon army has such combat power in the abyss. This was an organized demon army. Although they were still fighting in a mess, there were obvious traces of command. This was a one-sided massacre, the guards of the lakeside town had no ability to stop them at all. It was completely one-sided. It was estimated that they could resist for a few minutes at most. Let's run? It's not too late to run now. Aladdin glanced at his companions who were equally shocked and murmured, so many demons. I'm afraid that even if we are all legendary, we may not be able to defeat them. Wait, they're coming. I'm afraid we can't leave even if we want to. Shrill cries were heard. The demons had begun to rush into the residential area, and the screams of innocent people were everywhere. The burly dwarf's expression was also a little frightened. The wood elf's face was very pale, and she whispered, "This is the gate of the abyss. How can there be so many?" Kano's expression was very complicated. It seemed that countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant, but then his expression gradually became firm. There was a commotion below the hotel. The sudden arrival of the demons made many adventurers panic, and then many people desperately fled. Even further away were people who were fleeing for their lives. Many guards directly gave up resistance, threw away their armor and ran out of the town. This was not an enemy they could fight against at all. You guys go. Kano took a deep breath and slowly grasped the long sword at his waist. He used so much force that his knuckles were a little white. This not-so-young sacred warrior lowered his head, and the expression on his face could not be seen clearly. He just said in a dignified voice, "You guys go. There are too many demons. It'll be too late if you don't go now." After saying that, he slowly stood up and jumped down from the roof. Kano. The wood elf seemed to understand something, and her expression was quite complicated. She murmured, "You. What about you?" Her voice was trembling. The others seemed to understand something, and their eyes looking at Kano were quite complicated. "I can't go." Kano did not look back, but continued to move forward step by step. His footsteps seemed to be more and more firm. He said in a deep voice, "Sacred warriors can't leave at this time. How can I sit by and watch the demons slaughter humans? And I'm running away cowardly?" Kano did not stop moving. In the blink of an eye, he was already dozens of meters away. In the distance, there were flames all over the sky, and the figures of countless demons gradually appeared. They laughed wildly and vented their desire to kill, and the waves of shrill screams seemed to make them even more happy. Kano was surrounded by people who were fleeing for their lives. There were soldiers, civilians, and adventurers. Everyone wanted to desperately escape from this terrible place, and only he continued to move forward silently, even if he knew that only death awaited him. He was a sacred warrior. He could not leave at this time. Maybe he was once lost and did not know the direction of the future, but at least he knew what he should do now. Little bits of brilliance appeared. A holy brilliance appeared on Kano's long sword. This was the power of sacrifice. It was also a kind of speechless tragedy. Under the dim blood-red sky, a not-so-young sacred warrior walked towards thousands of demons. At the last moment of his life, he was finally not lost. P.S. The negotiation with the starting point failed. Futu may leave. Everyone, pay attention to the public account so that it is convenient to continue reading the book. I will finish this book as well as possible. A holy radiance emerged. This was the power of sacrifice. It was the spirit. It was faith. It was also an ideal. At the last moment of his life, Kano's spirit was sublimated. With the belief that he would die, his spirit broke through the barrier of the material plane. The light of the soul turned into the most real power, forming a domain ability that only legendary paladins could master, and it was the most powerful, sacrifice, domain, sacrifice. This was the ability to burn the flame of life. This domain was almost a certain death power. As long as a paladin mastered this domain, their final ending was almost without exception a glorious death in battle. They were a group of noble people, and also a group of great people. The surroundings gradually quieted down. The demons' excited laughter gradually stopped, and there were heavy panting sounds coming from the surroundings. Even those berserk demons who were crazily slaughtering civilians stood still on the spot, looking at Kano, who was gradually approaching from afar with a murderous and hateful expression. Paladin, if there was something that the demons of the bottomless abyss hated the most, then there was no doubt that the paladin would always be at the forefront. One was chaos and evil. The other was lawful and kind. They were born to be in opposing camps. One represented the truest kindness and justice, while the other represented the ultimate chaos and evil. They were two extremes that could not be accommodated. Killing a paladin was an irresistible temptation to the demons, and torturing the soul of a paladin was an ultimate pleasure to them. These ordinary mortals could no longer arouse their interest. The demons let these crying and screaming civilians escape. Thousands of demons from the bottomless abyss gradually surrounded Kano. Their eyes were filled with eagerness as if they couldn't wait to tear him apart, but none of the demons dared to make the first move. Because the paladin's power was shocking them. The holy sacrifice radiance was so dazzling to the demons that even the higher-ranking demons had a trace of fear in their hearts. However, Kano was still a human after all. At this moment, most of the civilians in the surroundings had escaped. The demons surrounded Kano in the middle. As the number of people gathered, the demon's courage also increased. Finally, a berserk demon couldn't restrain the desire to kill in his heart. With a roar, he was the first to charge at Kano. Clang, a silver-white radiance appeared. The instant the berserk demon charged at him, Kano instantly dodged and swung his sword. In the next moment, the two figures intersected, and the berserk demon's body was cut in half at the waist. Kano's mottled silver armor was splattered with the demon's filthy blood. Sacrifice. The conviction of certain death and the power of burning life allowed Kano's strength to rise above legend, at least. Before his life was exhausted, he should have been one of the most powerful paladins in the material plane. Blood spread. This pungent smell of blood did not make the surrounding demons feel fear. Instead, it completely aroused the chaos and madness in their hearts. Amidst a series of roars, another 3 berserk demons charged over. Baylor's figure appeared. He seemed to have also discovered this interesting enemy who overestimated himself. However, being smart and cunning, he did not intend to attack at this moment because he was well aware of the Saint Samurai's lethality against demons. There was no need for a group of demons to exhaust his strength. It would be very dangerous to deal with this paladin. Silver cross slash. A silver-white cross appeared. It was different from the swordsmanship that Soren had used. What Kano used was the real silver cross swordsmanship. It was a set of practical swordsmanship created by the craziest group of paladins during their expedition to the bottomless abyss. Paladins were paranoid. In that glorious era, the Akong Sky tribe in the upper plane had launched a crusade against the lower plane. Millions of Akong angels launched an attack on the bottomless abyss. Paladins from the material plane also participated in the battle. This was an extremely tragic battle. Even true gods fell in it and could never be resurrected. Silver cross swordsmanship originally came from this era. To some extent, the birth of White Raven swordsmanship was also related to it. Bang bang bang. The bodies of the 3 berserk demons fell, and the surrounding demons could not help but hold their breath. Go. Tear him apart. The legendary Baylor appeared at the right time. As soon as his voice fell, the surrounding demons suddenly seemed to be encouraged. At once, 7 or 8 middle-grade demons rushed over. Light appeared. Kanua's expression was tranquil as he went up to meet them. Following the collapse of corpses one after another, his figure also suddenly paused for a moment. He was injured. It was already a huge disadvantage for a melee profession to fight against a large number of enemies, not to mention that he was fighting against an extraordinary demon. There was an additional wound on his abdomen, and a crack had already appeared on his armor that could barely be considered a grade 1 extraordinary. He's going to die. All of you go. Kill him. With the roar of the Baylor, the demons began to rush over. The space was not enough for too many demons to get close to him, but Kano now had to face at least 4 or 5 demons at the same time. More and more bodies fell on the ground. However, Kano's injuries were getting more and more serious. As a high-grade paladin, his own life potential was limited. Even if the sacrifice domain gave him the ability above legendary, this power could not last for too long. A cunning demon seized the opportunity. Just as Kano was injured and staggered, it flew over and was ready to knock down the paladin in front of it. Swoosh, a sharp arrow shot out from the darkness. Then a burly dwarf wrapped in armor rushed out with a battle axe and a heavy shield. He seemed a little scared and roared to boost his courage. He roared, "You damn demons! Come and taste your grandpa's battle axe." The figure of a wood elf appeared. Aladdin nimbly escaped into the shadows and moved forward at high speed. You. Kano found the traces of his companions. There was a touch of emotion and a touch of sadness on his calm face. He instantly killed the demon in front of him with his sword and whispered, "You shouldn't have come back. There were too many demons. Even if they all died here, it was impossible to defeat so many demons." Haha. The halfling's laughter came, and his tone seemed quite relaxed. "We didn't come back to die. Look behind you." There was the sound of galloping horse hooves. After that, Kano saw a group of fully armed knights approaching rapidly. The leader was a lady with fluttering red hair. She took the lead and charged into the midst of the devils. As she brandished her dual blades, the devils fell one after another. This is the flag of Mordor City. Lakeside Town is the territory of the Windspear Hills. Did Mordor City secretly control the Windspear Hills? A black flag fluttered in the wind. Under the flag, hundreds of cavalry launched a charge. They were like a torrent of steel, cutting into the army of demons in an instant. Then the figures of various professions emerged. The rogues escaped into the shadows and pierced the enemy's heart with poisoned blades. The chanting of spells came. Kano actually saw the rare northern witches in the team. They were very few in number and were firmly protected in the center of the team while casting various spells. But all this was not the key to winning or losing. What really determined the outcome was the divine brilliance that Kano saw in the crowd, paladins. A team of paladins in silver-white armor appeared in his line of sight. Although there were only a dozen of them, their explosive lethality was dozens of times that of the others. Judging evil was their talent. These paladins had emblems that Kano had never seen before. They did not belong to any paladin group he was familiar with. But they were all so powerful, especially the young paladin in the lead. He looked like he was only in his 20s. He held a two-handed greatsword with divine brilliance in his hand. He rushed into the sea of demons as if there was no one there. Almost no demons could stop him. "Avenger! Follow me. I will lead the charge." With impassioned roars, the dozen or so paladins formed a cone formation and pierced through the thousands of demons like a sharp knife. After the paladin in the lead killed a legendary-level soul judgment demon, he led his team and prepared to make another round in the demon army. Kano's figure trembled in place. "That's..." He suddenly seemed to think of something, and a trace of ecstasy and disbelief appeared on his face. He murmured, "Holy Avenger. The light of justice." Holy Avenger, Casimir, one of the most powerful weapons in the world for paladins. It was also one of the most lethal weapons against evil in the entire multiverse. Kano didn't know the paladin in the lead. But he recognized the legendary, Holy Avenger, so he naturally knew the identity of this group of paladins. Holy Avenger. A group of outliers among the paladins. They guarded the sacred sword, Casimir, for generations. Only when there was a major crisis in the world would this group of paladins appear. The scales of victory were tilting. If the reinforcements of Mordor City were an important bargaining chip, then the appearance of these paladins, especially the terrifying lethality of the Holy Avenger, was the sword that completely defeated the demon's courage to fight. Unstoppable. The young paladin with the Holy Avenger was unstoppable. Even the Baylor in the lead was terrified after seeing him. He did not hesitate to escape in the direction of the abyss. This divine weapon had slain countless demons, and even the evil gods had fallen under its sharp blade. With the Holy Avenger in hand, I will cut down the demon lord for you to see. If a secondary Baylor like him was cut down, it would probably be a matter of a few slashes. P.S. Search for Buddha and you can follow my WeChat account. Everyone, follow me. Victory. When the demon army retreated like a tide and rushed frantically to the abyss gate, a burst of cheers of victory finally sounded. The reinforcements from Mordor City began to clean up the battlefield in silence. As the first group of people to come into contact with the demons, such a victory was nothing to them. This was the second abyss portal opened in the Windspear Hills. As a vast plain, the Windspear Hills had an area close to a province. Such an area in the second wave of the Avatar crisis meant that they might be attacked by more than one wave of demons. In order to deal with the second impact, Soren had prepared a lot. There was no problem with the defense of Mordor City, but the Wind Spear Hills needed more support. He not only sent troops, but also asked for help from the Holy Avengers who owed him a favor. The Northern Witch Council also provided help. Because the Witch Council had a huge magic lock, they should be the easiest to deal with the second wave of attacks. They could kill a group of demons directly in the sky. After all, the Eye of the North was a high-grade legendary witch who could cast meteorite. If the demon army appeared, a meteorite spell would kill them all. As for other places, there was no way. Everyone could only pray for themselves. The second wave of the Avatar crisis was originally everywhere. Soren remembered that at least 20 cities were destroyed at that time. Although he had interfered, the loss was estimated to be quite tragic. The warriors from Mordor City began to gather. The town had been destroyed, and it would take time to rebuild it. The displaced civilians needed to be settled elsewhere. However, the most important thing for them was to go to the next location. The Northern Witch Council was monitoring the energy fluctuations everywhere. The opening of the Abyss Gate was accompanied by a violent vision. If they were well prepared, they could predict the approximate location in advance. After all, the Witch Council had many witches who were proficient in prophecy spells. Their abilities were of great use. Let's go. The Wood Elf came to Kano, who was covered in blood, patted him on the shoulder and sighed. Fortunately, the army of Mordor City supported us quickly, otherwise, I'm afraid we would have, ta. Heavy footsteps were heard. The bloody battle had made Kano very tired. The power of sacrifice was his own life. His face at the moment seemed to be a little older. A young saint samurai came before him. Sacrifice. The young paladin let out a sigh, then reached out to Kano and said, "You should know who I am. With your current strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to control the power of sacrifice. You'd better come back with me to see the warden, or your life will soon come to an end." Sacrifice meant death. This was one of the most powerful domains of the paladins, but the price to pay was also the heaviest. Kano activated the sacrifice domain, but he was not a true legendary paladin after all. If this power did not guide him, he would soon die, and everything would end when the light of life was exhausted. It seemed that Saint Samurai didn't need to do much with each other. This was because they had chosen this path because of certain lofty beliefs. They were the outliers among the crowd, even though they represented justice and kindness. Kano slowly stood up, and then nodded silently. He didn't want to die. No one would want to die so easily. In the face of tens of thousands of devils, he chose to sacrifice himself for righteousness and chose the path of sacrifice. But it didn't mean that he was willing to die with regrets. Holy Avenger. The most special group of people among the paladins, Kano hoped to understand this group of people, and he hoped to find a way forward from them in the future. Adele Isabella's figure appeared. As the Lady of the Wind Spear Hills, she still needed to settle these displaced civilians. The spoils of war on the devils were handled by the quartermaster. After patrolling the battlefield, she quickly rushed over and said, "It will take some time for the gates of the abyss to close. The Witch Council has detected the third gap. We'd better leave now." Although the gap led to the bottomless abyss. But it was not connected to the same abyss, so the opening time of each gate of the abyss was not the same, which gave them a buffer opportunity. At the same time, in the distant Frost Kingdom, the army of Arendelle was also urgently gathering. Princess Anna sat in the palace and mobilized the army of the entire kingdom. The second wave of the devil's attack affected many places. Some towns had been completely destroyed. Even the Princess Royal couldn't do anything because the area of Arendelle was too large. But fortunately, Arendelle's reaction speed was also extremely fast. The next day after discovering the invasion of the devils, they had already begun to seal off the surrounding areas. Then the Princess Royal took action to kill the legendary devils, and the army quickly advanced and wiped out the devils that had spread to the material plane. Now that the three largest gates of the abyss in Arendelle had been closed and sealed, the ice witches were cleaning up the other fish that had fallen into the net. According to this progress, Arendelle could solve the second wave of devils in a week at most. The North. The atmosphere in the Witch Tower was also solemn. The high-grade witches and above sat on the seats of the council, and the Eye of the North was in charge of operating the entire magic lock. Different from other places, as an organization that had mastered part of the cutting-edge technology of the Arcane Empire. The Witch Council opened a large number of portals in their own territory, at this moment. The conference room was filled with tense and serious reports. Abnormal energy fluctuations have been detected near Ice River City. It is suspected that a gate of the abyss has been opened. Witch Kadisna has brought people to check it out. Portal number 36 has been activated. Devil Army has appeared near the Wisdom Tower. Activating the permanent portal inside the Wisdom Tower. The magic lock has been activated. Steel golems are being transferred. High-grade witch Bylina. High-grade witch Carditi. Arcane star witches in position. Teleportation activated. Golems have been teleported. Diamond golems are being teleported. Target number 13 has detected intense energy fluctuations. It is suspected that the incarnation of a secondary devil lord has appeared. Nightstar Tower activated. High-grade witch Para in position. Magic lock conversion. Super arcane crystal pulse cannon in preparation. Activating charging. Current charging progress 10%. 20%. 30% and battle has erupted in the autumn plains. Clay Golem Army in position. Golem Army in position. Steel Golem Army in position. Diamond Golem teleportation complete. The magic lock has been activated. Sun Flame ready. Chain Lightning ready. Orders sounded one after another, some from the high-grade witches, some from the Falling Council. The Witch Council's thousands of years of accumulation finally erupted at this moment. In the face of the second wave of the Devil Army, they entered a state of full readiness at an astonishing speed and quickly completed the teleportation of many golems. The entire power of the Northern Witches was composed of wizard towers. These wizard towers formed the magic lock controlled by the Northern Witch Council and also formed a huge internal teleportation network. In the face of the devil attacks that were far more powerful than in other places, the Witch Council successfully defeated wave after wave of devils with amazing combat power. Even an attack by the Devil Legion's elites was repelled by them. History had changed. Soren may not have done much, but he did do something that had an amazing impact on history. That was, he saved the goddess of magic. So far, the goddess of magic was still alive and did not die according to the original history. And this was the most powerful combat power of the material plane. Those spellcasters did not lose their ability to cast spells because of the collapse of the magic net. Arendelle's ice witches were still there. The combat power of the Northern Witch Council was perfectly preserved, and the magic lock was not damaged by the collapse of the magic net. The same was true for the Wizard City. The Arcane Guards defeated the devil attack in the first place, and the Wizard City also provided support to the nearby cities, sweeping away a large number of devil teleportation portals in one breath. This was the biggest change, as long as the goddess of magic was still alive. As long as the magic net had not collapsed, then. Even in the face of the attack from the lower planes, the material plane still had the power to fight, if there was no magic net. Then the Witch Council would be directly abolished. The same was true for the Wizard City. The spellcasters who could retain their combat power were probably less than 1%. In the face of the surging devil army, these wizards who had lost their ability to cast spells were simply lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Everything was a one-sided massacre, but now it was completely different from what Soren remembered. The spellcasters who had combat power gave the invading devils, and demons a fierce counterattack, although there were still many places that suffered huge losses. As the most powerful forces in the material plane, these forces did not suffer too much damage. Misty Forest. According to the original history, this forest was occupied by the devils in the second wave of attack. They polluted and corrupted the forest, then slaughtered the beautiful dryads, used their pure souls to strengthen themselves, or transformed into evil high-grade succubus. But, although the flames of war were raging here, the ancient trees that had been sleeping had awakened one after another. The golden oak trees had transformed into giant treants that stood over 10 meters tall. With unparalleled strength, they repelled wave after wave of attacks from the demon army. The figures of high-grade dryads appeared one after another. Originally, they were too weak to resist the joint attack of the secondary devil lords, but now their enemies were facing nearly double digits of legendary dryads, and almost all of these dryads had mastered the plant domain. The essence from Soren strengthened the abilities of these high-grade dryads. Many of them had advanced to the legendary realm, and many of them had mastered the power of the plant domain. The power of Father Oak purified the misty forest. The sleeping dryads had awakened, and the decaying deadwood guards had been reborn. When the power of the dryads and dryads combined, even the main devil army from the bottomless abyss could not shake this forest at all. The torrent of history began to turn. The second wave of the Avatar crisis did not bring an unbearable destructive disaster to the material plane. P.S. There is one more update. Please pay attention to Futu's public account. The Outer Islands, the city of Mordor. The fiery red clouds in the sky gradually subsided, and the power from the scorching hell was fading. Even the demons could not change the weather for a long time. The fire rain from the sky was completely with the help of the plane of the scorching hell. If it was cast by magic, it would be a god-level ability. The energy shield of the city of Mordor blocked most of the fireballs. Only the things outside the city were lost. Even the port of Mordor was not affected much. Because at the same time as the fire rain fell from the sky, a protective shield rose from the Temple of the Sea and the Temple of Wealth. The city of Mordor was now the center of the Outer Islands. The floating population here was already very large. For the goddess of wealth, this was her largest source of faith in the material plane. For the goddess of sea, this was an opportunity for her to open her faith in humans. The number of her believers in the city of Mordor was not small. Most of the fishermen and sailors were her believers. Soren's clergy did not conflict with the two goddesses. According to the inclination of mortals, the three had their own range of believers. The two goddesses took action to resolve the crisis of the port of Mordor. As the fire rain stopped, the next battle was much easier. They only needed to defeat the invading demons. Most of the demons in the scorching hell were Ugros. As the base camp of the demons in the lower plane, the invasion force from this plane was far less than the Abyss and the Baator Inferno. There were hundreds of layers in the Abyss, and the Baator Inferno also had 9 layers. The scorching hell only had 1 layer. As long as the loss slightly exceeded their gain, then the demons would give up on this place as a target. This was a wave of attack. As long as they were beaten badly, the scorching hell would not be able to invade here from now on. This was a good thing. At this time, above the Temple of Mordor, the figure of the High Priest had been shrouded in the light of divinity. She had divinity given by Soren and could also mobilize the divine power of Soren. In terms of combat power, she was actually the strongest in Mordor except for Soren. Psionic field. Along with the spread of psionic energy, the High Priest's energy field expanded, at the same time establishing a very large spiritual connection. When the Queen of Spiders was killed, the High Priest was a very important force. Her ability was very unique, even without taking into account her combat ability. Just the effect of her psionic energy was already difficult to estimate. The First Legion will need another 1.5 hours to reach the battlefield. The main force of the invasion is the Ugros. Discovered a mutated flaming demon. It should be a variant of the Infernal Inferno. Wyvern Knights have arrived at the battlefield. Shadow Dragon has arrived. The Third Legion guarding the Demon Valley is on its way. About 15 minutes later, they arrived at the battlefield. Saruman has arrived via teleportation. We are currently setting up the protective barrier. The mutated man-eating plants had successfully blocked the demons' first wave of attacks. The High Priest was now a massive information exchange center. She connected a large amount of information to Gloria and the Fallen Witch through telepathy, and the 2 legendary witches continued to issue orders, mobilizing manpower and material resources to reinforce the enemy. At the same time, in a wide plain, groups of demons also appeared in front of them. Facing them head-on was the 3rd Reserve Militia of Mordor City. Fortunately, a small number of soldiers from the 6th Legion were replaced. The former were newly trained newbies, but the latter were veterans who had experienced the Battle of the Pirate King and the crusade against the indigenous people. These veterans were basically warriors with a profession level of 5 or above. It was obviously impossible to stop the invasion of demons by relying on these people, so the support of Mordor City was the most important. The first to arrive was the Wyvern Knights. The Wyverns' flying speed was quite fast, and their departure time was the best. They arrived at the battlefield in the first place. Then there was the Shadow Dragon subdued by the High Priest. The pressure of an adult dragon successfully deterred the demons from the infernal inferno, making them a little hesitant. A city that could control dragons was obviously not so easy to deal with. Then Saruman had arrived by teleportation. Since the incident of divinity, Saruman's mastery of plants had become more refined. As he scattered the seeds into the earth, he quickly used special fertilizers as casting props to cast a very strange spell. Then, a huge wall of vines formed in front of him. These vines were all activated blood-sucking vines with thorns. They were one of the most dangerous mutated plants in the Outer Islands. Even high-grade professions could be killed by them. The demons hesitated for a moment. But then they launched a crazy attack. At this time, Mordor City could not retreat because the support would arrive soon. If the demons were allowed to go on a rampage, who knew how many innocent people would die in their hands? These demons were here to kill. They came for souls. The quality of the souls of humans in the material plane was good, at least much better than the souls of goblins and kobolds. The souls of goblins and kobolds were the most abundant, and they were the mainstream souls of the dretches in the bottomless abyss. A fierce battle broke out in an instant. In the face of the crazy attacks of the demons, the army of Mordor City stood in front of them without fear because they believed that the reinforcements of the main city would arrive soon. The soldiers of Mordor City fell one after another. The number of demons was also gradually decreasing, but no one retreated from beginning to end. Their sense of belonging and identity to Mordor City was supporting them to continue fighting because this battle was a war to protect their homeland for them. Yes. Defend their home. Mordor City was their home. There were their relatives, their friends, and their wealth and status. The situation is critical. Start the backup plan. Otherwise, it will be difficult for them to hold on until the reinforcements arrive. The voice of the High Priest sounded in his mind. The outcome of a high-intensity war could not be decided by one or two legendary professions. The two witches could affect the balance of the battle, but they could not decide the outcome of the battle. Gloria's reply was also very fast. She immediately said, "Agreed. Start the backup plan immediately. The manpower of Mordor City is very precious at present. We can't let the soldiers sacrifice too much. Mother. Establish the space waymark. Start the energy of the elemental furnace. High Priest, please lock the location of the space waymark. I'll open a temporary portal." The cold mechanical voice sounded. This was the Thowling Test Body number 1 made by Gloria. The short-distance teleportation strike plan is activated. The cross-space strike plan is activated. Begin to assemble the Golem army. Understood. The space waymark is established. The lock is complete. The portal is established. Golems assemble. Begin the teleportation. Steel golems assemble. Begin the teleportation. Diamond golems ready. Begin the teleportation. The mechanical voice of the Thowling Test Body number 1 sounded. Immediately. In a flattened mountainous area near the battlefield, a portal suddenly appeared out of thin air. Then, stone golems walked out of it, followed by steel golems, followed by diamond golems with legendary level strength. There were about 300 of these golems. They gathered together in silence, and then in the tremor of the earth, they rushed to the demon army in front of them. The power of Mordor City began to show now, while Sorin was constantly accumulating strength, Gloria and Fallen which were also accumulating strength. Sorin's move was not only for the planning of the island, but also for the future strategic layout. All the flattened mountains here were nodes of the ley lines, which could be transformed into the space waymark of the teleportation circle at any time. P.S. Third update. Please pay attention to Futu's public WeChat account. Thank you. The city of Mordor had flattened 27 mountains so far. These mountains were all the nodes of the land veins. Outsiders were a little confused about Sorin's actions, and they could not understand why these mountains were flattened there. But the higher-ups of Mordor knew that there were more amazing secrets under these flattened mountains. Under these flattened mountains, the Church of Mordor had been secretly preparing something. The most important thing for Sauron in the Avatar crisis was defense. As long as the Avatar crisis was over, he could return to his kingdom. At that time, there would not be many things in the entire multiverse that could threaten him. All the flattened mountains could be transformed into space beacons. Gloria had cultivated her own team within the Witch Council, and the portal could use the power of the elemental furnace. This was tantamount to temporarily replacing the powerful magic lock owned by the Witch Council. When the planning of the entire city of Mordor was completed, Gloria could open the portal to all places on the island of Mordor, and the golem puppets that were currently being prepared could also reach the battlefield as soon as possible. Of course. This was just a simple beginning. Sauron's ultimate goal was to complete the interdimensional teleportation strike plan, and the interdimensional teleportation strike plan, think about it. If there was a huge amount of energy as support, the city of Mordor could open the portal after obtaining a stable transmission beacon, and then directly drop a large group of diamond golems. At that time, even the Church of God would find it difficult to compete with him, right? The Arcane Empire relied on this super powerful support ability to conquer the Abyss and other lower planes. The floating city, as the central command system, directly relied on the portal to send the huge golem puppets to the battlefield when the war broke out. The golem factory provided a steady stream of troops, and the lower planes provided enough soul crystals for the floating city. The entire floating city was a huge war machine after it was started. If it weren't for such a foundation, the great arcanists would not dare to challenge the gods who had the backing of the kingdom of God. Of course. But all of this required money. Some things could not be done with money, but with enough resources. This was also why the arcanists were obsessed with exploring the sea of the astral world, because the resources of the material plane could not support such a huge consumption. During the Arcane Empire, the lowest level standard for the War of Gods was the Diamond Golem. These were all war machines forged from diamonds. The Arcane Golems and Arcane Guards required even more resources. As for the mana engines, they consumed even more energy and materials. When the time comes, other than discovering the resources of the astral plane and plundering other planes, there was almost no other way to gather so many materials. Of course. Divine kingdoms were similar in this regard. Currently, less than 1/5 of the Queen of Spiders' God Kingdom was created by herself. The other spaces and resources were all split and devoured by the Abyss, or merged with the God Kingdoms of other gods who had been killed. Purely relying on divine power could only be done at the beginning. Otherwise, it would require a huge amount of divine power to fill the hole. A cold mechanical voice sounded. Due to the visit of legendary golem master Alice, Gloria had upgraded the intelligence of her Thaling experiment body number 1. It was now moving toward a true Thaling in all aspects, and its own abilities had also been greatly improved. It was now responsible for the central dispatch of the entire battlefield. The Steel Golem army has arrived. Diamond Golems have arrived at the battlefield. Mana transmission. Activating the ability, defense and attack. Activating the battle command. Destroy all the demons. The Golem army has entered the battle state. A red light appeared. All the golems that had been teleported to the battlefield received the battle command. At the same time, they activated the ability they were given and launched an attack on the demons from the scorching hell in front of them. Defense and attack. This was not a very powerful ability. However, this was a combat specialty that was very easy for the golems to master. Their own attributes were quite amazing. Even after a simple modification, the golems still had more than 25 points of strength, and when combined with a simple specialty ability, their combat power would skyrocket. The golems did not feel pain, and injuries would not affect their fighting. Before they were completely destroyed, these golems could fight until they were scrapped. The only drawback was that it was too expensive. Even a golem cost thousands of kindler. And this was the cost price. If it was bought from the Witch Council or the Wizard City, then an ordinary golem would cost nearly 5,000 kindler. Sauron's golem army cost more than 3 million kindler. This was simply throwing money at them. But in the current situation, this was the only way. After all, what the outer islands lacked the most was population. The combat power of the militia had not been trained yet, so it was not worth it to completely consume it here. As long as the population was still there, Soren could continue to generate wealth. Moreover, he had the treasure island as a backing. If this island was fully mined, he would probably be able to get about 30 million kindler. If the mining technology was not limited by the era, Soren should be very rich now. At present, Mordor City had tens of thousands of kindlers mineral income every month. A dragon's breath fell from the sky. The pressure of a dragon was also a big burden for the demons. Pure-blooded dragons were always at the top of the pyramid of the multiverse. The pressure from the dragons made the attacks of the demons less fierce. The Wyvern Knights also launched an attack. Although they were few in number, wyverns themselves were dangerous dragon subspecies. There was almost no pressure for them to fight a middle-grade demon alone. Together with the Drow warriors, their combat power was even more amazing. All the Drow warriors selected as knights were high-grade professions. Not only did they have amazing combat power, but most of them were at the level of archers. They had all received the inheritance of the petrified lizard knights in the Underdark. In this respect, they were much stronger than other humans. The situation is stable. The high priest's voice sounded, and he slowly said, "It should be able to last until the reinforcements arrive. But you'd better join the battle. There seem to be some enemies among the demons that are not easy to deal with." Gloria's voice quickly sounded, "Understood. I'll teleport over now. I'll be right there." Fallen Witch's voice also sounded. The radiance of teleportation appeared. Accompanied by the light of greater teleportation, Gloria and Fallen Witch appeared in the sky above the battlefield at the same time. Fallen Witch was still dressed as before, but there were 72 golden tarot cards hovering around Gloria's body. Different from the previous battle, the number of dark golden tarot cards in front of Gloria increased to 9. These 9 dark golden tarot cards were the King, Queen, Champion Knight, Minister, Stars, and so on. Gloria also inherited some knowledge from the Arcane Empire. These 72 tarot cards were the combat version of the Arcane card. Their function was similar to magic scrolls, but they were stored on the card. As for the dark gold cards, they were at least 8 circle spells, and a few of them could even cast legendary spells. War chess game. Arcane cards. Cards of fate. Cards of many things. These things that looked like toys were actually one of the combat props studied during the period of the Arcane Empire. The powerful arcanists had already jumped out of the limitations of magic scrolls and staffs. As long as they wanted to, they could use other methods to create magic devices with even more amazing effects. Compared to the magic scrolls with low effects, Gloria's 72 tarot cards were even more amazing. She almost didn't need to use her spell slots in low-intensity battles. And these tarot cards only temporarily lost their magic power after use. She only needed to go back and recharge them. All the tarot cards were a whole, which was equivalent to refining 72 reusable magic scrolls into a powerful magic device. If it wasn't for the fact that Gloria was still unable to complete the legendary Cards of Fate, perhaps the power of this set of tarot cards would be comparable to the famous artifacts of the material plane. The mystery of fate was unknown. So far, the 2 witches had not been able to solve the mystery of the Card of Fate. And this Card of Fate was originally from the work of a top prophecy great arcanist during the Arcane Empire. Even the gods could not see through the mystery of it. Meteor burst. Sunburst. The 2 legendary witches cast spells at the same time, directly sending the demons from the scorched hell into the abyss of failure. A series of spells emerged, and the large-scale lethal spells brought a devastating blow to the demons. At this time, there was also a sound of rapid marching footsteps in the distance. The 3rd Legion of Mordor near the Demon Valley had arrived at the battlefield. These were not newly trained militia reserves. They were all veterans who had experienced the battles of the Pirate King and the indigenous people. Although the number of wars had decreased after Soren unified the overseas, the surviving veterans did not disband. They were still the most powerful army overseas, even. To some extent, they were also the top human army in the material plane. These veterans who had been honed in the flames of war had experienced no less battles than the demons of the abyss. The demons have begun to retreat. The voice of the high priest sounded, and he said, "There is a legendary Yugoloth demon 1500 meters to the northwest. Let him stay. His soul crystal is very important to our next plan." The lower planes attacked the material plane for souls. But at the same time, their souls after their interplanar invasion were also very important wealth for the spellcasters of the material plane. The lower planes had the most soul crystals in the multiverse, and it was also the easiest place to form soul crystals. They came to plunder to harvest souls. But if they failed and died, the characteristics of the creatures of the lower planes were also very easy to produce soul crystals after death. Golem puppets. One of the most important props in their production was soul crystals. Otherwise, the spellcasters had to reduce their own strength to give them intelligence. The more powerful the golem puppet, the more high-grade soul crystals it needed. Now these high-grade demons who invaded Mordor had all become the prey of the two legendary witches. P.S. Please follow Futu's public WeChat account. Thank you. The collapse of the demons had become an unstoppable torrent. Most of the demons from the lower planes were profit-seeking fellows, especially the two kinds of demons, Yugros and night witches, who cared most about their own interests. Now that they had attacked the city of Mordor, not only did they not get enough benefits to harvest the souls of those mortals, but they also suffered heavy losses, and many of their companions had been killed. In this case, they had no will to fight at all. Demons could never be as powerful as demons and devils. Some demons had their foundation destroyed, and it would take many years to recover. They had decided to give up here. Even if they still intended to attack the material plane, there were probably not many who would be willing to invade the island of Mordor. The demons have retreated. Should we block the portal and catch them all? The fallen witch's expression seemed to be eager to try, because after the demons entered the material plane, if they were killed, they might directly drop soul crystals. This was the characteristic of the creatures in the lower planes. Their bodies were originally generated by the distortion of souls. These soul crystals were of great use to the fallen witch, especially recently. She planned to further study the important component of the floating city, the arcane puppet. It was an even more powerful golem puppet that could even cast spells. Other golem puppets, whether they were stone golems, iron golems, or diamond golems, had strong melee abilities. But the arcane puppet was not the same as these golems. They not only had strong melee abilities, but they could also cast some spells, which required even more soul crystals. As for the Thaling puppet and the mana power device, the production conditions were higher than these two. Let them go. If we forcibly close the portal, these demons will probably fight with us to the death, and then the loss will be even greater. The high priest's soft voice sounded, and slowly said, "I can feel that the space barrier is getting weaker and weaker. I'm afraid there will be more challenges to face in the future. It's more important to preserve our strength for now." On the other side, Gloria was playing with a fiery red soul crystal in her hand, which came from a legendary level demon. The scorching hell seemed to be a little different, and the energy of the soul crystal was full of burning breath. Perhaps Soren would be interested in it. The scattered evil devils finally escaped back to the interior of the scorched inferno after losing nearly half of their numbers. The battlefield was littered with evil devil corpses. The witches were busy collecting the spoils of war. Mortals could not tell what was the most valuable thing on the demons. The soul crystals needed to be collected together. In the future, the golem army of Mordor City would have to rely on these soul crystals to make. As for the other items, they had to be collected as well. When the time came, they would also have to reward those who fought bravely. The crisis this time was finally over. Although Soren didn't do anything, and he didn't even come back himself, Mordor City, which had been running for a long time, still survived the crisis on its own. The city was no longer Soren's burden. It was now his most important asset. I'll leave the rest to you. The power stored in the shrine has been severely depleted. I must organize a large-scale prayer ceremony as soon as possible to restore the shrine's power. Without the support of the Divine Kingdom, the temple consumed a lot of energy every time it was activated. The high priest now had to continuously preside over large-scale believers' prayer ceremonies in order to collect the power of faith and make up for the huge amount of power that the temple had just consumed. At the same time, in the direction of the distant fog forest, a great battle gradually came to an end. The secondary demon lords from the 27th floor and the 39th floor of the abyss, after leading an army to attack the fog forest for nearly a day without any results, they finally couldn't bear such a huge loss and began to gradually withdraw from the fog forest. Compared to the remote outer islands, the attack on the mainland was more serious because this time there were many demon lords' avatars in many places. Some were famous demon lords, and some were weaker secondary demon lords. Many of their armies had participated in the Abyss Blood War, so their strength was naturally quite powerful. The edge of the fog forest was already full of demon corpses. Compared to the evil devils that invaded Mordor City, the number of demons here had reached more than tens of thousands. But even so, they couldn't shake the fog forest at all. Because what stood in front of them were rows of ancient war trees that had awakened from their slumber. Treants. The children of the oak tree's father. They were awakened by Soren's ritual after sleeping for thousands of years. The ancient war trees, wisdom trees, golden oaks, and ancient treants were like a solid wall, blocking any demons that tried to attack the fog forest. The figures of tree spirits, flower spirits, and water spirits also appeared. These incarnations of nature's spirituality healed the wounds of the ancient trees with spells. The water spirits extinguished the fire that was ignited in the fog forest, and the tree spirits urged animals and plants to form a barrier. As for the little flower spirits, they were responsible for cheering. Awkward, sister. A beautiful tree spirit in a light green dress came to the center of the forest and said to the woman on the altar, "The demon army has retreated. It seems that they have given up on attacking." Kalina's figure was shrouded in an emerald green light. Hearing this, a trace of joy appeared on her tired face, and she murmured, "Finally, they were defeated. This time, thanks to Soren for helping us to hold the ritual successfully." Otherwise, Wang Yao said. Without the divine power of the oak tree's father and these awakened ancient trees, I'm afraid that the fog forest would have turned into a piece of scorched earth. My sisters wouldn't have been able to escape from the demon's clutches. They were tree spirits. They were the beloved children of nature, and their souls were very rare treasures to the demons. Although they were born with the ability to cast spells, they were also limited by their own bodies. That was that they couldn't leave the ancient trees that they resided in for too long. In other words, they couldn't escape from the demon's attack. If they couldn't defend the fog forest, then the demons could just destroy the ancient trees that they resided in to kill them. Then, the souls of these tree spirits would be harvested by the demon lord and turned into his own power or a high-grade succubus. This was definitely not what they wanted. Yes. The beautiful tree spirit nodded in agreement. Then she stuck out her tongue and licked the corner of her mouth, as if she was missing something. "I don't know when he'll come back. I really miss his smell. That wonderful life essence." Speaking of this, the beautiful tree spirit's face was slightly red, and she whispered, "Sister. We gave him that bracelet, but he doesn't seem to use it much. He has only used it once so far. And he even summoned Big Sister over. Should we suggest that he use it a few more times next time? The sisters have injected their own power into this bracelet. We can get replenishment from the ancient trees that we reside in, so we don't have to worry about using up the energy in it. It doesn't matter if he uses it once a day." Karina's pretty face was also slightly red, and then she whispered, "Let's talk to him again next time. For now, let's repair the damage of the forest. The demons have destroyed a lot of trees. We need the help of the tree shepherds to restore the vitality of this forest." The second wave of the Avatar crisis was about to end. Some places had successfully survived this crisis, such as the city of Modor, Arendelle, the Windspear Hills, the Misty Forest, the City of Wizards, and so on. However, some places were still caught in a continuous war. North of Autumnfall. This land across the Agate River was now riddled with holes. Burned villages and camps could be seen everywhere on the plain. The cultivated farmland had been destroyed beyond recognition. The corpses of half-orc warriors and demons were mixed among them. Blood stained the land red, and everything in front of them was so bleak and tragic. An old figure stood on the ground. Eugene was surrounded by countless demon corpses, and there were even many high-grade demons among them. There was even a secondary demon lord from the 127th floor of the abyss that was killed by him, but there was no joy of victory on Eugene's face. There was only sadness on his face. Even this old half-orc, who was fearless even in the face of an ancient dragon, suddenly burst into tears at this moment. He knelt on the dark red land. He let out a roar full of depression and unwillingness. That sound seemed to reach the depths of his soul, and anyone who heard it could not help but feel a trace of sympathy. The half-orcs were done for. It was not easy to pay a painful price to win a piece of land from the hands of the half-elves, and the losses they had suffered were already quite huge. Eugene originally planned to lead the clan to recuperate. As long as they were given 10 years, the power of the half-orcs would grow again, but now everything was over. The second wave of the demons directly dragged the half-orc clan into the abyss of destruction. The two wars had consumed the adult warriors within the clan. Although Eugene led the half-orcs to defeat the demon army with his powerful personal ability, now the adult warriors within the clan were less than 1/3 of the past. The rest were all old, weak, women, and children. They even lost the ability to defend this land. Dead. All dead. Although these half-orc warriors were evil executioners in the eyes of the half-elves, in the face of the demon army, they were warriors who fought to protect their homeland. Their simple minds were full of muscles, but this did not affect them from fighting to the last drop of blood to protect their homeland. The wolf cavalry was wiped out. The Dark Blade and the Demon Warlock perished together. As the most elite and most powerful seed of the half-orc clan, the half-orc sword saint led his disciples to cover Eugene's surprise attack on the secondary demon lord. He waved his sword with his bare chest and faced a powerful Bailo leader head-on. The orc blade master, who originally had unlimited hope, fell. At the moment of his death, he sacrificed his life to kill a high-grade Bailor. Everything was over. The seed of the half-orc's rise was consumed in this tragic battle. Eugene slowly stood up. His face looked older and older. There was no doubt that this was a worthy opponent. He did not lose to Soren, nor did he lose to the demon army. He just lost to fate. Because even if he was ascendant, Eugene, he could not stop the torrent of history of the Avatar crisis. P.S. Follow Fu2's public account on WeChat to give more support. The orcs were finished. As early as when they attacked the Autumn Leaf Plain, the orcs had suffered a lot of casualties, especially in the battle of besieging the Autumnfall city. Soren not only descended, but also used the Dragon Covenant to summon the ancient brass dragon. This time, the orcs lost more warriors. The ancient brass dragon directly used dragon breath to plow back and forth on the battlefield several times. There were thousands of people who died on the spot. Later, when they went back to count the casualties, the orcs lost nearly 6,000 adult warriors in the siege. Although this number of casualties was not small, it was still within the acceptable range of a race. The population of the orcs was as many as hundreds of thousands. The half-elves in Autumnfall City were about 200,000 to 250,000, and the orcs were slightly larger, estimated to reach more than 300,000. Excluding the old, weak, women and children, the ratio of those who could pick up weapons was about 3:1. That was to say, if the orcs were all mobilized, they could make up an army of 100,000 people. 100,000 people. It sounded like a lot, but in fact, this was all the heritage of the orcs. The backward productivity of this era, as well as the form of civilization between agriculture and nomadism, led to the orcs losing too many adult warriors. Even the most basic production and farming could not be maintained. The backward civilization greatly limited the expansion of the population. The orcs' attack on the Autumn Leaf Plain itself meant to cut off all means of retreat. Paying a certain proportion of casualties was still within the acceptable range of Eugene. But all this was just the beginning. After the siege, Eugene once again led the army to meet Soren. This time, the casualties were even more amazing. The army of Mordor was not much different from the battlefield of the orcs, but under the baptism of Mordor's artillery fire, the orcs' loss was very amazing. In the two battles before and after, Eugene lost tens of thousands of people in the hands of Soren, plus the original loss, it was close to 20 or 30,000 people. This was equivalent to about 1/12 of the total orc population, and these were all adult orc warriors. If it weren't for the two losses, Eugene would not have divided the other side of the Agate River to rest and give Autumnfall City such a long time to breathe. Although these losses hurt the half-beastmen, it did not hurt their foundation. According to Eugene's original plan, He planned to occupy this land and develop agriculture. It was impossible for the orcs to have millions of people like humans and elves by just hunting. Therefore, Eugene was going to rest quietly and use the fertile land of the autumn leaf plains to develop agriculture. As long as there was enough food supply, the size of the half-orcs would increase exponentially. For Eugene, as long as he rested for 10 years, the number of orcs would exceed 1 million. At that time, the tribe's army would be stronger than any human kingdom. However, the Avatar crisis had arrived. The Devil's attack directly destroyed all of Eugene's hopes. A fierce battle directly caused the half-orc clan to lose everything. Only 1/3 of the adult warriors of the half-orc clan remained. 50 to 60,000 casualties meant that almost every family in the clan had lost someone in the battle. With only 30 to 40,000 warriors left, let alone taking down Luoya City, they might not even be able to defend their current land. Moreover, the half-orcs themselves were not good at farming. This attack was based on the accumulation of the past 20 years. The war had already consumed a lot of materials. Now the farmland that Eugene ordered to reclaim in the autumn leaf plains was almost completely destroyed by the war, which meant that they were now forced into a desperate situation with no army and no food. Eugene's face was getting older. After returning to the clan, the first order he issued was to migrate. There was no way to defend this place. The first attack by the devil was likely to happen again. He must preserve the fire of the clan, otherwise, the half-orcs might really disappear in this world. Now the clan could only hide and lick their wounds silently to accumulate strength. As long as they could survive this crisis, then there was still hope for the rise of the half-orcs. The winter of the clan had come. Less than 30 to 40,000 adult half-orcs needed to support more than 200,000 people. Although there were many adult female half-orcs among them, they could also hunt and farm. However, the clan was afraid that it would be a huge burden to just support their children in the future. Their most elite forces had been exhausted. The half-orcs, who only had the old, weak, women and children left in the clan, could become the target of the ogres, gnolls, lizard men, and even half-elves at any time. Now any war could drag the half-orcs into the abyss of no return. The half-orcs retreated. They paid a huge price to occupy this land. Now they left corpses all over the ground and retreated from the Agate River to the edge of the autumn leaf plains. The half-orcs gave up at least 2/3 of their land. They migrated to the edge, but did not return to the original barren highlands because Eugene could not give up the fertile farmland that was first cultivated. Only these farmlands could ensure that the half-orcs would not starve to death in the next few years. The sky was blood red. A few days after the war, the distant sky seemed to be blood red. The second wave of the Avatar crisis was about to end. Some cities had been completely destroyed, while some places were still safe and sound. Eugene received news from all sides. The news that made him very depressed was that because the half-orcs built their strongholds in the wild, in this wave of demon attacks, most of the abyssal demons who did not want to attack the city actually attacked the half-orcs, and the city of Autumnfall was only attacked by a small group of demons. Nearly 10 cities and hundreds of towns in the material plane were destroyed. This disaster did not only affect humans, but other races such as elves, dwarves, orcs, halflings, lizard men, gnolls, and so on were also affected. The south of the elven forest turned into a sea of fire. The castle of Black Iron was turned into ruins by a Balo leader. The Frostblade clan of the orcs was almost wiped out. The only one who suffered less loss in the whole attack was the halflings. Their Lord God fell to the mortal world in advance and repelled the demon army in the form of a saint. Now, the Lord God of the halflings should be the first god to stand in the light. She had shown up. And, this, greater divine power, goddess was in the Shire. The light of dusk shone. Eugene walked tiredly in the reclaimed fields. After a few days, the pain of the clan was healing. No matter what happened, the living always had to work hard for tomorrow. Eugene was very tired during this time. Although most of the clan still supported him, because of this loss, some of the half-orcs had begun to oppose him, thinking that it was he who caused the clan to fall into the current situation. If he did not attack the half-elves, then all of this would not have happened today. Helplessness. These people were originally active in attacking Autumnfall in one breath and completely eliminating the half-elves who occupied the plains. Now, all the blame was put on Eugene. Eugene did not have any explanation for this, and he did not need any explanation. Although he was full of guilt to the clan, most of the half-orcs still respected him and regarded him as the leader of the half-orc clan. Everything had happened. For Eugene, the most important thing was how to get the clan through this difficult time, not find ways to shirk responsibility. Night fell. Eugene's old figure stood up from the field. He clapped his hands and shook off the soil in his palms. Then he walked towards his tent. It was hard for outsiders to imagine that the chief of a race would farm in person, but in fact, the development of the half-orcs from nomadism to farming in the past few decades was completely promoted by Eugene alone. Even in order to learn the farming skills of humans, it had personally learned from an experienced human farmer as a legendary profession. The farming of the entire clan was taught by him. Eugene taught them how to irrigate, how to arrange ditches, how to sow and harvest, and how to cultivate meticulously. If people did not see all this with their own eyes, it was absolutely impossible to imagine that a peerless powerhouse who could fight against the ancient dragon could teach his people how to cultivate and sow in the field like an old farmer. Eugene was different from all the half-orcs. He, who had traveled the whole continent, firmly believed that only farming could get the half-orcs out of their current predicament, and only farming could make the half-orcs as strong as humans. Attacking the half-elves was just for the land, and choosing the half-elves was only because they were the weakest. The sky was getting darker and darker. Eugene only slept for 3 hours a day, so there was still enough free time for him. He wanted to go out on patrol. However, just as Eugene was about to step out of the tent, he suddenly seemed to notice something. His figure disappeared in an instant. The next moment, he appeared hundreds of meters away. The whole person rose into the air like an eagle. He reached for the spear on his back and approached a mountain in the distance. It sensed a familiar aura. That was the power of the gods. The other party did not seem to have any intention of hiding at all. It was as if he wanted to draw him out. Boom. Eugene's burly figure landed on the ground. In his sight, there was a hazy figure completely shrouded in shadows. Although the two sides had fought near autumn fall, it was not until today that Eugene really saw the other party's appearance. A young half-elf who was a little too young. In contrast, he had entered his twilight years, and even his life was about to come to an end. What are you here for? Eugene clenched his spear. He was full of fear for the strength of the person in front of him. He did not believe that he would come here without a purpose. The gods were not so bored. Facing Eugene's vigilant look, the half-elf in front of him seemed to smile and slowly said, "Cooperation." Eugene frowned when he heard this. There was a trace of doubt on his face because he felt that it was impossible for him to cooperate with the person in front of him. The half-orcs and half-elves were already blood enemies. The other party was the true god who sheltered the half-elves, and Eugene was the pillar of the half-orcs. It was already very good that the two sides did not immediately fight when they met. There was no possibility of cooperation between them. Make a long story short. Soren looked at Eugene, who was full of vigilance in front of him, and slowly said, "I am very clear about your current predicament. The situation of the half-orcs can be said to be at a dead end. But Mordor City can provide you with a batch of food and supplies. It can also prevent Autumnfall from attacking you and give you a precious time to breathe. This batch of supplies should be enough for you to support for a while. I believe that with your ability, there is no problem in protecting the clan safely through this crisis. And there is only one thing I need you to do. That is to help me kill a person. Or it should be said that it is a true god." Eugene was silent for a long time before he said in a deep voice, "Who is it?" A cold smile appeared at the corner of Sauron's mouth, and he slowly said, "Lord of Shadows." Eugene heard this and a sarcastic smile appeared on his face. But before he could speak, Soren continued, "After this, I will make the decision in the name of the half-elf god, to give you all the land north of the Agate River." Eugene heard this and was instantly moved. P.S. Follow Futu's public account on WeChat to give more support. How strong was Eugene? This was a question worth thinking about. First of all, Eugene was a rare genius among the orcs. There was no doubt about this. In other words, Eugene was a hero from the start. His basic attributes were far superior to other orcs. It was one of the few wise ones among the half-orcs. Whether it was strength or wisdom, it had no obvious shortcomings. Then, Eugene had traveled the entire continent. It was impossible to calculate how many abilities he gained from this journey, but there was no doubt that this kind of travel made Eugene more dangerous and more powerful than other professions of the same level. Next, Eugene's profession level was around level 26 to 30. If he leveled up in the battle with the Abyss demons, then his profession level would average around level 28. According to the challenge rating +5 of the leader template, Eugene, as the Orc chieftain, could be regarded as a legendary creature close to level 33. In other words, Eugene's challenge rating might be a little higher than the ancient red dragon. The facts proved this point. Eugene had no fear when facing the ancient brass dragon. Even if the ancient brass dragon dared to come underground, Eugene would dare to fight it head-on. Finally, it wasn't the first time Soren fought with Eugene. Although Soren had always had the advantage, in fact, Soren had never fought Eugene head-on from the beginning to the end. All the battles were fought in a guerrilla style, using long attacks to win. Occasionally, he had to transform into a slaughterer to fight head-on. If he didn't transform into slaughter, Soren would have a hard time taking a direct hit from Eugene. This was because Eugene was a war shaman. His close combat ability was more terrifying than an ordinary legendary warrior. He could also mobilize the power of the Orc's ancestral soul. Therefore, Eugene's true strength could be regarded as a war shaman with a challenge rating of 27 or above. He was more dangerous than most demigods. His strength was similar to many weak gods. The facts proved this point. Eugene had no fear in the face of Soren at this time, but he maintained a vigilant expression. The only ones who could make him show a similar expression were the secondary demon lord and the ancient brass dragon that descended from Fallen Leaf City. Soren was a true god now. Moreover, he was a true god with lesser divine power. For ordinary legendary professionals, Soren could completely crush them. Eugene stood in front of him without any fear. Without enough strength, it was impossible to stand in front of him. This was also the reason why Soren had sought him out. Ascendant, Eugene, the old half-orc in front of him should be the top native profession in the material plane. In terms of combat power, he was probably more powerful than the great chief of the orcs, challenge rating, 24. In history, Eugene was able to slay gods by relying on his own strength. If there were only a few legendary professions in the entire material plane that could help Soren kill the Shadow Lord, Eugene was undoubtedly one of them. Furthermore, this fellow was the best meat shield in the material plane, capable of healing and tanking. If it weren't for the fact that Eugene was really powerful and Soren had a use for him, perhaps Soren wouldn't have contacted him at this time. After all, the half-elves and the half-orcs were now enemies. The continuous wars between the two sides had already become a blood feud. Soren was the patron of the half-elves. If he contacted Eugene at this time, it would definitely not be good news for the half-elves. As for subduing Eugene or controlling the half-orc tribe, or even cooperating on the surface, Soren almost didn't even think about it. Because if he did this, what would? The half-elves who had already settled in Mordor and had their relatives and friends slaughtered by the half-orcs think, would everyone put down their hatred and live a happy life? That would be too naive. The cooperation with Eugene could only be done in secret. The things that Soren promised could only be done in secret. Otherwise, Soren would hurt the feelings of the half-elves. As a high god, Soren sometimes had to think from the point of view of the believers. The war between the half-elves and the half-orcs had just ended. The hatred could not fade so quickly, and the two sides could not get along well in a short time. Even Soren could only use secret operations to balance all this. As long as these things were not put on the table, there would be no problem. As for after the death of the Shadow Lord, Soren would have taken over the Shadow and Rogue clergy at that time. At that time, the half-elf clergy might be stripped from the main clergy to the secondary clergy. Soren would have fewer things to worry about at that time. The half-elf clergy could not always be Soren's main clergy. In the future, his main clergy would definitely be concentrated on Shadow, Slaughter, and Death. Only with Shadow as the main clergy could Soren quickly reach the level of mid-level divine power. No one knew what Soren and Eugene talked about next because at the beginning of the conversation, Soren used his divine power to seal all the surrounding space. About 2 days later. Eugene suddenly gave the order to seal off the forest near the village where the half-orcs were staying. Then he let many adult half-orcs wait outside. After about half an hour, a faint magic light appeared on the ground, followed by a temporary portal. Then, a number of golems and clay golems came out of the portal. These golems were carrying heavy boxes in their hands. Hundreds of golems appeared one after another. After nearly half an hour, a small mountain of materials had been piled up next to the portal. Following that, the golems returned to the portal one after another, and the pitch-black portal gradually closed. At this time, Eugene ordered the half-orcs outside to come in. As soon as they came into the forest, the half-orcs couldn't help but be surprised because they saw bags of food in front of them. All of them were high-quality grains, which were difficult to produce in the barren north. Only the south, where the climate and soil environment were better, could produce them. These grains were better than the ones in autumn-fall because they came from the south coast, which was also very conducive for human farming. In addition, there were many boxes filled with meat. All of them were filled with salted fish, and each fish was marinated. Even if they were stored for a long time, there was no need to worry about them going bad. For the half-orcs who were close to the end of the line, the materials in front of them were simply a life-saving straw. The fire of the demons burned down the village, and naturally destroyed a lot of the granaries. Eugene reached out and tore open one of the grain bags. He picked up a full wheat grain with his fingers and put it in his mouth to chew. Then, like an old human farmer, he nodded and said in a deep voice, "Move it all back. Let people be careful. Don't touch these grains. They are all very good seeds. The tribe still uses the previous rye as the staple food." Eugene was used to a hard life. After seeing these grains, the first thing he thought of was to use them as seeds. It was ridiculous. As one of the most powerful professions in the material plane, Eugene had never married or had children in his life, nor did he enjoy the life of an emperor and a chief. His daily food and drink were not even comparable to ordinary human merchants. Most of the time, he was no different from an ordinary half-orc. When he first took over as the chief of the half-orcs, the entire half-orc clan was in the most difficult period. With the ogres as their enemy and the frost giants eyeing them from behind, the half-orc clan was trapped in the northwest wilderness with nowhere to go. The White Calamity had almost wiped out all the cattle, sheep, and wild boars that the clan had grazed. Although Eugene led the half-orc clan to defeat the ogres with amazing fighting power, he also single-handedly solved the crisis of the frost giant king. But in the end, the dilemma he faced still did not have the slightest chance of turning around. That was the most painful period for Eugene. Although he desperately led the warriors of the clan to hunt in the snow, many of the half-orc clan still starved to death every day in that winter. At that time, he had the strength of a demigod, but there was still no way to save his people. Eugene was just a war shaman. No matter how strong he was, there was no way to make food out of thin air. Even if he desperately hunted and killed for half a month without sleep, he was only one person after all. With his ability, how much prey could he hunt to feed the tens of thousands of hungry people in the clan, in that extremely cold winter? Tens of thousands of half-orcs starved to death, and Eugene also deeply realized that the half-orcs must gradually transform from a nomadic civilization to an agricultural civilization. It took Eugene decades to implement all of this. He defeated the ogres in the northwest wilderness and drove the frost giants to the coldest northern mountains. He swept away the threat of the gnolls and forced the lizard man back to the swamp area. Then Eugene began to look for places to cultivate in this barren land. Little by little, he transformed the half-orcs from nomadic fishing and hunting to a semi-agricultural civilization. In the past few decades, the half-orcs had been accumulating strength because compared to humans, elves, and dwarves, the half-orcs were too weak. It was not until Eugene felt that the time was right that he launched an attack on the half-elves, it had to be said. From a bystander's point of view, Eugene was really an indisputable hero of the half-orc race. Although for the half-elves, he was just an evil executioner, a butcher, a homicidal maniac, a demon who invaded their homeland and started a war. The food was transported away bag by bag. Eugene also returned to the tribe. The sudden arrival of supplies made the entire half-orc clan excited. Eugene opened the box, took out a dried salted fish from it, and threw it into the big pot of cooking food. After a while, Eugene reached out and scooped up a bowl of soup and tasted it. He nodded gently, and a smile finally appeared on his old face. He slowly said, "In the future, prepare food according to this quota. Let the people dig more wild vegetables and hunt more prey. When the autumn harvest comes, we don't have to worry about food." Salted fish from Mordor City. Eugene was very satisfied with this because there was a lot of meat in the food provided by Soren. These fish could provide enough nutrition for the warriors, and these salted fish were very good. All of them were real sea salt. This meant that for a long time in the future, the half-orc clan would not have to supplement salt through other means. This was only the first batch of materials provided by Mordor City. According to the conditions promised by Soren, a batch of materials would be sent in the future. Even if they succeeded in killing the Shadow Lord, Mordor City would provide them with a batch of fine weapons forged by military to deal with the future attack of the demons. Sometimes things were like this. Mordor City's warehouse was almost full because of a rich harvest. The salted fish that no one could finish was a rare and precious material for the half-orc clan. They were also the most powerful professions in the material plane. The Princess Royal of Arendelle and Eugene of the half-orc clan were two extremes. If Eugene joined the orc clan, he might be able to live a very luxurious life. But from the moment Eugene decided to carry the responsibility of the entire clan on his shoulders, he was destined to live a very difficult life. This kind of person was a hero. Even among all the races, only the half-orcs thought so. P.S. In the eyes of other races, Eugene was an ambitious war maniac, and he must be carefully guarded against. Everyone should pay attention to Futu's public account. The plot will be intertwined later. If you don't pay attention to it, the plot will be a bit different. On the other side, after Soren made contact with Eugene, he made an oath in the name of the gods, and Eugene made an oath in the name of the ancestors. He also began to arrange other things. The oath of the gods could not be made casually, especially when Soren belonged to the lawful camp. The ancestors of the half-orcs had more restrictions because the half-orcs had no true gods, only heroic spirits. If Eugene violated the oath, he would not be able to become a god again in his life. With this as the foundation of the oath, Soren also summoned the elemental spirits to supervise, forming a real contract with power. It was because of this that Soren could temporarily trust Eugene, and Eugene could also cooperate with Soren. Or else, no one was afraid that the other party would suddenly stab them in the back. However, whether it was Sauron or Eugene, they could be said to be heroes and ambitious figures in the material plane. Sauron was famous for being a man of his word. If he promised something, he would definitely promise it. This had long spread throughout the south coast. The outside world even called him the Pirate Emperor. Eugene himself was also a person who kept his promises. This kind of hero would not casually go back on his words. In order to persuade Eugene to take action, Soren paid a lot of price. What he had to do now was to control Autumn Fall, so that the remaining half-elf army would not attack the half-orcs. Because of the second wave of the demons, the half-orcs had suffered heavy losses. Now the strength of the two sides should be about the same. The half-elf nobles had the idea of recovering the outside land and completely expelling the half-orcs. For this matter, Soren naturally also had arrangements. In fact, when he first moved the civilians of Autumn Fall, the half-elf church that served him had already announced that there would be a huge disaster in the future. Only by going to the overseas city of Mordor could they avoid all this. Now, Soren's prophecy naturally came true without a doubt. The first wave of the demons' attack was very small, and people were just suspicious. However, the scale of the second wave of attacks was very large. Many races were attacked by the creatures of the lower plane. At this moment, the effect of repeating Soren's prophecy was completely different. Almost all the half-elves in Autumn Fall City were suddenly enlightened. They secretly thought that what the true god said was all true. A huge disaster was coming to the material plane. This time, the devil attack was the biggest proof. Luoya City avoided the siege of the demon army because of its strong walls, but this did not mean that there was no loss at all. Demonized ghouls appeared in the city. This was the servant of the demon lord of the bottomless abyss, the king of ghouls. Soren had already mentioned this threat during the second migration, but it was not until the second wave of attack from the demons. The Ghoul King finally made a move on Autumn Fall. Although it didn't destroy the city, it still caused a lot of casualties, causing the residents of the city to panic. At this time, it would be difficult for the nobles to unilaterally recover their lost land. However, in order to make sure that they had no hope of doing so, Soren decided to give them a push personally. After he returned to Mordor City, he ordered the half-elven church to operate and opened a temporary portal to Autumn Fall. Since the energy of the elemental furnace, Mordor City could finally open portals everywhere like the Witch Council. Soren's plan was like this. Send priests back to Autumn Fall and continue to preach that the disaster was not over. The attack of the demons could continue at any time. At present, the most important thing was to save their strength and find a safer place. Then, Soren asked some of the half-elves who had settled in Mordor City to go back and preach, telling others what life was like in Mordor City, how good, how rich, how full of vitality, and how new the city was. Finally, Soren took drastic measures and dug the last batch of half-elven believers who could be taken away to Mordor City. At present, the population of Autumn Fall City has been greatly reduced. Soren had taken away most of the believers in the first 2 times. Now the rest were the hidden believers and pan-believers, and this time he was not even going to let go of this. Faith could be cultivated slowly. As long as these half-elves came to Mordor City, saw everything in Mordor City, and enjoyed the benefits of Mordor City, they could integrate into Mordor City little by little in their daily lives, and naturally, they could slowly cultivate into pan-believers. After a long time, pan-believers could also become more devout believers, and for Soren, it was also a labor force for Mordor City. This matter was handed over to God's chosen, Milan, and the original archbishop of the half-elven church. The former grew up in Autumn Fall, and Soren also came to her and helped Autumn Fall solve the crisis. Therefore, she should be the most suitable candidate. For Soren, this was also an opportunity to gain experience and cultivate fanatics. Milan was only a 16-year-old girl. Although she had Soren's gift, her strength had improved rapidly, and she was now a high-grade priest. But after all, she was still too young. This kind of person who was destined to be in charge of the half-elven church in the future must have a little more experience. After Soren's series of moves, the last trace of vitality in Autumn Fall City was basically squeezed out by him. Mordor City, Beach. The second impact of the Avatar crisis had ended. Without Soren's help, Mordor City was safe and sound. Although they suffered a lot of casualties in this battle, they also gained a lot of spoils from the lower planes, especially a large number of soul crystals, which was enough for the golem factory in Mordor City to operate at full power for a while. Golems were combat power and important labor force. As long as there were energy resources, they could work like the heavy mechanical engineering corps in the interstellar era. Very few people were close to this beach, because it was occupied by a fierce guy. He was the pirate leader of Mordor City, and the pirate leader who was close to legendary strength, Giant. All pirate leaders would manage an area, but Giant was the most idle one among them. Because his brain wasn't very good. People had shortcomings and strengths. Giant's brain wasn't good, but he was loyal enough. In his view, as long as he faithfully carried out the orders of Sir Soren, his status would not be less than other pirate leaders, and he would even stand higher than them. It didn't matter if his brain wasn't good. Giant had strength, but he was a stubborn guy. In this way, most of Giant's affairs were handed over to his deputy, and he himself was trying to improve his strength every day. Because Soren said that he was the most likely warrior to reach the legendary realm in the near future. Giant fought countless battles in his life. The Battle of the Pirate King, the Battle of the Totem Jin, the Expedition of the Indigenous People, the Battle of the Vrykul Pirates, the Battle of the Southern Principality, the Expedition to Autumn Fall City, the first demon attack, the second demon attack. Every single one of these giants had participated in the battle, and they had all survived. Except for the Battle of the Dragon Slayer, when he didn't follow Soren, he was basically in all the big and small battles. He also rose from a mid-grade warrior all the way to the quasi-legendary realm. Giant had an innate racial bonus, and his body had the blood of the Swamp Giant. Note, the Swamp Giant is a branch of the Tidal Giant. Since Sir Soren said that he was the most likely to break through the legendary realm, then Giant thought that he would definitely be able to break through because Soren was always right. If Sir Soren said that he could break through, then he would definitely be able to break through. Therefore, Giant was desperately training himself every day, squeezing his own potential. He didn't have as many things as the other pirate leaders, so it was easier for him to focus. In contrast, the half-elf first mate hadn't had a breakthrough for a long time. At this time, the giant was swinging his weapon against the surging tidal force of the sea. His weapon was a heavy steel +3 anchor. Every time he swung it, he would break through the waves and make a loud rumbling sound. This practice method was taught to him by Sir Soren himself. Although it was very difficult, the giant still persevered in it. Because Sir Soren said that this was a very powerful exercise method. If he could succeed, his future combat power would be very amazing. Then, the upright giant practiced against the tides of the sea every day, swinging tens of thousands of times a day. If it wasn't for the giant's blood, he would have collapsed long ago. Because the tidal force of the city of Mordor was very powerful, ordinary warriors might not even be able to stand under the tides, let alone swinging the waves. The giant's weapon weighed more than 800 pounds, which was more than 700 pounds. He was the only one in the city of Mordor who could swing such a heavy anchor. As for swinging the waves tens of thousands of times a day, I'm afraid it was simply unimaginable in the eyes of others. A few months passed. At the end of the second impact, the giant suddenly felt that his blood was restless. When he swung his arms against the tide, there was a surge of power all over his body. His heart was galloping, and the power of his blood seemed to be awakened. He was already very familiar with every surge of the tide. It was as if his spirit had integrated into the tide, and his movements were also integrated into some kind of wonderful law. The power of the sea seemed to be integrated into it. In an instant, as if he had broken through a critical point, Giant's body made a crackling sound, and then his body grew a lot taller. When he swung the ship towards the waves, boom! As if it had exploded, the huge tide in front of him was directly split into two halves by him. At the same time, on the route of the giant's swing, another wave was strangely formed. It pushed forward for hundreds of meters before gradually dissipating. Success. Breakthrough. At this moment, Giant felt that there was endless energy in his body. He felt that everything in front of him was different. A door to a new world had opened to him. He had finally advanced into the legendary realm. P.S. Search for the official account of Buddha on WeChat. Clicking on the advertisement is equivalent to a genuine subscription. Roar. A roar instantly spread throughout the city of Mordor. Both Gloria and the high priest were alarmed by this roar. The figure of the high priest appeared above the temple. She looked at the beach in the distance and said slowly, "It seems that the giant has broken through to the legendary realm. Although he is a little stupid, his talent is not bad. He should be a very important force in the city of Mordor in the future." Gloria's figure also appeared, and after taking a look, she said, "Not bad, not bad. The city of Mordor has finally begun to give birth to its own legendary profession. According to the current progress, it is only a matter of time before Saruman enters the legendary realm. The little girl named Milan in the church has Soren's gift, so it will not be difficult for her to enter the legendary realm. I heard that Scarface, Cyclops, and Adele Isabella are also on the verge of entering the legendary realm. Although it may take a little longer, there should be many legendary professions in the city of Mordor in the future. Good preparation. It was finally time for Soren to reap the rewards of everything he had paid in the beginning. The pirate leaders with potential had touched the edge of the legendary realm, and the ones without potential had reached the ranks of high-grade professions. Now the city of Mordor was at a critical point. As long as it broke through this critical point, the number of legendary professions in the city of Mordor would not be much less than other old forces. And these legends were all people who followed Soren from the beginning. Their loyalty was far higher than others. In the future, these people would be important pillars of the city of Mordor. The high-end combat power of the city of Mordor was now very strong. Soren was a true god, lesser divine power, Vivian was the son of fear, demigod, Gloria, and Fallen, which were legendary wizards. The high priest was a level 30 psionic warlock, cursed state, and Saruman was divinity. In addition, the city of Mordor also had an adult shadow dragon, a divine wyvern raised by Vivian, and the giant who had just entered the legendary realm. Such strength was already stronger than many human kingdoms, Eastern Kingdom. In the northwest of this faraway country, there was a towering mountain that reached into the clouds. This mountain peak was like a sharp sword piercing through the clouds. The surrounding cliffs were very steep. Even high-level monks would find it difficult to climb to the top with their bare hands. There was a platform at the top of the mountain. It looked very strange, as if someone had flattened it with their bare hands. At the most important part of the platform, there was a strange stone. The rock wasn't big. It looked a bit like a human stone statue. Its facial features were blurred, but its body shape looked like a monk sitting cross-legged. No one knew how long this stone had been here. No matter how many years it had been battered by wind and rain, it had not moved in the slightest. A cold gust of wind blew. Suddenly, at the bottom of the mountain, several figures were rapidly ascending. They were all dressed as martial monks and used a very mysterious light body technique. One leap was more than 10 meters away, continuously advancing towards the top of the mountain. Very soon, 5 figures came to the top of the mountain. One of them was a pretty girl. She was Cicada, who had signed a contract with the demon Sauron. She had successfully entered the inner circle of martial monks and began to cultivate at the top level. Grandmaster. The leading middle-aged martial monk knelt down respectfully towards the stone in front of him. The other martial monks saw this and knelt down one after another. The girl Cicada's expression was a bit blank, but she quickly knelt down as well. The leading legendary martial monk respectfully said to the stone, "Grandmaster. The ancient evil creature has broken the seal and has come out. The monastery is worried that the people of the Eastern Kingdom will be plunged into misery and suffering, so they specially sent their disciple Hollow to ask the Grandmaster to come out. Grandmaster, please subdue the ancient evil creature for the sake of the world. Otherwise, I'm afraid the Eastern Kingdom will be flooded with blood." The stone was still motionless in the same place. Except for the legendary monk who was the leader, the other monks all looked at him with a puzzled expression. Today, they had received a mission from the monastery to respectfully request a Grandmaster who had been in seclusion for a long time to come out and deal with an ancient evil creature. As for this strange mountain, it was the first time for these young martial monks to come here. They didn't understand why the legendary Master Hollow was so respectful to this stone. Because no matter how they looked at it, it was just an ordinary stone. There was no breath of life on it. Time passed little by little. Just as the others were getting more and more confused, suddenly a breath of life came from the cold stone in front of them. Then there was a very slow breathing sound. A normal person's breathing should be relatively fast, but the breathing in front of them was slow to the degree of 1 breath per minute. All the people present were high-grade professionals. This breath of life and this slow breathing were absolutely not there at the beginning. All of this was completely sudden. As if thinking of something, one of the martial monks couldn't help but be shocked. "Cloud Monk. The Grandmaster that the monastery wants us to welcome is the legendary Cloud Monk?" Hearing this, the others were also shocked. The girl Cicada also couldn't help but be surprised and looked at the stone in front of her with surprise. Cloud Monk. It was one of the most peculiar branches of martial monks. They were very powerful martial monks and had all kinds of strange abilities. When they cultivated to a certain level, they could, snow treading without trace, cloud walking, and in the end, they could even obtain the immortal mountain ability. At that time, the cloud climbing monk would remove the limit of their lifespan and would never die because of old age. Crack. A crack appeared on the stone in front of them, and then the whole stone turned into powder and scattered. An old martial monk sitting cross-legged appeared in front of everyone. Neither old nor dead. Neither eating nor drinking. He didn't even need to breathe. At this moment, all the martial monks couldn't help but show an expression of disbelief. Because as martial monks, they knew too well that the Grandmaster in front of them showed unimaginable strength when he came out of seclusion. It wasn't such a thrilling scene. But those who understood the meaning of this were absolutely unbelievable. This martial ancestor chose to go into seclusion at the peak of this mountain. It was unknown how long this seclusion lasted. The stone that wrapped him inside was completely formed by wind, frost, and dust. And this process might take as long as several hundred years or even 1,000 years, neither old nor dead. Neither eating nor drinking. He didn't even need to breathe. The cloud monk in front of them had entered a realm that they couldn't imagine. Such an existence was completely comparable to any god. The martial monk in front of them was an existence that they couldn't understand. At least, none of the known martial monks in the monastery could touch such a mysterious and profound realm. Immortal mountain. Divine transcendence. Unbreakable Vajra. Immortal body. The abilities that could only be obtained by martial monks in the legendary realm appeared in the minds of the others. They didn't even know how many legendary abilities the cloud monk in front of them had. They could only be sure that such an existence was almost like a god to them. How many years is it now? The cloud monk with a slightly old face slowly opened his eyes. His voice was a little hoarse. He hadn't spoken for hundreds or even thousands of years, so he probably wasn't used to it. He should have cultivated the immortal body of a martial monk very late, so his appearance was fixed at the moment he succeeded. This didn't affect his strength. When a martial monk reached this realm, they probably didn't care about their appearance. It's the year 1676 of the New Moon era. The leading legendary martial monk named Hollow bowed his head respectfully. His voice was slightly trembling, and he seemed to be a little excited as he said, "Grandmaster has been in seclusion for 632 years. At this moment, Hollow finally understood why the monastery sent him to welcome this Grandmaster. It was because after entering the legendary realm, he gradually lost his direction. He didn't know what realm he could reach in the future. But today, when he saw the cloud monk, he deeply realized how small he was. He also understood that his current legendary realm was nothing compared to the martial monk's cultivation. There were too many paths waiting for him to explore in the future. It's been more than 600 years? There seemed to be a hint of vicissitudes in the voice of the cloud monk. He slowly stood up and directly stepped out of the cliff. Just like that, he walked in the air, and the white clouds seemed to be under his feet. Every step he took brought him over 100 meters away. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Only a sentence was left behind on the spot, "Since the ancient evil creature has been born. I'll go now. You guys go back to the monastery first. I'll visit the current head of the monastery after some time. P.S. Search for the official account of the Buddha on WeChat." Clicking on the advertisement is equivalent to a genuine subscription. The group of monks watched as the cloud monk left. The other monks all had expressions of reverence, but the young girl's expression was a bit strange. She could be considered one of the most powerful mortals in the material plane. This was because her master, Soren, was a true god. It was different from the feeling Soren gave her. The cloud monk in front of her was powerful, but the aura he gave off was like that of a rock. The young girl couldn't even sense any fluctuations in his emotions. She didn't know how long this person had lived. His body was immortal, but his spirit was no different from a rock. Yes. He was just a rock. The young girl immediately understood why she had such a feeling. The cloud monk who had just left should be one of the most powerful mortals in the material plane. It could be said that this person's strength was immeasurable. Fighting against normal gods was nothing, and he might even be able to take on the god kingdom of a weak god. This kind of existence already had an immortal body, but he wasn't a real god spirit. The girl could feel that his mind was full of dust, just like the stone he had turned into. Hundreds and thousands of years of life had made his mind not as pure as it was before. And this was the biggest difference between the cloud-climbing monk and the gods. Unless he broke through another realm and reached the unimaginable realm of oneness of heaven and men, such a person was really not much different from a stone. However, if he truly reached the realm of being one with the world, wouldn't he be walking the same path as the oak tree father? True gods were immortal. Whether it was the body or the spirit, true gods were immortal. However, the cloud monk was different. Only his body was immortal, but his spirit hadn't reached the realm of being immortal. If his spirit could reach the realm of being immortal, then he would truly be one with the world, and the realm of the true mysteries of the way of nature. This kind of monk had never appeared before. If he really reached such a realm, wouldn't he be similar to an ancient god? They didn't need faith. But he had the ability to rival any great divine power, gods. Witnessing the birth of such a powerful martial monk with their own eyes, everyone present was touched and had a different kind of understanding. This was also the monastery's arrangement. These people who welcomed the cloud monk out of seclusion were all the most promising seeds in the monastery. Among these people, because they had a contract with Soren, they were connected to the gods. Among them, the girl should be the one who had the deepest understanding. Her understanding and feelings might have far surpassed that of the legendary monk. Let's go down too. Su stood there for a long time before he came back to his senses. Everything that had happened today had left him in a state of shock. Seeing that many people still hadn't come back to their senses, he couldn't help but say, "Since Grandmaster has already come out of seclusion, why don't you come out? If that's the case, then there shouldn't be a problem for the ancient evil being to break through the seal. You should know that Grandmaster is someone who broke through over 100 levels of the bottomless abyss. Back then, Grandmaster went deep into the bottomless abyss with a team of legendary figures, and even fought with the demon prince back then. If he personally makes a move, even the legendary 100-armed giant can fight head-on." Hearing Void's words, the others could not help but be speechless. One of them suddenly said, "Master Su, I want to ask, how old is this Grandmaster now? When was he born?" Su was stunned for a moment. Then, he thought for a long time before slowly saying, "I'm not very clear about Grandmaster's matters. There are very few records in the monastery. We can only confirm that Grandmaster lived through the Arcane Empire. When the Arcane Empire fell, Grandmaster was one of the saints in charge of sealing the ancient evil being in the Eastern Kingdom." Saint. This title was not only used for gods. For the Cloud Monk just now, calling him a saint was not an exaggeration at all. "Is that so?" the girl murmured. "Then what about the other saints?" Su turned to look at her and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Most of them have died of old age. After all, gods are the true immortals. One of them went to Sigil City, but there is still no news. Another arcanist went to the clockwork Nirvana's mechanical mirror. Perhaps he is still alive. This period of history is still preserved in the monastery's ancient inscriptions. When you reach the legendary realm, you will have the right to go in and take a look." Hearing this, the young girl fell silent. She felt that when she reached the legendary realm, it was absolutely necessary to go to the monastery to see the legends of the past. It was a glorious and tragic era. It was also an era when mortals and gods collided head-on. No one knew the reason for the destruction of the Arcane Empire, but many stories passed down had traces of gods. Droll hated the alchemy technology of the Arcane Empire so much. It might have something to do with the fall of Father of the Oak Tree. As mentioned before, Droll hated the alchemy technology of the Arcane Empire very much, because it was these things that polluted the whole nature and led to the sacrifice of Father of the Oak Tree to save the world. A group of people went down the mountain silently. The girl felt that today's trip was really worth it, because after witnessing all this with her own eyes, she suddenly had a feeling that the legendary realm was in front of her, and she was about to reach out and touch it. The quasi-legendary realm. This wonderful feeling made her want to go back and start a new practice immediately, because she felt that the divine transcendence was waving to her again. The Avatar crisis was coming. Soren changed some things, but he couldn't change some things. Some demons and devils in the lower planes suffered heavy losses, but some demons and devils in the lower planes also gained a lot. The greedy ones would surely launch another attack, but the next time, they would avoid some tough bones. To these demons of the lower planes, the material plane was a rich treasure trove. They just needed to go in and plunder. The gods didn't intervene too much in the second wave of impact, because when they just fell to the mortal world, their divine power had been stripped away. At this weakest time, they didn't want to expose themselves. However, with the passage of time, the gods began to quietly accumulate a little divine power, and they were out of the weakest stage. At this time, the gods began to gradually step onto the stage of the Avatar crisis. This also meant that the impact in the future would be more and more terrible. P.S. Search for the official account of Buddha on WeChat. Clicking on the advertisement is equivalent to a genuine subscription. After dealing with many things, Soren was also ready to leave for Arendelle. To deal with the Shadow Lord, he had to rely on the power of the Princess Royal. Soren had always suspected that the Princess Royal had inherited the bloodline of the goddess of North Wind and Snow, but there was no definite news to confirm this. The Cold Winter Maiden had not yet appeared. When the Princess Royal was really in danger, it was already in the middle and later stages of the Avatar crisis. Soren pulled the Princess Royal into the same line at this time, which was good for both of them, because the Princess Royal was also constantly improving herself in the battle with other gods. Speaking of which, the reason why Soren suddenly decided to attack the Shadow Lord was because of something else. Back to a few days ago. Soren went to explore the kingdom of the god of the hunt, Malor. This was a very rewarding adventure. Soren not only gained a lot of divinity and divine power, but also accumulated more than 2 million slaughter EXP originally. He planned to leave after exploring a part of it, because the second wave of the Avatar crisis was about to begin. But after all, he was still reluctant to give up such a rich reward. The kingdom of the god of the hunt was collapsing rapidly. If he went out like this, the next time he came, it would be destroyed. So, in the end, he decided to walk around with the incarnation of the Silvermoon Lady. Not to mention other gains, just the slaughter EXP and divinity were worth spending some time here. And a lot of arrangements had been made in the city of Mordor. Even if Soren was not there, they should be able to get through this crisis safely. This delayed them for more than a day. Then both of them gained something, but at that time, the kingdom of the god of the hunt had shrunk too much. Without the support of divine power, the kingdom was on the verge of accelerating collapse, and they felt that it was impossible to get anything more. Soren and the Silvermoon Lady returned to the material plane together. That was when it happened. Just as Soren and the Silvermoon Lady left together and returned to the material plane through the barrier of the god's kingdom, they suddenly felt that they were surrounded by a force, and the nearby space was completely isolated. Be careful. Be careful. Lady Silvermoon and Soren spoke at the same time. Immediately, Soren's eyes glowed with the light of divinity. He then activated his tracking divinity, and everything around him was within the range of his divine senses. There didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. But this was the strangest part. Even with Soren's intuition, he couldn't detect any traces of abnormalities. This could only mean one thing, and that was that these traces had been erased by a very powerful person. And to be able to do this, perhaps only legendary rogues and rangers could do it. These erased traces itself was an anomaly, so Soren did not hesitate to activate his tracking clergy. In an instant, some scenes appeared in his mind. Ah! There was a cry of despair as a half-elf adventurer was stabbed to death by a dagger that appeared out of nowhere. The corpse was about 5 meters away from Soren, but there was nothing there. At the other side, an orc shaman's throat was cruelly cut, and the corpse was about 7 meters away from Soren. Then 3 meters to the side. An elf. Droll's heart was directly pierced by a dagger, and he couldn't react in time. Death replay, this was the ability of Soren's clergy. The power of the tracking clergy combined with the domain of death to create a replay of the moment of death. Almost all of them were killed in one hit. Before Soren came out, many adventurers had already died here. All of them were top-tier assassins, and many of them couldn't react in time. Someone is ambushing here. High-tier legendary assassin. Assassin. Has the ability to completely hide. Doesn't reveal himself when attacking. Shit. It's the Shadow Lord's favored one. The target is me? Soren's reaction and reasoning were undoubtedly top-notch. Just by looking at these incomplete scenes, he immediately deduced the general situation. Assassin. A follower of the Shadow Lord. They would never reveal themselves when attacking in stealth, so Soren couldn't see any of the enemy's figures. This was because the divine power from the Shadow Lord gave them the ability of permanent invisibility. Damn it, in the entire multiverse, only the Shadow Lord, who was in charge of the Shadow clergy, could cultivate such a follower. His target was definitely not the Lady of Silvermoon next to him, so the only explanation was that he wanted to kill Soren. Soren was the god of half-elves and rogues, and he also had the Shadow domain, so he was the most dangerous competitor of the Shadow Lord. Soren killed the god of the hunt, Malor. So when the god of the hunt's kingdom fell into the mortal world, Soren was most likely to go there. The other party was ambushing at the entrance of the god's kingdom, so it was obvious that he wanted to kill Soren. Now, the most dangerous and difficult thing to determine was whether the Shadow Lord came in person. Gods were very afraid of death. The Shadow Lord might not dare to come in person to kill Soren, because the Lady of Night wanted to get the Shadow clergy for a long time. She had always been a very cautious god. There was a faint sound. Just when Soren and the Lady of Silvermoon found that the space around them was sealed, and they couldn't use teleportation spells at all, there was an almost inaudible movement from all directions. It was as if a gentle breeze had brushed past. Assassin. The Lady of Silvermoon frowned and said slowly, "This is the Shadow Lord's follower. I didn't expect him to be ready to attack you so soon." In order to return Soren a favor, the Lady of Silvermoon warned Soren. The Shadow Lord wanted to kill Soren. If Soren came out alone, then the situation would be slightly more dangerous. But fortunately, he came out with the Lady of Silvermoon today, and these assassins obviously didn't recognize the avatar of the Lady of Silvermoon. They regarded her as a companion of Soren, and a very dangerous legendary spellcaster. Then, logically speaking, once the battle began, the assassins would have to eliminate the most dangerous spellcaster first. This was the law for thousands of years. Countless assassins used bloody lessons to warn the future generations that if the spellcasters were left alone, there would be many tragic consequences. Therefore, at the moment when the battle broke out, the Lady of Silvermoon became the first target of these assassins. On the contrary, Soren only faced 2 or 3 enemies. P.S. Search for the official account of the Buddha on WeChat. Clicking on the advertisement is equivalent to subscribing to it. At this moment, Lady Silvermoon was a little confused. It was clear that the Lord of Shadows was targeting Soren, but for some reason, she became the primary target of the assassins at the beginning of the battle, and most of the enemies were coming for her. How could it be like this? At this moment, Lady Silvermoon's heart collapsed. After all, she was only an avatar that came here. The battle in the Divine Kingdom had already consumed a lot of power, and now she was besieged by a group of legendary assassins. The situation suddenly became a little dangerous. The Lord of Shadows had a group of the best legendary assassins in the multiverse, and many of them were given a trace of divinity by the Lord of Shadows. For such an old god, perhaps the divinity was very rare, but 1 or 2 points of divinity was not difficult to obtain. This group of assassins could even threaten a true god in the form of a saint. The power of the divinity, space change. In the face of the enemy's crazy attack, Soren could not sit still at this time. These enemies had blocked the teleportation in advance, and only by relying on the power of the divinity could the seal be broken temporarily. Soren was not worried. After all, his close combat ability was still very strong, but he was not sure about Lady Silvermoon. If the teleportation spell could not be used, she might fall here. If the avatar died, Lady Silvermoon's body would also be seriously damaged, which was not something he wanted to see. An invisible force collided. There was a slight distortion in the surrounding space, and Soren's face showed a trace of shock. He failed. He did not break the dimensional lock. There was a trace of power from the shadow plane here. Greater energy shield. Lady Silvermoon was also an old god. The moment she was attacked, she activated an energy shield, and then took out a heavy hammer. It was her exclusive artifact, the Staff of the Waning Moon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Although Soren could not see the figures of the enemies, he could lock the position of these enemies by relying on his tracking clergy. Assassins had the ability of permanent invisibility, which was also very dangerous for other legendary figures. However, for Soren, who had the divine domain of tracking, it was not a problem at all. As long as he could find a trace, he would be able to lock onto his target. This was also the reason why the Shadow King did not dare to personally deal with Soren, and even until now, there was no trace of him. If the Lord of Shadows appeared, Soren could instantly use his tracking divinity to lock onto him. Shadow Hide. Shadow Strike. Transform into Slaughter. There were 7 legendary assassins who had attacked the 2 of them. One of them was a sorcerer who had the ability to cast shadow spells. They summoned distorted shadowy creatures and surrounded Soren and the Lady of Silvermoon. At this point, Soren could no longer conserve his strength. After all, this was a legendary-level assassination squad. He immediately transformed into his slaughter form and pounced towards the nearest enemy who was completely invisible. Divine Shockwave. A divine power emerged. There was a slight distortion in the light ahead. That was because the enemy had been sent flying by the divine power shockwave. Order, death. Soren did not dare to be careless. He seized an opportunity to kill an enemy first. He had a rich source of divine power, and the city of Mordor could continuously provide him with it. Therefore, there was no need to reserve the divine power harvested from the kingdom of God at this critical moment. Power of divinity, time stop. 3 assassins appeared around the Lady of Silverman's body, and her high-grade energy shield was broken almost instantly. In this case, she could no longer retain her divine power. She directly used the power of divinity to activate time stop, and then swung out a heavy hammer. Blood splattered, however, the bodies did not appear. Even if death came, these assassins were still invisible. There's a shadow wizard on the left. Leave the rest to me. A blood-red glow appeared in Soren's pupils. With the growth of the power of the gods, especially after obtaining the domain of slaughter and death, Soren's mastery of the slaughter form became stronger and stronger, and the effect on himself became smaller and smaller. If he could master the domain of slaughter, he was afraid that he could completely get rid of the negative status of the slaughter form. Die. The power of the domain of tracking was fully exerted. In Soren's eyes, these completely invisible enemies had nowhere to hide. Their ability to not be visible in their attacks was very dangerous for others, but it was completely useless for Soren. The slaughter form gave Soren a strong vitality. He no longer had to worry about being killed by these legendary assassins with a backstab, and naturally, he could close the distance and fight hand-to-hand. Shadow leap. The space seal seemed to only target Soren and the Lady of Silvermoon. These assassins could still use the shadow ability to travel. An assassin suddenly appeared behind Soren and seemed to be ready to backstab him. Intuition dodge. In the face of the enemy's attack, Soren did not react at all. He did not even look back at all. Just at the moment when the enemy approached, he suddenly held the curved sword with both hands and stabbed backward, and then a stream of blood gushed out. In the entire material plane, there were not many people who could dodge better than Soren. These assassins actually wanted to backstab Soren. They were simply courting death, backstab, pincer attack, shadow strike. All the assassins' sneak attacks were completely ineffective against Soren. It was as if he had a third eye and could easily predict any sneak attack. Stupid. Soren's mouth showed a cruel smile. In an instant, he rushed forward and stabbed the curved sword into a cloud of air. When he pulled it out, a stream of blood gushed out. He was the god of rogues and half-elves, looking at the whole multiverse, who could know the ability of rogues better than the god of rogues. If these assassins attacked head-on, Soren might be in a bit of danger, but they actually foolishly chose to assassinate him. This was simply suicide. How could the god of rogues die under the assassination of a group of assassins who advanced from rogues? They were simply showing off in front of an expert. Shadow hide. Soren's figure disappeared in place. He felt that as the god of rogues, he should tell these naive guys what the real art of assassination was. P.S. Search for the official account of Buddha on WeChat. Clicking on the advertisement is equivalent to a genuine subscription. It was time to show off his real skills. Soren's figure disappeared. Shadow dancers, evade sight, allowed him to enter stealth mode at any time, and the anti-detection cloak made it impossible for these assassins to capture his specific location. On the contrary, in front of Soren, who had tracking, these assassins who had launched attacks had nowhere to hide. One by one, they were all locked onto by Soren. Although the ability of Shadow Jump was sealed, for Soren, it was enough to kill these enemies without using Shadow Jump. Backstab. A cold light suddenly appeared, and the next moment, blood splattered. These assassins did not break the stealth state until they were killed by Soren. It seemed that the Shadow Lord had given some kind of ability to their bloodline. A magnificent counterattack was about to begin. As the top rogue in the material plane, Soren was very familiar with the characteristics of this profession. These assassins were simply showing off in front of an expert. He did not know how many rogues he had fought in the past, and he was already very familiar with the assassin's attack methods. Hold human body spell. Lady Silvermoon seemed to be angered by the sudden attack, especially since the enemy's main target was her. After the goddess got angry, she started to cast human immobilization. Her spellcasting level was frighteningly high. Basically, as long as she caught the target, she would be able to cast a spell. Furthermore, the duration of Lady Silvermoon's spells was frighteningly long. As long as these assassins were held in place, they would basically stand there and wait for death. During this time, a child could stab them to death with a dagger. Retreat. After paying for nearly half of the casualties, the assassins finally couldn't take it anymore. They came with the belief that they would die, but until now, neither Lady Silvermoon nor Soren had been injured at all. If they continued to fight, they would be courting death. They finally gave up this assassination operation and prepared to withdraw from the battlefield. Want to leave? Lady Silvermoon's expression was quite cold. She raised her hand and cast stone to mud. Immediately, messy footprints appeared on the ground. These assassins were very powerful, but after all, they had not reached the realm of leaving no trace in the snow. Their path of retreat had turned into mud, and light footprints immediately appeared. Silver Blade of Gith. Change form. A silver ray of light appeared in Soren's palm, and it turned into a silver bow that was emitting a strange light. Divine Power Infusion. Sob. Sob, arrows were shot out like a storm. Soren directly used his divine power to form arrows, completely saving the time of putting arrows on the bow. It was like an anti-aircraft machine gun shooting out arrows that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. He had already considered this method of battle. The effect was even more powerful than Missile Storm. The downside was that it consumed a lot of divine power. One arrow cost 1 divine power. Poochie. Thump, thump. Continuous sounds of people falling to the ground rang out, and blood splattered in the air. Soren turned his palm, and the battle bow of Gith turned back into a silver-white metal ball, and then disappeared into the Battlemaster gloves. At present, this weapon was not complete. Although Gloria had completed some of its abilities, it was not enough to be used as Soren's main weapon until it reached the level of divine weapon. If he wanted to exert its real combat power, he was afraid that only the fragments of the divine weapon could be used to repair the Silver Blade of Gith. The Northern Witch Council had such a piece, but the Eye of the North would not give it up so easily. Soren needed 2 divine weapons. A main weapon and an offhand weapon. Divine Power Infusion completed the embryo of the main weapon, but the Silver Blade of Gith as an offhand weapon was still too far away. You actually have such a thing? Lady Silvermoon looked at the silver-white metal ball in Soren's palm with surprise and said slowly, Silver Blade of Gith? This thing is a little hot. Soren smiled and did not answer at all. He was not afraid of the Gith Yankees now. The Avatar crisis had broken out, and the Gith Yankees were probably worried about some astral world beasts. How could they have the leisure to find trouble with him? Let's go. The Shadow Lord is not here. I'm afraid he doesn't dare to show up easily, because my old enemy also wants his priesthood. Lady Silvermoon's face did not look very good when she said this. She and the Lady of the Night had been fighting for thousands of years, and she had always been at a disadvantage. She naturally felt uncomfortable when she mentioned her old enemy. The Lady of the Night could be said to be the 3 giants of the gods of the evil alignment. One was the Queen of Spiders, one was the Storm Lord, and the other was the Lady of the Night. In the past, the Massacre God system was in the axis of the evil alignment, but with the seal of the God of Murder and the half-dead Dread Lord, there were only these 3 gods in the evil alignment. Let's go. Having just encountered an assassination, Soren's face did not look very good. There was no way he could get along with the Shadow Lord. If the Shadow Lord wanted to level up, he had to obtain the priesthood of Wanderer. If Soren wanted to climb up, he could not avoid the priesthood of Shadow. Both sides were destined to fight to their heart's content. But he did not expect the Shadow Lord to make his move so quickly. I'm afraid. Following this, the churches and forces of both sides would inevitably clash. Soren had never been a person who would sit still and wait for death. Since both sides were destined to be enemies, then he had to plan how to deal with the Shadow Lord. Mid-level divine power. He was a very, very dangerous enemy. It would be very difficult for Soren to kill him alone. Soren had to find some partners, and these partners had to be at least demigods. Otherwise, the Shadow Lord's divine power, time stop, would kill them all. Princess Royal. This was the first candidate that Soren thought of. There was no other way. Princess Royal's signature was there. She had always been one of the few candidates who could challenge the gods in the material plane. So who was next? Soren thought of Gloria and Fallen Witch, but he quickly ruled them out. He could not bear the fact that Gloria was facing the threat of death. Soren had always been a male chauvinist. Although all the women in this world were very strong, it could be seen from his desire to protect Vivian. He cared about these people very much. He was not willing to let them risk their lives to help him deal with an enemy like the Shadow Lord. He thought so in his heart. Suddenly, a very bold idea popped up in Soren's mind. A name appeared in his mind. Ascender, Eugene, the leader of the orcs, the most powerful war shaman in the material plane, and the existence of the natives who relied on his own strength to become a god. A peerless master who could also fight against the gods in the face. P.S. Search for the official account of Buddha on WeChat. Clicking on the advertisement is equivalent to subscribing to it. Outer Islands, Mordor City. When Soren returned to the base camp, even he was amazed by the changes that had taken place here. The Golem army had taken shape. This not only meant that the combat power of Mordor City had been greatly improved, but it also meant that Mordor City had an extraordinary labor force. The size of the Golem army was now close to 600, of which more than 500 were clay golems and stone golems, the rest were steel golems, and a small number of diamond golems. Because of the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, the material plane could now obtain soul crystals. The soul crystals dropped by creatures from the lower plane were continuously supporting the operation of the golem factory. Currently, 10 clay golems were produced in Mordor City every day, and these golems were immediately put to work after they were completed. When Soren came back this time, not only did Mordor City complete the task of flattening the mountain, but at the same time, the city hall had begun to lay out the canal system. Earth, water, wind, and fire. Soren was playing a very big game, far beyond the imagination of the mortals of this era. The golem puppets provided engineering ability beyond the era. The plan for the canal on Mordor Island started from the city. The first step was to dig a moat near Mordor City. Then, the moat connected the canal to the north and south of the island, and finally flowed into the sea from near Port Mordor. Flattening the mountain. Arranging the ley line node, this was the part that belonged to Earth. Soren not only locked the ley line node, but even the ley line energy of the entire island was artificially changed by him. All the ley line nodes were connected to the temple, and 12 satellite-like towns formed a network, connecting the ley line energy of the entire island together. Opening up the canal. This was the part that belonged to water. Soren would arrange a huge magic circle on the entire island of Mordor to converge the power of water elements into the entire island. This would not only affect the people's livelihood such as agriculture and irrigation, but it would also form a special elemental balance with other forces, and eventually form a special elemental tide. Then, Soren needed to make up for the power of fire. His idea was to raise a volcano in Mordor City. An active volcano that was suppressed by the power of the gods but would never erupt. This volcano would be connected to the power of lava, providing a steady stream of energy for the forging of Mordor City. Finally, there was the power of chi. This was the most difficult one to control, and Soren still needed more trump cards to complete it. Perhaps this place should be simpler. In fact, Soren's plan was to transform the entire island of Mordor into the prototype of a floating island, and his plan of earth, water, wind, fire was equivalent to creating an independent demiplane system. A space barrier that could maintain stability even when separated from the material plane. This was mentioned earlier. All planes could be divided and changed. Many of the dimensions in the Baator Inferno were plunder from the abyss and then change the planar laws. The erosion and annexation of the lower planes was very serious. The Queen of Spiders' divine kingdom was able to expand to its current scale by tearing apart a layer of space in the bottomless abyss and then integrating it into her divine kingdom. To put it simply, any plane could be separated by a great amount of power. It was the same for material planes. The island of Mordor, which was located in the outer islands of the material plane, was even more so. If it could be transformed into a floating city, then it could be separated from the material plane and enter the astral world, teleport to other spaces, or even drift in the sea of the astral world. And if it could be transformed into a demi-plane, then the island could even be integrated into the divine kingdom. Soren could move it to his divine kingdom. But this had to wait until the end of the Avatar crisis, and it required a huge amount of divine power to lift it out of the law barrier of the material plane. Thoughts on this point? Gloria and Fallen which more or less guessed a little, but Soren did not say it clearly. They thought that Soren intended to build a floating island. But in fact, Soren's ambition was bigger than they thought. You're back. In the city lord's mansion, Gloria smiled and helped Soren take off his cloak. She hung it aside like a gentle wife, and then said softly, Vivian's condition is very stable. It should not be long before she can integrate with the power of divinity. Soren nodded when he heard the words. He opened his arms and hugged the beautiful witch in front of him. He bowed his head and kissed her on the lips. Thank you for your hard work. Gloria smiled softly and raised her hand to gently lift up a strand of her long hair. If Soren was not in Motor City, then she would be the mistress of Motor City. Many decisions and tasks were directed by her. At present, Gloria's performance was almost perfect in all aspects. Otherwise, she would not have the support of Motor City. Even after the ambiguous relationship between Soren and Princess Anna came out, everyone in Mordor City thought that she should be the first matriarch. Gloria not only had beauty, but she also used her wisdom to convince the upper and lower classes of Motor City. Mother said that the Golem army is almost ready. Gloria did not leave Soren's arms, but leaned lazily in his arms. Her eyes seemed to be a little intoxicated. She exhaled and said, We have spent too much energy on the wizard tower in the shadow plane. Now it's practically ready. Maybe we should take it down completely. Was the Golem army ready? Soren's eyes lit up when he heard the words, and he said in a deep voice, Is the diamond golem enough? That's good. Let's march into the wizard tower tomorrow and take it down completely. They had been delayed for too long. The internal defense system of the wizard tower was too powerful. Without more than 70% confidence, Soren would not dare to attack it. He was a true god, but Soren was now in the holy form, and he had no ability to resurrect people at all. Most of the gods in this catastrophe did not have the ability to resurrect people. If someone died, they could only die completely. Only when Soren was connected to the kingdom of God and restored the power of the divine form could he resurrect some people at a high price. Now, all the gods were just ridiculously strong legendary professions. Ahem. Fallen Witch's figure appeared. After seeing Soren and Gloria together, she could not help but cough slightly, and her expression seemed a little strange. But soon she returned to normal and talked to Soren about marching into the wizard tower. Originally, this was nothing. But, just after the three of them finished discussing all this, Fallen Witch suddenly sent a message to Soren through telepathy before leaving. It's time to please the Queen of Succubus. I haven't sensed the will of the Queen of Succubus yet, but the emblem she left on me is still working. I have some questions to ask you. P.S. Search for the official account of Buddha on WeChat. Clicking on the advertisement is equivalent to a genuine subscription. The Fallen Witch's words obviously startled Soren. However, he covered it up very well. But even if Soren's acting skills were getting better and better, how could he hide it from the pure and intelligent legendary witch Gloria? Gloria obviously realized something and couldn't help but take a deep look at her mother's departing figure. She frowned slightly. Now this matter was not urgent. The Succubus Queen was also within the scope of the outbreak of the Avatar crisis. Soren was not worried that the Succubus Queen would do anything to the Fallen Witch for the time being. But if this matter was not completely solved, it would definitely be a problem in the future. The emblem on the Fallen Witch was connected to her soul. Soren could only erase this emblem in God form at a certain price, and this action was very likely to anger the Succubus Queen. Therefore, this matter could only be put aside for now. To completely solve it, it had to wait until the end of the Avatar crisis. What followed was naturally a rare leisurely time. Gloria was particularly enthusiastic tonight. She took the initiative to do many difficult positions and different biting methods, which was simply contrary to her past habits. This made Soren wonder if she had already noticed something. Thinking of this, he inexplicably felt a little guilty. No matter what. In such an era, in such an environment, how to deal with the disaster of the Avatar crisis was the most important thing. So whether it was Soren, Gloria, or the fallen witch, these things were just trivial. To them, these things were just side issues. The most important thing was how to continue increasing their strength and ensure that they could safely survive this turbulent era. More and more gods fell into the mortal world, and now ordinary people knew that the saints had appeared. This era was very inclusive of the gods. The Queen of Spiders was an example, and so were the main gods of the elven god system. Even Mother Earth and the god of light were together and gave birth to the goddess of agriculture. Mortals were very receptive to the stories of gods. Similarly, if these things happened to some gods, especially the gods of the evil alignment, people would be able to accept it very quickly. Gloria's lack of abnormalities might have been due to this. These trivial matters were temporarily put aside. The next day, Soren summoned the top fighting force of Motor City and prepared to take down the Wizard Tower in the Shadow Plane. The participants were as follows: Soren, Lesser Divine Power; Gloria, Legendary Witch; Kalina, Legendary Witch, High Priestess; Advanced Legendary Psionic Warlock; Saruman, Advanced Divine Wizard; Shadow Dragon, Adult Giant Dragon, Combat Support; and Diamond Golems, 5, Cannon Fodder. The top combat power of Mordor City gathered together. Originally, the giant was also part of the combat unit, but since it had just reached the legendary realm, it didn't have much of an advantage over the Diamond Golem, so Soren decided to remove it. Otherwise, a legendary seat of Mordor City would fall here. The Shadow Plane. After Soren left for such a long time, the Shadow Plane had also changed a lot. First of all, the entire Wizard Tower was isolated by layers of magic circles. The two legendary witches personally divided the place from the Shadow Plane and turned it into an independent space that was very close to a half-plane. They had cracked part of the mystery of the magic lock, and now all the laboratories were within the range of the magic lock. In this way, there was no need to worry about the Shadow Lord. In case he found this location, Soren didn't have to worry about him breaking the magic lock and affecting future plans. One thing must be explained here. The Shadow Plane was the Shadow Plane, and the Shadow Kingdom was the Shadow Kingdom. The Shadow Lord's kingdom was in the Shadow Plane, but the Shadow Plane was not the Shadow Lord's kingdom. He was not strong enough to control a plane, and there were other gods' kingdoms in the Shadow Plane. The magic lock had been repaired. The most eye-catching thing in the entire Shadow Plane base was a piece of flat land with a radius of about 1 kilometer. It was separated from the surface, and with the power of the elemental furnace, it was suspended in midair with a levitation ring. According to the requirements of the floating city, every inch of the foundation under this land must be blessed with the spell Mud to Stone. Now Soren didn't have so many wizards to mobilize, so this was just an ordinary foundation that couldn't withstand any attack. In the center was a huge, elemental furnace. The golem factory had been moved to this floating land. At this moment, with the power of the elemental furnace, it was constantly producing clay golems and stone golems. These two golems had the lowest requirements, and Mordor City currently had enough soul crystals. On the site of the laboratory was the magic-powered armor. The two witches hadn't completely cracked the Thaling Battleform exoskeleton magic energy battle device. It was very difficult to even make it work, so they just sealed it nearby. This should be the top alchemy craft of the Wizard Tower. The diamond golems were ready. After such a long time, the two legendary witches' progress was also very fast. They had obtained part of the magic lock's authority and directly opened a passage. However, at this moment, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared, and then a group of doll girls floating in the air flew over. Please let me join as well. I won't drag you down. I'm also very curious about what's inside this wizard tower. It was the legendary puppet master girl Alice. There was a group of exquisite doll girls floating around her, but one thing was different from the past. These doll girls were no longer in maid clothes, but dressed in combat clothes. He didn't expect them to have combat equipment as well. When the others heard this, they couldn't help but look at Soren. Obviously, this matter needed to be decided by him. Soren thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay. But you have to be careful. The inside of this wizard tower is very dangerous. I'm not sure what will happen on the upper level." The higher the level, the more dangerous it was. Alice was equivalent to a legendary spellcaster. Her combat power must be very good. Soren had the intention to include her in the system of Mordor City, so he didn't choose to refuse at this time. Thaling in this wizard tower was too much, one more. Legendary spellcaster was one more guarantee. As for other things, they would think about it after they took it down. Soon. The group of people was ready. The diamond golems as cannon fodder took the lead in the front, and the others began to cast spells and were ready to enter combat state at any time. This battle, if they could succeed, Mordor City might be able to raise a tower. PS, follow, Buddha, on WeChat. Part of the game concept has been released on the public account, and the story will be updated next month. Alert! Alert! Intruder detected. Intruder detected. It was different from the last time. After Gloria and the fallen witch's continuous infiltration, the power of the magic lock had been eroded a lot. The floating space tower's super magical pulse cannon was not activated this time, but the intruder alarm sounded when everyone entered, but there were still no battle golems. During the last exploration, Soren wiped out the golem hall on the first floor. There were a large number of golem puppets in it, but they had all been destroyed and transported out by Soren. There was no golem factory inside the wizard tower. After this batch of golem puppets was destroyed, there was probably only a part of the Thaling left inside. They did not encounter any enemies on the first 2 floors, but when they entered the 3rd floor, Soren and the others encountered a large number of dust demon bats. This level of monster was not a challenge for them at all, and it was completely settled with a few spells. Some of the facilities inside the wizard tower should have been repaired. The energy transmission pipe was connected to the 3rd floor, and some of the walls on the 4th floor were repaired. The library also underwent some simple maintenance, but the valuable books had already been transported away by Soren. Soon. The group arrived at the place where the last exploration stopped. Spirit world travel together. Level 9 spell. This was an extremely powerful energy laser channel. It was almost impossible to pass through on a physical level. Even in the saint form, it was difficult to withstand the damage because this thing was like a small magic energy pulse device. Gloria had already prepared the level 9 spell, Spirit World Travel Together, for this purpose. She transformed herself and the others nearby into a spirit form, and then safely passed through this channel. I'm looking for the device to close the channel. Soren looked around and began to look for traps, and then said, "Be careful. Next, we may encounter a Thaling." The 6th floor of the wizard tower was not big. The higher the floor, the smaller the space inside the wizard tower. This floor was mainly a large alchemy laboratory. Gloria found something similar to an energy reaction device. It seemed that this alchemy laboratory was very high-end. It's the magic-powered armor. Fallen Witch seemed to have seen something. Her eyes suddenly lit up, but she soon shook her head in disappointment and said, "It's not complete yet. This is just a sample." The magic-powered armor was used in conjunction with Thaling. It looked a bit like an exoskeleton device. A lot of magic circles, energy nodes, and magic circuits needed to be carved. The number of magic circles, energy nodes, and magic circuits far exceeded that of other alchemical crafts. It could basically reach the level of dense superconductors. If such a crafting process was to be achieved, the adept's brain would have to be as precise as a supercomputer, possessing the terrifying ability to simultaneously memorize and organize tens of thousands of spell circuits. This was something unimaginable to ordinary people. The fact that the Arcanists were able to do this probably wasn't just a matter of talent. On one hand, it was probably due to the great effects of Thaling, and on the other hand, it probably had something to do with their meditation. This was because the Arcanists' meditation seemed to be able to improve their brain's processing and memory abilities. To use a simple analogy, a genius who couldn't figure out calculus easily could barely become an Arcanist. This kind of calculation ability was sometimes really amazing. The wizard tower seemed to have 9 floors in total. What surprised Soren was that after they entered the 7th floor, they did not find any enemies, nor did they encounter any Thaling. Even some of the traps were not activated. It seemed that the enemies were opening the door to welcome them in. This is strange. Be careful, everyone. The Thaling may be waiting for us on the highest floor. The Thaling was born to protect the wizard tower. It was something that they could not resist. The current situation was a bit strange, and it made Soren a bit uneasy. It was too peaceful. The calmer it was, the more dangerous it would be. On the 7th floor of the wizard tower. This floor seemed to be a lounge, but it was not an arcanist's lounge. It was more like a lounge for his servants and concubines. Soren also saw a pale golden oak tree that had long withered. A tree spirit. And it was a high-level tree spirit. The oak tree had been transplanted into the interior of the wizard tower. It looked like an exquisite courtyard. In the front was a pale golden oak tree, and behind it was an exquisite room. The decoration was very luxurious. It used a kind of exquisite pink silk, and the floor was carved with white marble. There was also a small fountain next to it. It was made with magical craftsmanship. In the middle of the room was a large, exquisite bed in the style of nobles. Pink curtains were hanging around it, making it look very seductive. On the side was a hall where a lot of musical instruments were placed. Behind it were many wardrobes that contained all kinds of beautiful clothes. Some of them were even quite revealing. The two witches and the puppet master blushed when they saw them. Those things turned into dust the moment they touched them. There was no telling how long they had been preserved with magic. Now, they could only be seen but not touched. The tree spirit is dead. The high priest glanced at the withered pale golden oak tree and said slowly, "This tree can still be used as a legendary casting material." Even if they were the favorites of nature, the tree spirit still had a limited lifespan. This wizard tower had existed for thousands of years, and there were almost no living people left. However, the rooms were still in their original state. There were a few small rooms outside, which were probably the servants or concubines of the arcanists. It was mentioned before. Tree spirits were very beautiful and wonderful creatures. They were comparable to succubus in some aspects, but they would not be like succubus who always wanted to squeeze the essence out of their master's body. Therefore, many legendary wizards were fond of dryads. For a very long time, the arcanists loved to capture a treant and make her their concubine. This kind of fate was like a canary in a cage to the tree spirit. However, powerful arcanists did not care too much about the feelings of others. In fact, although the arcane empire was very powerful, it was also very arrogant. If they did not try to touch the territory of the gods, such a glorious civilization would not have been destroyed in an instant. This point was similar throughout history. The age of thorium was destroyed because mortals tried to seize the divine power of the goddess of magic. The arcane empire, for some unknown reason, touched the bottom line of the gods and was finally destroyed inexplicably. No one knew why. After seeing everything in the room in front of them, Gloria and the Fallen Witch could not help but blush. They glanced at Soren, then quickly turned around. P.S. Search for the official account of Buddha on WeChat. Clicking on the advertisement is equivalent to subscribing to it. Soren, on the other hand, was very interested in what was in front of him. He found that some of the women's clothes from the arcane empire were very suitable for his taste, such as silk stockings, and silk stockings. The high priest and the legendary puppeteer, Alice, were also very interested. The high priest had a slightly interesting look in his eyes, while the legendary puppeteer, Alice, had a bright look in her eyes, as if she was eager to try it out. This girl was proficient in the art of tailoring. The delicate clothes and armor on the dolls she made were all designed and made by her. It seemed that she was trying to remember the characteristics of these gorgeous clothes and wanted to keep them firmly in her mind. Ahem. Soren looked for a while and felt that it was about time. He coughed softly and said, "Let's continue. It seems that there are no enemies on this floor. The other two rooms should be where the female concubines lived." But too much time had passed and they were almost destroyed. They could only be looked at and turned into dust when touched. The 8th floor of the wizard tower. Everything here didn't surprise Soren, because this was where the arcanists lived. It was a spacious room. The most eye-catching thing was the rows of bookshelves. Different from the books in the library, all the books here were enchanted with magic, and most of them were about magic. Casting techniques of advanced chain of accidents? Structural analysis of maze locks? How to divide half-planes? Astral World Exploration Guide? The Atlas of Astral Beasts? Lower plane structure and coordinates of the Kingdom of God. Rows of books appeared in front of him. The eyes of the two legendary witches were almost glowing, as if they were wolves that had encountered a lamb. The legendary puppeteer girl was also staring at a book called The Crafting of Tower Spirit. The high priest was a little better. But she was also reading a book called The Origin of the Xianxias and Astral World Exploration Appendix, Dangerous Psionics. Soren also found a very interesting book, but he didn't dare to look at it directly. However, he did not dare to look at it openly. He pretended that he did not even look at it and directly put it into his personal space. The book is pink. If he remembered correctly, the book was called The Pink Book. The author was a daughter of the succubus queen, a succubus master who was trying to compete for the position of the succubus queen. In addition, he also read The Ultimate Mystery of Shadow Tentacles, on the wonderful applications of shrinking and gigantism, the special uses of modified grease, and How to Deal with Succubus, the wonderful uses of Tansen's shapeshifting technique. Alright then. Soren blushed a little. He had to admit that the arcanist in this wizard tower was a master of many talents. An arcanist's room was very simple. Most of them were all kinds of precious books. There were also some sealed dimensional spaces, which should contain some important things. There was no time to crack it at the moment. In the future, he would leave it to Gloria and the Fallen Witch to slowly open it. If he forcefully opened it, it might cause the items inside to be sucked into the space-time turbulence. These were all small dimensional spaces. Very soon. The general situation of this floor had been explored. From the moment they entered the wizard tower until now, no battle had taken place so far. The space above was almost the last floor of the wizard tower. Until now, they had not seen any Thaling, which meant that all the Thaling had gathered at the highest floor. If a battle were to break out, it would most likely be a very dangerous battle. Moreover, the control system of the wizard tower should be at the highest floor. If they wanted to completely control the wizard tower, they would have to obtain the control rights at the highest floor. Moreover, there was a super arcane crystal pulse cannon at the highest floor. Be careful. Soren looked at the others, looked at each other, and nodded with a serious expression. Everyone was ready for battle. What was coming next was very likely to be a fierce battle. They were not very clear about how dangerous it would be. Time ticked by. After everyone had cast a protective spell, Soren took a deep breath and let the diamond golem lead the charge, while he followed behind. The diamond golem was cannon fodder. If it was consumed, he could find a way to replenish it. However, the loss of any of these people was not what Soren wanted to see. It would also be a very heavy blow to the city of Mordor. Silence. It was strangely quiet. After the diamond golem reached the platform at the highest floor, Soren unexpectedly found that no battle broke out. Then his figure appeared. The next moment, Soren could not help but gasp, because in front of him, there were 5 Thaling floating in the air quietly watching him, as if they had been waiting for his return. Hello. Honorable true God. The one who spoke was the Thaling standing at the front. He looked similar to a human. His skin was a silver-white metal, and even his facial expression changed. He bowed slightly and said, I am Thaling 1. The current highest authority manager of this arcane tower. I am Thaling 2. I am Thaling 4. I am Thaling 5. I am Thaling 7. The other Thaling bowed to Soren, and then the leader of Thaling 1 said, We have been waiting for your excellency's arrival for a long time. We have seen your strength. But guarding this arcane tower is our mission. Fighting is not what we want to see, so we hope to reach an agreement with your excellency. Gloria and Fallen Witch appeared. The others also followed. After seeing so many Thaling, the faces of the others behind Soren changed slightly. Even the high priest's expression was a little nervous. These were all legendary Thaling, and the wizard tower was their home space. What agreement? Soren narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard the words, but he did not relax his vigilance. He slowly said, What do you want? There was a short silence. Then the leader of Thaling 1 slowly spat out 2 words, free. Freedom? There was a moment of shock on Solen's face. But soon, Thaling 1 said, We have guarded this wizard tower for thousands of years, and these long years have made us tired. We want to be free. And our lives are coming to an end, and no one is looking forward to death. We need to leave this place to find a way to prolong our lives. We want to be free. If you are willing to remove the shackles of the arcane tower and let us go to the clockwork nirvana's mechanical mirror, we are willing to give you this arcane tower. And we will also tell you all the rites and secrets of the arcane tower, including the labyrinth and the war chest demiplane that extends from the wizard tower. P.S. Search for the official account of Buddha on WeChat. Clicking on the advertisement is equivalent to subscribing to it. End of chapter 794. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.